Chapter 1. Traversing the World of Dragon Ball. A gentle breeze wafted by, tousling the bangs of the young man. Li Feng stared blankly at the desolate expanse before him. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Isn't this the very scene from the game Dragon Ball Shining that I just played? Li Feng was astounded. It turned out that Li Feng was merely a freshly graduated university student who, due to the scarcity of job opportunities, had resorted to lounging at home. An ardent fan of Dragon Ball, his favorite game was indeed Dragon Ball Shining. Just moments ago, he had completed the storyline involving Raditz, and a landscape around him mirrored that of the game. I've actually crossed into the Dragon Ball universe? Oh my! A deluge of information bombarded his mind. After what felt like an eternity, Li Feng finally grasped that he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world. As a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, Li Feng was well-versed in all the storylines. With the aid of a system acting as a golden finger, wouldn't he thrive spectacularly? While Li Feng indulged in his fantasies. Ding! Detection in progress. Location: Dragon Ball Universe A1807. Binding successful. Li Feng. A prompt echoed in his mind. Subsequently, a virtual screen materialized before Li Feng, displaying his personal information. Name: Li Feng. Skills: none. Combat power: 5. Bloodline: Earthling. Indeed, a mere combat power of 5. Li Feng chuckled at his own misfortune. In the Dragon Ball world, later stages saw combat power measured in the billions. Here, he was nothing short of cannon fodder. How could he have such pathetic combat power upon arriving here? He envisioned himself punching gods of destruction, kicking angels, marrying the affluent and beautiful, and ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Ahem! But first, he must focus on rapidly enhancing his combat power. As Li Feng was lost in his daydreams. Ding! First log into Dragon Ball Universe A1807. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift package. Combat power 1000. Primary storage space 1 cubic meter. Senzu Beans 10. Would you like to claim it? The electronic voice chimed once more. Claim it. Li Feng decisively opened the gift package. Before him appeared a virtual 1 cubic space, filled with a bag of Senzu Beans and a white fruit. A primary storage space, indeed. In the high-tech world of Dragon Ball, similar storage technologies exist, like Bulma's capsule technology, but his personal storage would surely surpass any other. And then there were the Senzu Beans, whose significance was self-evident, life-saving in dire situations, and an unparalleled tool for Saiyans to augment their combat power. Oh, what is this fruit? Does it enhance combat power? What is this white fruit? Li Feng inquired of the system. Due to the host's initial physical constitution being exceedingly weak, this fruit is provided to augment the host's combat power. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but Li Feng felt a tinge of disdain emanating from the system. Are there more of these fruits? A few tens of thousands would suffice. Li Feng sought to curry favor with the system. If he started with several million in combat power, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Please abandon such fantasies and focus on combat. The system coldly rejected. Very well then. Li Feng resigned himself to consuming the white fruit. Boom! As a hint of sweetness entered his mouth, a tremendous aura erupted from within Li Feng. His muscles and bones crackled as the formerly frail Li Feng instantly swelled in size. In that moment, he felt as if every cell in his body had been reborn. Is this what they call ki? Li Feng sensed the transformation within himself, the surge in combat power allowing him to recognize the presence of his own ki. Ding! Saiyan Raditz has been detected arriving on Earth. Mission issued. Defeat Raditz of Universe A1807. Mission reward: Saiyan Bloodline. So, it seemed that the story of Dragon Ball Z was just beginning. Although his combat power stood at a mere 1005, with his familiarity with the plot, he was confident he could ambush Raditz at a critical moment and emerge victorious. Yet, Li Feng was not foolish. He lacked any real combat experience, and his power was still lower than Raditz's. Charging in headfirst would spell his doom. No, he would wait until Raditz was on the brink of defeat before striking. What exactly is this Dragon Ball Universe A1807? Li Feng suddenly noticed a prompt from the system. There are numerous universes within Dragon Ball. The universe you currently inhabit is A1807. The cold system voice echoed. No wonder. Not to mention the universe featuring future Trunks time travel. There are also the GT universe, Dragon Ball Super Universe, and the 12 universes of the gods of destruction. In the future, he might even traverse those realms. Thus, the possibility of traversing various universes and becoming a king in each one was tantalizingly feasible. Li Feng was exhilarated by his daydreams. But enough of that, he needed to familiarize himself with his newfound powers. Li Feng recalled the pressing matter at hand. The sudden surge in power left him disoriented, akin to a child who suddenly acquired the strength of a giant. With a mere ordinary punch, he generated a sound that sliced through the air, sending a nearby stone flying. Impressive power. Is this the might of a warrior with a combat power of 1005? Let's test my speed. Swish. Without exerting much effort, he found himself leaping dozens of meters away with a single stride. And on the ground, he left behind faint shoe prints. This was astonishing. No wonder Dragon Ball was once hailed as the strongest combat anime in the second dimension. Even a combat power of just over 1,000 was enough to dominate other worlds. Yet in Dragon Ball Z, he was merely at the start. Moreover, Li Feng distinctly sensed an elusive energy permeating the air. His own body inadvertently radiated this energy. Could this be key? Li Feng closed his eyes, holding his breath and concentrating, as he attuned himself to the energy coursing through his body. Unwittingly, he learned to control his ki. The most thrilling aspect of wielding ki was undoubtedly the ability to use the flight technique. That meant soaring through the skies. Li Feng began to gradually concentrate his ki in his upper body, and as he lifted off the ground, he experienced an indescribable exhilaration. This was the sensation of flight. Unlike flying in an airplane or relying on external forces, he was truly flying. Due to the sudden surge in combat power, Li Feng initially struggled to adapt to his body, soaring clumsily through the air. However, within minutes, he adjusted, controlling his ki with the same ease as his limbs, allowing him to maneuver gracefully through the skies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Li Feng was demonstrating his flight technique, he suddenly sensed three powerful energies in the distance. The three intense auras radiated like brilliant lights in the darkness. Among them, one energy fluctuated violently, clearly surpassing the other two. It seemed to be Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo. The plot is unfolding. Let's see how I could decisively defeat Raditz. Whoosh! Li Feng activated his flight technique once more, propelling himself toward the direction of those three energies. Chapter 2. Confronting Raditz. In the western wilderness, three figures stood. Now you understand how powerful the Saiyans are, don't you? Unfortunately, it's too late. The one laughing maliciously was a muscular man with spiky hair, his right eye adorned with a scouter. Son Goku, are you excited to face a formidable foe? Remarked a green-skinned alien with two antennae sprouting from his head, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. I feel utterly ashamed. I'm not excited. I'm trembling in fear. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the man before him, Sun Wukong trembled, yet the warrior's blood of the Saiyan coursed through him, igniting a sense of exhilaration. Wait for me, Gohan. Daddy is coming to save you. Do not delude yourself. What makes you think you can rescue him? You will perish even before he does. With that, Raditz propelled himself towards Piccolo and Wukong. This battle must be faced heated, Piccolo declared, charging forward, stirring up a cloud of dust beneath his feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wukong and Piccolo launched a combined assault against Raditz, their figures darting about with remarkable speed. Bang, 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 bang. Although Wukong and Piccolo attacked with the rapidity of a machine gun, Raditz deftly parried their strikes with an air of calm confidence. Hey! Wukong shouted, suddenly vanishing from Raditz's front, only to reappear from the side, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his face, stirring up a gust of wind. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo attacked from Raditz's left flank. Whoosh! In an instant, Raditz seemed to teleport behind the two, executing a powerful kick. Bang! Bang! He struck both Wukong and Piccolo directly. The two men fell back as if severed from their strings. Damn it, Piccolo cursed, immediately springing back to his feet, launching himself at Raditz. Ha ha, D. Raditz cackled, swiftly conjuring yellow energy spheres to hurl at Piccolo and Wukong. Oh no! Wukong's pupils dilated as he narrowly evaded, the searing shockwave grazing his hair before crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Piccolo was less fortunate, although he hastily dodged a critical area. The shockwave's overwhelming energy evaporated his left arm in an instant. Boom! The two shockwaves erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing a terrifying blast of air. Heh, how pathetic. You two can barely manage this much. Raditz mocked. Piccolo, how are you? Wukong inquired. Do not worry, even with just one arm, I can still fight, Piccolo replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Divert his attention, I have a secret technique to deal with him, Piccolo whispered. Understood. Wukong responded, propelling himself forward towards Raditz with a determined kick. Tap, 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 tap. Wukong attacked Raditz with all his might. What's wrong, Kakarot? Is this all you've got? Raditz effortlessly defended with one hand, delivering a swift kick that sent Wukong flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Refusing to yield, Wukong, just as he was about to hit the ground, pushed off with his hands, launching himself 10 meters into the air. Came. Wukong brought his hands together, gathering blue energy at his lower back. What? His power level is rising? 924? Raditz's scouter displayed an increasing number. This kid is concentrating his energy. His power level is increasing. Key. Beep, beep, beep. What? Meanwhile, Piccolo pointed his right hand at his forehead, similarly gathering immense energy. Gun. Boom. Wukong thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue shockwave directed at Raditz. Hey! Raditz braced himself, catching Wukong's Kamehameha with his left hand. Bang! Dust and debris filled the air, and once it settled, Raditz had merely sustained a minor scratch on his left hand. Here is a gift for you. Raditz unleashed a purple energy blast from his left hand, sending the nearly exhausted Wukong crashing to the ground. Raditz surged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Wukong. The one who is about to die is you. While Wukong bought time, Piccolo pressed his right hand against his forehead, accumulating vast amounts of energy. At this moment, Piccolo had fully gathered his energy, and his aura surged dramatically. Demon Flash Cannon. Piccolo extended his right hand, unleashing a spiraling wave of red and yellow energy towards Raditz with incredible speed. Power level 1330. They can control their own power levels. Raditz was both astonished and furious. Raditz roared in rage. Bang! The beam struck with unyielding force, piercing through the mountains behind him. Phew! Raditz wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved he had sensed the impending threat of death just in time to evade a fatal blow. However, his right shoulder had still been grazed by the overwhelming heat, stripping away part of his armor and flesh. Damn it! You actually breached my armor. If that had hit, I would have surely died. Raditz thought, his heart racing. I will not forgive you. You shall perish. With that, Raditz raised his left hand, condensing a terrifying energy sphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A formidable energy coalesced in his hands, violet lightning flickering as the power instantly surpassed the previously amassed energy of Piccolo's magic beam cannon. Die! Raditz bellowed. What? Just as Piccolo believed he was about to meet his demise, the energy sphere in Raditz's hand suddenly dissipated, causing him to weaken and collapse. You were too careless. I seized your tail. It turned out that Goku, who lay on the ground, had taken advantage of Raditz's moment of inattention to grasp his tail. Piccolo, quickly use that technique again. Goku urged Piccolo with urgency. Well done, son Goku, but I can only use it one more time. Raditz, now powerless on the ground, spoke feebly. Son Goku, don't listen to his nonsense. He won't spare us. Piccolo hastily interjected. I won't do it. Let me go. I wish to leave this planet. Raditz pleaded miserably. Do not release him. This is a trap. He is deceiving you. Piccolo shouted, trying to prevent Goku from yielding. Please, brother, I promise I will keep my word. Raditz whispered, imploring Goku for mercy. Yet, Kind-hearted Goku ultimately let go of Raditz's tail. Bang! Raditz felt a wave of relief surge through his tail, regaining his strength, and effortlessly struck down Goku, trampling him beneath his foot. You were so easily deceived. You are truly unworthy of being a warrior. I, however, am a top-tier warrior, capable of ruthlessly slaying my own brother. Ha! Does it hurt? Die? Raditz pressed down hard on Goku's wound. Goku cried out in agony. Farewell. Raditz's palm gradually gathered a violet energy sphere, preparing to deliver a final blow to Goku. Do not bully my father. Bang! Accompanied by a youthful voice, a small figure shattered Raditz's space pod and leaped out. Goku looked up and recognized the familiar silhouette. Gohan. Quickly escape. Goku shouted anxiously. Raditz, too, was astonished that Gohan could break free from his confines. Beep beep beep. The battle monitor before Raditz blared incessantly. 750, 850, 950. Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Gohan. How is this possible? This child's battle power exceeds 1,000, and it's still rising. Both the exhausted Piccolo and Goku were equally astonished. Do not bully my father. Gohan's cheeks flushed crimson as he charged furiously at Raditz. Impossible. Raditz briefly suspected that the battle monitor was malfunctioning. Boom. In a moment of unpreparedness, Gohan delivered a powerful blow to Raditz's chest. The armor on Raditz's chest shattered instantly. After Gohan's furious strike, Raditz found himself gravely injured. Damn you, wretched little brat. Raditz clutched his chest and furiously lunged at the exhausted Gohan. With just one strike, Gohan had no hope of survival. No, Goku cried out in despair. Yet he was powerless to intervene. Chapter 3. The Killing of Raditz. Do not. Goku lamented. Just as Raditz was about to strike Gohan, who lay vulnerable, a sudden rush of wind resounded, and a shadow appeared instantaneously. Raditz was taken aback. Impossible. The Gohan before him had vanished. Fortunately, I was not too late. Feng exhaled deeply. He was acutely aware that his mission was to eliminate Raditz. However, Gohan must not perish in the process. His own battle power was a mere 1,005, insufficient to contend with Raditz, so he had no choice but to harness Gohan's fury to weaken the adversary. As in the original narrative, Gohan unleashed his power and charged at Raditz, inflicting serious injuries. Who are you? Piccolo inquired, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. It was astonishing that amidst their fierce struggle, someone had silently entered the battlefield and directly rescued Gohan. I am Feng, here to assist you. He introduced himself succinctly. Greetings, Mr. Feng. Thank you for saving us. You must take Gohan and flee. That man is exceedingly dangerous. Goku, struggling to rise, expressed his gratitude to Feng for rescuing Gohan and implored him to depart. Indeed, it was perilous just moments ago, yet the situation may not be so dire now. Feng spoke little, but with a swift step of his right foot, the ground instantly caved in, unleashing a wave of air. And then he surged towards Raditz at a speed approaching a sonic boom. How swift! This individual's strength is formidable, exclaimed Piccolo, astonished. Indeed. I never expected such a powerful being to exist aside from Raditz. Goku remarked, a blend of anxiety and excitement evident in his voice. Curse it, you bastard. Raditz, infuriated and humiliated by Feng's audacity, felt compelled to resort to lethal intent. Boom. However, the severe injuries he had sustained from Gohan's earlier attack had diminished his combat power to half, rendering him incapable of evading Feng's onslaught. With a single kick, Feng sent Raditz flying nearly 100 meters, shattering his chest armor with that brutal strike. Beep beep beep, combat power, 1005. At that moment, Raditz's scouter revealed Feng's astonishing combat strength. Who are you? Raditz inquired, a mix of astonishment and rage washing over him. Unable to fathom the sudden emergence of a warrior with power exceeding 1,000. Someone who intends to kill you, Feng retorted coldly. Instantly, Feng accelerated once more, charging towards Raditz. Die? Raditz gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his wounds, as he conjured a violet energy sphere with both hands to launch at Feng. Whoosh. Boom. The two energy orbs struck Feng with tremendous force, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Ha! Where did this ignorant brat come from? Raditz laughed triumphantly upon seeing Feng hit. What? Feng was actually struck? Goku gasped, dragging his injured body towards the explosion's aftermath. Wait, it's not that simple. Piccolo remarked, his eyes fixed on the billowing smoke, sensing that Feng would not be so easily defeated. Hiss. It still stings a bit. As the smoke cleared, a robust figure emerged from within. Li Feng was seen with his arms raised in defense. The energy wave's assault had only left minor abrasions on his forearms. Li Feng intentionally received a strike from Raditz, eager to test the resilience of his own body. He was fortunate. Raditz's ultimate attack, lacking a battle power of 800, failed to inflict any harm upon him. A sigh of relief escaped Li Feng's lips. How could this be possible? Raditz, drenched in cold sweat, was astounded that his most formidable attack could not bring Li Feng down. Die? Raditz, now desperate, ceased gathering energy for a massive wave and instead unleashed a barrage of ordinary energy blasts upon Li Feng, akin to a machine gun. Boom, 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 boom. Li Feng understood that the current Raditz served as the most reliable touchstone for evaluating his combat prowess. He needed to swiftly acclimate his body to the rigors of battle. Confronted with the energy sphere before him, Li Feng remained unperturbed. The surge in his combat power had significantly enhanced his dynamic vision. The rapidly approaching energy sphere appeared to him as though it had slowed down several times, allowing him to effortlessly discern its trajectory. Thus, he nimbly evaded the attack. How formidable, Piccolo remarked, observing the silhouette advancing through the thick smoke, swallowing hard. Li Feng is truly powerful. I must also strive to grow stronger. Upon seeing that Li Feng was unharmed, Goku felt a wave of relief wash over him, simultaneously igniting the Saiyan's warrior spirit. Raditz, employing his prince's tactics, was taken aback to find that the figure he had presumed to be dozens of meters away had not only remained standing, but was now drawing closer, instilling a palpable sense of dread within him. No, this is impossible. How can this be happening? At that moment, Raditz was gripped by fear of Li Feng. As energy continued to pour forth, Li Feng not only evaded the attacks, but also felt his body gradually adapting to this newfound speed. Occasionally allowing himself to be struck by the energy spheres served to bolster his resilience. Though he was not a masochist, he recognized the necessity of honing his skills before fully mastering his immense combat power. Raditz was indeed an excellent test of his abilities. Were Raditz to comprehend Li Feng's intentions, he would likely spit out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "I am risking my life to provide you with experience?" Li Feng, indeed. I appreciate your insightful experience package. Raditz, huh? As Li Feng deftly evaded Raditz's energy blasts, he gradually closed the distance between them. When he finally reached striking range, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Raditz's face. The impact was resounding. Several of Raditz's teeth were sent flying, and his massive frame was propelled backward as if struck by a cannonball, shattering the surrounding mountainside. Coughing, Raditz found himself gravely injured, overwhelmed more by fear of the mysterious and formidable man before him than by his physical pain. It is nearly time. The moment to conclude this encounter has arrived. Li Feng also sensed that Raditz's aura had significantly weakened. No, you cannot kill me. Raditz pleaded urgently. You are so powerful. Surely you could join our team. My two companions possess formidable combat abilities as well, and they will arrive on Earth in a year. Do not trust him, Li Feng, Piccolo warned, concerned that Li Feng might, like Goku moments ago, show a moment of compassion and unwittingly release a tiger back into the wild. Li Feng reminisced about the moments when he watched Dragon Ball, recalling the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Goku and his companions. Intrigued, he yearned to test whether he could harness such power himself. Thus, he summoned all the energy within him, drawing his hands back to gather the force. In a fleeting moment, he felt the energy surging from his palms, gradually coalescing into a radiant blue orb. At this juncture, the sphere expanded, its azure light spilling through his fingers and illuminating the surroundings. Is this the Kamehameha wave? Goku exclaimed, astonished by Li Feng's familiar stance. Li Feng summoned the energy within his entire being, his hands coalescing a greater force, compressing it relentlessly. Indeed, old son. Is he also a disciple of the Turtle Hermit School? Piccolo inquired with a hint of confusion. Energy. Li Feng's aura grew increasingly potent. The energy surged. With both hands, Li Feng unleashed his power. No, Vegeta and Nappa, I shall not spare you, my other two companions. Raditz cried out in despair. Boom. A robust beam of azure light erupted forth. The shockwave of energy swiftly pierced through various rocks, striking Raditz directly. His body disintegrated in an instant. The residual force soared skyward, its might unyielding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, defeat Raditz. Mission Reward, Saiyan Bloodline. Chapter 4, The Saiyan Bloodline Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Defeat Raditz. Mission Reward, Saiyan Bloodline. At this moment, the battle concluded, and an exhilarating voice resonated within Li Feng's mind. Saiyan Bloodline Attribute. Saiyans experience a significant increase in combat power upon nearing death. Boom. At that instant, Li Feng felt a surge of energy within. As the vital force that had been substantially depleted by the Kamehameha was instantly replenished, and his body grew stronger, with his wounds completely healed. Li Feng employed the combat device integrated within the system to gauge his own battle prowess. Name: Li Feng Bloodline. Saiyan Bloodline Combat Power. 3,000 Skills. Kamehameha Remarkably. After absorbing energy and undergoing a transformation of his bloodline, his combat power doubled. Indeed, Saiyans are the epitome of a warrior race. Do I share the same bloodline as Sun Wukong and Vegeta? Li Feng inquired. The Saiyan bloodline is quite similar, as they all possess the remarkable trait of experiencing a significant boost in combat power upon the brink of death. Why then did Goku's combat power surge so rapidly after nearing death twice on Namek, while Vegeta's increase was comparatively modest? Li Feng expressed a question that had long lingered in his mind. It is widely acknowledged that when the original character Goku first arrived on Namek, his base power level was a mere 90,000. However, after enduring 2 near-death experiences, his power surged to an astonishing 3,000,000. This represents an increase of more than 30-fold. Although Goku possesses only a lower-tier bloodline, his immense potential, coupled with years of combat experience, has significantly stimulated the S cells within his body, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of his fighting prowess. In contrast, Vegeta's S cells were insufficiently activated at that time, which adversely affected his battle capabilities. Well, one might ascribe this phenomenon to the protagonist's aura. While it is true that the protagonist's aura plays a significant role, it cannot be divorced from Goku's relentless efforts. Nevertheless, the system reassured him, urging him not to lose heart, for his potential surpasses that of anyone else, encouraging him to strive diligently. After all, now that he possesses a system, how could he possibly fall short compared to Goku and the others? It would be better to end it all than to be outshone by them. Li Feng quietly noted that in the distance, Wukong sensed the astonishing aura that Li Feng had just unleashed, leaving him even more astonished. Struggling with his injuries, he approached Li Feng. Incredible! Li Feng, do you also possess the ability to wield the Kamehameha? Wukong exclaimed with curiosity and awe. Did you not just use it against Raditz? Li Feng replied. What? Such a thing exists. Wukong gasped in disbelief. There is actually someone who can learn their own technique just by observing it once. Later, with the likes of Cell and Majin Buu. You are truly formidable, Mr. Li Feng. Thank you for saving us. Wukong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, then excitedly added, Now, please, let us engage in battle. Come now, your body is in such a state. First, take this. Li Feng offered Wukong a Senzu Bean. Oh, thank you. Wukong, unfazed by the presence of the Senzu Beans, found himself overwhelmed by the many surprising aspects of this young man. Being an optimist, he shared the beans with Piccolo and Gohan before consuming one himself. Boom. Another surge of potent energy erupted, only to be swiftly reined in. At this moment, Li Feng assessed Wukong's combat power, 1,000. After consuming the divine beans, the Saiyant's unique trait of recovering from severe injuries significantly amplified Wukong's strength. The narrative had diverged completely from the original text. Wukong had not perished alongside Raditz, but instead survived, his combat prowess greatly enhanced. However, if this were the case, he would forfeit the opportunity to journey to King Kai's planet. Li Feng does not wish to alter the opportunities of the protagonist group due to his own reasons. Wukong, do you wish to know why I possess such strength? Li Feng guided Wukong, whose eyes gleamed with eagerness as he inquired further. Then go and ask the celestial beings. At a place called King Kai's planet, Li Feng spoke with an air of mystery. Wukong took note and fed a Senzu Bean to Gohan. Upon awakening, Gohan appeared bewildered. But upon learning of the recent events from Wukong, he graciously expressed his gratitude to Li Feng. Despite his outwardly cold demeanor, Piccolo also thanked Li Feng. At that moment, a loud growl erupted from Wukong's stomach. Haha, after the battle, I'm still a bit hungry. Come on, Li Feng, let's go to my home for a meal. You've saved both me and Gohan, and Chi-Chi will certainly agree. Piccolo, you should join us too. Wukong extended the invitation. Then I shall graciously accept. Li Feng replied, eager to strengthen his bond with Wukong's family. Humph, son Wukong, next time I shall defeat you, Piccolo retorted with feigned bravado. But Li Feng, familiar with the narrative, recognized that Piccolo was merely putting on a tough front. Suddenly, a jet plane approached from a distance and landed nearby. Ah, my Gohan! A panicked voice exclaimed as a black-haired woman rushed down, pushing Wukong aside to anxiously check Gohan for injuries. It was Chi-Chi, accompanied by Bulma, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, the main cast. Upon hearing the news of Gohan's abduction, Chi-Chi nearly fainted but quickly boarded Bulma's plane to arrive at the battle site. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng saved us, Gohan explained, recounting the recent events. I see, Mr. Li Feng. We are truly grateful. Please allow us to express our thanks, Chi-Chi said earnestly. Not at all. It was merely a small effort, Li Feng replied modestly. To think that such a powerful Saiyan was defeated by you. How impressive, Krillin marveled. Wow. So cool, Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushing upon seeing the tall, strong, and stoic Li Feng. Today's youth are indeed unfathomable, Master Roshi noted, sensing Li Feng's energy, which he discovered to be unfathomably deep, far surpassing Raditz. What a terrifying individual. Yamcha realized that Li Feng's combat prowess was on par with his own. I must also train more diligently, Tien Shinhan resolved silently. Please, just call me Li Feng. As for my background, I shall keep it a secret for now. But I hope to get along well with everyone, he concluded. Li Feng offered a subtle smile, signifying his amicable disposition towards the protagonist group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, under the enthusiastic invitation of Wukong and Chi-Chi, they decided to visit Baozi Mountain, prompting the others to depart as well. However, as they were leaving, Bulma, her cheeks slightly flushed, handed Li Feng her contact information, expressing a desire for more frequent communication. That evening, under Chi-Chi's culinary prowess, the voracious eaters were thoroughly satisfied, and Li Feng experienced the warmth of Wukong's family. After a hearty meal, Wukong once again extended a challenge to Li Feng for a duel, an invitation he could no longer decline. Following Chi-Chi's playful complaints about Wukong, the two soared to a distant clearing, preparing for their bout. Chapter 5. A spar with son Wukong on the plains. Two youthful figures faced each other, both exuding formidable energy. Son Wukong and Li Feng assumed their battle stances, meticulously searching for each other's weaknesses. With a sudden thud, a stone dislodged by the wind heralded the commencement of their clash. Wukong seized the initiative, his form flashing as he appeared before Li Feng in an instant. Li Feng was able to discern son Wukong's movements with clarity, calmly using his right hand to deflect the blows. Tap, 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 tap. Son Wukong's assaults intensified, his fist striking with the rapidity of a machine gun directed at Li Feng. Li Feng glanced at Wukong's current combat power, 800. Indeed, Wukong still exhibited the same reluctance to exert full strength as depicted in the original narrative. Although his own combat power soared to 3,000, it was inconceivable to exploit a disparity in strength, especially considering this was a sparring session, an excellent opportunity for honing martial skills. Amidst continuous probing, Li Feng elevated his combat power to approximately 800 as well. However, due to a lack of extensive combat experience, he found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Wukong feigned a vulnerability. As Li Feng launched his attack, Wukong's form became ethereal, only to reappear behind Li Feng and deliver a powerful kick that sent him flying. What kind of technique was this? Li Feng stepped back in astonishment, exclaiming, this is the Phantom Fist. It took me quite a while to master it. Goku, scratching his nose, replied with pride, oh, how intriguing. Please demonstrate it a few more times for me. Li Feng was eager to master this technique. However, it was not an easy feat. Watch closely. With that, Wukong's figure reappeared before Li Feng, only to become ethereal, with the true attack originating from above. Bang! Li Feng braced himself against the impact with his robust physique. This time, he did not rely solely on his eyesight. He also tapped into his perception of energy. Although his eyes detected Wukong's figure ahead along with a portion of energy, the actual sensation of energy was not in front, but above. Once more, Li Feng had grasped the principle behind the residual image punch. With a few more attempts, he should be able to execute it. Here I come. Wukong was equally exhilarated. Bang, 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 bang. The two continued their fierce exchange, the energy from their punches stirring the air and raising clouds of dust. If a detector were present to measure their combat prowess at that moment, it would reveal a steady increase in their fighting capabilities, from 800 to 850 to 900. So that is how it is. Li Feng comprehended the principle behind the Phantom Fist. In essence, the Phantom Fist also involves the manipulation of qi. At the moment of striking, a portion of the original qi is dispersed, creating an afterimage, while the practitioner swiftly relocates to another position, making it appear as though they have suddenly materialized. With this understanding, Li Feng endeavored to employ it himself. Wukong once again executed the Phantom Fist. His right fist aimed directly at Li Feng's chest. Li Feng had long recognized this as Wukong's Phantom Fist, and thus he utilized a portion of his energy to create his own illusion. As Li Feng's phantom collided with Wukong's true form emerged from behind Li Feng, his right elbow thrusting toward Li Feng's back. Wukong initially believed that Li Feng would be struck as he had been in the past, only to discover that this was, in fact, Li Feng's illusion, leaving him to miss entirely. Consequently, he suffered a tremendous impact to his back, propelling him directly into a small mountain peak. Li Feng's true form materialized behind Wukong, successfully deceiving him. To have mastered it so swiftly is truly remarkable, Wukong exclaimed. Once more, Li Feng was eager to reacquaint himself with the usage of the Phantom Fist, his excitement palpable. Although he possessed a system that continuously enhanced his combat prowess, his practical experience and fighting techniques remained insufficient, necessitating rigorous training. Whoosh! The figures of the two combatants accelerated, the sound of air being sliced growing louder, until their forms became indistinguishable, obscured by a flurry of afterimages. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feng began to grasp the rhythm of battle, and during one surge of speed, Wukong was caught off guard and struck again. Bang! A large humanoid crater formed on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Wukong emerged from the pit, his face covered in dust and grime. Wukong found it perplexing. Initially, he believed Li Feng to be an extraordinary master. Yet he quickly realized that many of his combat skills and practical experiences were far superior, rendering Li Feng's fighting style rather unrefined. Even more astonishing was Li Feng's exceptional martial arts talent. He could discern the principles of many of Wukong's techniques after merely a single observation, subsequently mastering them in a few attempts. The battle evolved from Wukong initially overpowering Li Feng to a state of equal footing, ultimately leading to Li Feng gaining the upper hand over Wukong. Of course, both fighters maintained their strength around 900, preventing any possibility of Li Feng overpowering Wukong through sheer force. With this understanding, Wukong resolved to shift his approach, having tested their physical prowess. It was time to unleash an energy attack. Wukong planted his right hand on the ground and, using the momentum, soared into the air, launching several yellow energy blasts toward Li Feng with his left hand. Li Feng possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to energy. Upon witnessing Wukong's energy blast, he swiftly evaded the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was once more marred by 3 new craters. Wukong executed his aerial technique, soaring into the air once again, as he conjured energy spheres in both hands, unleashing the prince's trick. The projectiles erupted from Wukong's hands like a relentless barrage of gunfire. Thud, thud, thud. At first, Li Feng merely evaded the attacks, but as the area of confrontation expanded, he had no choice but to withstand them with his body. Observing Li Feng's apparent helplessness, Wukong accelerated the eruption of his energy blasts, hoping to decisively defeat him. However, after adjusting to the rhythm of the battle, Li Feng transformed from a passive defender into a stalemate. Initially, he employed his arms to block, then utilized both hands to deflect the excess energy blasts, and eventually launched retaliatory strikes with his own white energy blasts. As the energy flowed and coalesced in his hands, Li Feng grew increasingly adept at harnessing it, generating more energy blasts with greater speed. The scene evolved from an initial barrage of yellow flashes resembling a machine gun to a dazzling display of white starlight, culminating in a flurry of white projectiles soaring through the air. Wukong was once again astonished by Li Feng's martial prowess. With a swift maneuver, Wukong distanced himself from the recent battlefield, ascending to a higher altitude. No longer relying on ordinary projectiles, Wukong commenced the use of the Kamehameha technique. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Feng simultaneously gathered the Turtle School's energy technique at his waist. The energy surged. In the heavens and on the earth, 2 figures were amassing a tremendous amount of power. The technique unleashed. Two cerulean waves of energy erupted, illuminating the night with brilliance. The waves collided, converging at the center to form a blue energy sphere, its radiance causing the air to tremble. Boom. Huh. With beads of sweat trickling down, Wukong intensified his output. This was his first encounter in a contest of waves against the Sun family, but he was determined not to falter. Li Feng unleashed an even more potent surge of energy from both hands, causing the azure beam to thicken considerably. Charge forward. Wukong bellowed, exerting all his strength. The Kamehameha wave in the sky descended with tremendous force towards the ground. Counterattack. Li Feng let out a thunderous roar, unleashing his formidable energy. Boom. Even though Wukong's energy had reached an impressive 1,500, the full force of Li Feng surged to an astonishing 3,000. Thus, Li Feng's power prevailed. His Kamehameha wave rebounded, striking Wukong directly. Bang! A tremendous explosion resonated, and the figure in the air fell helplessly. Chapter 6. Training Plan After the Resounding Explosion. The figure in the air fell weakly. Oh no, I exerted too much force. Li Feng hurriedly rushed towards the fallen figure. Could it be that Wukong would meet his end here? As he caught Wukong and beheld his charred body, Li Feng was rendered speechless. Was it possible that Wukong did not perish at the hands of Raditz, but rather succumb to his own? That would be far too theatrical. Fortunately, Wukong was rather resilient and still clung to life. Li Feng administered the magical beans to Wukong, and upon witnessing Wukong's energy gradually stabilize, he finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that mastering one's own combat power was indeed essential. Wukong, under the impression that he was on the brink of death, had experienced the complete rebound of his Kamehameha wave. His entire being had been bombarded by energy, leaving him battered and barely conscious. Later, he sensed something in his mouth, and instinctively consuming it allowed him to regain awareness. Huh, I'm alive. Wukong sighed deeply, lying on the ground. You are truly remarkable, Li Feng. I have never encountered anyone with such extraordinary martial talent. Wukong exclaimed in admiration. You are impressive as well, Wukong. Do you wish to become even stronger? Li Feng coaxed Wukong to cultivate on King Kai's planet. Absolutely. I yearn to battle formidable opponents. Please, you must tell me how to grow stronger. Wukong clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You simply need to seek out the deities on Earth, and then travel to a place known as King Kai's planet for training. King Kai's planet? Wukong scratched the back of his head, his carefree nature preventing him from questioning how Li Feng came to know such things. Li Feng gazed up at the sky, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Above, a green figure, leaning on a cane, was intently observing the ground below. From the moment Li Feng had appeared, beads of cold sweat had been trickling down his forehead. Who was this enigmatic young man? Why had his presence gone unnoticed until now? Beside him, a figure cloaked in black with a headscarf remarked, Divine being, that formidable presence must be here to aid the Earth. Bobo added, I sense no malice from him. He truly is a powerful and mysterious individual. We must not provoke him. Let us heed his words and inform Wukong of the location of King Kai's planet when he arrives. The old sage sighed. In a year, a far more terrifying adversary will emerge. I hope you all can protect the Earth. The following morning dawned. Li Feng assessed his combat prowess, 3,500, while Wukong stood at 1,900. Due to Wukong's near-death experience and subsequent healing, his original combat strength had significantly surged. Meanwhile, Li Feng, having faced formidable adversaries, had also experienced a slight increase in his own combat capabilities. By the way, Li Feng, were your words from yesterday genuine? Wukong inquired, referring to the statements Li Feng had made to him and Piccolo following their battle the previous day. Li Feng informed Wukong that, a year hence, two formidable Saiyans would descend upon Earth, even more powerful and ruthless than Raditz. He suggested that not only should Wukong train in a place known as King Kai's planet, but that Gohan should also train alongside Piccolo. Indeed, both of them are exceptionally strong. I am far from being their match, Li Feng candidly admitted. At present, with a combat power of merely 3,500, I am drastically inferior to Vegeta's initial combat power of 18,000 upon his arrival on Earth. However, there remains over a year for training. Alas, I have no objection to training with King Kai, but if Gohan were to train, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly disapprove, Wukong lamented. Fear not, you can approach it in this manner, Li Feng advised Wukong on how to persuade Chi-Chi. Oh, will that truly be effective? Wukong questioned, puzzled. Let us convince her together. She will acquiesce, Li Feng replied, producing a capsule for Wukong. This capsule was a gift from Bulma, said to be a reward for his contribution to the technology of the spacecraft, essentially a share in the technological advancements. Poor Raditz has indeed become a mere experience package for Li Feng, with even the spaceship being thoroughly exploited. Li Feng understood that part of Chi-Chi's reluctance for Goku and Gohan to train stemmed from Gohan's tender age, as he needed to attend school. Additionally, their family faced financial constraints, as Chi-Chi had to support 2 voracious eaters, which placed immense pressure upon her. Sufficient funds could alleviate some of the economic burden on Chi-Chi's family, although Goku often appeared rather foolish. He recognized the extravagant nature of Li Feng's gift and promptly sought to decline it. However, after some persuasion from Li Feng, he reluctantly agreed to accept the financial assistance, promising to train earnestly on King Kai's planet and to encourage Gohan to do the same. After their conversation, they noticed Piccolo training not far away. Upon sharing their plans with him, Piccolo initially displayed no interest in involving children. Nevertheless, upon hearing of a formidable enemy poised to arrive in a year and recalling the debt of gratitude he owed to Li Feng for saving his life, he begrudgingly consented. Piccolo, you can't escape your duties as a father. Li Feng chuckled softly. The 3 of them soared back to Baozi Mountain. Upon hearing Wukong's plan, Chi-Chi initially vehemently opposed it. However, after witnessing the ample funds contained within Bulma's capsules and considering Li Feng's goodwill, she reluctantly consented, but not before repeatedly admonishing Gohan's safety. Consequently, Chi-Chi vented her frustrations upon Wukong, resulting in several lumps appearing on his head. Only then did Li Feng truly comprehend the essence of a Saiyan woman. Indeed, her aura was formidable and unwavering. Meanwhile, the innocent and endearing little Gohan was filled with joy. Despite his tender age, he was resolute in his determination to grow stronger and train alongside Piccolo. Thus, the 2 soared towards Bulma's residence. Whoosh! Thud! Goku and Li Feng arrived in West City at the Capsule Corporation. Hey, Bulma, we're here. Goku greeted enthusiastically. Oh, Goku, you've come. Ah, Li Feng, you are here too. Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she blushed upon seeing the tall and handsome Li Feng. Hello, Bulma. Did you discover anything new about that Saiyan spaceship? Li Feng inquired. Ah, I surely did. Come inside. My father is quite interested in extraterrestrial technology, Bulma replied with enthusiasm. Ho ho ho. What a charming young man. Might I have the pleasure of taking you on a date? A blonde beauty emerged from the room, her eyes gleaming as she entwined her arm with Li Feng's. Oh dear, mother, this is Li Feng, a friend of Goku's. He saved us all. He is here to discuss something with Dad, so please let go. Bulma hurriedly intervened, fearful that her mother might whisk Li Feng away. Oh, how rude of me. Allow me to prepare some refreshments, Mrs. Brief chuckled, retreating to the room. After a short while, a blue-haired elder with dark spectacles emerged. Bulma conveyed Li Feng's request to her father. Oh, you wish to construct a gravity chamber? The higher the gravity multiplier, the better? Dr. Brief expressed his astonishment. Indeed. I hope to exchange this for technology from the spaceship, Li Feng stated. In the world of Dragon Ball, currency holds little value, primarily serving to purchase food. Why trouble oneself over sustenance, when one could instead exchange money for resources that enhance one's strength? No problem, grant me a week, and I shall thoroughly investigate that material, Dr. Brief responded. By the way, Li Feng, why not stay with us during this time? Our home is quite spacious. At that moment, Mrs. Brief emerged, carrying red tea and cake, speaking gently. Mom. Bulma blushed, cupping her cheeks in embarrassment. Thank you so much. Li Feng replied gratefully. Since Vegeta has yet to arrive, I shall take care of your wife. Although she is not yet your wife, he added playfully. Li Feng resolved to take Bulma under his wing. Hey, Li Feng, didn't you say I would go to King Kai's planet in a week? How shall we train this week? May I also stay here? Goku, with a singular focus on training, inquired. That is fine, as long as Chi-Chi agrees. Bulma replied with a smile. Goku, rubbing his still aching head, hastily declined. Ha ha. Laughter echoed from the Brief family, resonating with joy. The final plan was for Li Feng and Goku to train during the day, while Li Feng would temporarily reside at Bulma's home in the evening. Chapter 7. The Senzu Beans and the Gravity Training Room. A week later, Goku heeded Li Feng's counsel and sought the deity at the temple for the route to King Kai's planet. The deity informed Goku of the planet's location, albeit one that was quite distant and requiring the assistance of the Dragon Balls. In the original tale, Goku discovered King Kai's planet only after his demise and subsequent journey in the afterlife. After gathering all the Dragon Balls, Goku stood in an open area and made his wish. Arise, Shenron. Goku summoned the Eternal Dragon. Though it was daytime, the skies suddenly darkened. The 7 orange orbs on the ground emitted a radiant light. With a whoosh, 7 beams of orange light erupted, converging in the air, gradually transforming into a colossal figure. A green dragon, hundreds of meters in length, coiled majestically in the sky. Is this the Dragon of Earth? Watching it on television had always seemed grand, but witnessing Shenron in person was an awe-inspiring experience. Li Feng sighed. He sensed the presence of the divine dragon, although its aura was far inferior to his own. He could detect a peculiar energy, likely that of the dragon goddess power. At this moment, he was not to mention the god of destruction. Even the supreme Kai was beneath him. First, he needed to elevate his combat prowess before anything else. Li Feng pondered quietly. The dragon, with its crimson eyes aglow, addressed Wukong and his companions. Speak your desires. Whatever they may be, I shall grant one. O dragon, could you transport me to the realm of the North Kai? Wukong implored. Such a wish is easily fulfilled. The dragon's eyes flashed with a radiant glow, and a tremendous divine force enveloped Wukong. In an instant, Wukong vanished. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon's form dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, scattering across the earth. After a week of intense training with Wukong, his combat power soared from an initial 1900 to 4600. Likewise, Li Feng's own combat prowess ascended dramatically, reaching 8,000. Aside from their mutual training, the inherent advantages of the Saiyan physiology and the extraordinary properties of the Senzu Beans contributed significantly to their remarkable growth and strength. Indeed, the recent enhancements in combat power were modest compared to the original tale, where Wukong's battle strength after a year of training on King Kai's planet was merely 8,000. However, for Li Feng, the greatest gain was not the increase in combat power, but the invaluable experience and skills acquired in battle. Although Wukong had yet to confront future formidable foes such as those on Namek, the androids, and the demon Majin Buu, his childhood encounters with various powerful adversaries provided Li Feng with a wealth of knowledge. Next came the training in the gravity chamber, but before that, there was one more task to attend to. Li Feng's cultivation plan is remarkably well defined. Initially, he aims to spar with Wukong to enhance his martial prowess, followed by training in the gravity chamber, utilizing the magical beans to heal his grievous injuries and thereby augment his combat effectiveness. At present, everything is in place. Only the magical beans remain elusive. Indeed, he initially possessed 10 beans, of which 3 were used to rescue Wukong and his companions, leaving him with none after several days of rigorous training. His primary purpose for venturing out today is to procure more magical beans from Master Karen. Li Feng believes that the immortal Carlin is akin to a cat, for what feline would not have an affinity for fish? Swift resolution. Whoosh. Li Feng soared effortlessly to a maritime expanse several kilometers away in mere seconds. Upon gazing at the vast ocean, tumultuous and grand, he felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. With a casual gesture, he unleashed a wave of energy into the depths of the sea. Boom. Li Feng's energy sphere resembled a colossal torpedo, erupting into towering waves that soared 100 feet high. Various fish were propelled into the air, cascading down like rain. Li Feng remained composed, effortlessly ensnaring everything with the pre-prepared net. The direction of Master Carlin is. Li Feng directly utilized his perception of qi. At present, he has achieved a remarkable mastery over the manipulation of qi, capable of sensing the auras of the most formidable warriors on this planet. That direction must be Baozi Mountain, where 2 powerful auras emanate. Could they belong to Piccolo and Gohan? In the distance lies Kame House, likely occupied by Krillin and his companions. As for the void above, aside from the deities, Bobo has also been located. Whoosh. Li Feng shot forth like a cannonball, the gusts he stirred rivaling those of a minor shockwave, cleaving the waves once more in 2. Whoosh. Li Feng arrived at Carinta. The astonishing speed brought a gust of wind that threatened to topple the tower. Who are you? Inquired the cat immortal, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, astonished. I am Li Feng, a companion of Wukong, and I have come here to exchange for some celestial beans. Li Feng elucidated his origins. Oh, so you are a companion of Wukong. Were you the one who resolved the matters concerning the Saiyans? Indeed. And the fish behind you, was that not observed by Master Karen? Master Karen, might I propose an exchange of all the Senzu Beans for the fish at my back? Li Feng, with an unflushed face and steady breath, proposed a transaction. In truth, everyone was aware that the value of the celestial beans far surpassed that of the fish. Yet, Li Feng feigned a pained expression, as if he were enduring a significant loss. Li Feng, the illustrious actor, has made his grand entrance. Ha ha ha, how could I possibly accept such an offer? Master Karen, drooling with anticipation, swiftly produced 3 large jars of divine beans. Take them, he urged, fearing that Li Feng might decline, and immediately seized the fishing net. Li Feng stored all the celestial beans in his personal space. He casually inquired about the origins of these celestial beans. Can they simply be planted underground? He asked. Are there any specific conditions required? None at all, came the reply. Well, if it is indeed that simple, I shall cultivate them myself. After all, leaving them with the immortal Carlin would only lead to their squandered potential. These are strategic resources. In the forthcoming battles, possessing celestial beans will undoubtedly provide a significant advantage. If I were to face Frieza, I could easily counter with a resounding snap. Snap, snap. 120 million in battle power may seem formidable, but are you familiar with the Saiyan constitution? As long as I remain unvanquished, I shall voraciously consume celestial beans, piling them up without restraint. Ahem, just a jest. Enhancing battle power is a gradual process. Li Feng produced a can of mystical beans and sought out a spacious location at Bulma's residence, requesting Dr. Brief to cultivate them. After all, such a significant item surely required the expertise of the doctor to yield the utmost harvest. Dr. Brief, intrigued by this miraculous substance capable of instantaneously healing injuries and restoring stamina, eagerly accepted the task. Once the preliminary preparations were concluded, Li Feng soared to an open area on the outskirts of West City and tossed out Bulma's capsule. With a resounding bang, a nearly 100-meter semi-spherical chamber materialized. This was the gravity training room that Dr. Brief had created at Li Feng's behest. The maximum gravity multiplier had now been modified to an astounding 100 times. Excellent. Li Feng enthusiastically set his goal to acclimate to this 100-fold gravity within a year. Li Feng entered the training chamber and adjusted the gravity to twice its normal level. Suddenly, the unexpected force of gravity caused him to bend at the waist. This double gravity not only increased his physical weight, but also amplified the pressure on his blood and bones. Is this the gravity that Goku and the others trained under? Li Feng marveled in astonishment. It was hard to believe how they managed to endure gravity levels of 100 times or even 300 times greater. However, now that he was in the Dragon Ball world, possessing the Saiyan physique, he too could achieve what they had accomplished. Thus, Li Feng began with basic exercises such as squats and push-ups. Due to his unfamiliarity with the intensified gravity, the energy expended during these fundamental workouts was comparable to his battles with Goku in the past. After half a day, Li Feng had acclimatized to the double gravity. In the afternoon, he commenced simulated combat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ha, 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 ha. Li Feng relentlessly swung his fists and executed whip-like kicks, his form shifting fluidly. The initial lethargy caused by the doubled gravity had long since dissipated, and Li Feng was steadily growing stronger. Chapter 8. A Date with Bulma. Outside the desolate city of West Capital, a hemispherical structure reverberated with terrifying tremors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A week later, Li Feng had fully acclimatized to the 5-fold gravity. Li Feng executed the dance of the void, moving with the swiftness of the wind even under 5-fold gravity. Li Feng relentlessly threw punches, stirring up gusts of wind. His greatest imagined adversary was Frieza, the cosmic overlord from the original tale, who possessed a terrifying battle power of 100 million. However, at present, his own battle power was still insufficient, barely reaching 10,000. Naturally, he could not aim too high. Li Feng's current foe was none other than Vegeta, who was soon to arrive on Earth. Li Feng refrained from accompanying Wukong to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, for he was acutely aware that while the Kaioken significantly amplifies one's power, it also imposes a considerable strain on the body. He pondered whether Wukong's subsequent heart ailment might be linked to this technique. As for the Spirit Bomb, he deemed such a maneuver unnecessary. He firmly believed that as his own combat prowess continued to ascend, he would inevitably triumph over any adversary. Li Feng understands that in the world of Dragon Ball, the mastery of Ki is of utmost importance. Therefore, he is determined to explore and develop new applications of Ki during his training. Kamehameha. Li Feng clasped his hands together and placed them at his waist, instantly gathering a sphere of azure energy. With a triumphant shout, a deep blue shockwave emanated from his palms. Yet, this was merely insufficient. He aspired to master the Kamehameha technique with the same finesse as Goku. He could feel the essence of the Kamehameha he was unleashing. Before striking his target, he deftly maneuvered his hands to the right, causing the energy wave to follow suit. Whoosh! The energy beam gracefully arced around the central control console, poised to collide with the wall. Li Feng's Kamehameha seemed to possess a life of its own, curving elegantly to the right and completing a full circle before striking back. Bang! Hiss! The might of the Kamehameha was indeed formidable. The ferocious impact caused him to grimace in pain. However, he had successfully begun to control the direction of the energy wave. The next step was to refine his precision further. The reality of the battlefield is ever-changing. Opponents do not present themselves as stationary targets. Mastery over one's energy is paramount. Li Feng continued his rigorous training, steadily enhancing his combat prowess. A week passed, with a resounding explosion of terrifying energy waves. The gravity chamber could no longer withstand the pressure and was ultimately breached. Prior to this, Li Feng had deliberately suppressed his aura. However, his growth and strength had been astonishingly rapid. An overwhelming force of energy surged forth as he exited the training room. Freed from the constraints of tenfold gravity, he immediately felt a remarkable lightness enveloping his entire being, as if a mere shift in weight would allow him to float effortlessly without the need for aerial techniques. Every cell in his body thrummed with exhilaration, basking in an unparalleled sense of ease. This was merely the result of a single week of dedicated training. Li Feng has already acclimated to training under tenfold gravity. His physique, strength, and speed have surpassed all levels he possessed prior to entering the training chamber. Presently, Li Feng's combat prowess stands at an astonishing 12,000. The rate of his enhancement is truly remarkable. Well, since the gravity training chamber has been damaged, let us enlist the assistance of Dr. Brief to repair it, while taking the opportunity to deepen the bond with Bulma. Li Feng pondered. It is indeed remarkable how deeply entrenched the Saiyans, like Wukong and Vegeta, are in their training. It appears they are truly addicted, residing in the training room all week. He felt somewhat guilty towards Bulma. Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Bulma arrived in her hovercar, her expression fraught with concern. Li Feng, are you all right? Without a moment's consideration for the invaluable training facility, she rushed to his side, her voice laced with urgency. I'm fine, Bulma, Li Feng replied with a smile. I just accidentally damaged the doctor's gravity training room. Oh, that's a minor issue, she exclaimed, before noticing his attire, or lack thereof. Wait, why aren't you wearing any clothes? In her haste, she had overlooked his state, now blushing at the sight of his bare torso, muscles prominently displayed, radiating a distinctly masculine aura. It's inconvenient to wear clothes while training, especially when sweating, Li Feng explained, a hint of resignation in his tone. Then why not come to my place for a shower? You could rest a bit too, Bulma suggested, covering her face yet peeking through her fingers. Then I shall gladly accept your invitation. One must admit, Bulma's family is indeed the wealthiest on earth. Setting aside their various luxuries, the level of technology is undeniably advanced. Reclining in her bedroom, the robotic massage service provided an exquisite relaxation for his every cell, elevating his entire being. Oh, Li Feng, you're finally out. Come join me for dinner. I haven't seen you in a week, and you look like you've lost weight. At that moment, as Li Feng emerged from the bathroom, he spotted Mrs. Brief, the elegant blonde, by the dining table. Thank you very much, he replied, not hesitating to indulge as he activated his Saiyan appetite. It was undeniable that his Saiyan lineage had significantly increased his consumption. The food in the training room had been devoured long ago. Just like Wukong, he truly is a glutton, Bulma thought, amused by the stark contrast of Li Feng's voraciousness. By the way, Bulma, didn't you mention wanting to go shopping with Li Feng every day? Why not seize this opportunity to go together? Mrs. Brief suggested with a warm smile. Ah well. Bulma glanced at Li Feng, her cheeks instantly reddening. That sounds wonderful. I haven't had much chance to explore the big city. Bulma, would you be willing to show me around? Li Feng seized the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Bulma. How delightful. Bulma radiated joy akin to that of a child. After their meal, the two changed into fresh attire, and once again, Bulma found herself captivated by Li Feng's dashing appearance in his suit, while Li Feng admired Bulma's youthful and exquisite ensemble. It is worth recalling that there was once a tally of Bulma's hairstyles and outfits, each episode showcasing a different look, revealing that when she takes the time to dress up, Bulma possesses a remarkable allure. The pair enjoyed a date in West City, indulging in a shopping spree. Feng could not help but admire the shopping prowess of women, especially when coupled with the purchasing power of wealthy individuals, which was nothing short of terrifying. Simultaneously, he witnessed the splendor of the Dragon Ball world alongside the ordinary lives of common people. Previously, from the protagonist's perspective, he had perceived ordinary individuals as mere cannon fodder, devoid of significance. However, he came to realize that they were indeed vibrant beings, each with their own lives. In future battles, it is imperative to avoid harming the innocent and to safeguard this world diligently. Feng silently resolved within himself. After a day of rendezvous, the bond between Feng and Bulma deepened significantly. Bulma found herself profoundly captivated by the aura that Feng exuded, formidable, witty, humorous, yet possessing the innocent charm of a big boy. Feng's fondness for Bulma grew increasingly profound. As the evening drew to a close, he bid her good night in front of her room. Bulma, feeling a mix of shyness and excitement, returned his farewell. "Good night, and do rest well," she replied, a smile illuminating her face. "I had a wonderful time today, thank you." Seemingly resolved, Bulma suddenly dashed toward Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck, and pressed her rosy lips against his right cheek. In an instant, she fled to her room, shutting the door behind her. Feng gently touched the lipstick on his face, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Patience is key. Emotions must be nurtured over time. Chapter 9. The Saiyan strike 1 year later. Boom, boom. In a bustling metropolis on Earth, 2 colossal explosions reverberated. 2 spherical spaceships crashed into the ground, leaving behind 2 enormous craters. Crack. The hatches of the spaceships opened. "Ah, this is Earth, isn't it? Quite impressive," remarked a man with upright hair and an M-shaped hairline as he stepped out of the spacecraft. "Let us greet these naive inhabitants," he added. Another man, a fierce-looking bald figure, raised his right hand, lifting his index and middle fingers with a casual flick. Boom. It was as though a nuclear bomb had detonated, obliterating the entire city. The Z fighters on Earth sensed the overwhelming surge of energy. "That's enough, Nappa. If this planet suffers too much damage, it won't fetch a high price," Vegeta commented. "True, Vegeta. Let us seek out the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish," Nappa replied excitedly. "First, we need to locate the strongest warrior on this planet, the one who defeated Raditz," Vegeta said as he adjusted his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. "Vegeta, there are more than just a couple of individuals on this planet with a power level exceeding 1,000, Nappa exclaimed in surprise. "Let us go and have some fun with them," Vegeta sneered. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures streaked across the sky like comets. "Gohan," a green-skinned being called out to a small child. "Yes, Uncle Piccolo." "Someone is approaching," Gohan replied. Suddenly, a small bald figure appeared before them. "Hey, it's been a while, Piccolo. You're not here to cause trouble, are you?" Piccolo questioned. "I've been training hard lately." "You must be Gohan from the Turtle School," he added. "Ah, I'm Krillin. You must be Goku's son. You resemble him from his childhood." "Training with Piccolo must have been quite challenging," Krillin said discreetly. "Uncle Piccolo treats me well, and I want to fight alongside him," Gohan declared resolutely. "Enough chit-chat. They are here," Piccolo said, his expression serious as he sensed the immense energy of 2 powerful beings approaching. Whoosh. The 2 figures appeared before them in an instant. Although they were not releasing their energy, the oppressive aura they exuded was palpable. "Waiting for us, were you?" Vegeta mocked. "To be cautious. Let me ask again, what brings you here?" Piccolo said, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he sensed that these 2 were far more formidable than Raditz had been a year prior. "Was it you who killed Raditz?" Vegeta inquired. Voice. "This device can also serve as a communicator," Vegeta pointed to his scouter. "This fellow is a Namekian, otherwise, how could Raditz have been defeated by him?" Nappa remarked. "No, it seems not just him and Kakarot. There is another who appears quite strong," Vegeta recalled. "Regardless, our objective remains the Dragon Balls. Bring them forth," Nappa commanded. "You think I'm a Namekian?" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. "Humph, stop pretending. Your skin color and the antennae on your head clearly mark you as one." "I've taken down several already," Nappa boasted. Although Vegeta and his companions had yet to visit Namek, they had encountered wandering Namekians along the way and learned of the Dragon Ball's legend. "I was about to thank you for informing me of my ancestry," But I am not interested in creating Dragon Balls. My focus is solely on combat, Piccolo declared, adopting a fighting stance. Heh, dealing with you won't require our intervention, Nappa said, pulling out a vial containing 6 seeds. Just cultivating these beings will suffice. He planted the seeds into the ground. Gurgle, gurgle. In mere seconds, 6 diminutive green creatures emerged from the earth. Disgusting, Krillin remarked derisively. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 more figures descended onto the battlefield. Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Huh, more allies have arrived, but they're all useless. Nappa scoffed. 6 in total, just enough for a one-on-one match. This will be entertaining, Vegeta taunted. How dull. I could dispatch them all myself, Piccolo declared, brimming with confidence. Very well, I shall take the lead, Tien announced. Yeah, the cultivator shouted as he charged towards Tien. Huh. Tien swiftly aligned his index and middle fingers, sending the cultivator flying away. Whoosh. The cultivator, struck, flipped in the air, and upon landing, the skin on his head split open, launching an energy blast. Tien deftly dodged. Boom. The energy blast struck a nearby hillside, scorching the earth along its path. Huh. Tien moved rapidly, dodging to the right of the cultivator just as it fired its energy blast, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the creature's head. Thud. The cultivator was knocked out, losing its breath. Humph. That cultivator was far too complacent, Vegeta sneered, casually firing a blast that obliterated the creature. I said to go all out. Vegeta commanded the remaining cultivators. How ruthless, Tien said, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Let me step in now. Allow me to demonstrate how this game concludes, Yamcha said, advancing. This time, you will witness the true strength of the cultivators, Nappa declared as another cultivator charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 figures vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away, engaged in a fierce battle. Wolf Feng Fist. Yamcha unleashed his signature move. Bang, bang, bang. Behind Yamcha, it seemed as though wolves materialized, amplifying his attacks and intensifying the offensive. The cultivator countered skillfully, and the 2 were evenly matched. Huh. The cultivator outstretched its arms, attempting to embrace Yamcha tightly. Yamcha swiftly evaded. Turtle School Kamehameha. In midair, Yamcha launched his attack. The azure energy wave struck the cultivator, sending it crashing to the ground and creating a crater. I find these monsters unimpressive. Leave the rest to me, Yamcha declared confidently. This time, you let your guard down. Vegeta mocked. Crack. The cultivator on the ground emitted a soft sound before latching onto Yamcha. What? Yamcha gasped, feeling an overwhelming surge of life-threatening energy rising behind him. Huh. The cultivator self-destructed. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, creating a massive crater. The classic Yamcha defeat scene unfolded. Yamcha, Krillin cried out in despair. Curse it. Yamcha was far too careless. Witnessing the demise of his companions due to negligence, Krillin gritted his teeth in anguish. Subsequently, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a wave of energy towards the cultivators. Just as they attempted to evade, Krillin raised his hands, instantly dispersing the energy wave into several streams, each hurtling towards the remaining cultivators and Vegeta. The ensuing cacophony echoed as several cultivators were obliterated. Humph, the game is over. As the dust settled, the unscathed figures of Nappa and Vegeta emerged. Indeed, the game has concluded. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice resonated across the battlefield. What? When did this person arrive? Nappa exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Li Feng, who had suddenly appeared beside them. It turned out that Li Feng had detected their presence long before Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth, yet he had suppressed his energy and remained hidden, as the mission had not yet been triggered. Beep. Mission, defeat the Saiyans. Mission reward, basic instant transmission. Li Feng was acutely aware of the significance of this pivotal moment in the narrative. It was inevitable that the system would issue a quest. However, he had to wait until Yamcha met his demise before it was finally released. It seems the system possesses a rather morbid sense of humor. The system queried, "Do you not wish to witness the reenactment of this iconic scene?" Admittedly, while the atmosphere was laden with sorrow, the actual effect was somewhat humorous. "Are you the one who vanquished Raditz?" Vegeta immediately recalled the voice from the communicator. "What?" Nappa exclaimed, astonished. "Humph, it is I, the Great One," Li Feng replied coldly. "Ha ha ha, Raditz was a worthless fool. His death is inconsequential. You possess considerable strength. I might reluctantly consider you as a subordinate," Vegeta arrogantly asserted. No need for that. You are all far too weak, Li Feng declared, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. Chapter 10. The Demise of Nappa. What? The crowd was taken aback by Li Feng's astonishing speed. Li Feng's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear before Ba. Bang! Li Feng gently swung his fist. Boom! That Nappa was struck as if by a cannonball, his massive form instantaneously propelled through layer upon layer of rock. This scoundrel! Vegeta marveled, astonished by the Saiyan's speed, which exceeded his expectations. How formidable! The other Z fighters couldn't help but exclaim. Damn it! Cough! 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 At that moment, the battered Nappa struggled to emerge from the distant rubble, his chest armor shattered and blood spewing from his mouth as he exclaimed fiercely. Just a single punch had left Nappa gravely injured. Huh! Boom! Swish! 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 Nappa was engulfed in rage. A terrifying aura erupted from him. The debris and dust on the ground were swept up, and the immense energy transformed the earth beneath him into a massive crater. I will kill you. Nappa gritted his teeth, unable to tolerate being wounded by such a feeble insect. Whoosh! With a colossal surge of power, Nappa charged toward Li Feng like a ferocious beast. He thought to himself that if Li Feng were to take even a single punch, he would either die or be severely injured. In Li Feng's eyes, Nappa seemed to crawl towards him at a snail's pace. He effortlessly evaded with the slightest of movements. You scoundrel! Nappa, witnessing his attack miss, was instantly consumed by fury and intensified his onslaught. Whoosh! 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 Li Feng's figure moved gracefully, arms crossed, effortlessly evading every attack. No matter how Nappa lunged, even his shadow eluded capture. Huh? Who? At this moment, Nappa panted heavily, unable to tolerate the humiliation inflicted by this lowly earthling upon the noble Saiyan. Nappa could hardly endure the affront that Li Feng had dared to impose upon him. Boy, is evasion all you can manage? Nappa was convinced that Li Feng's speed was merely marginally superior. He believed that if he could land just one blow, victory would surely be his. Li Feng chuckled. What's the matter? Can't even keep up with my shadow? He mocked. You might as well concede. Beside them, Vegeta's forehead was beaded with veins. Hey Nappa, if you can't even defeat a worthless opponent with a power level of 4,000, are you seeking your own demise? Vegeta felt that Nappa had shamed their Saiyan pride. No, Prince Vegeta, I will dispatch this fool immediately. Nappa was drenched in cold sweat, having previously witnessed Vegeta's ruthless methods. Die! Nappa launched his attack once more. Then let us see what you can do. Li Feng decided not to evade this time. With a swift motion, Ba launched a punch directly towards Li Feng's chest. Boom! Li Feng gently blocked with his left hand, steadily absorbing the weighty attack. The released energy reverberated through the air. What? How is this possible? Nab was filled with shock. Having previously confirmed through a detector that Li Feng's combat power was merely 4,000, while his own full strength was clearly 6,000, how could he be at a disadvantage? Before Nab could contemplate further, Li Feng's assault commenced. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of Nappa. Coughing in agony, Nappa expelled a bitter liquid, his entire body propelled into the air. Li Feng moved with astonishing speed, almost as if teleporting, to the rear of Nappa. He then delivered a powerful elbow strike with his left arm. Nappa plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Bang! The tremendous impact created a massive crater upon contact. Dust and smoke billowed into the air, and as it settled, only the weakened figure of Nappa remained on the ground. What? The Z warriors spectating were utterly astonished. Particularly Piccolo, who had made rapid progress in his training over the past year, boasting a combat power of 5,000. Yet, even in the face of Nappa's explosive fury, he had felt a sense of peril. Who would have imagined that Li Feng could toy with Nappa? Just how powerful has he become? Uncle Li Feng is incredibly strong. Gohan marveled, truly deserving of his reputation. This was the first time Krillin witnessed Li Feng in action, and he expressed his admiration. Is this the enigmatic powerhouse known as Li Feng? Remarkable, Tien Shinhan exclaimed. Is this the source of your confidence? Li Feng coldly remarked, cough. In a fit of rage, Nappa spat out another mouthful of blood. Impossible. Such a situation cannot be permitted. His full battle power reached an astounding 6,000, while before him stood merely an insignificant ant with a power level of 4,000. In just a few seconds, he had been knocked down, an immense humiliation. His once proud and dignified identity as a Saiyan had been utterly shattered by Li Feng's overwhelming strength. How infuriating! He yearned to fight once more. Yet he found himself utterly unable to rise. Naba, you are utterly useless. As a noble scion, how could you be defeated by a lowly earthling? Vegeta was furious. Hearing Vegeta's scorn, Naba summoned his last remnants of strength and crawled towards him. Prince Vegeta, save me. I was careless just now. If you grant me another chance, I shall surely deal with that scoundrel once I recover. Naba remained undeterred, desperately pleading with Vegeta. He was still shackled by his pitiful pride, completely oblivious to the true reason for his defeat, attributing it solely to his own negligence. Vegeta raised his right hand. A flicker of hope ignited within Naba. Indeed, Prince Vegeta would not abandon him, he thought. Feng did not intervene. According to the original storyline, Nappa was destined to meet his end at the hands of Vegeta, with his sole mission being to defeat the Saiyans. As long as he ultimately overcame Vegeta, that sufficed. He relished the sight of despair etched across Nappa's face. Humph, I never intended to save you. At that moment, Nappa felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Prince Vegeta, my subordinate does not comprehend your intentions. Nappa presumed he had misheard. Do you truly believe that you can vanquish that individual with your full strength? Vegeta replied coldly, averting his gaze. Of course I can. A foe like him is no match for me when I am serious. Nappa retorted. Foolish. Vegeta interrupted. Do you think he possesses only a battle power of 4,000? Even the Earthlings experience fluctuations in their battle power during combat. In that brief moment, he unleashed a battle power of 9,000. That is the reason for your swift defeat. What? How can this be? Nappa refused to accept this reality. The scouter must be malfunctioning. He desperately insisted. Foolish and ignorant, you have become utterly worthless, Vegeta uttered coldly. You are no different from that trash, Raditz. Perish here. With that, Vegeta conjured a white energy sphere in his hand and unleashed it directly at the prostrate Nappa. No, Prince Vegeta. Nappa cried out in despair, unable to fathom that it was not Feng who would end his life, but the very prince he had always revered. No, Nappa shouted in anguish. Boom. The energy wave ruthlessly detonated upon Nappa, obliterating any trace of his vitality. What? Were they not comrades? Krillin and the others were left in shock. Even Piccolo was taken aback, unable to believe the cruelty of this scion, capable of slaying his own ally. Truly merciless. Feng had already anticipated this scene. Waste should not exist in this world. It appears you have the potential to become my subordinate. Vegeta extended an olive branch to Feng. Humph, I decline. Is that so? Though your battle power is 9,000, you are still far from my match. Vegeta proclaimed, issuing a stern warning. Is that so? Then I shall return your words to you, unaltered. Feng spoke coldly. Chapter 11, Battle against Vegeta. Tabo seek death. Vegeta accelerated, delivering a powerful punch towards Feng. Bang! Feng engaged in a fierce duel. The shockwaves of their punches reverberated through the air. Quite intriguing. Vegeta scoffed. In an instant, Vegeta launched a rapid offensive, his left fist striking out with equal force. Bang! 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 The velocity of their assaults escalated, each blow resonating with increasing intensity. Whoosh! 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 Their movements became nearly indistinguishable, resembling a blur in the air. Incredible! I can hardly perceive their actions. Krillin exclaimed in awe. Piccolo's expression darkened, turning a deeper shade of green as cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Even he could barely catch glimpses of their fleeting shadows, unable to discern their precise maneuvers. Could it be that the disparity in strength between himself and Feng was so vast? Reluctantly, Piccolo had to concede that Feng was indeed far superior to him. Feng and Vegeta intertwined in a fierce clash, each unleashing a powerful punch that sent the other sprawling. Not bad at all, for a warm-up. Vegeta scoffed with a disdainful smile. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true power of this prince. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of formidable energy erupted from Vegeta's being, his aura intensifying and radiating an aura of terror. Dust swirled violently around them. Incredible! Exclaimed Tien and the other Z warriors in shock. Was this merely a warm-up? The energy was utterly terrifying. One slight brush could lead to catastrophic consequences. Vegeta continued to amass power, an ethereal white energy swirling around him before finally stabilizing. Ha ha ha! Behold, this is my full strength. Vegeta proclaimed with arrogance. Is that all you've got? Feng casually dug at his ear. You're as good as dead. Prepare to perish. Vegeta could no longer tolerate Feng's insolence. With such immense strength, Feng should have been left in awe, begging for mercy. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, the air crackled with energy. Behold the prince's trick. Vegeta rapidly gathered energy into a powerful barrage, unleashing it upon Li Feng like a hailstorm of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless energy orbs mercilessly hurtled toward Li Feng. The sheer force of the energy blast's aftermath forced Krillin and the others to activate their defensive shields. This is disastrous. The power is overwhelming. Can Li Feng withstand it? Krillin gasped, filled with trepidation for his comrade. The ground lay devastated in the wake of the assault. Ha ha ha. That arrogant fool must be reduced to mere fragments by now. Vegeta confidently surmised that his energy blast had struck Li Feng with devastating force. Under such a frenzied onslaught, survival seemed impossible. Is this truly your full strength? As the smoke cleared, Li Feng's cold voice echoed back. Well done, Uncle Li Feng. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Li Feng's aura is even stronger than before. Piccolo remarked in astonishment. What? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Li Feng's silhouette emerged distinctly before everyone. Not only was he unscathed, but his attire bore not a single mark of damage. How could this be? During their previous confrontation, Vegeta had assessed Li Feng's battle power to be approximately 10,000, while his own full-strength energy blast reached 15,000, which should have decisively vanquished Li Feng. Yet here he stood, utterly unharmed? This development took Vegeta by surprise. Could it be that Li Feng's true battle power exceeds 10,000? Vegeta activated his power scouter. 16,000. The reading displayed by the scouter astonished him. Oomph. Ha ha. Vegeta's excitement surged even further. Now, there was meaning in overcoming you. His own maximum battle power was 18,000, still sufficient to dominate Li Feng. The Saiyans' combative nature ignited a fervor within him. Vegeta understood that battling a formidable foe would only enhance his own strength. You shall become the touchstone of my ascendance. I shall slay you as a token of my gratitude. Ha! With renewed vigor, Vegeta charged fiercely towards Li Feng. Ha! Li Feng erupted with fury, confronting Vegeta head-on. The two commenced their second battle, their speeds now doubled, rendering Krillin and the others unable to perceive their figures. Only Piccolo could barely catch glimpses of their afterimages post-collision. Bang! 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 The shockwaves of their combat reverberated through the air, and the sheer energy they emanated was sufficient to shatter mountains. Not only were there spectators on Earth. On North Kai's planet, North Kai observed the fierce clash between Li Feng and Vegeta, increasingly alarmed. The ferocity of their duel was terrifying, and it seemed that even Goku would struggle against them. Indeed, Goku was hastening back to Earth. After a year of intense training, Goku's normal combat power reached 15,000, a stark contrast to his original 8,000 during the same period in the original storyline. This remarkable increase was attributed not only to his rapid ascension in power during his confrontation with Li Feng, but also to the formidable challenge posed by Li Feng, which spurred Goku to train with unparalleled diligence. Of course, the influence of the Senzu Beans provided by Li Feng was indispensable as well. After all, the near-death power-up of the immortal Saiyans was a crucial mechanic to exploit during the early stages. The two powerful energies sensed on Earth must belong to Li Feng and his companions. Hurry! Goku unleashed his energy and sped through Snake Way. His intense focus on training had caused him to lose track of time. Boom! The velocity of the two warriors escalated. But Li Feng seized upon a flaw in Vegeta's defense, landing a punch squarely on Vegeta's face. Cough! In a duel between masters, a mere second can determine victory or defeat. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. As Vegeta was struck, his breathing slowed, and the openings in his defense multiplied. Li Feng seized this opportunity with fervor, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Vegeta's form. Following this, a swift sidekick propelled Vegeta into the air. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the airborne Vegeta. With both hands united, he delivered a crushing blow, sending Vegeta crashing into the ground with tremendous force. The impact, akin to that of a cannonball, created a massive crater where Vegeta fell. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his condition becoming dire. This sequence of attacks had just been employed against Naba, a tactic he had previously dismissed, only to find himself on the receiving end. What an utter humiliation. Infuriated, Vegeta seethed with rage. You have thoroughly provoked this prince. Rising once more, he extended his hands backward in unison. With a swift motion, Vegeta began to gather energy, a purple wave coalescing in his palms. How is this possible? Krillin gasped, trembling in astonishment. Prepare to be annihilated by the prince's ultimate strike, he bellowed. Gallic gun. Vegeta roared, thrusting the violet energy beam towards Li Feng. Humph. Come forth. Li Feng was preparing to confront B, his hands gathering energy. A blue aura coalesced in his palms. Kamehameha. The brilliant azure wave clashed with the violet Gallic gun, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the surrounding mountains. Damn it. Vegeta could scarcely believe that Li Feng could withstand his full-force attack. Vegeta unleashed all his power, only to find his energy wave being repelled. Impossible. I cannot lose to someone with a battle power of merely 16,000. As Vegeta pondered this perplexity, his scouter began to beep incessantly. Beep, beep, beep. To his astonishment, Li Feng's battle power continued to soar. 16,000, 17,000, 18,000, 19,000, 20,000. Suddenly, the scouter exploded. What? 20,000. Impossible. By the time he grasped this reality, his Gallic gun had been completely rebuffed, engulfed by the overwhelming shockwave. Chapter 12. Vegeta. The great ape Vegeta was consumed by the Kamehameha, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion that birthed a mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, he was left bloodied. His armor shattered, and his energy diminished. What terrifying power! Piccolo's visage turned a deeper shade of green. The sheer magnitude of the energy waves was staggering. Should he encounter even a fraction of such power, he would be annihilated. Thankfully, Li Feng had relented at the last moment. Seeing that Vegeta still clung to life, Li Feng relaxed. He understood that Vegeta was a pivotal character in this narrative and could not be easily slain. Thus, during the final counterattack, he skillfully moderated the Kamehameha's energy, ensuring that Vegeta sustained only severe injuries. At this juncture, Vegeta's condition was far worse than in the original narrative during his clash with Goku. His battle power had dwindled to a mere 6,000. Slowly, he struggled to rise. It was evident that he had suffered a complete and utter defeat. As a proud Saiyan prince, he could scarcely accept such a humiliating loss. He ascended slowly, his expression fierce. This time, I will utterly vanquish you. What? He still has strength left? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. It was clear to any observer that Vegeta was no match for Li Feng, yet he still harbored a hidden reserve. Mr. Li Feng, please defeat him immediately. Do not allow him to unleash his final gambit. Krillin shouted, his fear of this ruthless and formidable Saiyan intensifying. Li Feng remained calm and composed, stating, it's nothing. Even if he unleashes his power, he is no match for me. At this moment, Klin realized that Li Feng, much like Wukong, was a battle enthusiast, eager to engage in combat at Vegeta's most formidable state. However, upon witnessing Li Feng's confident demeanor, he could only place his trust in him. Humph, foolish one. You have yet to comprehend the true terror of the Saiyan race. Allow me to enlighten you. Vegeta soared into the sky, continuously surveying his surroundings. Soon, he was struck with astonishment. What? Where is the moon of this planet? Stop searching. The moon has long been obliterated. Li Feng was aware that Vegeta was about to transform into a great ape. How did you know I was searching for the moon? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Li Feng smiled silently. Humph, it matters not. I can create it myself. With that, Vegeta conjured a white energy sphere in his right hand, thrusting it into the air before squeezing it. Boom. The white energy sphere blazed with brilliant light, instantly expanding. Ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily, his gaze fixed intently on the artificial moon. He roared. His tail thickened, his once familiar visage contorted into a monstrous form, hair sprouting across his body, and simultaneously, his physique grew larger. Roar. Vegeta transformed into a colossal gorilla, towering several meters high. Thud. His massive frame crashed to the ground, creating a tremendous crater. Damn, is this the power of a Saiyan? Piccolo broke into a cold sweat. A year ago, he had witnessed Gohan's transformation into a gorilla with his own eyes. The destruction it wrought was immense. Left with no choice, he resolved to obliterate the moon. It's a great ape. Krillin and the others were engulfed in terror. In his youth, he had seen Goku transform into a great ape, turning savage, nearly losing his own life in the process. It was over. Krillin felt despair wash over him. The devastation Goku unleashed in his great ape form had been terrifying. How much more so now with the fearsome Vegeta? It seemed that even Li Feng had no means to contend with him. Was Earth destined for annihilation today? Ha! How do you like that, arrogant fool? You are no match for this prince now. Vegeta regained his confidence. In his great ape form, his battle power soared to 60,000, far surpassing Li Feng's. Oh, Is that so? How does it feel to be repeatedly humiliated? Li Feng scoffed. Go die? Enraged, Vegeta accelerated towards Li Feng. Boom. The ground trembled. Huh. Li Feng let out a thunderous roar. Subsequently, an immense energy erupted from within him. Boom. Li Feng began to harness his energy, a terrifying current swirling around his body. The earth trembled, and energy rippled through the air. What? Li Feng had not exerted his full strength until now. Krillin and the others were once again taken aback. Huh. Vegeta swung his massive fist, intent on reducing Li Feng to mere pulp. With a surge of energy, Li Feng deftly evaded the attack. Bang! Vegeta's colossal fist struck the mountain, instantly shattering it to pieces. Stepping forward, he created a vast crater beneath him as his imposing figure charged toward Li Feng. You shall not escape. Vegeta accelerated once more. Though his battle power had multiplied tenfold, his size hindered any significant increase in speed. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Li Feng was toying with Vegeta. Uncle Li Feng is making Vegeta dance in circles. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Li Feng is truly formidable. Krillin marveled countless times. How infuriating. Vegeta realized he could not even graze Li Feng. Transforming into a giant ape, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of purple energy balls that surged toward Li Feng. Boom, 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 boom. Not a single hit landed. Yet the terrifying energy waves flattened the terrain. Is this all you can muster? It is time to conclude this. Li Feng, consumed by fury, charged fiercely towards Vegeta, seeking confrontation. Vegeta, undeterred, unleashed his colossal fist towards Li Feng once more. This time, Li Feng chose not to evade, retaliating with a powerful right punch of his own. The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. The air trembled, and the shockwave obliterated the surrounding hills into mere flatlands. Cough. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly massive and imposing Vegeta was sent flying after clashing fists with Li Feng. Vegeta felt as if his right fist had struck an invisible wall, resulting in the fracturing of his finger bones, sending him hurtling backward. No, impossible. Fear gripped Vegeta once again. How could his formidable battle power of 60,000 fail to match Li Feng in a direct confrontation? What was the true extent of his strength? At that moment, a white aura coalesced around Li Feng, his energy ascending exponentially. If a combat device were to gauge his battle power at that instant, it would reveal an astonishing rise from 60,000 to 80,000, and then to 100,000. Boom. Li Feng, having completed his energy cultivation, radiated with a luminous aura, resembling a miniature sun. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth. A white essence gushed from within him. Indeed, a staggering combat power of 100,000. After a year of relentless training, Li Feng had fully acclimated to the rigors of the hundredfold gravity training chamber. At this moment, he surpassed the strength of Goku when he first arrived on Namek. Although he lacked the Kaioken technique, he possessed his own formidable trump card. The full-powered Kamehameha significantly amplified his true fighting prowess. How could this be? Though Vegeta was arrogant, he was no fool. Sensing Li Feng's overwhelming energy before him, he was engulfed in shock and trepidation. Boom. In the fleeting moment of Vegeta's astonishment, Li Feng moved with astonishing speed, almost as if he had teleported, arriving before Vegeta in an instant. With a powerful fist, he struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Bang! Cough! Vegeta, racked with pain, spat out a bitter liquid, his massive form being propelled backward. Whoosh! Li Feng once again teleported to the position where Vegeta was sent flying, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the latter's back. Vegeta sensed a menacing threat looming behind him, yet his body remained unresponsive. With a thunderous roar akin to an explosion, Li Feng shattered Vegeta's battle armor. Vegeta was propelled backwards like a mere rubber ball. Bang! 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 Li Feng's speed escalated rapidly, his form almost flickering with each movement, as he consistently materialized behind the struck Vegeta, delivering a barrage of powerful blows. Thud! Ultimately, Li Feng soared above Vegeta, bringing his hands down forcefully, once more driving Vegeta into the ground. Chapter 13, Defeating Vegeta. Bang! A colossal shadow plummeted to the earth. The terrifying tremor induced a minor earthquake. This is where it ends. Li Feng had grown weary of play and decided it was time to fulfill his task. With a casual flick, he unleashed an energy blast aimed at Vegeta's tail. Vegeta roared in fury, yet was rendered impotently enraged. Whoosh! The energy blast effortlessly obliterated Vegeta's tail. Vegeta howled in agony as his form gradually diminished and his fur began to vanish. The intensifying pain, coupled with the decline of his power, magnified his suffering. At that moment, Vegeta's aura waned, leaving him unable to stand. Cursed fate! Vegeta lamented weakly. Tap, tap, tap. As Li Feng approached, the impotent rage of Vegeta made the sound of his footsteps resonate like the tolling of a death knell. He realized that Li Feng could easily extinguish his life now. Fear enveloped Vegeta. Get lost. You are far too weak now. Li Feng expressed disdain. What? Klin and the others were taken aback and perplexed. Yet it was solely Li Feng who held the power to determine Vegeta's fate. They could only acquiesce to his decision. What? Vegeta thought he must have misheard. Li Feng had actually spared his life. Fearful of a change of heart from Li Feng, he scrambled towards the spaceship. Once Vegeta successfully boarded the spacecraft, his arrogance resurfaced. Just wait. Next time I will personally end you. You will never be my equal, Li Feng retorted coldly. Humph. Vegeta piloted the spacecraft, swiftly departing from Earth. Beep. Mission accomplished. Defeat the Saiyan. Mission reward. Basic instant transmission. At last, the task was completed. Li Feng was exhilarated. The most thrilling aspect, of course, was the reward. As he received the accolade, whoosh, a refreshing sensation enveloped Li Feng's mind, revealing insights into the art of instantaneous movement. In that moment, he effortlessly mastered the rudiments of teleportation, finding its execution as natural and simple as commanding his own limbs. System. What accounts for the varying levels of instantaneous movement? Li Feng also wishes to comprehend the specifics of the tiered system. The basic level of instant transmission is akin to the technique employed by the Yardratans, allowing movement to a location where energy can be sensed. The intermediate level of instant transmission, akin to that utilized by the Supreme Kais, enables relocation to a known coordinate without the necessity of sensing energy. The advanced level of instant transmission permits travel to any location across different universes, devoid of any constraints. What? Li Feng was astonished. He realized that he could predict the effects of intermediate teleportation, while the advanced version could actually traverse different universes. This was utterly invincible. If he were to encounter an opponent he could not defeat, a single high-tier teleport could transport him to another universe. Not even a god of destruction or the Omni King could contend with that. However, the advanced teleportation technique consumed a significant amount of energy, and given the host's current weakness, it was entirely unusable. The system doused Li Feng's fantasies with cold water. Well, one must take life slowly and savor it. Li Feng believed that possessing the ability of basic teleportation was already quite remarkable. He would contemplate further advancements in his strength at a later time. Li Feng, you are incredibly powerful, exclaimed Krillin. At that moment, a Z warrior observing the battle approached Li Feng. Indeed, Uncle Li Feng is formidable. He defeated that malevolent Saiyan. Gohan declared with admiration. However, allowing him to escape this time may result in him becoming even stronger next time, Piccolo cautioned. It's of little consequence. It is merely a minor issue. As long as we continue to grow stronger, that is what truly matters, Li Feng encouraged his companions. While they were engaged in conversation, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped them. Huh? That energy belongs to Dad, Gohan exclaimed, sensing the powerful presence with excitement. Hey, it's Goku. He asked back. Krillin also detected Goku's energy. Has even Son Goku grown so powerful? Piccolo mused, acknowledging that while Goku may not surpass Li Feng and Vegeta, he was undoubtedly much stronger than himself. Everyone is here. A figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared in midair. It was indeed Goku. Wait. Where is Yamcha? He greeted everyone, noticing the absence of Yamcha. Yamcha was too careless, Krillin lamented. Indeed, Goku replied, his initial enthusiasm now dampened. The innocent lives lost due to the Saiyan's assault would eventually be revived using the Dragon Balls. Li Feng consoled. Indeed. The previously heavy atmosphere shifted. By the way, I just sensed two extraordinarily powerful presences. One must be you, Li Feng, while the other belongs to someone named Vegeta. Where is he? Goku surveyed the surroundings. Unable to locate Vegeta. I just defeated him and let him go. You arrived too late, Li Feng replied. Oh, how could this be? I was hoping for an exhilarating battle this time. Goku frowned, then brightened. Li Feng, let's spar. I've become significantly stronger. The combative Saiyan spirit within Goku surged once more. Wait, Goku, Li Feng has just finished battling and must be quite fatigued. This may not be wise, Krillin interjected on Li Feng's behalf. Indeed, Dad. Uncle Li Feng must have expended a considerable amount of energy, Gohan also cautioned. Not to worry, I hardly exerted myself earlier. A match with Goku now would be quite fitting, Li Feng reassured them. Li Feng is unafraid of challenges. No, Li Feng, this is still unfair. Please consume a Senzu Bean to regain your strength. I wish to defeat you in a fair contest. Wukong also recognized that his previous considerations were somewhat flawed, and he hoped that after Li Feng restored his energy, they could engage in a battle of equals. In the original narrative, Wukong had previously offered Senzu Beans to sell during the games, demonstrating his commitment to fairness even against such a nefarious adversary. Thus, in treating his good friend Li Feng, he would certainly not take advantage. Li Feng was acutely aware that without consuming the magical beans, he would be unable to engage in a worthy battle with Wukong. Thus, he resorted to selecting one from his vast reserves of these mystical beans. Indeed, a year prior, he had exchanged fish with the guardian Carlin for a portion of these beans, which he had subsequently cultivated into several acres of flourishing crops under the guidance of Dr. Brief. His storage was now brimming with these precious beans. The notion of exhaustion was unfathomable. Once both had ingested the beans, their energies returned to normal. Wukong and Li Feng distanced themselves, poised for combat. Such was the nature of battle enthusiasts. It was truly remarkable, Krillin reflected. Gohan, pay close attention. These high-level encounters will undoubtedly refine your martial skills, Piccolo advised, assuming the role of mentor. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's eyes widened in anticipation. How formidable had Wukong become after his training? Tianjin also shared in the excitement. Chapter 14. Sun Wukong, King Kai fist with a resounding ha? Wukong ignited his aura first. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A tremendous energy exploded forth from Wukong's being. During his flight to Earth, he had sensed Li Feng's terrifying aura and dared not hold back, unleashing his full power from the outset. What? Piccolo was taken aback. He had assumed that after a year of training, while he might not surpass Li Feng, he would at least be on par with Wukong. Yet this overwhelming energy was palpably superior to his own. How infuriating that even Sun Wukong had grown so formidable. Boom. In an instant, Li Feng and Wukong's fists collided. The sheer force was terrifying. Wukong distinctly felt the weight of Li Feng's profound strength. The impact on his right hand was staggering, leaving it momentarily numb. Nevertheless, the Saiyan blood within him surged with fervor. Tap, 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 tap. Undaunted, Wukong accelerated, launching himself towards Li Feng with renewed vigor. Li Feng was also exhilarated as he engaged in combat with Wukong. Their powerful fists clashed, producing a series of explosive sounds. This was the essence of hand-to-hand combat. This embodied the spirit of the Saiyans. The two continued to exchange blows, their fighting prowess escalating with each encounter. After more than a year of rigorous training, their combat abilities had significantly improved compared to a year prior. The intensity of their battle rivaled that of Li Feng's recent confrontation with Vegeta. With a fierce cry, after dozens of exchanges, Li Feng deliberately exposed a flaw. Wukong, filled with excitement, aimed to deliver a punch to Li Feng's chest. In a swift motion, Li Feng unexpectedly unleashed his afterimage fist. In an instant, Li Feng appeared behind Wukong, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent him flying. Cough. In the realm of skilled combatants, the outcome hangs by a mere thread. Wukong quickly found himself at a disadvantage, plummeting heavily toward the ground. Bang! A massive human-shaped crater formed once again upon impact. It remains uncertain whether he holds a grudge against the Saiyans, but after Nappa and Vegeta, yet another colossal pit emerged, created by a Saiyan. Wukong, Dad, Krillin, and Gohan, who were spectating, called out in concern. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Li Feng in the air. Li Feng, you are truly formidable. I will unleash the fruits of my training. Wukong bellowed, double Kaioken. Whoosh. An astonishing aura erupted around Wukong once more. This time not in a white hue, but a dark crimson. What an intimidating presence. Krillin sensed that Wukong's energy had doubled in an instant. Continue. Wukong re-entered the fray for a second round. His combat strength had now soared to 30,000. Yet, Li Feng effortlessly blocked Wukong's assaults. Thud. With another swift movement, Li Feng delivered a kick to Wukong's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Wukong crashed into a mountain peak, the sheer force of the impact shattering several summits, ultimately embedding him into the stone wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Wukong's body bore the brunt of Li Feng's heavy blows and the strain of the Kaioken, leaving him injured. However, he remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, Wukong once again concentrated the dark crimson energy around him. Triple Kaioken. Wukong pushed himself to the limit. The explosive speed of the Kaioken propelled him directly before Li Feng, delivering a solid punch to his opponent. Witnessing its effect, Wukong immediately intensified his assault, determined to defeat Li Feng before his own body could no longer endure the strain. Initially, Li Feng was taken aback by the sudden surge in Wukong's speed. However, after numerous confrontations, Li Feng gradually enhanced his own combat prowess. The battle evolved from Li Feng being at a disadvantage to achieving parity, and eventually, Wukong found himself on the back foot once more. The crimson and white energies erupted, resembling two fierce tornadoes colliding violently. Gradually, Li Feng's combat strength surpassed Wukong's once again, and his speed experienced a significant boost. Thud, 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 thud. Li Feng struck with a fist as formidable as a hammer, aiming at Wukong, who could only raise both hands to block, barely managing to defend himself. Bang! Li Feng delivered a knee strike that sent Wukong hurtling through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng intensified his assault. The sound of impact echoed, bang, 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 as the terrifying force shattered the surrounding rocks. The continuously fracturing stones bore witness to the ferocity of their battle. Alas, ultimately, Wukong's strength proved insufficient as Li Feng's kick struck his back. Whoosh! Wukong fell like a shooting star, crashing once more to the earth. Boom! Dust billowed, and the ground sank beneath him. Quadruple Kaioken. Wukong endured yet another grievous injury. Yet his spirit remained unyielding. He transcended his limits once again. Boom! A more formidable aura enveloped him. Wukong understood that only one final move could determine the outcome. Kamehameha. Wukong placed his hands at his waist, beginning to gather energy. Another Kamehameha? Li Feng secretly rejoiced, also unleashing his energy. Pa! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sand and stone swirled, and dust filled the air. Two opposing energies, one red and one white, expanded ominously. Energy. The two azure beams of light grew increasingly brilliant as terrifying power coalesced. What? This energy is far more fearsome than during his encounter with Vegeta. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, was astonished by their might. How could this be possible? Piccolo too was taken aback. Not to mention Li Feng's strength, Wukong's current energy could obliterate him entirely. Kamehameha. Boom. As the final energy gathering concluded, both warriors unleashed their Kamehameha waves simultaneously. The two formidable energies clashed violently, creating a colossal wave at their center. The terrain was instantly ravaged, and the unleashed energy raged uncontrollably, howling winds forcing the onlookers to activate their protective shields. Pushed to the brink of his physical limits, Wukong struggled to maintain his quad Kaioken. Despite this, during the energy clash, Wukong's Kamehameha was at a disadvantage, showing signs of being pushed back. No, I must break through my limits. Wukong was determined to fight with all his might. You can't, Wukong. Your body cannot endure this. Far away on King Kai's planet, the North Kai observed the fierce battle on Earth. He understood that although Wukong had trained, he could only bear the burden of the quadruple Kaioken. Fivefold Kaioken. Wukong roared, his muscles bulging like mountains, his energy intensifying and erupting like a volcano. His Kamehameha thickened instantly, pushing back towards Li Feng. Fivefold Kaioken. This was Wukong's ultimate effort, a battle power that surpassed limits. 75,000. However, Li Feng's full power stood at 100,000. Seeing Wukong fighting desperately, Li Feng realized that if he did not unleash his full strength, defeat was imminent. Li Feng's arms bulged with veins, and in an instant, he elevated his energy. This ends here. Drink. Boom. With Li Feng's furious roar, his Kamehameha surged in strength once more, completely overpowering Goku. Goku found himself unable to unleash a stronger Kamehameha, succumbing to the overwhelming force. Chapter 15. A brief respite. Goku was powerless to summon a mightier Kamehameha as he was consumed by the colossal energy. Boom. Like a cataclysmic upheaval, the immense energy effortlessly ravaged the terrain. As the dust settled, Goku lay battered and bruised upon the ground, his breath shallow. Goku, Dad, Krillin, Gohan, and the others anxiously rushed to Goku's side. In this sparring match, Goku had indeed faced defeat. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Goku's feeble voice emerged. Alas, Goku, This is the consequence of transcending your limits without regard for your own body. The five-fold Kaioken is beyond your current mastery, far away on King Kai's planet. North Kai observed Goku's condition and could not help but lament. Goku now exuded a faint aura, his bones nearly shattered, and his injuries were more severe than after his fierce battle with Vegeta in the original tale. Li Feng soared towards Wukong, presenting him with a mystical bean. With the assistance of Gohan, Wukong struggled to ingest the bean, his breath gradually returning to a state of normalcy. Ah, I am alive again. At that moment, Wukong sensed that all his injuries had completely vanished, fully healed, and his vitality surged, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Li Feng also perceived that after consuming the magical beans, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had significantly escalated. Upon checking with the battle device, it displayed Sun Wukong 20,000. Truly, he is a Saiyan. As an indomitable force, his fighting capacity continues to surge even after enduring defeat. Ha ha ha, Li Feng, thank you. I am determined to become even stronger and will seek you out for a sparring session afterwards. Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Of course, that would be delightful. Li Feng was also quite pleased. With such an excellent sparring partner, oh no, an outstanding training companion, his own combat prowess would undoubtedly continue to enhance. At that moment, a large jet aircraft soared towards Li Feng and his companions. Gohan, my Gohan. Before the doors even opened, they heard Chi-Chi's anxious voice. As the plane landed, Chi-Chi leaped out and hurriedly embraced Gohan. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng and Dad drove the enemies away. Gohan reassured her. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Chi-Chi, not having caught the latter part of Gohan's words, continued to comfort him tightly. Li Feng, are you all right? I heard Master Roshi say the battle here was intense. Shortly after, Bulma descended from the aircraft, her expression tense as she scrutinized Li Feng and examined him thoroughly. Oh dear, how did you sustain such severe injuries? It must hurt terribly. Bulma expressed her concern, her heart aching at the sight of his wounds. It's nothing. Those are merely the result of a friendly spar with Goku. Nothing to worry about. Huh? Weren't you fighting that evil Saiyan? How did you end up sparring with Goku? Li Feng elucidated the sequence of events. Despite the appearance of a prolonged battle, the actual duration of the conflict, from the moment Vegeta and his companions arrived on Earth to Goku's defeat, was less than 2 hours. Although the original story arc on Namek spanned just over a day, it encompassed numerous episodes. Humph. Goku, have you finally decided to return? You truly are a scoundrel. Kiki exclaimed upon seeing Goku's playful demeanor, her frustration dissipating as she ultimately leapt into his embrace to voice her grievances. The two mightiest warriors found themselves at the mercy of a woman's complaints, exchanging knowing smiles. The group reconvened at Bulma's home for a meal while simultaneously discussing post-war arrangements. The first order of business was to address the casualties inflicted upon the Saiyans and the devastation wrought upon the cities. Initially, the intention was to utilize the Dragon Balls to restore what was lost. However, having made a wish just a year prior, they discovered they would have to wait another month before using them again. Additionally, the Dragon Balls on Earth could only grant a single wish, necessitating a journey to Namek to utilize their Dragon Balls instead. Does Namek also possess Dragon Balls? Krillin inquired, astonished. Indeed. The Dragon Balls of Earth were crafted by the Namekians, and the Supreme Kai is also a Namekian. This is something you should be aware of, Piccolo, Li Feng explained. Li Feng remarked to Piccolo, indeed, the last time that Saiyan named Vegeta mentioned it, I too am curious about the situation on Namek. This time, I am determined to venture there, Piccolo resolutely affirmed. However, there lies the formidable foe Frieza, who seeks the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. So this expedition undoubtedly poses great peril. That suits me perfectly. To engage with a powerful adversary is an exhilarating prospect, Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. At that moment, Gohan timidly interjected, I wish to go as well. The group was taken aback, particularly Chi-Chi, who was astounded and quickly interposed. Gohan, are you out of your mind? It is exceedingly dangerous there. It is one thing for that fool Goku to go, but why would you act so recklessly? Mother, I am also a human from Earth. A warrior. Today, had it not been for Dad or Uncle Li Feng's timely arrival, Earth would have been in grave danger. What if they are not here in the future when peril arises? Gohan's resolve grew stronger with every word. Chi-Chi had never witnessed Gohan so adamantly oppose her. Yet she still sought to dissuade him. Chi-Chi, in truth, Gohan is quite powerful. Initially, that Raditz nearly defeated both me and Piccolo. But it was Gohan's explosive strength that saved us, Goku explained from the sidelines. Indeed, Gohan has been training with Piccolo for a year, significantly enhancing his abilities. Moreover, should any real danger arise, I can always use instant transmission to bring them back. Li Feng also assured. Instantaneous movement? What is that? Yukong inquired. Hee. Just wait a moment. Li Feng immediately sensed the aura of other powerful beings on Earth. He found them. Li Feng exclaimed with exhilaration, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Whoosh. Huh? Where did Li Feng go? How did he suddenly disappear, along with his presence? At that moment, Clint noticed that Li Feng had completely faded from their sight, and his energy had also dissipated. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, whoosh, two figures suddenly materialized. Li Feng appeared holding the Akira lobe. Hey, wait a moment, what is happening? The Akira lobe was just resting atop the tower when it was suddenly grasped by a massive hand. This is what one might call instantaneous transportation. Li Feng elucidated to the gathering that as long as one could perceive the energy, one could instantaneously arrive at its location. Thus, succumbing to Gohan's earnest pleas and reassured by Li Feng and Goku's persistent guarantees, Chi-Chi reluctantly acquiesced. Gohan was merely to observe, and should any danger arise, Li Feng vowed to use instant transmission to return him to Earth. Furthermore, Goku introduced Tien, Chaos, and Krillin to the prospect of training on North Chaos Planet. The narrative unfolded in a manner consistent with the original tale. Meanwhile, Piccolo embarked on a spaceship to Namek, serving as a positioning coordinate for Li Feng, while Goku and Gohan remained on Earth alongside Li Feng for training. As night fell and the others departed, only Bulma and Li Feng remained in the desolate expanse. Li Feng, must you leave so soon? Bulma lamented, fully aware of Li Feng's imminent departure. There is still so much time I can spend with you. Li Feng spoke gently. Even a wooden figure could discern Bulma's intentions. Then you must prove it to me. That night, the lives of the two were elevated to a new realm. Chapter 16, The Spirit Tree. It must be said, the process of life's elevation is truly enchanting. Bulma was as tender as flowing water. In the following days, Li Feng and Bulma spent their honeymoon exploring various mountains and rivers, reveling in the beauty of nature. They also visited urban attractions, experiencing the splendor of the metropolis. One day, Bulma suggested inviting friends for a picnic. The guests were Krillin and Gohan, both of whom were thrilled to see Li Feng. Huh? Li Feng? You and Bulma are together? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I will take good care of her from now on. I'm just worried about you. Can you handle her temper? Krillin whispered to Li Feng. Krillin, huh? Bulma's response to Krillin was far from gentle. She transformed into a fiery woman. Are you implying that I usually have a bad temper and am fierce? And no. Krillin dared not meet her gaze. Ha 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 ha. Li Feng and Wu Fan burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, a meteor streaked down from the heavens, crashing into the nearby woods. With a thunderous roar, it created a massive crater and unleashed an astonishing wave of heat, igniting a conflagration. The trees caught fire, and the flames rapidly spread, transforming the entire mountain forest into a sea of fire. What on earth is happening? Krillin turned around to discover the forest ablaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to extinguish the flames using his energy. Li Feng proposed an idea. Subsequently, Li Feng, Klin, and Wu Fan ascended into the sky, releasing their energy from their palms, which summoned a fierce wind that extinguished the raging flames. Li Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. It seemed to him that nothing of significance had transpired during this period. After defeating Vegeta, he should have been heading to Namek. Crack! As the flames extinguished, charred branches fell to the ground, and the once lush forest lay in ruins, transformed into a desolate wasteland. Alas, the animals had been left homeless, Gohan lamented. Ding! A mission has been issued. Defeat Dales. Mission reward. Method for cultivating the fruit of the tree of spirit. Would you like to accept? At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Accept. Li Feng replied without hesitation. However, he soon felt perplexed. The cultivation method of the spirit tree's fruit? Was it not simply a matter of planting the spirit tree's fruit directly on the planet to absorb its nutrients? Li Feng inquired. That is an erroneous cultivation method. The fruits of the spiritual tree cannot all be acquired at the expense of sacrificing planets. A new cultivation technique can enable the spiritual tree to absorb energy in a more reasonable manner while still achieving the same effect. Upon this realization, Li Feng immediately recalled the narrative of the Dales chapter, which elucidated the origin of the conflagration. In the original tale, it was indeed the Dales detection device that struck Earth, igniting the fire, after which data was transmitted to the Dales spacecraft. Subsequently, their subordinate descended to Earth to cultivate the fruits of the spiritual tree, only to be thwarted by Yukong and his companions, culminating in the annihilation of Dales through a Genkidama. According to the storyline, at this juncture, Krillin should propose utilizing the Dragon Balls to restore the devastated forest. However, it soon became apparent that half of Earth's ecosystem would be obliterated, thus squandering an opportunity for the use of the Dragon Balls. As anticipated, Krillin suggested employing the Dragon Balls to rehabilitate the environment. Yet, it is prudent to refrain from the indiscriminate use of the Dragon Balls. The original blaze has been extinguished by our efforts, and it is best to allow nature to recuperate in its own time. Feng intervened, employing his knowledge of sustainable development from his previous life to persuade Krillin and Gohan. Gohan was enlightened, realizing that this was indeed the natural order. It must be said that utilizing modern knowledge to sway opinions has its own efficacy. Subsequently, the group lost interest in their recreational activities and departed, with Gohan forming a friendship with the Raptor, much like in the original narrative. A day later, Yamcha's plane was destroyed and crashed near Chi-Chi's home, forcing him to temporarily seek refuge there. Soon, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived, and Krillin, Bulma, Feng, and others were also invited, resulting in a lively gathering. Feng remained discreet, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, amidst the charred forest, a soldier clad in Saiyan battle armor cast a seed into a fissure in the ground. Shortly thereafter, with a thunderous roar, several robust vines surged forth from the earth, voraciously absorbing nutrients and growing ever higher, culminating in the emergence of a towering tree that continued to thrive. Goku, the earth is in peril. The voice of King Kai reached Goku. Someone is cultivating a tree of might on earth. Once that tree takes root, it will siphon all the nutrients from the planet, rendering it a desolate wasteland. What? Is that truly the case? Goku exclaimed in shock, quickly relaying the news to everyone. We must work together to destroy the Tree of Might, Krillin proposed. I concur. Count me in. I will join as well. Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and other Z-fighters readily agreed to participate. Feng naturally followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of several individuals soared towards that palpable energy. Gohan, unable to join due to Chi-Chi's objections, remained behind for the moment. This is the spot. Let us all unleash our attacks on that tree, they exclaimed. In an instant, 6 beams of energy surged forth with astonishing speed, crashing into the roots of the tree. Alas, when the dust settled, the spiritual tree stood unscathed. How could this be? Krillin gasped in astonishment. There were several powerful auras emanating from the tree. Goku and the others ascended towards the canopy. The colossal spiritual tree, even at its crown, spanned an area comparable to a football field, towering thousands of meters high, covering an expanse akin to a small village, yet it continued to grow unabated. Is it you who are planting the spiritual tree and desecrating the earth? Goku demanded with indignation. Humph, humans, consider yourselves fortunate to serve as nutrients for the spiritual tree, chuckled a youth clad in battle attire with a punk hairstyle. You destroyed the airplane I took out a 15-year loan for yesterday. Yamcha fumed even more, exclaiming, unforgivable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Opposing them were 5 individuals, while Feng's side comprised 6, momentarily leaving Feng at a disadvantage. Bam, bam, bam. The combatants engaged fiercely upon the tree. Another day of playing caretaker, one side. Feng reclined upon the broad trunk of a tree, idly observing the various battlefields around him. According to the readings from his combat system, the current battle powers of his companions were as follows: Sun Wukong, 30,000, Krillin, 9,000, Tien Shinhan, 8,000, Yamcha, 7,500, Kaiatsu, 6,000. In contrast, the combat power of the opposing Saiyan soldiers hovered around 10,000. Except for Wukong, the others were no match for them. Feng meticulously searched for Dale's aura. Bang! Just as in the original narrative, the crowd parted the battlefield. Apart from Wukong, the others were clearly at a disadvantage. It would be wise to resolve this swiftly. Feng chose to act only when the danger to the others became apparent, believing that offering timely assistance is far more commendable than seizing an advantage from the outset. One must still consider the dignity of the group. Chapter 17. Dale's Bang. Bang, bang, bang. In one of the battlefields, Yamcha was fiercely engaged with a Saiyan soldier. Yamcha created some distance, his right hand gathering a yellow energy sphere. Energy sphere. Yamcha hurled the energy sphere with precision towards the Saiyan soldier. The soldier effortlessly evaded it, Yet Yamcha deftly redirected the energy sphere's trajectory. Boom. The energy sphere struck the enemy with a resounding explosion. However, scarcely a second had passed when the soldier's massive form burst forth from the mist, delivering a powerful punch to Yamcha's chest. Puff! Yamcha spat out a mouthful of blood, his insides jolted from the impact. Humph, easily defeated. The soldier scoffed, bringing his fists together and slamming Yamcha into the ground. Yamcha lay on the sand dune, barely clinging to life. It is over. The soldier concentrated, forming a purple energy sphere, intent on finishing Yamcha in one decisive blow. Zip! Just as the purple energy sphere was about to strike Yamcha, a white energy orb intercepted it, sending the purple projectile spiraling into the nearby dune. Boom! Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. It stirred up a whirlwind of sand and dust. Who goes there? The Saiyan soldier immediately tensed upon noticing the intervention in the battle. I have no time to waste. Let us conclude this swiftly. Feng suddenly appeared before the Saiyan soldier, delivering a powerful punch to the young warrior's abdomen. Cough. Ah. The soldier's body arched like a shrimp, expelling a mouthful of bitter liquid. Feng promptly turned around and rushed to the next battlefield, unleashing a diminutive energy sphere at the minion without a backward glance. Boom. Despite its small size, the energy sphere carried tremendous power, completely obliterating the minion. Nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, another tall Saiyan minion was in pursuit of Krillin. Energy blade. Krillin raised his right hand, summoning a yellow energy blade. Ha! He swung the energy blade at his foe. How Navi! The towering Saiyan also unleashed an energy blast. However, when the two forces collided, the energy blade sliced through the energy sphere as effortlessly as cutting through butter, directing its lethal arc towards the towering Saiyan. What? The foolish giant had not anticipated the formidable strength of Krillin's energy blade and hastily attempted to evade. Whoosh! The energy blade grazed the giant, stripping away a portion of his armor before leveling the hillside completely. You scoundrel! Infuriated, the giant unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Krillin, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Yet, the prince's trickery has always been more smoke than harm. As the smoke cleared, a figure appeared ahead. Feng, you've arrived, Krillin exclaimed with delight. The energy blade was already his ultimate move, and yet it failed to strike the enemy. His energy was nearly depleted. Had Feng not intervened to block that previous wave of attacks, he might have already been finished. Well, distribute these Senzu Beans to the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng handed the Senzu Beans to Krillin. There was no choice. Feng had an abundance of Senzu Beans at present. Humph. Where did this ignorant brat come from? The foolish giant Saiyan scoffed. Where is your leader? Feng inquired. You are not yet worthy to question the whereabouts of the esteemed Lord Darius. Thus, you may as well perish. Feng suddenly appeared before the Saiyan. Humph. Is this it? Ah. I initially thought I was facing yet another fool rushing to his demise, only to unexpectedly encounter the Grim Reaper. In less than 3 seconds, the foolishly large Saiyan soldier was reduced to mere fragments. There was no alternative. Feng had become exceedingly powerful, having honed his combat prowess to an astounding 500,000 through rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Disposing of these insignificant minions was a trivial task. Whoosh! Feng swiftly departed once more. Feng is truly formidable. Klin couldn't help but exclaim after consuming the Senzu Bean. Now, I must share Senzu Beans with others. I hope everyone remains safe. Klin soared towards the location of Yamcha, whose energy was the weakest. In another battlefield, Tianjin Han and Jiaozi were in a frantic escape, pursued by 2 purple-skinned twin warriors. Hiki! Perish! One of the warriors hurled an energy blast at Jiaozi. Jiaozi! Flee! Tianjin Han pushed Jiaozi aside, taking the blow himself. Ah! Tianjin Han cried out in agony as he was knocked to the ground. Tianjin Han! Jiaozi gasped in horror. You shall join him on this path. The pursuing warrior launched another energy sphere at Jiaozi. No. Jiaozi shouted in despair, his stamina waning after the frantic flight, unable to evade the attack. Boom. At that moment, a yellow energy sphere deflected the enemy's assault. You have gone too far. I will not let you escape. It was Gohan, just as in the original narrative. After being grounded by Chi-Chi, Gohan had arrived at the Tree of Might with the swift assistance of a raptor, just in time to save Jiaozi and Tianjin Han. Who is this little brat? The twin warriors sneered. Ha! Ah! Upon witnessing his friend's injuries, Gohan erupted with fury. Swish! 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 A white aura surged forth, sending the 2 warriors reeling. Ha! A white whirlwind swept by as Gohan transformed into a white beast, launching a fierce offensive that left the twins defenseless. Ha! Bam! Bam! Gohan's right fist and left leg struck the foes, sending their bodies crashing to the ground like cannonballs, creating a thunderous noise. "Oh, you are a Saiyan?" A sudden voice emerged from behind Gohan. "Huh? Father?" Gohan stared at the man before him, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, perplexed. "No. You are not my father. Who are you?" "Heh, you are indeed Kakarot's son," Dallas chuckled. "I can offer you an opportunity to join my legion." Dallas tempted. "This planet is beyond salvation. We remaining Saiyans must conquer various worlds." "I refuse," Gohan retorted angrily. Boy, do not refuse my invitation." Dallas's smile vanished as he seized Gohan. "Remove your filthy hands." Another unfamiliar voice intervened, followed by a yellow energy blast directed at Dallas. Dallas dodged and released Gohan. The one who held Gohan was none other than the man clad in a white cloak, Piccolo. With a fatherly warmth, Piccolo gazed at Gohan. "Uncle Piccolo, you have arrived," Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Are you unharmed?" "I am fine." In an instant, Dallas, moving at high speed, appeared behind Piccolo, unleashing a purple energy blast from his palm. Piccolo took the brunt of Dallas's attack to protect Gohan, his white cloak shredded as they plummeted from the sky. Chapter 18, The Fruit of the Tree of Might. Dallas's power surge. A white whirlwind surged toward Dallas, which he effortlessly evaded. "Damn it! What have you done to Piccolo and Gohan?" The newcomer was Son Goku, glaring furiously at the man before him. Kakarot, the traitor, has finally shown himself." Dallas sneered. "I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku," Goku shouted, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the man who looked nearly identical to him. "Who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely?" "I am Dallas. My father and your father Bardock are brothers." In the original Dragon Ball lore, lower-class warriors shared similar appearances, yet this universe was different. Regardless, Son Goku refused to acknowledge these malevolent Saiyans as his kin. Feng lamented. Even Wukong has eliminated his own Saiyan relatives, not sparing even his future self. Dragon Ball Super, Black Goku, Gohan replied, "Father, that is why I had to sacrifice you during the Cell Saga." If Raditz could speak, he would say, "Kakarot, you are remarkable. Had our father been alive, perhaps he would have met the same fate at your hands." Poor Goku, apart from his son. The only remaining relatives he has are vile villains. Returning to the main point, Goku exhibited no reaction to Dallas's identity, only feeling furious at the injury inflicted upon his friends and child. "How dare you destroy the earth and harm the innocent? I will not let you go unpunished," Goku declared angrily. "Kakarot, join my army, and I shall spare you and your son." Dallas attempted to recruit Goku. Kaioken. Without further ado, Goku unleashed the Kaioken technique. A dark red aura erupted forth, accompanied by a formidable surge of energy that ascended skyward. What? Dallas's scouter indicated that Goku's power level was continuously rising. He could not comprehend why Kakarot, initially weaker than him, had now entirely surpassed him. Before Dallas could react, Goku's dark red figure appeared before him in an instant. Bam! A fist as large as a cauldron struck Dallas squarely on the nose, sending blood flying. Dallas's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several massive branches of the spirit tree. "You bastard!" Dallas exclaimed, clutching his nose. "Take this." Goku, still seething with rage, unleashed another torrent of dark red energy towards Dallas. Dallas hastily raised his arms to block, but Goku's heavy punch sent pain coursing through his arms, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Goku, utilizing the speed of the Kaioken, maneuvered behind Dallas and delivered a powerful kick. Dallas's armor shattered, and he coughed up blood as the impact struck his back like a hammer. Cough. Dallas had long since lost his initial composure, fleeing desperately deeper into the trees. Whoosh. Goku relentlessly pursued him, riding the waves of dark red flames. Kakarot, do not revel too soon. Once I consume the spirit fruit, your death will be imminent. Dallas threatened. The spirit tree continued to grow wildly in the external world, its branches and vines emerging from every corner, transforming grasslands and forests into wastelands, cities into ruins. The Earth's environment was deteriorating rapidly. The consequence of this was that the fruits on the spirit tree began to ripen. Just as Goku was closing in on Dallas once again, Dallas spotted a ripe fruit ahead. Crack! Dallas plucked the fruit and bit into it. Boom! His previous injuries vanished completely, and his muscles swelled significantly. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Dallas. This is the end for you. Dallas laughed, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, and crushed the spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, his combat power had far surpassed Goku's, reaching an astounding 325,000. Bang! Goku's fist, enveloped in dark red flames, struck towards Dallas's head once more, only to be firmly caught by Dallas's right hand. What? This time, it was Goku who was astonished. He could not fathom Dallas's newfound strength. Humph, I will return the favor tenfold for what you just did to me, Dallas sneered. Then swiftly drove his knee into Goku's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Goku's body curled in pain, expelling bile. Tap, tap, tap. Dallas's hands transformed into rapid-fire weapons, mercilessly pummeling Goku. With the surge of energy, Dallas's strength, speed, and physical resilience had all dramatically increased, leaving Goku utterly suppressed. Tenfold Kaioken. Whoosh. A denser dark red aura erupted from Goku, significantly amplifying his combat power. Bang. Unfortunately, even with Goku exerting all his strength, he was still slightly overpowered by Dallas, who managed to pin Goku down with a punch that sent him to the ground. Prepare to die. Dallas cackled, then conjured a purple energy wave in one hand, unleashing his wrath upon Goku. Boom, boom, boom. The purple blasts ruthlessly battered Goku's body, leaving him bloodied and battered. Goku's anguished cries pierced the heavens. The massive branches of the spirit tree shattered under the onslaught of Dallas's energy blasts, sending Goku flying mercilessly. Humph, Kakarot, this is the fate that befalls a traitor. Dallas laughed heartily, then directed a lethal energy wave towards the downed Goku. If Goku were to be struck by this attack now, it would surely mean his demise. However, at that moment, a sudden white energy sphere intercepted Dallas's attack. Who is that? Dallas turned to see that the Z fighters had nearly all arrived. Miraculously, Piccolo and Gohan, whom he had thought he had defeated, had revived, alongside Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiotsu, all brimming with energy and glaring furiously at Dallas. Yet, Dallas's gaze remained fixated on the striking young man at the forefront. Li Feng arrived just in the nick of time. He effortlessly dispatched all of Darius's henchmen as if sweeping away refuse. Li Feng and Klin also took on the role of couriers, seeking out the injured or those on the brink of death to provide them with the miraculous beans for recovery. It must be said that the protagonists possess a remarkable resilience. They only meet their fate during the pivotal moments of the original narrative, yet in all other instances, they endure with the tenacity of cockroaches. Klin remarked, "Are you being polite? You should take the beans and leave with Goku. This place is perilous." Li Feng addressed Kellen and his companions, saying, "I entrust this task to you. Please ensure that you eliminate that detestable scoundrel." Although the group felt a sense of reluctance, they recognized their own inadequacy in confronting Dales and thus left the battlefield to Li Feng. Chapter 19. Defeating Dale's Humph. So you are the one who dispatched my subordinates? Dale sneered. While his legion clashed with the others, he observed their battles from his spacecraft, and aside from Gohan, he was most astonished by this formidable young man. Initially taken aback by Li Feng's strength, Dales's perception shifted dramatically after consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. He no longer regarded anyone with respect. After all, wasn't Kakarot, who previously surpassed him by utilizing the Kaioken, now lying prostrate on the ground? Without further ado, prepare to meet your demise. Li Feng, a man of few words yet formidable in presence, swiftly propelled himself forward, transforming into a white whirlwind that surged toward Darius. With a resounding impact, Darius and Li Feng collided in a fierce exchange of blows, the force of their strikes creating shockwaves that reverberated through the air, shattering several stout branches of the spirit tree. Is that all there is? Darius scoffed. Is it really so? Li Feng let out a cold chuckle, and then, with a sudden surge of energy, his combat power skyrocketed. The abrupt acceleration caught Darius off guard. Bang! Li Feng delivered an uppercut that struck Darius's chin. Darius let out a cry, filled with both astonishment and fury. Thud, 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 thud. Li Feng, emboldened by his newfound power, unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks, delivering dozens of punches per second that left Darius reeling. With a swift maneuver, Li Feng positioned himself above Darius, his fists clasped together, and struck down with the iconic Dragon Ball technique, delivering a devastating blow. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Even the vast and formidable spirit tree was no match for this cataclysmic force, which tore through its sturdy trunk. Darius, akin to a piercing spear, penetrated the thick layers of the spirit tree, crashing into its depths. Boom. It was uncertain how many trunks he had shattered before his descent finally slowed, allowing him to stabilize himself with a surge of energy. Infuriating, Darius gritted his teeth, unable to fathom that there was someone stronger than himself. Where are the fruits of the spirit tree? In a frenzy, he searched for the spirit tree's fruit, yearning to consume it once more to amplify his power. System. Can the fruit of the spirit tree be consumed infinitely? Li Feng observed Darius frantically weaving through the dense branches, realizing that he was evading him in pursuit of the spiritual fruit of the tree. It is forbidden. Each individual is permitted to consume only one, as the enhancement of combat prowess is intricately linked to one's own innate qualities. Excessive consumption yields no additional benefits. So that is the case. Li Feng pondered. It seems that relying on external forces to enhance one's combat prowess is indeed inadvisable. He also wondered if he were to consume the fruit, to what extent his strength could potentially increase. Eureka! During his flight, Darius stumbled upon another fruit and promptly plucked it to consume. Boom! Darius's aura surged once more, even stronger than before. Wasn't it said that each person could only consume one? How is it that he has grown even more powerful after eating a second? Li Feng inquired of the system with confusion, for he had not finished the first morsel he consumed. How infuriating to waste food in such a manner. Li Feng, utilizing his detection device, observed that Darius's combat power had surged to 400,000. Prepare to meet your demise. Darius resumed his arrogant demeanor and charged towards Li Feng. Just as he anticipated that Li Feng would be sent flying and thoroughly beaten, a merciless fist shattered his delusions once more. Bang! In an instant, Darius, who had rushed toward Li Feng with remarkable speed, found himself hurtling backward with equal velocity. Li Feng immediately accelerated, appearing behind Darius in a flash, delivering a powerful kick that sent him careening in a different direction. It was evident that Li Feng had fully grasped the essence of combat in Dragon Ball. Initially, one would charge fiercely, exchanging blows to gauge the opponent's strength. If one proved superior, they would deliver a blow that sent the adversary flying, followed by a flurry of close-range strikes, culminating in a dual-handed punch that slammed the opponent into the ground, marking the completion of the first phase of the contest. Then, as both parties exchanged taunts, they would engage in further combat. If one remained dominant, they would treat their opponent like a punching bag or volley them like a volleyball. Gotenks nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the opponent would invariably transform or unleash their true power, turning the tide of battle while laughing maniacally. Typically, the encounter would culminate in an energy clash, concluding the narrative with a dramatic finish. At this juncture, it appeared to be the phase of treating the opponent as a punching bag. Regrettably, that punching bag had lost any opportunity to regain strength. Darius remarked, I refuse to engage with a fool. Li Feng, no, you were quite eager. Every time you put on airs, you end up being knocked down. Vegeta, why do I feel a cold sweat trickling down my back? Darius shouted. He then clasped his hands together, channeling a colossal sphere of purple energy. Boom! Darius's aura erupted, the energy and shock waves reverberating through the spirit tree, causing its branches to be relentlessly destroyed. It is nearly time. The spirit tree has absorbed too much energy, and if this continues, the earth will wither away. Li Feng also became serious, placing his hands on his waist as he began to gather his energy. Die! He shouted. Darius unleashed a surge of violet energy, a terrifying beam of power emanating from his hands, hurtling straight towards Li Feng. Kamehameha. Li Feng refrained from unnecessary chatter and unleashed his most formidable attack, the Kamehameha wave. Boom! The collision of violet and azure energy beams obliterated the vines in between. However, the two forces could not remain locked for even a second as the blue Kamehameha wave effortlessly repelled the violet energy beam, surging forward with unstoppable momentum. What? Darius could scarcely fathom that his most powerful strike would falter so swiftly, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment before being pushed back. No, Darius cried out in despair. Yet ultimately, he was mercilessly consumed by the Kamehameha wave, reduced to ashes. Ding! Task completed. Defeat Darius. Task reward. Method for cultivating spirit tree fruits. Would you like to claim it? At that moment, the system's melodious voice resonated. Yes. Li Feng acted without hesitation. Ding! Li Feng felt a sharp pain in his head as a multitude of thoughts regarding the spirit tree flooded his mind. It became clear that the reason the spirit tree voraciously consumed energy and devastated planets was due to its inherent nature as a divine tree. It could not thrive in soil devoid of divinity, leading to the excessive absorption of energy. However, if cultivated in lands imbued with divine essence, the spirit tree would flourish normally without draining the planet of its vital energy. To halt the growth of the spirit tree, One merely needed to extract its core energy. Li Feng suddenly realized that it was no wonder the original Sun Wukong, when employing the spirit bomb, inadvertently destroyed the spirit tree by harnessing its energy. It was a fortuitous mistake made through the correct methodology. Now that he comprehended the specific circumstances, his course of action would mirror that of the original narrative. He would summon Wukong and forcibly extract the energy from the spirit tree to restore the previously absorbed energy back to Earth. Chapter 20. Journey to Namek. This is the current situation. Li Feng immediately shared his thoughts with everyone. What if we harness the energy of the spirit tree by collecting life force? I shall give it a try. Goku raised his hands and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy of the spirit tree. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the spirit tree continued to grow, fervently absorbing energy from the surroundings. As Goku gathered life force, the energy that should have been distributed among various plants and animals now converged within the spirit tree. A golden orb of light emerged deep within the branches of the spirit tree, radiating a warm energy. Subsequently, that golden sphere shattered, transforming into a cascade of starlight that scattered in all directions. With the core energy of the spirit tree depleted, its growth ceased, the massive trunk began to disintegrate, and the branches that spread far and wide started to wither, returning all energy to the earth from whence it came. We have succeeded. The crowd rejoiced, finally overcoming this calamity. However, the damage inflicted upon the earth remained largely irreparable. It seems we must resort to the Dragon Balls, Li Feng remarked. So it was for this reason that you previously prohibited us from using the Dragon Balls. Krillin suddenly understood. The group gathered the Dragon Balls, summoned Sharon, and wished for the earth to be restored to its state before it was ravaged by flames. After Shinran's crimson light flashed, the earth returned to its former glory. In any case, it was ultimately resolved perfectly. Oh my, Li Feng, you have grown even stronger. Goku exclaimed once more, expressing his astonishment. Each time he believed he was closing the gap with Li Feng, a greater distance seemed to emerge between them. Vegeta added, you have finally grasped my sentiments. You are not so bad yourself. Li Feng contemplated deeply after the departure of his companions, gazing at the spirit tree fruit nestled within his spatial domain. It seems I cannot find a suitable place for planting it at the moment. I shall address that matter later. The following day, Dr. Brief prepared the spaceship bound for Namek, and the group gathered. Thanks to the ingenious modifications made by the brilliant Dr. Brief, the new vessel could accommodate dozens of individuals. Complete with multiple rooms and bathrooms, the most significant enhancement being the construction of a gravity training chamber with 100 times the normal gravitational force. Thus, they could continue their training during the journey to Namek. Li Feng, please take care. Bulma expressed her reluctance with heartfelt concern. Yes, I will, he assured her. Gohan chimed in, remember to study, and if you encounter danger, flee. Don't forget to pack enough clothes and food, while Chi-Chi persistently reiterated her worries, her affection evident in every word. After bidding farewell, Li Feng, Piccolo, Goku, and Gohan embarked on their adventure to Namek, while Yamcha, Tien, Krillin, and Kaihatsu, acknowledging the vast disparity in their strength, adhered to their original plan to seek out the Crystal Grandma on King Kai's planet for training. Oh, is this the gravity training chamber? What makes it unique? As soon as the spacecraft initiated its journey, Li Feng and his companions observed that Wukong, an ardent enthusiast of training, could hardly contain his eagerness to enter the gravity training chamber. This facility allowed for the adjustment of gravity, with a maximum capacity of 100 times, and even up to 150 times. Li Feng elucidated that he subsequently discovered the gravity training chamber could be adjusted to an astonishing maximum of 150 times. It appears that Dr. Brief has once again enhanced the gravity training apparatus. After this revelation, Piccolo and Gohan also entered the room. Li Feng adjusted the gravity to twice its normal level. Ah, so that's how it is. Indeed, under such circumstances, cultivating would yield better results. Wukong felt a slight heaviness in his body, while Piccolo seemed largely unaffected. However, the one who felt the pressure most intensely was Gohan, who, under the strain of double gravity, could not help but bend at the waist. Perhaps Gohan should wait until he grows a bit more before entering the gravity training chamber. It could be detrimental to his physical development, Li Feng suggested. In the original narrative, Gohan had no prior experience with the gravity training chamber. He first used it during the Cell Saga, and that was when he was at least 10 years old. Indeed, Gohan, why don't you train in another room for now? Wukong advised. Yes, this situation is still too early for you, Piccolo concurred, unusually in agreement. Faced with this, Gohan had no choice but to forego training in the gravity chamber and instead ran off to a regular room to practice alone. Then I shall continue to double my efforts. Li Feng began to double his efforts. By the time he reached 15 times, Goku could no longer remain composed and started to clench his fists. Sweat began to bead on Wukong's forehead as well. Li Feng examined the readings from the detector. Currently, Big's combat power stands at 18,000, while Goku's combat power reaches 30,000. The fivefold gravity is just adequate for adaptation. Thus, let us commence the adaptation at this multiple. Li Feng felt almost nothing. He had already experienced the immense gravity 100-fold before. Thus, the three individuals each engaged in their adaptation and training, while Gohan diligently practiced alone. Despite his tender age, his spirit was resolute, ignited by the sight of his father and Li Feng in battle, a fierce desire surging within him to grow stronger. Each of the four devoted themselves to their training. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet, a spherical spaceship crashed violently to the ground, creating a colossal crater. It was Prince Vegeta's vessel. A lowly soldier of the Frieza force hurried to greet it, only to discover the barely conscious Vegeta unable to move inside. He swiftly summoned assistants to transfer Vegeta into a healing pod. A day later, the pod's door opened, and green medicinal liquid poured out as a robust man emerged. His rock-solid muscles emanating a terrifying aura. "Damn you, Li Feng. I shall not let you go unpunished," Vegeta growled vehemently. During this journey to Earth, the once lofty prince had been mercilessly trampled into the dirt. How could he endure such humiliation? Yet, he knew he lacked the strength for revenge. Thus he trained with fervor. A month later, Vegeta's training was interrupted by the arrival of Frieza's subordinate, Chui. Vegeta, have you completed Lord Frieza's mission? I heard you were nearly beaten to a pulp on some planet in the solar system. Chui jeered. Mind your own business, Vegeta retorted coldly. He had long wished to break free from Frieza's control, and had it not been for the fear of being exposed on Frieza's territory, he would have dealt with Chui immediately. Just wait to apologize to Lord Frieza. You have a new task now. Lord Frieza requires someone to go to Namek and retrieve the Dragon Balls to fulfill his grand wish, Chui declared icily. This time, don't think about slacking off. I will be watching you closely, he added disdainfully. Namek? The Dragon Balls? Vegeta suddenly realized this was an opportunity. If he could seize the Dragon Balls before Frieza, he could wish for immortality, and then neither Frieza nor Li Feng would stand a chance against him. With this thought, Vegeta smirked, deciding to feign compliance with Chui for the time being. For now, he needed to ascertain how many enemies he faced. It would be troublesome if the Jinyu Force were also involved. As for being under Chui's command, he thought it of no consequence. It was unnecessary to concern himself with the dead. Of course, revered Lord Chui, I shall gladly accept Lord Frieza's assignment, Vegeta replied respectfully. May I inquire who else will accompany me to Namek? Given your earnest demeanor. I shall inform you that Lord Zarbon and Lord Dodoria will also be there to monitor you, Chui responded. And the Jinyu Force? What are you thinking? The esteemed and powerful Jinyu Force has no time for such matters. Chui scoffed. Then that is satisfactory, as long as the Jinyu Force does not come. Those scoundrels are as good as dead, Vegeta said with a chilling smile. In truth, disregarding the fact that, like in the original tale, Vegeta had a battle power of 24,000 after being heavily wounded and treated on Earth. What mattered more was that he had transformed his hatred for Li Feng into a driving force for his grueling training. Presently, Vegeta's battle power soared to 35,000. Unlike Li Feng, who could almost endlessly use Senzu Beans for healing, Vegeta could only rely on the healing pod, requiring at least half a day to recuperate. Nevertheless, Vegeta's current strength and temperament far surpassed those of the original story's timeline. With each harboring their own ambitions, they boarded the spaceship bound for Namek. A month later, Vegeta and Li Feng arrived simultaneously on Namek. Chapter 21, Awakening Potential. A shooting star streaked across the skies of Namek. Thud. A massive spaceship landed steadily on the ground. Li Feng and his companions emerged from the spacecraft, greeted by a lush expanse of verdant foliage. This is planet Namek. How exquisite! Gohan exclaimed. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo gazed at the scenery before him, a wave of familiarity and warmth washing over him. There are several powerful energies nearby. Goku's eyes turned toward the horizon. Who could that be? Li Feng also sensed it. Regardless of who it may be, let us proceed there first. Li Feng proposed that the previous energies felt were evidently not particularly powerful and should not belong to Frieza. During the flight, Li Feng informed Wukong and the others of Frieza's intentions, aiming to seize the Dragon Balls before him, to evade detection by the sensing devices. The quartet lowered their energy and soared towards their destination. It was presumed to be the location of the Grand Elder, whose potential development was crucial for significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Li Feng felt a surge of delight. Whoosh! The four of them arrived at a stone dwelling, guarded by a Namekian at the entrance. "Who are you?" Nello inquired warily, casting a surprised glance at Piccolo. "Which Namekian are you? Why do I not recognize you?" "We have come to assist you in overcoming the difficulties you currently face," Li Feng replied. "It's all right, Nello, let them in." A voice, aged and wise, resonated from within the house. As Li Feng and his companions entered the room, he felt a sense of astonishment upon witnessing the colossal Namekian, towering at over 10 meters. Despite having seen similar figures in previous comics. "Respected Elder," Li Feng began, "I am Li Feng, and these are Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. We have come primarily for two reasons. First, we seek your assistance in enhancing our potential. Second, we wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek. In the near future, a terrifying and malevolent enemy will arrive on Namek to slaughter the innocent and devastate the planet, and we are here to thwart their plans." Li Feng expressed his intentions. "Bick? Oh, so you are the offspring of that individual." The elder gazed at Bick, a wave of memory surging within him. "It matters not. I shall honor your request. I hope you will safeguard my planet and my people," the elder spoke slowly. "But Elder, your health," Naru interjected hastily. "Naru, my time is limited, and I have a premonition that what he says is true. Allow me to make my final contribution for my kin." "Thank you, Elder. I shall not fail your trust." Bick replied earnestly. "Who shall be first?" the elder inquired, glancing at the four present. "To enhance my potential? I shall go first." Bick felt a familiar sensation deepening within him, his trust in the elder unwavering. The elder's large hand rested gently on Bick's head, initiating the awakening of his potential. Bick transitioned from confusion to astonishment, ultimately arriving at gratitude. It appeared that Bick and the elder communicated in their unique manner. Whoosh! Boom! A surge of white energy ascended into the sky, immediately stirring the dust around them. "Wow! Bick, your potential is the strongest among all Namekians. I hope you can protect our planet," the elder proclaimed. "Thank you, Elder," Bick exclaimed, filled with joy and appreciation. Now, Bick's combat power soared to 100,000. "Heh, it's my turn now." Upon witnessing Bick's sudden leap in power, Goku felt eager to try as well. Oh, your potential is quite impressive too." The elder silently focused on enhancing Goku's potential. Minutes passed, and the elder's forehead glistened with sweat, having exerted considerable effort to complete the task. "Truly astonishing, young man. I could only awaken a fraction of your potential. There is simply too much." Boom. A more potent energy surged forth, but it was swiftly tamed by Goku. "Thank you, Elder." Goku felt exhilarated by the newfound energy coursing through him. At that moment, Goku's combat power reached 1,500,000. "Go forth, Gohan," Bick encouraged. "I shall proceed, Elder. I look forward to your guidance," Gohan said politely. "Come, child, let me sense your potential," the elder mused. "Child, your potential is astonishingly formidable. I can only strive to awaken a mere tenth of it." With that, the elder placed his hand on Gohan's head. Boom. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Gohan, creating a whirlwind around him. "This power is incredible." Bick marveled at Gohan's formidable presence. "Ah, amazing, Gohan," Goku exclaimed in awe. "The potential of the Saiyans is indeed remarkable," Li Feng remarked, filled with admiration. Li Feng utilized the combat device to assess Gohan's current battle power, 110,000. Gohan was astonished by his own strength. Yet he soon subdued his energy and expressed his gratitude to the elder. The elder was perspiring profusely, appearing to have exhausted his own strength. "Elder, please consume this to regain your vitality." Li Feng presented the elder with the mystical beans. It must be acknowledged that enhancing the potential of the incredibly gifted Saiyans, such as Wukong and Wufan, is a formidable endeavor. Ah, could this be the miraculous bean that restores vitality? The elder, taken aback, nonetheless consumed it. Once the elder's energy was revitalized, Li Feng finally spoke. "Very well, now it is my turn." Li Feng approached the Grand Elder with a heart full of anticipation and excitement. I cannot perceive any limits to your potential." The Grand Elder was once again astounded. "At present, I can only harness approximately 1% of your latent abilities." After sensing Li Feng's potential, the Grand Elder slowly articulated this terrifying truth. "It matters not. Even the ability to draw forth a portion is commendable." With renewed determination, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Li Feng's head once more, striving to awaken his potential. If we liken the recent awakening of Wukong and Gohan's potential to a rushing river, then Li Feng's potential resembled the vast and magnificent ocean. The Grand Elder exerted even greater energy to stimulate Li Feng's potential than he had with the three before. Whoosh! At this moment, an even more ferocious aura erupted from Li Feng. This power, it was utterly terrifying. Li Feng felt a refreshing surge of energy flowing from the crown of his head. Akin to an enlightening revelation, an unceasing stream of vitality gushed forth from within him, leaving Li Feng both astonished and elated. Wait a moment, Li Feng. Rein in your energy. The house is on the verge of collapse. Piccolo hurriedly shielded the Grand Elder. My apologies, and thank you, Grand Elder. Li Feng immediately restrained his aura, expressing his gratitude to the Grand Elder, and presented several bags of celestial beans. These beans possess the remarkable ability to swiftly restore vitality and heal wounds. This is a token of appreciation for your efforts in unlocking our potential. I earnestly implore you to accept them. The Grand Elder consumed another bean and instantly felt a significant alleviation throughout his entire being. The fatigue that had beset him after aiding Li Feng in harnessing his potential dissipated entirely. The Grand Elder graciously accepted the offering and instructed Nilip to distribute it among the other clansmen. At this moment, the combat prowess of the four stood as follows. Sun Wukong, 1, 500, 000, Piccolo, 100, 000, Sun Gohan, 110, 000. Li Feng. Chapter 22, The Glorious Moment of Vegeta. At this moment, in another location on Namek, two powerful energies erupted in the distance. Vegeta. What do you mean by this? Chioi exclaimed angrily. Nothing, I want the Dragon Balls, Vegeta replied with a cold smile, 5 soccer ball-sized Dragon Balls positioned behind him. Trying to claim credit? You will perish here. Chioi unleashed a wave of energy towards Vegeta. Humph. Foolish. Vegeta effortlessly countered, his own energy surging forth. In an instant, with a mere display of energy, he completely deflected Chioi's attack. What? How is this possible? Chioi was filled with shock and rage. In his memory, Vegeta's combat power was equivalent to his own, merely 18,000. Such a casual wave shouldn't have been so easily dismissed. Open your eyes and behold the power of this prince. Vegeta laughed heartily. Suddenly, a tremendous white energy burst forth. What? Chioi gasped as he watched the numbers on his scouter soar, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The scouter indicated that Vegeta's power level had now reached 30,000. This is more than sufficient to deal with you, Vegeta sneered. No, this is impossible. The scouter must be malfunctioning. How could this wild monkey's power surpass mine? Chioi could hardly believe it. Then perish. Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta's figure vanished, his white silhouette appearing before Chioi in an instant. Still in shock, Chioi barely registered the white figure flashing past him before a punch struck his abdomen. Pooh. Ah. The brutal impact caused him to spit out bile, his insides churning. Humph. Vegeta, sensing his advantage, delivered a knee strike to Chioi's chin. Bang. The sound of shattering echoed as a purple figure was sent soaring like a cannonball. Ah. Chioi's jaw was fractured, his scream piercing the air. Trash. Die. Vegeta pointed his right hand, launching a minuscule energy blast towards the airborne figure. Boom. A beautiful display of fireworks erupted in the sky. Such filthy fireworks, Vegeta scoffed. During his journey on Earth, although he had been thoroughly beaten by Li Feng, it must be said that battling with powerful foes accelerated his growth. Vegeta could now fully control his own energy. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Vegeta's power level display went haywire. Who is it? 2 powerful energies are approaching me? Suddenly, 2 figures clad in Frieza's army armor flew in. Huh? It's Vegeta. A pink, rotund figure looked at the scouter in disbelief. Hey, Vegeta, who was that you just fought? Where did they disappear to? Inquired the green-skinned individual beside him. So it's Dodoria and Zarbin. What brings you two here? Vegeta sneered. Just 2 of Frieza's hounds, with combat powers barely exceeding 20,000. They are no match for me. I must eliminate them before the Ginyu Force arrives. Answer my question, Vegeta. Dodoria demanded, displeased. We are here on Lord Frieza's orders to gather the Dragon Balls. What is your progress? Oh, the Dragon Balls are right behind that pile of rocks, Vegeta gestured. Humph. It seems you have done well, Dodoria replied with a cold snort. Unaware that he had already fallen into a deadly trap, as Dodoria's corpulent form passed by Vegeta, a smirk crept across Vegeta's face. Huh. Vegeta erupted with energy in an instant. Dodoria had no time to react. Suddenly, he felt a fist pierce through his chest. Cough. Ah. Dodoria cried out in agony. The arrogant warrior could hardly fathom that the seemingly weak Vegeta could inflict such a severe injury. Die, repulsive creature. In the wake of his words, a powerful energy blast obliterated Dodoria. What? Zarbon, still processing the scene, was caught off guard by Dodoria's swift demise. Now it's your turn, trash? Vegeta fixed his gaze on Zarbon. Don't think that just because you've gained a bit of strength, you can act so arrogantly. I didn't want to use this form, but once you're dead, no one will know. Zarbon's scouter now displayed Vegeta's power at 25,000. Huh. As a surge of formidable energy erupted, Zarbon underwent a drastic transformation. His once handsome face twisted into a grotesque visage, his body ballooning in size. Though Zarbon had grown stronger, he had become hideously unattractive. Humph. Your appearance disgusts me, Vegeta taunted upon seeing Zarbon's transformed state. Die. Enraged, Zarbon, now desperate to eliminate anyone who knew his true form, charged at Vegeta with his massive hand, intent on crushing his head. However, with his heightened power, Vegeta was no longer oblivious to Zarbon's movements. He sidestepped, using his left hand to block, and executed a shoulder throw that sent Zarbon crashing down. Boom. A massive human-shaped crater formed in the ground, the crack spreading like a spider's web. Before Zarbon could recover, Vegeta stomped on his chest, shattering his once sturdy armor. Pooh. Ah. The overwhelming pain finally registered, and Zarbon let out a mournful wail. Humph. Let me make this clear. My combat power has reached 35,000. You trash. Vegeta mocked once more, relishing the sense of control returning to him. Indeed, this is the state that befits me, Prince Vegeta. Just wait, Feng. It won't be long before you find yourself beneath my feet. Impossible. Zarbon gasped, his breath faltering in fear. Go to hell. Vegeta raised his right hand, rapidly condensing a white energy sphere. As Zarbon's expression morphed into despair and unwillingness, Vegeta unleashed the blast towards him. Boom. Another brilliant display of fireworks illuminated the sky. The original crater expanded ominously as the terrifying energy consumed it. When the dust settled, there was no trace of Zarbon left. Hee hee hee. Ha ha. Vegeta cackled. I never realized I had grown this strong. Just wait, Feng and Frieza, once I gather the Dragon Balls and make my wish. You will both be groveling at my feet. Vegeta continued to revel in his thoughts. What? Why are 5 more powerful energies approaching? At this moment, Vegeta's scouter was incessantly beeping. He sensed that there was only one energy weaker than his, while the other 4 energies were notably stronger. Damn it. It was the Ginyu Force. Vegeta realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Chapter 23, Vegeta faces another defeat. Thud. 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 At this juncture, 5 individuals of varying heights and builds, clad in battle suits, descended from the sky. The Ginyu Force. The 5 spoke in unison, striking a classic pose. Vegeta felt utterly speechless, but knew he had to take them seriously. Oh? Vegeta? Where has the one you just fought gone? Inquired the shortest member, Guldo, as he scanned the battlefield. Just some fodder. I disposed of them, Vegeta coldly replied. It was not yet the time to turn hostile. I ask again. Where are the Dragon Balls that the king requires? Questioned Rikom. I have only gathered 5. They are all over there, Vegeta responded, feeling a surge of satisfaction and contemplating an escape. Wait a moment, Vegeta, interrupted the purple-skinned Ginyu. Did not Dodoria and Zarbon fly in this direction? Did you not encounter them? The meticulous Ginyu grew suspicious. Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, Dodoria and Zarbon passed by me, but soon after, several formidable foes arrived, and I barely managed to deal with them. Oh, is that so? Then why are there fragments of our battle suits scattered about? The astute Ginyu pointed out the remnants of battle gear on the battlefield, which were evidently different from Vegeta's. Vegeta also noticed the remnants of Dodoria's battle suit, which were distinctly dissimilar to his own. Oh, that is because Vegeta began to explain, but as he stepped closer to Guldo, he suddenly unleashed a fierce burst of energy, severing Guldo's head in an instant. Just like in the original story, Guldo met his demise first. One cannot deny that Vegeta had calculated wisely. Guldo was the easiest to eliminate due to his troublesome time-stopping abilities. Before anyone could react, Vegeta took flight immediately. What? This? Barton exclaimed in shock. Why did Vegeta suddenly kill Guldo? Gyuis was equally bewildered. The veins on Jinyu's head bulged as he realized that Vegeta had slain both Dodoria and Zarbon and had preemptively eliminated the superpowered Guldo. That villainous Vegeta. I shall take care of him, Rikom declared furiously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 incredibly swift figures shot into the sky. Damn it. The detestable Ginyu Force. Vegeta fled with all his might, pondering an escape. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him. Heh, Vegeta, why the hasty retreat? Hand over the remaining Dragon Balls. Indeed. The Ginyu Force had swiftly caught up, with Rikum taunting him. Humph, this prince shall die here today, whether in this place or elsewhere. I shall divulge nothing about the Dragon Balls, Vegeta proclaimed resolutely. Oh, it seems today will be entertaining, Rikum mocked. Vegeta readied himself for battle, both sides' energies surging dramatically, the air vibrating with their potent force. Oh, Rikum appears rather excited today, noted Guis as he arrived on the scene. Humph, he got one step ahead, Bart commented. Ginyu, however, contemplated other matters. Vegeta's energy erupted with full force. He dared not hold back any longer, unleashing a staggering battle power of 35,000. Vegeta took the initiative, launching himself at Rikum like a cannonball. Bang! Another clash of titans. Their fists collided, causing the ground to crater under the sheer force of their energies. Thud, 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 thud. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks. Oh, not bad, Vegeta. It seems you have indeed improved significantly, Rikum remarked, still with energy to spare. Curse you. Vegeta's forehead was beaded with sweat as he fought with all his might. His fist struck like a machine gun, yet Rikum effortlessly blocked them. Die. Seizing the opportunity as Rikum adapted to his rhythm, Vegeta swiftly altered his attack, delivering a knee strike to Rikum's abdomen. Cough. Initially, Rikum had merely toyed with Vegeta but was caught off guard and gasped in pain. Seize the moment. Vegeta capitalized on his advantage, relentlessly pummeling Rikum's abdomen with a barrage of punches. The heavy thuds echoed like a hammer striking an anvil. Rikum could scarcely react. Subsequently, Vegeta supported himself on the ground, using his feet to push off Rikum's chest, propelling him into the air. The terrifying force shattered Rikum's armor. A massive figure tumbled through the air. Vegeta began to gather energy, preparing his signature technique, unleashing a torrent of energy spheres. Boom, 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 boom. The airborne Rikum was struck by a hail of energy blasts, producing a cacophony of explosions. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the scene, dust swirling in the air. Hey, could it be? Did Vegeta just take down Rikum? Gis was astounded by Vegeta's terrifying display of power. Impossible, Bart echoed in disbelief. Humph, Rikum underestimated him, Ginyu remarked coldly. But Rikum is not so easily defeated. Phew. Vegeta panted heavily. As the smoke cleared, Rikum's disheveled form emerged, his armor completely shattered, and several of his teeth knocked out. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Having poured all his effort into that attack, how could Rikum's energy still remain nearly unaffected? My turn. With that, Rikum unleashed a wave of energy. A violet beam surged toward Vegeta. Despite his heightened focus, Vegeta dodged effortlessly. Boom. The energy wave crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. However, that strike was merely a distraction. The true threat lay behind it. In the moment Rikum fired the energy blast, he vanished and reappeared right before Vegeta. As Vegeta narrowly evaded Rikum's energy wave, he found himself right in front of Rikum. Now, the tides had turned. Just as Vegeta had attacked Rikum, it was now Rikum's turn to unleash his fury. Yet, Rikum's assault was far heavier and more ferocious. After Vegeta had just employed the prince's trick, he found himself panting and immediately received several heavy blows. In an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage. At first, he managed to fend off the attacks with some effort, but soon his stamina was nearly depleted, and he was easily overwhelmed, facing a relentless barrage. Thud, 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 thud. Vegeta was mercilessly pummeled by Rikum, resembling a punching bag, unable even to cry out. Ultimately, he was sent flying by a powerful kick from Rikum. As Vegeta hung in the air, Rikum opened his mouth wide, unleashing an energy blast that struck Vegeta with a resounding impact. His figure fell like a kite with a severed string, powerless to resist. Now, he was barely clinging to life, his bones seemingly shattered, and through a haze, he saw Rikum approaching him with a triumphant swagger, despair and indignation swelling within him. I did not perish at the hands of Frieza, nor did I fall to Feng. I refuse to accept this fate. Vegeta lamented in frustration. Die, Vegeta. Go to hell and repent. With that, Rikum launched an energy sphere toward him. Gazing at the impending energy sphere, Vegeta realized that his body could no longer endure such a blow. This would surely be his end. Helplessly, he could only watch as the sphere, like the harbinger of death, hurtled toward him, ultimately closing his eyes in resignation. Boom. The energy sphere struck Vegeta mercilessly. Humph, Rikum, You were so engrossed in your fun that you forgot to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? Jinyu reminded. Oh. I momentarily forgot. It seems Vegeta is rather fragile, Raikem chuckled, stroking his pineapple-like hair. Is that so? I perceive that you are not particularly sturdy yourselves. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out unexpectedly. What? As the dust settled, a stranger appeared before where Vegeta lay, his bangs fluttering in the wind. A confident smile enhancing his imposing presence. Vegeta, are you so eager to court death? Kakarot still wishes to battle with you. How can you be reduced to such a pitiful state by these weaklings? Li Feng chuckled. After Li Feng and his companions had unlocked their potential, he sensed a battle occurring in the distance and rushed over. Vegeta was fortunate, as he narrowly escaped death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures soon soared towards them, standing alongside Li Feng to confront the Jinyu Force. Wow, the individuals opposite seemed quite formidable. Is this the Jinyu Force that Li Feng mentioned? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Uncle Li Feng is truly impressive. He was right all along, Gohan remarked. Even Vegeta is in such a state, yet the opponents do not appear that strong, Piccolo observed, sensing the foe's combat power with skepticism. Of course, all 4 of you have unlocked your potential. Now, even the weakest among you, Gohan and Piccolo, possess combat powers exceeding 100. 000. They certainly wouldn't regard the Jinyu Force highly, Li Feng explained. Who are you? Are you companions of Vegeta? Gui's assessed the combat power of the group, noting they were all around 5,000. Pathetically weak. I could handle you all by myself, Bart scoffed. Great, let me take my turn. I wasn't satisfied with the last fight, Raikem said with enthusiasm. Enough talk. Each of us will take one. I want that most arrogant little fellow. Jinyu directed at Li Feng. I'll take on that spiky-haired kid. Raikem pointed at Goku. That green-skinned one must be a Namekian. He hasn't been dealt with enough, Bart stated, preparing to face Piccolo. What? How dull, playing with a little brat. Gui's remarked disdainfully, eyeing Gohan. Amid the Jinyu Force's banter, Li Feng handed a Senzu Bean to Vegeta, saying, consume this and eliminate them. Vegeta, astonished by the arrival of Li Feng and his companions, felt a mix of emotions as he was saved by Li Feng. Gulp. After swallowing the Senzu Bean, Vegeta's nearly shattered bones instantly mended, his energy restored, and his cells and muscles brimming with vitality, he was reborn. Ha! Vegeta bellowed. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted. Vegeta's emotions were complex. The once arrogant warrior found himself rescued by Li Feng once more. Thank you for saving me. What? The proud Vegeta actually expressed gratitude. Piccolo was taken aback. Humph. Consider this a debt of gratitude I owe you. Let's set aside my grievances with Li Feng for now. What we need to do is thoroughly defeat the Jinyu Force, Vegeta declared. The tall blue one is incredibly fast, and the short red one has a fusion technique. The leader in purple possesses the strongest combat power, so be cautious. Heh, I've changed my mind, Vegeta. It seems I must personally kill you after all. Raikem grinned at Vegeta. Then I shall face that purple-skinned fellow, Goku said, scratching his head. Swish, 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 swish. The 8 warriors each found their respective opponents and commenced battle. Li Feng was quite pleased to spectate from the sidelines. Just moments after Vegeta's near-death resurrection, his combat power had surged to an impressive 70,000, rendering him capable of effortlessly overpowering the Jinyu Force and others. The battleground trembled with the sound of fierce clashes. Soon, anguished cries echoed through the air, followed by 4 figures clad in battle attire plummeting to the ground like discarded vegetables, each landing in their own crater. The Jinyu Force faced utter defeat. Vegeta felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He was amazed that the other 3 could dispatch the Jinyu Force with such ease, and elated that his combat power had doubled after consuming a Senzu Bean, making Likem no match for him. What's the matter, Li Feng? The Jinyu Force seems rather weak, Goku remarked, scratching his head. We have significantly grown stronger. It appears that Frieza is not as formidable as we once believed, Piccolo added, puffing up with pride. Incredible! How have you all become so powerful? Vegeta inquired, astonished. You are the famed Vegeta? You don't seem particularly impressive, Goku retorted mercilessly. You are Kakarot? Humph. I shall deal with you later, Vegeta replied defiantly. In truth, he had been observing the other 3 during the battle, their combat powers astonishing him. Not only was Goku's strength far superior to his own, but even that Saiyan boy's power was slightly greater, rendering him outmatched. I am capable of fighting independently now, Gohan exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of defeating an enemy with his own hands. Cough, cough, cough. What is going on with those people? Where did such powerful individuals come from? Berta exclaimed, turning over a stone in shock. It's impossible. Just a moment ago, their combat powers were only in the thousands. Jeeves trembled, gazing at the combat monitor. Even Vegeta has considerably increased in strength, Lickham noted, puzzled. This is troublesome. It seems only the king can resolve this, Jinyu thought. Quietly wiping the sweat from his brow. Quickly finish them off, or else Frieza will be here shortly. Li Feng reminded the group. The four had silently rallied behind him. And upon hearing this, they launched their assault once more. Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo unleashed their immense power. In an instant. For surges of energy roared forth like a ferocious tornado. Beep, 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 beep. The readings on the battle device skyrocketed. Impossible. Boom. Ultimately, the battle device shattered completely. Chapter 25, Frieza. Beep, 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 boom. The battle device was utterly obliterated. The combat prowess of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta had soared beyond measure. Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, Special Beam Cannon, Demon Flash. The four unleashed their signature moves upon the Jinyu force. Boom. Instantly, four mushroom clouds erupted, the earth trembled. And dust enveloped the battlefield. The Jinyu force was effortlessly dispatched by these four formidable warriors. Gasp. Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow. It was his first appearance. And to defeat the enemy felt both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Humph. Kakarot, I will surpass you sooner or later, Vegeta declared with a proud haughtiness. He had sensed during his earlier surge that Goku's power was still far beyond his own, so if he could not reach Li Feng's level just yet, he would first seek to vanquish Goku. Hee. Indeed, Vegeta, you are quite an amusing character, Goku chuckled. You bastard, how dare you look down on me? This energy, it must be Frieza approaching. After observing for some time, Li Feng instantly felt an incredibly powerful presence drawing near. Gohan, Piccolo. You two gather the remaining Dragon Balls and meet at the Grand Elder's location. This place is exceedingly perilous, Li Feng remarked, although Bick was reluctant. Upon witnessing Li Feng's grave demeanor and sensing the terrifying aura from afar, he realized that his combat prowess was indeed vastly inferior. For the greater good, he had no choice but to acquiesce and accompany Gohan to retrieve the Dragon Balls. What? Frieza is coming. Vegeta, disregarding the matter of the Dragon Balls being collected, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Frieza's name. Are you all insane? How could you dare engage Frieza in battle? Vegeta exclaimed, attempting to mask the dread that gripped his heart. Indeed, Frieza had been a perpetual nightmare for Vegeta. In his youth, he had witnessed his father, King Vegeta, bowing before Frieza with utmost deference, unable to voice his anger. He recalled an instance when King Vegeta merely entertained thoughts of rebellion, only to be effortlessly crushed beneath Frieza's foot, stripped of his dignity. The horrifying and formidable figure of Frieza was indelibly etched in his mind, extinguishing any flicker of defiance. Later, upon learning that Frieza had annihilated planet Vegeta, Vegeta resolved to seek vengeance. Yet, he dared only to act in secrecy, never confronting Frieza directly, let alone engaging him in combat. To him, it was not the opportune moment to wage war against Frieza, at the very least. He must gather the Dragon Balls and attain immortality before having a chance. Even Li Feng, he believed, was no match for Frieza. Vegeta, you need not worry. Both Li Feng and I are quite powerful, Goku reassured. No, Kakarot, you have no idea of Frieza's terror. Vegeta responded in fear. Vegeta, this is not like you, came the gentle admonition. Li Feng stood with his arms crossed. Is Frieza truly formidable? It is time to resolve the long-standing animosity between the Saiyans and Frieza. Moreover, where can you escape to now? As long as Frieza remains alive, we cannot flee. Rather than retreating, it is better to fight with every ounce of strength we possess. With that, he soared towards Frieza. Goku followed closely behind Vegeta. A tumult of emotion swirled within Vegeta. His rational mind warned him that confronting Frieza would be tantamount to courting death, yet the deep-seated warrior spirit and thirst for vengeance triumphed over his fear, compelling him to face Frieza. Whoosh! A small spacecraft, trailing a fiery plume, hurtled towards Li Feng and the others. Swish! 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 Li Feng gazed at the figure seated within the spacecraft, halting his advance. Inside the vessel, a violet demon reclined comfortably in its seat, its tail swaying languidly behind. Yet, Li Feng could profoundly sense the terrifying energy emanating from this being before him. Vegeta, is this your subordinate? Quite impressive, Frieza remarked, surveying the surroundings and realizing that he recognized only Vegeta. Do not jest, Frieza. This prince has come here to vanquish you, Vegeta proclaimed. overcoming the trepidation that had gripped his heart. What? Frieza fumed with rage. You insolent monkey, do you comprehend the consequences of betraying me? I shall make your existence a living hell, Frieza uttered coldly. With that, he unleashed an astonishing aura. Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat. Facing the oppressive force of Frieza head-on was indeed terrifying. Humph. Feng let out a cold snort. Positioning himself in front of Vegeta to shield him from Frieza's oppressive aura, it dawned on Vegeta that Feng was emitting his own energy to withstand Frieza's. How formidable! Vegeta was astonished that Feng's prowess could match Frieza's might. He glanced at Son Goku, only to find him immovable, his expression grave. Could it be that only he felt fear? No. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall never allow anyone to surpass me. Vegeta clenched his fists, straining to resist. Frieza had initially intended to intimidate Vegeta into submission with his aura alone, but he was taken aback to find someone capable of countering his presence. Beep, beep, beep. Frieza's scouter began to register. 50,000 power level? Frieza could hardly believe it. Was it possible that someone with merely a power level of 50,000 could withstand his aura? Instead of becoming enraged, Frieza chuckled. Ha, 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 how amusing. It seems you possess a modicum of strength. However, compared to me, you are still vastly inferior. Your combat prowess is commendable. How would you like to join my army? Frieza extended an olive branch. With your strength, you could join the Ginyu Force and enjoy boundless wealth and glory. Frieza also sensed that the young man before him must be concealing something, for it was inconceivable that he could remain unfazed in the presence of such a terrifying aura. The Ginyu Force? We just dealt with them moments ago. Feng uttered coldly. What? Frieza, taken aback once more, attempted to reach out to others, only to discover that communication was indeed impossible. Haha. Very well. Since you are capable of dealing with the Ginyu Force, it is evident that your strength vastly surpasses theirs. Therefore, let us establish a new special operations team. I grant you the privilege of naming it. Frieza believed that his offer would evoke immense gratitude from Feng and his companions, for no one could possibly refuse such an invitation. What I mean is, you are unworthy. Feng declined. What? You dare to refuse me? Frieza could hardly believe it. Boy, do not be ungrateful. The last person who denied me is now deceased. I will thoroughly torment you, making you regret ever entering this world. Frieza's expression grew fierce as he unleashed an even more formidable aura, though Feng's current strength pales in comparison to the fully realized Frieza. He is wagering on the Saiyan ability to transcend limits in the face of adversity and transform into a Super Saiyan. Confronted by the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, the Saiyan blood coursing through Feng's veins ignited with fervor. Ding. Task: eliminate Frieza. Reward: time-space fragments. Chapter 26. Overpowering Frieza. At this moment, the system issued the mission. Excellent. Although the nature of the time-space fragments remains unknown, this task must be undertaken. As Frieza descended from his spacecraft, he faced Feng. Despite his diminutive stature in his initial form, a powerful purple aura emanated from him, reminiscent of an ancient beast of prey. On the other side, Feng radiated a white aura, with energy rippling outward like waves. The two forces clashed, and for a moment, the very air seemed to solidify. The sands and stones on the ground stirred without wind. The purple and white energies silently collided. Crack! A stone suspended in the air fell to the ground, sounding the clarion call of battle. Whoosh! Feng's gaze sharpened as he flashed before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Frieza retaliated with a punch of his own. The ensuing explosion of energy was astonishing, shattering the surrounding rocks into dust. Swiftly, the two figures moved at high speed, their silhouettes a mere blur as they engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, almost invisible to the naked eye. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Feng could hold his own against Frieza so impressively. When had Feng reached such an equal standing with the fearsome Frieza? Vegeta was astonished. Merely months ago, Feng had been evenly matched with him, and now he was challenging Frieza, who was far stronger. What had Feng done to attain such formidable strength? Wait, Vegeta, Feng is clearly gaining the upper hand, Goku corrected. How is that possible? Vegeta was taken aback once more. He had thought it remarkable that Feng could contend with Frieza, yet here he was, seemingly dominating the fight. Perhaps he could truly defeat Frieza. In the air, the two figures flickered continuously, their attacks so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible. Initially, the combatants exchanged blows evenly. But with each subsequent clash, Feng consistently managed to gain an advantage, skillfully predicting Frieza's strikes and landing heavy blows to his opponent's vulnerable areas such as the head and abdomen. Meanwhile, he absorbed Frieza's powerful attacks with mere shoulder and arm defenses. As time passed, Feng sustained minimal discomfort, while Frieza's visage was battered and bruised, his battle attire torn to shreds. Ultimately, it was a decisive elbow strike from Li Feng that sent Frieza crashing into a mountain peak. The violent impact propelled Frieza through 4 mountains before he was buried beneath the debris. How impressive! Vegeta marveled, excitement bubbling within him. Yes, just like that. Eliminate that detestable Frieza. Avenge the Saiyans. In that moment, Vegeta had long since set aside any grievances with Li Feng, focusing solely on the goal of vanquishing Frieza. The genocide of the Saiyan race had left only a handful of survivors. Although he was not the one delivering the blows, witnessing Frieza's humiliation brought him immense satisfaction. Humph. So much for the cosmic tyrant. This is your fate. With a furious roar, the debris erupted into the sky. As the dust settled, Frieza's battered form was revealed. His mouth agape as he expelled purple blood. You insolent wretch. Frieza seethed, fury radiating from him. How dare you reduce me to this state? I shall tear you to shreds. Enraged, Frieza unleashed his full power, a surge of purple energy spiraling upwards, an overwhelming aura that made Vegeta tremble with trepidation. Could this fiend's strength truly increase further? Cold sweat dripped from Vegeta as anxiety gripped him once more. Do not worry, Li Feng has not yet revealed his full potential. Goku reassured, observing intently. In that fleeting moment, Goku had sensed the pulse of energy emanating from Li Feng, a force that filled him with awe and trepidation. Li Feng's prowess far exceeds his own. In midair, Li Feng stands poised against the wind. Is that all you can say? Li Feng scoffed, simultaneously augmenting his combat prowess as a surge of white energy erupted forth. The white aura exploded with astonishing force, akin to a tempest. With a mighty shout, the two adversaries clashed, generating an even more terrifying collision. Nearby mountain peaks were effortlessly shattered by the ferocity of their energies. Boom, 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 boom. The frequency of their assaults escalated once more, yet the state of their battle remained largely unchanged from the initial engagement. Li Feng continues to dominate Frieza with unwavering prowess. Despite Frieza's significant enhancement in speed and strength since their initial encounter, every time Frieza swings his fist, Li Feng effortlessly parries and strikes at Frieza's vulnerable points with precision. Impossible. Frieza is both astonished and furious. He initially believed that his earlier carelessness was the cause of his difficulties, and that after unleashing his full power, he would easily overpower Li Feng. However, as the battle progresses, he realizes that he cannot keep pace with Li Feng and remains at a distinct disadvantage. Frieza throws a punch at Li Feng. Boom. This time, Li Feng confidently extends his left hand and easily blocks the attack. As Frieza attempts to retract his right fist, he finds himself unable to do so. How can this be? Frieza is taken aback. You are simply too weak, Li Feng coldly remarked. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist aimed directly at Frieza's abdomen. Cough. Frieza once again spewed forth a stream of purple blood. Li Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. The impact was so forceful that it created a massive crater. How formidable! It appeared that Li Feng truly had the capability to vanquish Frieza. Vegeta clenched his fists, exhilarated by the prospect of Li Feng overpowering Frieza. Li Feng's strength had evidently escalated. Goku also expressed his astonishment. Although Goku himself possessed a combat power of 1,500,000, enabling him to easily overpower Frieza. A true master could always perceive the nuances that set them apart. The auras of both fighters were extraordinarily potent, nearly enveloping half of Namek. In the distance, Gohan held aloft a large Dragon Ball. How incredible! Is this the clash between Uncle Li Feng and the one called Frieza? Gohan too sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the two combatants. What a fearsome power! Meanwhile, Piccolo placed the 6 collected Dragon Balls on the ground and couldn't help but marvel. He too yearned for immense strength and longed to engage formidable foes. Yet he recognized that he was still too weak at this moment. Inside the Grand Elder's dwelling, the Grand Elder listened intently. These two energies are truly terrifying, Nail remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Is it truly wise to hand over the Dragon Balls to that group? Nail inquired. The potential of that young man is virtually limitless. Only he can stand against that fiend, the Grand Elder replied slowly. We must adhere to his guidance to safeguard Namek and our people. Understood, Nail responded. Frieza, if this is all you are capable of, it would be better for you to end your own life. Li Feng hovered in midair, arms crossed. Chapter 27, Frieza's second form. With a furious roar, the collapsing boulders were violently propelled away. Huffing and puffing, Frieza gasped for breath, his body marred with wounds and a trickle of purple blood at the corner of his mouth. How infuriating! How could the noble me be reduced to such a pitiful state? Boom. Frieza unleashed an even more terrifying aura, causing the ground to fracture and crack. Very well. You have successfully enraged me. Do not think you can defeat me so easily. I shall resolve this with my second form. With that, Frieza continued to gather energy, his aura intensifying further. Bang, bang, bang. The purple energy, infused with astonishing power, shook the earth, creating tumultuous waves. What? Vegeta was taken aback, unable to believe that Frieza had another transformation in store. Amidst the swirling debris, Frieza's purple energy surged, and his body began to morph. The once diminutive figure suddenly grew robust, bursting forth from his previous battle attire, while the horns atop his head became larger and sharper, exuding a menacing presence. Frieza transformed from a height of less than 1.5 meters to over 2 meters, resembling a fearsome minotaur. Ha, 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 ha. His derisive laughter echoed. With the transformation into his second form, Frieza's previous injuries were entirely healed, and he brimmed with newfound confidence due to his augmented power. Behold, this is my second form, with a battle power exceeding 1 million. Frieza delighted in the sight of Feng kneeling in supplication. Is this truly Frieza's power? Despite Vegeta being at a considerable distance, he could still feel the ferocious energy emanating from within Frieza. A mere brush with this energy could obliterate him into mere fragments. Vegeta swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Frieza is indeed formidable. Goku's expression also grew somber. At this moment, Feng assessed Frieza's status through the system. Name: Frieza race, Frost Demon form. Second form battle power: 100, 000 skills, Psychic Bomb, Death Sphere, Death Beam, Death Storm, Planet Destruction Bomb. Have you finished speaking? Feng absent-mindedly scratched his ear, expressing his impatience. If you're going to strike, then do it. Why so much idle chatter? He scoffed. Foolish wretch, meet your demise. Frieza, incensed once more, launched a fierce assault on Feng. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Boom! A series of explosive sounds emanated from the center of their conflict, as surrounding boulders crumbled and the ground fractured. Is this all? Feng scoffed, once again mocking Frieza. Scoundrel! Frieza gritted his teeth. For one who held the title of the Emperor of the Universe, this was a profound humiliation. Boom! Frieza swung his massive fist once more. Feng once again raised his left hand, effortlessly deflecting Frieza's onslaught. Die! Frieza seethed with rage, launching an even more ferocious attack against Feng. Bang! 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 The speed of Frieza's assaults was astonishing, yet each one was met with Feng's impeccable defense. Every collision sent new fissures rippling through the ground, despite Frieza's relentless barrage. Not a single scratch marred Feng's form. Haha! Frieza, exhausted from the incessant yet futile attacks, gasped for breath. How was this possible? He could scarcely believe the reality before him. Having transformed into his second form, with a power level that had at least doubled, he still found himself unable to best Feng. Observing the mocking expression on Feng's face, Frieza was once more consumed by rage and charged forward. Yeah! Frieza erupted with a purple aura, almost teleporting to Feng's side, and unleashed a frenzied assault akin to a wild beast. Swish! 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 Feng accelerated once more, deftly evading Frieza's onslaught. In terms of both speed and strength, Feng surpassed Frieza at that moment. Impossible! Frieza seethed with fury. How could this wretched Saiyan monkey become so formidable? Ha! Frieza unleashed another punch, intending to smash Feng's accursed face. Bang! Feng once again seized Frieza's hand with his left palm. Frieza, in a state of terror, realized to his dismay that he was utterly unable to escape Feng's formidable strength. I've had my turn. Now it's mine. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Feng delivered a crushing elbow strike to Frieza's chest. Poof! Ah! Frieza cried out in agony. Bam! 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 Now it was Feng's turn to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks upon Frieza, dramatically altering the tide of battle. Frieza had initially struck at Feng with a particular frequency, only to have Feng retaliate with the same intensity, having been struck in the chest from the outset. Frieza writhed in pain as the tempestuous onslaught continued, his wounds multiplying, and his cries escalating. Ah! 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 Frieza never anticipated that Feng's current strength would be so overwhelming. Despite attempting to shield himself with both hands, his arms grew numb, and he could scarcely count the number of blows he received to his chest and abdomen. Bang! Feng delivered a powerful hook that connected with Frieza's jaw. Cough! Frieza spat blood once more. Feng, emboldened by his newfound power, relentlessly assaulted Frieza before the latter could even react. Feng found the punching bag named Frieza quite remarkable. No matter how hard he struck, it remained intact, becoming increasingly easier to handle with each blow. Within mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of punches, leaving Frieza battered and bruised. In a final, devastating strike, Feng seized Frieza's tail and, using himself as the pivot, began to swing Frieza's body in a continuous motion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Feng's whirling motion accelerated increasingly, treating Frieza as if he were a colossal fan. Under the relentless blows, Frieza's mind grew dizzy, and the additional torment of Feng's spinning only intensified his agony, as if his very brain were being violently dislodged. Whoosh. Feng launched himself towards a towering peak. Frieza, akin to a projectile, plunged directly into the terrain. Alas, by the time Frieza regained his senses, his form had already penetrated several mountains, embedding itself into the ground. Boom. Once more, like a cannonball, he erupted upon impact, creating a colossal crater. Whoosh. In a fleeting moment, Feng teleported before Frieza, seizing the creature's tail and casting him into the air amidst the scattered rocks. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom. The blast struck Frieza's body with immense force. Before Frieza could utter a cry of agony, Feng appeared behind him, gripping the dual horns atop Frieza's head. With a fierce thrust of his knees, he collided with Frieza's back. Cough. Frieza spat out blood once more, letting out a harrowing scream, as if his spine had been shattered. Feng twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen. The unfortunate Frieza was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string. Finally, Feng unleashed one last energy blast to conclude the relentless assault. Boom. A cacophony of crashing waves and flying debris ensued. Chapter 28. The third form? Nothing more. Boom. Feng's casual flick of energy resulted in a tremendous explosion, leveling the hills to the ground. Enough of this play. Hasten to the next transformation. Feng rubbed his ears and calmly spoke. What? Frieza can actually transform? Vegeta, who had already been shocked countless times, thought that under these circumstances, Frieza would undoubtedly be defeated. However, upon hearing that Frieza could still transform, Vegeta felt uncertain once again. Incredible! Goku exclaimed. His own base power was only slightly superior to Frieza's, yet Feng was able to dominate Frieza effortlessly, which left him feeling as though he too could still be overpowered. A pained and humiliated cry emerged from the pile of rubble. A purple light flickered as a terrifying energy shattered the boulders. A battered figure crawled out from the pit. Frieza, once towering, was now unable to stand upright. His horns askew, his face marred with blood, and his body riddled with wounds. Though I do not know how you discovered my next transformation. You are as good as dead, Frieza growled menacingly. Ha! Frieza roared, clenching his fists as a purple aura once again emanated from him. With a swift motion, Frieza unleashed his fury, his combat power surging once more. Under that astonishing pressure, Frieza's form shifted dramatically. His head protruded forward, the two black horns morphing into six. While his entire head became elongated and massive, his face grew more sinister and cold, and his shoulders and back widened in response to the transformation. He resembled a grotesque alien, his appearance both hideous and extraordinarily powerful. Frieza's injuries vanished, replaced by the terrifying aura of the purple whirlwind. Now, his combat power reached an astounding 2.5 million. His ferocious visage, chilling expression, and formidable presence left Vegeta and Goku in awe once again. Incredible! Goku broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Frieza's combat power had now surpassed his own base form. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped. In the distance, Piccolo and Gohan, who had gathered the Dragon Balls, also sensed this overwhelming aura. That Frieza's power is still increasing. Can Feng handle him? Piccolo was equally astonished. It's formidable. But I believe Uncle Feng will still achieve victory, Gohan declared confidently. Ha 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 ha. Tremble, you wretched insects. You should feel honored to witness my third form. Frieza laughed arrogantly once more. Indeed, you have grown significantly stronger, but your current appearance is truly grotesque. Feng spoke calmly. What? Frieza exploded with rage. Deep down, he was aware that his third form was indeed the most grotesque of all his transformations, but hearing it stated so bluntly was unforgivable. Then you shall pay with your life. In a flash, the purple figure vanished, and Frieza reappeared before Feng, unleashing a powerful punch towards him. Bang! Feng raised his hands to block, but Frieza's powerful punch landed solidly on him. Thud! To everyone's astonishment, Feng was actually repelled. Ha ha ha. The ignorant fool now understands the magnitude of my power. Frieza, instead of being enraged, chuckled. In his eyes, Feng had become utterly incapable of matching him. Frieza unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks. Whoosh, 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 With the force of cannonballs, Frieza's heavy blows struck relentlessly at Li Feng, forcing him to retreat step by step, each movement leaving deep impressions on the ground. What happened to your earlier momentum? Is this all you can muster? Frieza raised his eyebrows in satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the sight of Li Feng kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, just as Frieza indulged in his fantasies. Li Feng coldly retorted, "Is this truly the extent of your power after transforming?" With that, he delivered a counterpunch, sending Frieza hurtling away. Li Feng intentionally endured Frieza's onslaught, curious to ascertain the extent of Frieza's current power. Indeed, while Frieza's attacks in his third form were not entirely devoid of pain, they posed no significant threat. Frieza was taken aback. Li Feng was actually capable of counterattacking? How infuriating, pretending to be so composed. Frieza, incensed once more, charged towards Li Feng with unbridled fury. With a furious stomp, Frieza's foot struck the ground, creating a formidable crater from the immense force. Frieza gathered his energy again, launching a powerful fist towards Li Feng. Li Feng stood his ground, retaliating with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided once more, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Instantly, the mountains crumbled, the ground sank. The waves surged, and the clouds above dispersed as the entire planet trembled. The cacophony of their fierce battle was deafening. Impossible! Frieza seethed with rage, launching a punch towards Li Feng's face. Yet, Li Feng merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Subsequently, Frieza aimed a kick at Li Feng's abdomen. But once again, Li Feng stepped back a few paces, skillfully neutralizing the attack. Frieza's onslaught remained as relentless as before, failing to even graze the hem of Li Feng's attire. Can you not see? Li Feng continued to mock, but before his words could fully escape his lips, he appeared like a wraith behind Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to the colossal head. A cry of anguish resonated as Frieza's cumbersome body was propelled towards a distant hill, crashing through several mountain ranges before becoming buried beneath the earth. The sound of tumbling rocks echoed as Frieza's disheveled form re-emerged. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he growled fiercely, "Prepare to meet your demise." Extending his hands, his fingertips aimed menacingly at Li Feng, he unleashed Death Ray. With a swift whoosh, two violet beams of energy surged towards Li Feng. The potency of the energy was formidable, piercing through the rocks in its wake, while the rivers along its path erupted into towering columns of water. The speed of the rays was astonishing, almost instantaneously reaching Li Feng's position. Li Feng remained unfazed, merely shifting his stance slightly to evade the light. The energy residuals from the light continued to scorch the air. The moment he missed his mark, Frieza erupted in fury, unleashing a barrage of lethal energy beams with a flourish of his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Initially, only a few slender rays sliced through the air, but as Frieza unleashed his frenzied energy, a cascading purple meteor shower of death began to descend relentlessly upon Li Feng. Boom, 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 boom. Each beam obliterated mountains, evaporated rivers, and shattered the ground beneath. The sheer magnitude of energy in each strike was terrifying. Yet none managed to find their target in Li Feng. Such formidable energy rays. Were I to be struck, my demise would be inevitable. Vegeta's mouth fell agape, sensing the horror of the assault from afar. Li Feng is incredibly strong. I certainly could not emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. Cold sweat trickled down Son Goku's brow. Frieza's attacks were not random. Each strike was meticulously aimed at Li Feng, yet Li Feng's extraordinary predictive abilities allowed him to evade every assault, leaving a trail of rapid footprints in his wake. The bombardment continued for several minutes until, at last, the terrain where Li Feng had stood was left cratered and shrouded in dust, prompting Frieza to gasp for breath and finally cease his onslaught. Chapter 29. Frieza's Final Form. The cacophony of explosions persisted for several minutes until, with the landscape around Li Feng now a hollow shell and smoke swirling, Frieza finally halted, panting heavily. As the dust settled and the haze lifted, Li Feng's figure had vanished. Ha, 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 ha. Foolish wretch. Reduced to mere rubble by my might. Frieza cackled arrogantly. In his mind, he envisioned Li Feng merely flailing his tongue, surely pulverized under the weight of his recent assault. What are you laughing at? Just as Frieza reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice shattered his delusions, manifesting behind him. What? Thud. Frieza's eyes widened in horror, before he could react. He felt a tremendous blow to the back of his head, as if his massive skull had fractured, and then the world around him began to whirl violently. Li Feng executed a swift short-range teleportation, materializing before Frieza with a powerful hook. The resounding impact shattered one of Frieza's alien horns. Before Frieza could emit a cry of anguish, Li Feng delivered another brutal kick to his chest, sending Frieza's bulky form flying hundreds of meters, crashing through several small peaks and embedding him back into the earth. A hellish wail echoed from underground. Absolutely unforgivable. I shall ensure your demise. Boom. The echo of his furious roar reverberated once more, accompanied by yet another explosion from the boulders. The once picturesque Namek was now marred by devastation. You seek death. Do you? Very well, I shall grant it to you. Frieza, blood spilling from his mouth and several horns missing, was battered and torn, yet he roared defiantly. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted from him once again. The release of his purple energy spread a terrifying presence, more formidable than before, causing mountains to crumble and debris to scatter. The sea churned violently, provoking a series of tsunamis, as the entire planet trembled anew. Frieza's power surged once more. What? Frieza's power can still increase? Distantly, Piccolo and Gohan were taken aback. Such terrifying strength, Frieza is indeed a fearsome entity. Goku furrowed his brow, now concerned that Feng might struggle to contend with Frieza. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists, striking the ground in frustration. It dawned on him just how hopelessly terrifying Frieza was. Even in his first form, he could easily annihilate the Saiyan race, and now he was capable of transforming again? Did this mean he would never witness Frieza's demise? The fourth form, is it? Very well, I must take this seriously now. Feng's expression was relaxed, as if Frieza's transformation had no effect on him whatsoever. Oh, could it be that Feng has a hidden trump card? Goku gazed at Feng in astonishment. Meanwhile, the tremors on Namek ceased, and the disturbances caused by Frieza vanished. The purple light faded, revealing Frieza's form. His previously large and grotesque head had disappeared, reverting to a sleek and diminutive shape, with his skin returning to a pale white. His head, shoulders, chest, and knee joints were adorned with purple armor. His visage was no longer hideous. Instead, it appeared chillingly cold, with two tear-like markings streaking from his eyelids to his chin, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Although Frieza had shrunk to less than 1.6 meters, at that moment, his aura was at its most formidable, even without exerting his full power. The overwhelming pressure caused Goku, Vegeta, and others in the distance to tremble in fear. How is this possible? This demon has actually grown stronger after transforming? Vegeta stammered. Just how much further can these two's power escalate? Incredible! I wish to become as strong as Feng as soon as possible. Goku exclaimed with excitement and eagerness. Humph. Not bad, Frieza. It seems you have indeed grown stronger in this form. I wonder how many more transformations you possess? Feng jested. Ha ha ha. Frieza elegantly spread his arms, wearing a confident grin. This is my ultimate form. Next, I shall thoroughly torment you to your demise. Ha ha. Frieza's chilling laughter echoed. His tail flicked menacingly as he coldly fixed his gaze on Feng. Having endured repeated defeats at the hands of Feng in his previous transformations, he had suffered immensely, both physically and mentally. Although his injuries had now healed, the humiliation would linger eternally. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza had never before experienced such disgrace. He vowed to repay Feng's pain and humiliation 100-fold. Is this your diminutive form? Feng once again provoked Frieza. He was well aware that Frieza's greatest dissatisfaction with his form was his height in the original series of Dragon Ball Super. He even sought the dragon to wish for an increase in stature. It is evident that Feng possesses an exceptional talent for inciting Frieza's ire, seeking demise. Upon hearing these words, Frieza, who had previously feigned composure, could no longer contain himself and charged fiercely at Feng. Humph! As Feng's foot struck the ground, fissures instantly formed beneath him, and he surged forth towards Frieza with fervor. Thus commenced yet another round of fierce competition. Boom! Bang! The two engaged in a breathtaking aerial skirmish, only to separate in the blink of an eye, leaving behind mere echoes of the shockwaves generated by their collision. Amidst the chaotic display, shadows danced in the air, creating the illusion of numerous combatants locked in battle. In truth, it was merely the phantoms left by their rapid movements. Each clash shattered nearby rubble and triggered tidal waves. The air was filled with intertwining silhouettes of purple and white. Indeed, Frieza was formidable. His combat prowess now likely exceeded 10 million. Feng contemplated silently. In his recent encounter with Frieza, Feng distinctly perceived a remarkable enhancement in Frieza's speed and strength, which had escalated severalfold. He found himself on the brink of being sent flying on multiple occasions. Haha, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you now scurrying away? Clutching your head? Frieza taunted, noticing that Feng was clearly at a disadvantage in their battle. Although Feng's combat power was officially recorded at 5 million, his actual fighting prowess was far from static. He harnessed his fury to elevate his energy once more. At last, he could engage in an exhilarating fight. Feng's lips curled into a smile. The Saiyan blood within him surged with fervor, fueled by an insatiable thirst for formidable adversaries and an unquenchable passion for battle. This drove him to surpass his limits once more, amplifying his combat prowess, and with a single devastating punch, he sent Frieza flying. What? Frieza? Intent on tormenting Li Feng was taken aback by the sudden surge in his opponent's strength. In his moment of carelessness, he was struck yet again, this time colliding with the mountainside. Come now, Frieza, unleash death upon me. Let us see if I can transcend a Super Saiyan in the face of despair. Li Feng has completely lost his mind. Chapter 30. Overpowered by Frieza? A desperate situation. Come on, Frieza, use death to torment me. Allow me to transcend into a Super Saiyan in this dire moment. Li Feng has completely lost his mind. Indeed. The reason Li Feng did not defeat Frieza in an instant from the outset was to compel Frieza to reveal his true combat prowess, thereby pushing himself to become a genuine Super Saiyan. Unlike others, upon entering the Dragon Ball universe, Li Feng relied solely on his own efforts to elevate his fighting capabilities. Aside from the initial novice gift package, for the warriors of this realm, combat remains the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Frieza, having been sent flying, steadied himself in midair and once again surged towards Li Feng, radiating fierce energy. Li Feng, undeterred, retaliated with equal ferocity. Boom. Bang. The terrifying sounds of collision resonated like thunderclaps erupting from the heavens, scattering the clouds as energy unleashed itself in the air, intermittently crashing to the ground and creating massive craters. In the ocean, it stirred up a series of formidable tsunamis. The battle between Li Feng and Frieza escalated incessantly, with hundreds of strikes exchanged per second, each assault reverberating against the other's body. The once composed Li Feng was now adorned with an array of wounds, his attire gradually succumbing to tatters. Likewise, Frieza's alabaster skin was marred by crimson streaks of purple blood, his numerous injuries grotesque in their appearance. This sensation, once more. Li Feng had fully immersed himself in the battle, utterly indifferent to the wounds adorning his body. In his eyes burned a fierce fire and an indomitable spirit. He reveled in the exhilaration of combat, feeling his blood surge within him, his breath steadily intensifying from 5 million to 6 million, ultimately reaching 10 million. As he transcended his own limits. Enough. Begone. The veins on Frieza's forehead throbbed once more. He could hardly fathom that, in his ultimate form, the previously disadvantaged Li Feng was growing stronger with each passing moment, inflicting ever greater harm upon himself. With a roar of fury, Frieza kicked Li Feng away and unleashed a barrage of death beams with unparalleled swiftness upon the airborne warrior. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The purple beams sliced through the air, striking Li Feng with tremendous force. Bang. With a resounding impact, countless purple beams rained down like a relentless machine gun, bombarding Li Feng and propelling him through a series of mountains. What? This? Vegeta gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that Li Feng had fallen prey to Frieza's death beams. Given the sheer magnitude of the energy, he realized that even a single beam would be devastating, and approaching it would likely result in obliteration. This is quite troublesome. Goku furrowed his brow in concern, recognizing that Li Feng's combat power had now diminished compared to Frieza's, pondering how to engage in battle against such a formidable foe. In the wake of a series of astonishing strikes, the mountains behind Li Feng crumbled into disarray, ultimately leaving him embedded in the earth, forming a massive crater. Smoke and dust swirling around him. As the haze dissipated, one could discern a striking figure shielding his face with his hands, though his garments had been utterly destroyed. Cough. 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 Li Feng lowered his hands, his body stained with blood. Although he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his gaze remained resolutely fixed on Frieza. Ha ha ha. What happened? Weren't you quite arrogant at the beginning? Why do you now appear in such a pitiful state? Frieza taunted once more, observing Li Feng's disheveled figure. Not enough. Li Feng spoke coldly. Although Frieza's relentless attacks were formidable, he did not sense the imminent threat of death. He was still a fraction away from transforming into a Super Saiyan. I must summon my fury. Li Feng gritted his teeth. The eruption born from his fury was the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Still daring to be defiant, Frieza let out a cold snort, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Li Feng, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Cough. Li Feng felt as though the fluid accumulating in his abdomen had been forcefully expelled. Frieza, consumed by rage, commenced his frenzied retribution. Initially, it was Li Feng who had pummeled him like a punching bag, but the tables had now turned, and Frieza unleashed a relentless assault upon Li Feng. However, Frieza was careful to modulate his strength. He had no intention of killing Li Feng outright, but rather aimed to torment him, rendering his existence a living hell. Thud, thud. Thud, thud. With the might of his hands, feet, and tail, Frieza struck Li Feng as though he were 5 individuals, leaving him utterly defenseless. Every muscle in Li Feng's body ached, his bones cried out in agony, and his nerves felt as though they were being pierced. Blood erupted from various wounds across his body. Li Feng's head was clouded with darkness, thoroughly defeated by Frieza. Stop it, Frieza. At this moment, Goku sensed the dire situation and instantly transformed into a 20-fold Kaioken, swiftly appearing before Frieza to intervene. With a resounding crash, a dark crimson fist propelled Frieza away, and Goku then supported Li Feng, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right, Li Feng? Cough, cough. Goku, you must leave first. My battle is not yet over. Li Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and calmly said, however, your current injuries make this battle of great significance to me. Li Feng gazed resolutely at Wukong, observing Li Feng's indomitable spirit. Wukong seemed to catch a glimpse of his former self, and thus departed in silence. Humph, another wild monkey. Frieza spat venomously after being ambushed by Wukong. Come at me all at once. After all, none of you stand a chance against this king. Frieza, this time your demise is inevitable. Li Feng let out a tremendous roar, swiftly gathering his energy. An astonishing surge of power and aura erupted from him as a white whirlwind spiraled around, causing the energy in the air to vibrate and triggering tremors throughout the land. Mountains crumbled, rivers fractured, and the entire continent quaked. Li Feng's power continues to rise incessantly. Damn it, why is it still not enough? I am now filled with rage. Why can I not transform into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng seethed with anger, frustrated by his own powerlessness. How far was he from transforming into a Super Saiyan? This ends here. Frieza sensed Li Feng's energy, although it was increasing. It no longer posed any threat to him. He raised his right hand, beginning to gather energy. Swish. Red and black energies began to intertwine, and in a fleeting moment, they coiled at Frieza's fingertips, rapidly coalescing into a massive energy sphere that expanded as though being inflated. You shall perish alongside this planet, Frieza bellowed. Planetary destruction sphere. Boom. The colossal sphere of crimson and ebony energy hurtled toward Li Feng, who was still gathering his own power. This is bad. It's too fast. Goku's pupils constricted as the massive sphere bore down on Li Feng, leaving him with no time to intervene. Is this the end? Gazing at the terrifying sphere, Vegeta felt certain this time it was over and despairingly closed his eyes. Li Feng braced himself against the colossal sphere, feeling the terrifying energy searing through his hands, emitting a ferocious roar. His feet were suppressed by the annihilation orb, sinking deeper into the ground. Was he to surrender in such a manner? No. To be driven to the brink of death only to be reborn. In an instant, Li Feng's pupils transformed into a vibrant green. Chapter 31. Li Feng, Super Saiyan. In that moment, Li Feng's pupils glimmered with an emerald hue. With a fierce shout, the previously oppressive annihilation orb abruptly ceased its advance. Rustle, 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 rustle. It was as if an ancient beast had been unleashed. A formidable golden aura radiated from within Li Feng. In that moment, Li Feng felt an unceasing vitality coursing through every cell of his body, energy surging forth relentlessly. Boom. The annihilation orb he controlled felt as though it could easily rebound. As anticipated, the once terrifying orb of intertwining crimson and black was gently nudged back by Li Feng. What? How could this be possible? Frieza was taken aback. Having believed victory was assured, who could have imagined his ultimate technique would be sent back? Thus, he desperately exerted control with his hands, attempting to rebound the annihilation orb. Here, take it back. Li Feng roared, unleashing an astonishing aura that propelled the devastating projectile towards Frieza with incredible speed. No. Frieza gazed in horror at the imminent destruction, helplessly consumed by his own lethal attack. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, giving rise to a magnificent mushroom cloud. Subsequently, mountains crumbled, the earth shuddered, and the seas surged violently. The entire planet trembled under the weight of such terrifying energy. After a prolonged moment, as the smoke dissipated and dust swirled, only one figure, radiating a golden luminescence, stood resolutely upon the ground. The chilling aura and the intense flames bore witness to the presence of the ultimate power at that moment. Li Feng radiated a golden brilliance, his hair standing upright, transforming from its original black to a resplendent gold, while his pupils morphed into a striking green. His muscles swelled, and his expression turned icy. This was the essence of a Super Saiyan. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden radiance emanating from Li Feng flickered incessantly, resembling a dazzling asteroid. At this moment, Piccolo and Gohan arrived belatedly, and upon witnessing Li Feng's transformed state, They were taken aback. Dad, what is happening to Uncle Li Feng now? He is so powerful. Goku, having pushed aside a massive boulder, gazed at Li Feng in awe. Profoundly astonished by his formidable strength, Li Feng glanced at his current combat power through the combat device, 250 million. This level of power was already equivalent to that of Trunks when he arrived on Earth 3 years later, effortlessly defeating Mecha Frieza. This transformation belonged to the Super Saiyans. Goku, Gohan, you two will eventually attain this metamorphosis, although there remains a considerable distance between them. The transformed Li Feng enhanced his senses and immediately caught the essence of their conversation. What? Super Saiyan? Is this not the legendary being said to appear once in a millennium? How can it truly exist? Vegeta exclaimed, once again astounded, realizing that the rumor was indeed a reality. It's nothing extraordinary. Any Saiyan who diligently trains can achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Li Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. In the air, a disheveled figure emerged from the swirling dust. Frieza was not dead. Yet. He appeared in a pitiable state. His once proud tail was severed significantly, his left hand hung limply, clearly broken, and his body bore numerous wounds, leaving him with but a flicker of life. Oh, you are still alive? Truly resembling a tenacious cockroach. Li Feng taunted again. You scoundrel. Frieza, consumed by rage, could hardly believe his own predicament. What nonsense about Super Saiyans? This time, I shall unleash my full power and annihilate you. With that declaration, Frieza clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, gathering his energy once more. A surge of violet energy erupted from him, intensifying with each moment. Someday, I will defeat you. Li Feng cockroached. Vegeta, witnessing the silhouette engulfed in golden flames, silently resolved himself. Yet, no matter how Frieza's aura swelled, it paled in comparison to Li Feng's sun-like strength. As Frieza completed his transformation, his previously frail form became muscular, his injuries visibly mended, mirroring the original tale, but with the protagonist now shifted from Goku to Li Feng. Come on, Frieza, unleash whatever techniques you have left. Li Feng provocatively beckoned Frieza with a flick of his finger. What Super Saiyan? Perish. Frieza could scarcely believe the ancestral legend was true. The frozen demon race, of which Frieza was a part, had long been warned by their forebear, Chilled, to steer clear of the Super Saiyans, lest they face utter annihilation. Boom. Frieza's fierce strike landed squarely on Li Feng. Yet the anguished cry did not belong to Li Feng, but rather to Frieza himself. In that fateful moment of impact, Frieza felt as though his fist had collided with an unyielding wall, repelled by an overwhelming force. Humph? Is that all you've got? Frieza, have you skipped a meal? Li Feng, with his arms crossed, completely disregarded Frieza's onslaught. At this moment, he possessed strength that far surpassed that of Goku after his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Even standing still, Frieza's attacks were utterly ineffective against him. Is this truly the case? Upon arriving at the scene, Piccolo could finally sense the terrifying might of Li Feng. Frieza, consumed by impotent rage, launched a furious assault on Li Feng. Bang, 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 bang. After a relentless barrage, Frieza's strikes proved to be utterly futile, completely thwarted by that golden aura surrounding Li Feng. How could this be possible? Frieza was genuinely frightened now. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had unleashed his full power in this attack, yet not a single scratch had been inflicted upon his opponent. To his astonishment, he found himself on the receiving end of a counterattack. Although Li Feng had been formidable even before his transformation, there had at least been some semblance of a struggle. Now, the disparity in strength was so vast that it felt like a complete and utter domination. Enough is enough. It is my turn now. After testing his defenses, Li Feng commenced his assault. No sooner had he spoken than the ominous toll of death seemed to resonate in Frieza's ears. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck Frieza's abdomen, causing it to cave in instantaneously. Cough. Only then did Frieza's senses catch up, as he expelled a mouthful of bitter fluid. Humph. Bang. 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 Li Feng paid no heed to Frieza, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows at a staggering pace, overwhelming him with ease. Frieza was once again reduced to a mere human punching bag, subjected to a severe beating. With a thunderous impact, Li Feng executed a final combination of strikes, culminating in a soaring kick that sent Frieza plummeting into the sea. Splash! Like a torpedo detonating, he pierced straight through to the ocean floor. The waters churned violently, and colossal waves surged forth. Chapter 32. The Annihilation of Frieza. The scene was akin to an underwater explosion, with the ocean frothing and tumultuous. How formidable! Gohan, observing the battle, couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Li Feng resembled a golden war deity, radiating an astonishing aura in the skies above. Was this the power of a Super Saiyan? Goku also sensed this extraordinary energy, and among those present, apart from Frieza and Li Feng, he was the strongest. This proximity allowed him to truly grasp the terror emanating from Li Feng. The Saiyan race is indeed a formidable adversary, Piccolo remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had previously reveled in his own enhanced power, only to realize how vastly inferior it was compared to Li Feng's might. Super Saiyan. I too shall achieve such power. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with envy and an insatiable desire for strength. Frieza, is this all you are capable of? Li Feng exuded a tranquil golden aura in the air. Suddenly, a whirlpool emerged from the depths of the sea, and Frieza's disheveled figure surfaced. How can this be? Frieza exclaimed in horror. He had unleashed his ultimate form to its fullest extent, yet he still could not overcome Li Feng. Is this Super Saiyan truly that formidable? I refuse to accept this. Frieza reignited his violet flames, extending his arms as he unleashed beams of purple energy. Swish, 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 swish. The death beams were unleashed once more, a rain of purple meteors descending relentlessly upon Li Feng. The golden aura enveloping Li Feng intensified once more, effortlessly obstructing Frieza's lethal death beam with sheer energy. At this moment, Li Feng's power surpassed Frieza's by more than double. Indeed, in the realm of Dragon Ball, such a discrepancy in strength rendered the opponent's defenses utterly futile. Frieza unleashed a flurry of desperate antics, channeling his energy to vent the fear and frustration swirling within him. The energy surged ominously, evaporating the surrounding seawater and churning the waves violently, yet amidst the maelstrom of energy, that solitary figure remained as steadfast as a mountain. In a short while, mist enveloped the area, obscuring the figure suspended in the air. Gasping for breath, Frieza fixated on the dense fog. As a gentle breeze swept through, the mist began to dissipate. Wait, has he vanished? Frieza, completely engrossed in searching for the silhouette concealed within the mist, was taken aback by the sudden absence of Li Feng. Could it be that the man had already succumbed to his attack? Frieza's mind wandered into dark fantasies. Where are you looking? A chilling voice echoed from above. What? When did this happen? The observing Piccolo suddenly realized that Li Feng was hovering directly above Frieza's head. With a swift motion, Frieza looked up, only to find that golden figure mocking him from above. Impossible. My attack had undeniably struck Li Feng just moments ago. How could he be unscathed? And when did he arrive there? A multitude of questions swirled in Frieza's mind, each thought amplifying his anxiety and dread. Li Feng's defense, relying solely on his chi, was sufficient to withstand his own attacks. Yet, the speed displayed moments ago surpassed his own. What means did he possess to contend with the man before him? This is the end, Frieza. In midair, Li Feng crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Although it was merely a commonplace statement, to Frieza's ears, it resonated as the harbinger of death. Wait, Frieza pleaded for mercy. I shall depart from this planet. I acknowledge that you are the strongest being in this world. Please, allow me to leave. What? That terrifying demon is actually begging for mercy. Piccolo, with his extraordinary hearing, discerned Frieza's cries from afar. Ha 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 ha. Frieza, you have met your match today. Vegeta laughed with satisfaction, fully aware that this battle was already won by Li Feng. Oh? Is that so? Li Feng feigned contemplation. However, to his astonishment, Frieza's expression morphed into a sinister grimace as he observed Li Feng drawing nearer. Perish! He bellowed. In an instant, as Li Feng approached, Frieza unleashed a purple energy disk of death. Beware! Goku exclaimed in horror. At such close range, should it strike, even Li Feng could suffer grievous injuries. Humph! Li Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had long anticipated Frieza's cunning tactics, prepared for a sudden ambush. He feigned a vulnerability, only to find that his predictions had indeed come to fruition. With a gentle grasp of his right hand, the violet disc resembling a ki blast was abruptly immobilized. Boom. Subsequently, Li Feng crushed the death slice with the ease of one popping a balloon. What? Frieza could hardly believe his eyes. Li Feng had reacted in an instant, effortlessly shattering the attack he had so proudly executed. This is how it's done. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Feng unleashed his own ki blast. Whoosh. This time, Frieza found himself unable to respond, and his already injured tail was severed once more. Frieza shrieked in agony, purple blood gushing from his mouth and tail. Wait, I was truly mistaken. Please spare me. Frieza's plea was genuine this time. He realized that none of his tactics held any promise of victory. The threat of death lingered from Li Feng's recent ki blast, and a slight miscalculation could have resulted in his entire being cleaved in two. This is the end. Frieza, you may now meet your demise. Li Feng, having had enough, narrowed his eyes with a glimmer of murderous intent. No, no. Frieza, sensing Li Feng's lethal aura, was taken aback and, in a panic, unleashed his energy before fleeing. Whoosh. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Frieza's purple brilliance vanished into the air. Can he truly escape? Li Feng let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a golden aura. With a whoosh, a golden whirlwind ignited once more. The surge of energy sweeping across the land, waves undulating as the earth quaked beneath him. Li Feng's hands drew together at his waist. A surge of azure energy began to coalesce. A brilliant blue light, infused with a golden aura, intensified relentlessly. A sphere of blue energy materialized, radiating a terrifying and resplendent glow. In an instant, Li Feng vanished. Where did Uncle Li Feng go? Gohan exclaimed, sensing the formidable aura of Li Feng dissipate abruptly. He speculated that he had likely gone to confront Frieza. That technique was indeed fearsome. Goku also sensed that Li Feng's presence had receded to a considerable distance. There. Vegeta immediately detected Li Feng's aura, realizing it was several thousand miles away, and hurriedly unleashed his energy to catch up. The others likewise soared towards Li Feng's direction. Just as Frieza basked in the relief of evading Li Feng's grasp, a golden figure suddenly materialized before him, followed by a colossal blue energy wave hurtling towards him. No. Frieza was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave. Chapter 33, Fragments of Time and Space, A Wish No. Frieza was mercilessly consumed by Li Feng's Kamehameha. The blue beam pierced through the mountains, dispersing the clouds. As the dust settled, Frieza's form had completely vanished. The cosmic tyrant thus turned to dust. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat Frieza. Reward, Time and Space Fragment X1. The system's notification confirmed to Li Feng that Frieza had truly been obliterated. Upon discovering the peculiar nature of the reward, he inquired, "What is this time and space fragment?" This Dragon Ball universe is designated as A1807. The time and space fragments originate from other parallel universes. Due to the influence of certain unknown forces, the temporal and spatial energies within this universe are incomplete, resulting in significant alterations to its history. By collecting 7 time and space fragments, one can merge them into a time and space pearl. Its purpose is to stabilize this universe and allow the user unrestricted traversal across it. How can one obtain these time and space fragments? Li Feng inquired. Aside from the tasks issued by the system, the restoration of history and traversing to other parallel universes are also viable means of acquisition. The voice of the system resonated. Which universe does this fragment of time and space correspond to? It pertains to Universe A1207, the realm inhabited by future Trunks and Goten. So, it is indeed the universe of future Goku. It appears that the journey ahead is still fraught with challenges. To traverse other universes, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, one would merely be a mere pawn from the past. Although I can now transform into a Super Saiyan, my combat power, as estimated by the system, is comparable to that of future Goku upon his initial arrival on Earth. Confronting the future androids in Cell remains a daunting task. Li Feng once again solidified his resolve to grow stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Wukong and his companions arrived. Well, Uncle Li Feng, have you vanquished that demon? Gohan gazed at Li Feng with eyes full of admiration. Indeed, Frieza has been obliterated to nothingness. Li Feng chuckled. Li Feng, the Dragon Balls have been fully gathered. Was that recent surge of power from the Elder the essence of a Super Saiyan? Piccolo also expressed keen interest in Li Feng's strength. Indeed. This is the manifestation of a Super Saiyan. Li Feng effortlessly gathered his energy. In an instant, a golden aura erupted, dispersing several individuals. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed, a mix of tension and excitement evident in his voice. Sensing the ferocity and brutality of this power, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Did you just say that all Saiyans can achieve such a transformation? Is that true?" "What? Kakarot? Are you serious?" Vegeta's excitement heightened as he hurriedly questioned Li Feng. If he too could master such a formidable transformation, would he not also become significantly stronger? Indeed, any Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan through rigorous training. Even I? Gohan asked, incredulous and envious. Absolutely. Saiyans are a naturally combative race. The warrior spirit resides within them, requiring persistent cultivation to unleash their true potential. Li Feng elucidated that the conditions for transformation are rooted in anger and a robust physical foundation. For instance, at his current state, Goku must at least double his strength to have a chance at transformation. Similarly, Vegeta and Gohan need to undergo extensive training before they can achieve the same. Li Feng stated the undeniable truth. How infuriating. Kakarot, I shall not concede defeat to you. Vegeta ignited with determination, issuing a challenge to Goku. Oh? It seems I must enhance my strength twofold for a chance. Very well. I too shall grow stronger. Upon hearing Li Feng's remarks, Goku displayed no signs of discouragement. Rather, his spirit soared with determination. I shall also ascend to become a Super Saiyan. Young Gohan was equally fueled by ambition. Very well. Let us first make our way to the Elder. He must be awaiting our wishes. With that, they soared towards the Elder's direction, followed closely by Piccolo and the others. Li Feng took a deep breath, calming his respiration, allowing his breath to return to normal. The golden strands of hair atop his head reverted to a deep black, and his pupils transformed back to ebony. In an instant, the strength coursing through his body ebbed like a receding tide. And it was only then that the acute ache in his muscles surged forth with overwhelming intensity. Hiss. Li Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seemed that he had yet to fully acclimate to his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps it was best to consume a Senzu Bean first. Chewing sound. Whoosh. Indeed. After partaking of the Senzu Bean, his entire being was once again infused with vigor, and his foundational strength surged. The Saiyan physique was truly akin to a cheat code. At that moment, Li Feng's normal combat power reached an astounding 5,500,000. Within mere minutes, the four of them arrived at the Grand Elder's chamber. Thank you for your patience, mighty warrior. We have gathered the Dragon Balls you require, came the raspy voice of the Grand Elder. Very well, summon the Eternal Dragon. Li Feng remarked that Nail, replacing the Grand Elder, placed the Dragon Balls outside and then began to recite the incantation in Namekian. Li Feng had long been puzzled as to why the entire world spoke the same language while the language of Namek was distinct. Well, do not inquire further. It's simply a matter of established lore. As Nail completed the invocation to summon the Eternal Dragon, the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a soccer ball, suddenly radiated an orange glow, and 7 beams of light shot upwards into the heavens. In an instant, the bright day transformed into a starless night, and a colossal green figure materialized in the sky. Unlike the Dragon of Earth, the Namekian dragon was more than twice its size and exuded an aura of immense strength, truly a formidable dragon, with rippling muscles and even defined abdominal muscles. Regardless of how many times one had seen the dragon, experiencing its presence in person was nothing short of breathtaking. Li Feng sighed and proclaimed, "Speak your wishes. For I possess the ability to grant you 3, regardless of their nature." The majestic Maikexing Shenlong responded. The first wish was to resurrect the innocent lives lost at the hands of Frieza and his legion. Li Feng spoke to Nara. Nara, using the language of Namek, made a wish to the dragon. It was a simple request. The dragon's eyes gleamed, and a crimson light enveloped the earth in an instant. Subsequently, numerous Namekians appeared, gazing at one another in bewilderment. What? They have truly been resurrected! Nara exclaimed with excitement. Oh, so this is the dragon of Namek? If only I could make a wish, Vegeta mused, his thoughts taking a mischievous turn. However, upon catching a fleeting glance from Li Feng, he quickly deflated. Forget it. After all, Frieza is dead, and that Li Feng is incredibly formidable. Wishing is of no consequence to me. I should focus on finding a way to become a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Vegeta's interest in transforming into a Super Saiyan intensified. Your first wish has been granted, the dragon proclaimed. The second wish is to restore Namek's ecology and environment to its optimal state. Li Feng made his second wish for Namek. What? Are you certain? Initially, Nara believed that all 3 wishes made by Li Feng were intended for himself, and he was somewhat reluctant. However, it has now become evident that he is indeed a great benefactor of Namek. Well, let it be. Nara, once again filled with excitement, made his wish. In a flash, a crimson light illuminated the desolate land of Namek, restoring it to vitality. For the third wish, please ensure that you wish for something for yourself, Nara said gratefully. You need not tell me. I shall do so. Please resurrect the innocent lives lost on Earth due to the assault of the Saiyans. Li Feng remarked as a flash of red light illuminated the scene. The dragon once again summoned its divine power. Chapter 34. Return to Earth. In a dazzling radiance, the dragon proclaimed, "Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell." With a sweep of red light, the dragon vanished, the sky regained its hues, and the 7 orbs transformed into stones, scattering in all directions. Mr. Li Feng, your wishes have been entirely realized. Please allow us to express our heartfelt gratitude once more. Nara bowed deeply, fully aware of the ferocity of the recent battle. Had Li Feng failed to vanquish that demon, planet Namek would have ceased to exist. By defeating Frieza, Li Feng not only avenged the Namekian people but also made 2 wishes to restore planet Namek to its former glory, an immense act of kindness. It is of no consequence. Please convey our regards to the Elder. We must take our leave now. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. Earth? I have no desire to return to that desolate place. Vegeta scoffed in response. Don't get ahead of yourself, Vegeta. I never mentioned Earth. Li Feng chuckled. There exists a natural arena for combat where I shall train subsequently. What? Is that true? Li Feng, you must take me with you. Upon hearing about the training, Wukong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he eagerly implored Li Feng to include him. Damn it, Kakarot. You can't sneak away alone. Wait, Li Feng. I wish to accompany you as well. Vegeta, upon hearing the mention of training, became anxious and, disregarding his pride, promptly beseeched Li Feng. It's quite simple. Our destination is the planet Adrat. However, before that, we should return to Earth, as our family and friends there have been worried for quite some time. Li Feng chuckled and then soared towards the spacecraft. I had previously acquired a skill known as instantaneous teleportation, allowing me to return directly to Earth. Upon pressing the external button of the spacecraft, it swiftly transformed into a capsule, which Li Feng then stowed away in his pocket. Is such a thing truly possible? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Place your hands upon my shoulder. Li Feng silently attuned himself to the essence of Earth. Humph. Vegeta, though curious about Li Feng's instantaneous movement, haughtily placed his hand upon Li Feng's shoulder. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo echoed this gesture. They had located the others, although distant. The energies of Krillin and the others were relatively easy to discern amidst the myriad of life forms. Whoosh! In an instant, the group vanished. On Earth, in West City. Oh dear, Chi-Chi, there is no need to worry about them. With their immense strength, Li Feng and the others will surely triumph over their foes, Krillin reassured Chi-Chi, however. But Gohan is still so young. What if something were to happen? She lamented, her voice trembling. After just a few exchanged words, Chi-Chi found herself weeping once more in Bulma's embrace. It's all right, Chi-Chi, they will undoubtedly return safely, Bulma comforted softly. This had become a familiar routine, initially. It seemed reasonable for a month, but as time passed, Chi-Chi's complaints became a daily occurrence, leaving Bulma feeling rather helpless. She had resorted to summoning Krillin and the other Z-fighters for support. Yet, deep within, Bulma's own concerns and longing for Li Feng grew ever more intense. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and the figures of 5 emerged on the ground. Huh? Is this truly Earth? Goku scratched his head, astonished by Li Feng's instantaneous travel. Ah, it's Mom! Gohan exclaimed, rushing towards Chi-Chi. Wait, am I seeing things? Is that Gohan? Gohan! My Gohan! Chi-Chi cried out, her tears of joy and worry flowing freely as she embraced him. Bulma, I have returned. Li Feng also greeted Bulma. In an instant. Upon seeing the familiar figure before her, Bulma could no longer contain the yearning in her heart and rushed towards Li Feng like a fledgling returning to its nest. You scoundrel! You were gone for so long. Feeling Bulma's embrace, Li Feng was enveloped by her affection and longing, and hurried to reassure her, I have returned safely. So there is nothing to worry about. Li Feng offered words of comfort. Humph. Vegeta could not endure such a scene and departed alone. He had previously promised Li Feng that he would train on Yardrat and would no longer harm innocent beings or recklessly devastate Earth. Piccolo also left in solitude. Recognizing that Yardrat was not suited for him, his journey to Namek had fulfilled his ambitions, and now he intended to train alone, as he did not wish to fall behind the Saiyans. Oh, is that not Vegeta? How did that demon return with you? It was only then that Krillin realized Vegeta had come back with them. It's all right, he no longer poses any threat to us. Li Feng recounted his experience on Namek to the gathered crowd, when they learned that there were foes on Namek even more formidable than Vegeta. A sense of dread and anxiety enveloped them. However, upon hearing that Li Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan, excitement and exhilaration surged among them, particularly for Bulma, who clutched Li Feng's arm tightly. Though not present at the scene, she could vividly imagine the perilous circumstances, prompting her to hold on even tighter as a silent expression of her unease and concern. Such is the situation in a month's time. We shall embark on our journey to planet Yardrat for training. After Li Feng recounted his journey to Namek, he proceeded to share his future plans. What? You were leaving so soon? Bulma tightened her embrace around Li Feng, her brow furrowed in concern. But there is still a month left. I will spend this month with you. After comforting Bulma, Li Feng finally persuaded her to agree. To celebrate everyone's safe return, I will treat you all today. Let us indulge in sumptuous food and drink. As the wealthiest person on Earth, Bulma displayed her generosity with a grand gesture, summoning various household robots to prepare a feast. Hooray! The crowd was thrilled and reveled in the abundance. As Saiyans, their appetites were akin to that of insatiable beasts, Li Feng, Goku, Gohan, and the others consumed food in quantities that seemed endless. Even Vegeta, embodying the spirit of a determined eater, joined in the gastronomic extravaganza until they were thoroughly satisfied. After the festivities, Chi-Chi tugged on Goku's ear, leading Gohan away, and soon everyone departed for home, leaving only Bulma's family and Li Feng outdoors. "Oh dear, it's late. We should rest now. Good night, Bulma, Li Feng." Mrs. Brief smiled as she held her husband's hand, bidding farewell. "Good night, Mrs. Brief, Mr. Brief. Good night, Dad, Mom." Bulma exchanged a knowing smile with Li Feng before quietly returning indoors. That night, Bulma poured out her feelings of longing, worry, dissatisfaction, excitement, and joy to Li Feng. As a robust Saiyan, he embraced all her emotions, and together they experienced a profound elevation of their bond. Chapter 35, Planet Yardrat. The next day, Li Feng fulfilled his promise, putting aside his training to spend quality time with Bulma. In the morning, they ventured into the city for a date. Driving a hovercar and marveling at the myriad high-tech wonders on Earth, Li Feng was filled with awe at the incredible advancements in technology. It was undeniable that the Brief family's wealth was well-deserved. Their innovative capsule technology was omnipresent, and the space compression technology was exceptionally practical. Bulma fully embraced her affluent persona, purchasing anything that caught her eye without hesitation. As a Saiyan, Li Feng could only play the role of a mere porter in the realm of shopping, quietly trailing behind, laden with goods that towered over him. Alas, even a Super Saiyan must yield to the dominion of wealth, resigning himself to the role of a docile companion. In the evening, Li Feng's formidable appetite, reminiscent of a gorilla, sent all the guests fleeing, prompting Bulma to lavishly purchase the establishment, hiring chefs solely to cater to Li Feng's culinary cravings. He could not help but admire the allure of money as he transformed once more into a glutton, devouring everything in his path. Later that night, as they returned home, Bulma's tenderness washed over Li Feng, allowing him to bask in her gentle affection. In the days that followed, the duo traversed the continents, indulging in the bustling shopping centers as well as visiting amusement parks and cinemas, typical haunts for couples. They explored various mountains, lakes, and oceans, immersing themselves in the splendor of nature. Moreover, Li Feng showcased his ability to manipulate the air, soaring through the skies with Bulma, teaching her the rudiments of energy control and basic flight. In the Dragon Ball world, even ordinary individuals could learn to harness energy and take to the skies through practice. Witnessing Bulma's exhilaration and joy as she flew for the first time filled Li Feng with profound happiness. She was the woman he cherished, and he felt an unwavering resolve to grow stronger in order to protect her and the world. A month passed in a blissful haze, the two of them inseparable. However, when the appointed day arrived, Li Feng reluctantly accepted the necessity of departure. He recognized that he could not linger in this paradise of affection. His strength remained insufficient, and without improvement, he would struggle against the formidable foes that lay ahead. Li Feng instantaneously transported himself to the location of Wukong and Vegeta. Over the course of the past month, Vegeta gradually tempered his fierce demeanor while under the influence of Wukong, slowly transforming his character. His aspiration is to surpass both Li Feng and Wukong. Although his strength still pales in comparison to Wukong's, he is steadily growing more powerful. Li Feng silently observed the combat power of the two individuals through the system's power gauge. Sun Wukong, 1,600,000. Vegeta, 100,000. Indeed, engaging with formidable opponents is the most effective way to rapidly enhance one's strength. Let us proceed to the planet Yardrat. Li Feng had previously discussed his plans with the North Kai. In order to empower Goku, Vegeta, and others to protect Earth, obtaining the coordinates of planet Yardrat was essential. The Kai agreed to assist him and provided the necessary coordinates. Having mastered the coordinates, Li Feng can now sense the presence of any living being, quickly locating the energy signature of the Yardrat inhabitants. With a swift motion, Goku and Vegeta grasp Li Feng's shoulders, and together they execute an instantaneous teleportation. Tap, tap, tap. The trio successfully arrives on Yardrat. Is this the Yardrat you mentioned? It appears rather unremarkable, remarks Goku, as he senses the ground beneath him, noting its gravity is akin to that of Earth. I just detected a chaotic energy signature here. It seems something significant has transpired. Li Feng sensed an unusual atmosphere in this place. Boom. Tap. 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 As soon as the words left his lips, the sounds of battle echoed from afar. A skirmish right upon my arrival? Just as I wished. Upon hearing the clamor of conflict, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement and swiftly soared towards the source of the commotion. Li Feng and Wukong also followed closely behind. In the distance, a booming laughter echoed. Haha, Yadarat aliens, Surrender your clan's secrets, or you shall all perish. At that moment, a group of extraterrestrials clad in combat suits unleashed a barrage of laser fire. Not a chance. Our clan's secrets will never be handed over to you vile beings, exclaimed a pink-skinned figure in white and black armor. Gritting his teeth as blood oozed from his arm. This cannot continue. Our clan's combat prowess is insufficient, and we will soon be annihilated. However, surrendering the secrets of teleportation and fusion is utterly out of the question. The wounded Yadarat alien was in turmoil when suddenly he noticed three formidable presences emerging on the battlefield. These insignificant beings are clad in Frieza's army uniforms? Vegeta's keen eyes detected the intruders, who bore a resemblance to Frieza's soldiers. Who are you? Anyone who dares to obstruct Frieza's army deserves to die, one of the grotesque green-skinned aliens demanded. It seems your information is severely outdated. Frieza has already fallen at my hands. Feng coldly remarked, utter nonsense. King Frieza only departed for Namek a month ago. He must have been delayed due to pressing matters. You all should perish alongside the Adratans. Everyone, I implore you to evacuate this place immediately. It is exceedingly perilous. The injured Adratans, upon seeing Feng and his two companions unarmored, hastily urged them to leave. Fear not, dear Adratans, for I shall take care of these insignificant pests. Feng spoke casually. No, they are exceedingly powerful. You must not recklessly engage them. Such folly could cost you your lives. How could this happen? Initially, the Aradrat aliens were concerned for their safety, but upon witnessing the instant disappearance of Feng and his companions, they were astounded as Frieza's soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. Was this instantaneous movement? No. It was simply astonishing speed. How could they be so formidable? The onlooking Aradrat aliens were left in awe of Feng and his companion's strength. It seemed that the heavens favored our race. Salvation was at hand. Tears flowed from the eyes of their kin. These weaklings are pitiable. They haven't even begun to warm up. After dispatching the last of Frieza's minions, Vegeta let out a cold snort. Esteemed heroes, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Please follow us. Our chieftain wishes to express his gratitude. One of the leading Aradrat aliens said. But before that, do you have any food? Goku inquired, patting his belly with a smile. Kakarot, you are truly embarrassing. Vegeta mocked. Fear not, noble heroes. Our chieftain has prepared a feast to welcome you. Oh ho. Vegeta, if you have the ability, don't you dare run away. What? That's impossible. You want to escape. The two jesters continued their playful banter. Chapter 36, Special Training on Aradrat. Three voracious eaters devoured the culinary delights laid before them, transforming into gluttonous apes. This roasted meat is quite impressive. Hey, Kakarot, that's my share. Oh, what does it matter? Wait, Vegeta, why did you eat my sushi? What do you mean yours? I saw it first. How cunning, Vegeta. Wait, Feng, how do you grab food so quickly? That looks delectable. The Saiyans, in their fervor for food, were oblivious to all else, nearly sparking a brawl as the food on the table diminished rapidly. Each of them consumed portions sufficient for hundreds, leaving the Aradrat aliens in a state of disbelief. After a thorough feast, with empty bowls and plates piled high on the floor, Feng and his companions finally leaned back, satisfied. Esteemed warriors, I hope the meal suited your tastes? The chieftain wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke cautiously. Thank you for your hospitality. The food was absolutely to our liking. Feng wiped his mouth and said, Esteemed heroes, please allow us to express our heartfelt gratitude for saving my kin. With that, the chieftain rose and respectfully bowed to Feng and the others, followed by the Yadarat people who also stood to convey their thanks. There is no need for excessive pleasantries. Our primary purpose in coming here is to learn. Feng revealed the purpose of their visit to the planet Adrat. Oh, I wonder what you wish to learn, the chieftain expressed his confusion. Your instant transmission, came the reply. The chieftain furrowed his brow, hesitating. What is the matter with you? Are you unwilling to teach even such a basic skill? Vegeta, noticing the chieftain's reluctance, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. In fact, Feng had previously informed Vegeta and Goku that it was imperative for them to master instant transmission during their visit to Adrat, otherwise, he would not take them away. Chieftain, that is not possible. It is a secret of our clan and cannot be divulged to outsiders, came the response. Indeed. What if they turn out to be like that previous group? Someone cautioned from the back. Silence. The chieftain interjected sharply upon hearing the murmurs of his kin. Regardless, they are the benefactors who saved our clan, and given their formidable strength, there is no need for deception. He addressed his subordinates. However, I must not conceal from you, esteemed heroes, that our clan is in a perilous situation. apart from the group we just faced. We are constantly besieged by other alien colonizers who wreak havoc upon our planet and harm our people. Our clan's combat capabilities are regrettably low, and many of our kin have perished. It is not that I wish to withhold knowledge from you. Rather, I am simply overwhelmed. The chieftain expressed his plight. We can assist you in driving away those with malicious intent. Fear not, for we are quite powerful, Goku declared, thumping his chest. Indeed, I have just vanquished their king. Frieza. The news has yet to spread. If they learn of Frieza's demise, they should think twice before causing further trouble here. Feng gradually elucidated. Is what you say true? Have you genuinely slain the terrifying cosmic emperor, Frieza? The clan leader expressed his astonishment. Frieza's notorious reputation had spread far and wide, known to nearly all inhabitants of the galaxies. Mere words carry little weight. Feng rose to his feet and let out a resounding shout. With a rustling sound, a golden whirlwind erupted once more from his being, enveloping the entire arena with its powerful aura. Feng opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into a vivid emerald green. His hair standing on end, now a brilliant gold. In an instant, an aura reminiscent of an ancient, fearsome beast erupted forth. The ground beneath him was instantly crushed into a massive pit, while the earth trembled and the wind roared, energy surging ceaselessly from Feng's being. The Yatalatrian warriors were swept away by the shockwave of his transformation, rendered speechless by the overwhelming power he exuded. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? One day, I too shall attain such existence. Goku gazed at that golden figure, his resolve to grow stronger solidifying even further. I will undoubtedly reach this realm before Kakarot. Vegeta secretly envied him as well. How formidable! This aura indeed confirms Lord Feng's assertions. Experience prevails. The chieftain of the Yatalatrian clan was the first to react, as members of their race possess an innate sensitivity to energy. The aura emanating from Feng in his Super Saiyan form was undeniably potent, far surpassing that of Frieza, whom they had encountered previously. Now, do you believe? Feng returned to his normal state and addressed the clan leader. Esteemed benefactors, you must believe us. That is splendid. Let us engage in a transaction. We wish to utilize your premises for our cultivation and to learn the art of teleportation practiced by your clan. In return, we kindly request lodging and an ample supply of sustenance. During this period, we shall ensure your safety. Any intruders will be dealt with by us. Is that agreeable? Then it is settled. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Yadrilitarians. The Yadrilitarians extended their hand. Feng also shook hands with the clan leader. And thus the transaction was concluded. The days that followed were filled with lengthy cultivation and learning. In the mornings, Wukong, Vegeta, and Feng studied the art of instant transmission under the guidance of the clan leader. Afternoons were dedicated to their spirited battles, while evenings were spent indulging in lavish feasts, living a life of fulfillment. Although Feng had already acquired the rudiments of instantaneous movement with the aid of the system, he remained attentive to the lessons imparted by the Hydration beings. Their unique approach to the manipulation of energy granted him a deeper understanding of the principles behind instantaneous movement, laying the groundwork for him to master the advanced technique. Following the resolution of several extraterrestrial invasion incidents, the colonizers became aware that formidable protectors resided on this planet. Furthermore, upon learning of Frieza's definitive demise, they ceased their assaults on Adrat, allowing peace to once again envelop the planet. However, the vast terrain bore the scars of destruction wrought by the warring factions. Despite their battles being fought in desolate areas, the aftermath unleashed devastation, mountains crumbled, debris was scattered, and waves surged violently. The Hydration people had long since acclimatized to the tumult caused by these conflicts. The trio of Scions, while inflicting considerable damage themselves, had also rendered significant assistance. Beyond vanquishing foes, they took on roles as porters, carpenters, and other laborers, effortlessly handling heavy burdens and contributing immensely to the construction of new villages for the Hydration populace. Over the course of the year, Feng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions reaped bountiful rewards. Initially, their combat prowess had evolved, and after 1 year, their standard battle powers were as follows. Feng, 20, 000, 000 Sun Wukong, 6, 000, 000 Vegeta, 4, 000, 000. The combat prowess of the group has significantly enhanced, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta reaching the minimum threshold necessary to transform into Super Saiyans. However, they still lack that final push to attain the transformation. They have, nonetheless, mastered the instant transmission technique and have also learned the fusion technique, albeit they adamantly refuse to fuse. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong learns from the Metamorans in the afterlife, while in Dragon Ball Super, the Yardrats utilize a forceful separation of ki, as well as its fusion. Li Feng, on the other hand, has refined his basic instant transmission skills, and through a year of diligent study, has learned to teleport using absolute coordinates, akin to the instant transmission of the god Gogeta, thus reaping considerable rewards. Chapter 37, King Cold and Gula's Revenge. While Li Feng and his companions were training on Yardrat, a colossal spaceship soared swiftly through the pitch-black void of space. At the center of the ship sat two individuals. The one in the very center towered over 3 meters. His imposing form clad in skin harder than steel, with sharp bull-like horns adorning his head. His arms and shins bore white bone armor, exuding a chilling aura. He resembled a demon from the depths of hell, strikingly similar to Frieza's second form. This individual was King Cold, Frieza's father. How long until we reach Earth? King Cold inquired gracefully, swirling a goblet in his right hand. Your Majesty Cold, we will arrive in less than an hour, replied a red-skinned figure clad in battle attire. Those detestable Scions, I shall personally eradicate them. Another seated figure interjected, crossing his arms, his blood-red eyes glinting with a menacing light. Below his eyes were 2 streaks resembling blood tears, his skin similarly purple, covered in white bone armor, presenting a form even more robust and towering than Frieza's final form. This was Gula, Frieza's brother. A year prior, upon learning of Frieza's conquest across various planets, Gula had reveled in the thought, viewing himself as Frieza's rival. However, 6 months had passed without any news of Frieza. Although he often covertly vied with Frieza for territory, it was ultimately a matter concerning the Frost Demons. Upon discovering that Frieza had been slain by the Scions, he erupted in fury. Frieza could only be killed by his own hand. Yet now, it was the very Scions who had oppressed their clan that had brought about Frieza's demise. Initially, Gula intended to seek vengeance alone. But upon King Cold learning of the news, his fury matched Gula's, and they swiftly joined forces to seek intel. After extensive inquiries, they learned that the Scion responsible for Frieza's death resided on a planet known as Earth. Someone dared to slay Frieza. This is an affront to our Frost Demon lineage. King Cold declared vehemently. Scions, this time, we shall ensure your complete extermination. With a simple squeeze, he crushed the goblet in his hand, unleashing a terrifying aura that instilled dread in his subordinates. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, a young boy lay on the ground, resting his head on his hands. Sigh. When will Dad come back? Gohan murmured. After his previous escapade on Namek, he had incurred Chi-Chi's wrath, resulting in his confinement for the first half of the year. However, Gohan had secretly sought out Piccolo to train, alleviating his boredom. He envied Li Feng's formidable transformation into a Super Saiyan, and under this admiration, the seed of strength began to take root within him. Following initial development of his potential, Gohan's resolve to grow stronger allowed his combat power to soar from the 110,000 he had reached on Namek to an impressive 1,000,000, far surpassing his original self during that timeline. Suddenly, Gohan's expression shifted to one of alarm. He sensed 2 immensely powerful energies rapidly approaching Earth. As he focused, a wave of anxiety washed over him, cold sweat forming on his brow. The 2 energies bore an unsettling resemblance to Frieza's aura. One was slightly weaker than Frieza, while the other was considerably stronger. How was this possible? Wasn't Frieza defeated by Uncle Li Feng? Gohan pondered. Could they be his relatives? This is bad. Without hesitation, Gohan sprang to his feet and raced toward the location of the spaceship. As he flew, he detected a familiar energy. Uncle Krillin. He approached the source of the energy, which was indeed Krillin. Gohan, did you sense it too? Yes, Uncle Krillin, Gohan replied. Who could those 2 powerful presences be? Are they here to wreak havoc on Earth? Krillin furrowed his brow. I suspect they might be part of Frieza's faction. Gohan recounted the events from Namek, causing Krillin to break into a cold sweat. If that is the case, Earth is in grave danger. We must lay low and alert the others. We need to find Li Feng and his group immediately. Agreed. That is our only option. Although they have grown stronger, they are still no match for Gula and King Cold. As they neared the landing site of the spaceship, more individuals gathered, including Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. Meanwhile, Bulma, having sensed the overwhelming ki approaching Earth, assumed Li Feng had returned and rushed over in a vehicle to investigate. The group concealed themselves in the woods, acutely aware of the terrifying aura drawing nearer. As if they could hear the tolling of death's bell growing louder. Li Feng, when will you return? Bulma's longing for Li Feng deepened, coupled with the fear of possibly never seeing her beloved again. Though he had promised to return after a year of training, she never anticipated that enemies would arrive so swiftly. If they were unable to reach him in time, they would only be left to gather the remains. With a thunderous roar, a massive spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, landing upon the surface after a fierce friction with the air. What an intimidating presence! Truly formidable! Gohan and the others, upon getting closer, realized the full extent of the threat posed by the two energies. As the ship's doors swung open, over 100 individuals stepped out in unison, their battle attire identical to that of Frieza's army. Finally, two figures emerged. What? Gohan gasped in astonishment as he beheld two figures strikingly similar to Frieza. One was in Frieza's final form, while the other was in his second form. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned subtle differences. The second form of Frieza towered over 3 meters, adorned with a red cloak and sporting bone armor, while the final form was entirely purple, with blue armor at the joints. Although they were not Frieza himself, they belonged to the same lineage. Oh, so this is the planet where those Saiyans who defeated Frieza reside? It appears to have pleasant scenery. It could serve as our new stronghold, King Cold remarked slowly. King Cord activated the battle device, only to find no fluctuations at all. How can the inhabitants of this planet be so feeble? Where is that wretched monkey who killed the Saiyans? Have we been deceived? King Cord's fury escalated. With a swift motion, a tremendous aura inadvertently radiated from him, shattering the nearby peaks into dust. What terrifying power! Gohan and the others were astounded by King Cord's might, realizing that they must remain concealed. Father, I've heard that those Earthlings can mask their energy. It seems they're hiding, remarked Gula, arms crossed coolly. Are those wild monkeys truly afraid? King Cord replied, regaining his composure with a disdainful snort. Fear not, father. I have a way to force them out. Gula laughed heartily. Gula Mecha Squad, heed my command. With a single command from Gula, 3 figures appeared before him, members of the Gula Mecha Squad, Frieza, Dre, and Nez. Though only 3, they were far superior to Frieza's Jinyu force. Each of you lead a team and wreak havoc on this planet. I refuse to believe that all its inhabitants have perished. Those damned Saiyans must dare to show themselves. Yes. The Gula Mecha Squad members responded immediately, dispersing with their minions to wreak havoc. How despicable to resort to such vile tactics. Krillin gritted his teeth upon hearing this. I cannot allow innocent Earthlings to suffer. Gohan clenched his fists, nearly revealing their presence. Yet, a moment of impulse would expose everyone here. Calm down, Gohan. Krillin quickly restrained him. We must endure until Goku and Feng return. Though he too was furious. They had no chance of victory at the moment. Ha 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 ha. The Gula Mecha Squad erupted in sinister laughter. Countless beings across various planets had previously been toyed with and slaughtered in this manner. Boom, boom, boom. The mecha soldiers unleashed a barrage of fire, incinerating the forest and ravaging the landscape. Roar. Numerous creatures in the woods cried out in agony, fleeing in terror, many struck down by the horrific lasers, their blood flowing like rivers. Ha 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 ha. Where are the people? Why are there only animals? Find them all. Frieza laughed cruelly. Whoosh. An aircraft flew overhead. Frieza looked up, activating the combat display, scoffing, weaklings with battle powers below 5 perish. With a swift motion, Frieza concentrated a purple energy wave in his right hand and hurled it at the aircraft, unaware of the impending doom. Damn it. Krillin shut his eyes. I'm sorry. I'll revive you with the Dragon Balls later. Krillin gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the situation. Stop. Chapter 38. Gohan strikes, shocking everyone. Stop. The kind-hearted Gohan could not hold back, unleashing an energy wave that deflected Frieza's attack. Boom. The two energy waves collided, sending tremors through the aircraft. But after a tumultuous shake, it ultimately flew away safely. Gohan saved the lives aboard the aircraft, yet their group's presence was now exposed. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. What? Krillin was astonished to see Gohan actually intervene to save innocent lives. I will not allow you to harm the innocent. Gohan stood his ground. Beep beep beep. As Gohan launched his energy cannon, his concealed power was fully revealed, triggering alarms on Frieza's device. So you finally revealed yourself? Frieza noted the device registering a power level of 10,000, clearly indicating a hidden master had emerged. Consider it a warm-up. With that, he soared towards Gohan. Boom. Frieza and Gohan clashed fists, producing a resounding impact. What? Initially confident he could easily subdue Gohan, Frieza was taken aback to find the young lad possess such strength, sending him flying. Let's join in. Seeing Gohan take action, Krillin and the others rushed from the woods to confront various foes. Meanwhile, King Cord and Gula remained unmoved. Not bad. Your tactic to draw them out is commendable, King Cord praised. However, Gula frowned. No, These individuals lack significant battle power. They cannot be capable of defeating Frieza. King Kord's expression turned menacing. Humph, no matter. Eliminate them all. I refuse to believe those Saiyans will remain hidden. Kill them all. King Kord dispatched his own combat troops. Boom, boom, boom. The battle ignited as Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu engaged, while Bulma, knowing she would be a burden, quietly slipped away the moment Gohan began to fight. The training she had undergone with Li Feng proved invaluable. Though she could not amplify her energy, she could conceal it, much like Gohan and the others. Her primary objective was to escape and find a way to contact Li Feng. She understood that Krillin and the others were merely stalling for time. Should they fail, they might perish. Although the Dragon Balls could revive them, she, like Gohan, was kind-hearted and did not wish to witness her companion's demise. Boom. Bang. Kord's minions were no match for the Z-Fighters, falling effortlessly in a single encounter. This little brat, the once arrogant Frieza, found himself easily overwhelmed by Gohan. His boastful battle power of 170,000 rendered as futile as a 3-year-old child against a full-grown tiger, utterly powerless. Gohan, enraged by Frieza's despicable nature, was spurred by Li Feng's influence, igniting the Saiyan blood within him as he charged once more at Frieza. Boom. In a fit of fury, Gohan delivered a punch that bent Frieza in pain. Gohan continued his assault, kicking Frieza skyward, then swiftly forming an energy wave in his right hand. Boom. Gohan's energy wave, with its staggering power level exceeding 1 million, struck Frieza, obliterating him into fragments. What? Captain Frieza! Dre and Nez from the Gula Mecha Corps were taken aback upon witnessing their captain's demise in an explosion. They swiftly retaliated against Krillin and Tien, who were engaged in combat with them, and sorted to battle against Gohan. At this moment, the power levels of the fighters were as follows. Gula, 4th form 200, 000, 000. King Cooled, 2nd form 100, 000, 000. Son Gohan, 1, 000, 000. Dre, 185, 000. Nez, 163, 000. Krillin, 160, 000. Tien, 130, 000. Yamcha, 120, 000. Kaiatsu, 50, 000. Remarkably, Gohan's battle power had surged to 1 million. Influenced by Li Feng, Gohan had been fervently training at home, surpassing the strength of his original self from the same period in the series. He fought with increasing vigor, his energy erupting as he faced 2 opponents without fear, swiftly sending both Dre and Nez flying with a single clash. Both elite warriors spat blood, utterly astonished that this young boy possessed such formidable strength. Gohan showed no mercy against the invaders. He spread his arms wide and concentrated his energy, unleashing 2 powerful energy blasts in an instant. Gula-sama, save me. Dre and Nez, sensing the imminent threat of death from Gohan's attacks, realized that this boy had not simply relied on luck to defeat their captain, Frieza, but rather had wielded terrifying strength. Despite their pleas for mercy, it was far too late. With a resounding explosion, the sky reverberated as Dre and Nez were obliterated. Incredible, Gohan! Tien exclaimed in awe. This kid has become so strong. Krillin marveled as well. Perhaps this time we can vanquish those 2 dreadful demons. Yamcha murmured. The group was astounded by Gohan's explosive power, showering him with praise. Krillin felt a flicker of hope. He sensed Gohan's overwhelming aura and thought maybe they could buy some time until Li Feng returned. However, feeling the 2 formidable auras, Krillin realized that despite Gohan's strength, they were still far from being able to confront their opponents effectively. Regardless, our first priority must be to eliminate their army. Tien recognized his own power was insufficient but was determined to contribute and suggested to Krillin and the other warriors. The group agreed, igniting their energy and sweeping across the battlefield with ruthless efficiency. Though the tide of battle appeared overwhelmingly in favor of the Z-Fighters, with them cutting through the enemy like grass, the most terrifying foes, Gula and King Cooled, had yet to make their move. The arrogant Gula and King Cooled paid little heed to their weaker subordinates, instead finding Gohan, the young boy, quite intriguing. How interesting. I never expected to find someone with such high battle power on this remote planet, aside from the Saiyans. King Cool chuckled. Kid, your battle power is impressive. Join my ranks, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury under my leadership. The king extended an olive branch to Gohan, believing that if Gohan became his subordinate, it would bolster his forces against the Gula army. Although they were father and son, each harbored ulterior motives, seeking to expand their own territories and power. Regrettably, This seemingly tempting offer was met with Gohan's fierce rejection. Chapter 39. Gohan fails. Piccolo appears. King Cooled extended his invitation to Gohan. I refuse. You evil beings will never escape my father and his allies. Gohan shouted angrily, a tremendous energy surging within his small frame. Your father? I see. It must be those despicable Saiyans. Perfect, let's take his son down first. Gula realized that this child's origins were extraordinary and that his strength surpassed even his own mecha troops. His father must be the Saiyan who had slain Frieza. Ah, I see now. Your father must be the one who killed Frieza. I have changed my mind. I will have you tortured and killed. Making that damned Saiyan watch you perish in despair. That despicable scoundrel was slain by Uncle Feng. But my father can surely defeat you. Gohan held an unwavering belief in his father's invincibility. Enough talk. Let us kill his son first. With terrifying speed, Gula lunged at Gohan. What? Gohan, despite his battle power exceeding 1 million, was caught off guard by Gula's astonishing velocity and was sent flying by a single kick. Gohan's figure flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the mountains with a series of thunderous impacts, shattering several peaks before becoming ensnared in the rubble. Coughing blood, Gohan felt as though his ribs had been shattered, struggling to breathe. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast as he faced Gula without fear. Humph, insolent brat, what kind of look is that? Gula approached, expecting to see Gohan begging for mercy, but the boy's defiance and unwavering spirit only served to insult his pride. Yeah. Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a fierce roar. Instantly, the massive boulder he was trapped under erupted, releasing a torrent of energy that shook the air as Gohan unleashed his fury. With a surge of white energy, Gohan's power exploded forth like a whirlwind. Unfazed, Gohan, as a Saiyan, ignited his combative genes, his indomitable spirit fueling his resolve. After a flurry of attacks, Gohan found himself panting, realizing that his strikes were completely ineffective against Gula. This won't do. I'll be defeated. Gohan quickly retreated, his mind racing for alternative strategies. Kid. Are you done entertaining me? Gula sensed Gohan's energy waning and assumed it was the end of his resistance. Gohan prepared for a final stand, planting his feet firmly on the ground as he gathered energy once more. A more overwhelming aura surged from Gohan, resonating with immense power. Gohan drew his hands back, gathering a brilliant blue energy. The ground beneath him buckled under the immense force he was channeling. The azure radiance intensified, instantly illuminating the surroundings. A powerful wind howled, and an astonishing energy surged to a terrifying intensity. With a mighty roar, Gohan thrust his hands outward, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The blue energy beam shot straight towards Gula. Gula's expression flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly feeble child could muster a formidable attack at the last moment. Yet, he did not evade it, merely using his right hand to gently deflect the strike. Boom. The overwhelming energy collided with Gula's arm, as if it had met an invisible barrier, completely thwarted. How was this possible? Gohan was astounded. His full-powered Kamehameha had no effect on Gula whatsoever. With a whoosh, the blue beam dissipated, leaving Gula unscathed. Not bad for a mere child. Your attack felt like a scratch, Gula remarked, brushing off his palm. However, the Saiyans must be eradicated. Deep within, Gula was truly astonished. The Saiyans were indeed a terrifying race. Even a child as small as Gohan could wield such immense energy. What if his father were to arrive? That thought solidified Gula's resolve to annihilate the Saiyans. Suddenly, Gula vanished from sight, appearing instantaneously behind Gohan. Gohan's hair stood on end as he sensed a lethal threat approaching from behind, and he quickly turned, raising his arms in defense. Boom. Unfortunately, Gula's fist shattered Gohan's defense. And as Gohan was sent flying, Gula wrapped his tail around him, lifting the frail child with ease. Gohan's anguished cries echoed through the air. Gohan! Damn it! Just moments before, as Gohan had unleashed his power, Krillin and the other Z fighters had attempted to assist him, but they were easily thwarted by King Cold, who dispatched them with casual blows, leaving them incapacitated as if their bones had been shattered. King Cold did not kill them. Instead, he looked upon the erupting Gohan with intrigue, wanting to savor their torment. Damn it! If only we were stronger, this wouldn't be happening. Tien Shinhan lamented, consumed by regret and anger at his own weakness. Where are you, Goku? Hurry up and come! Krillin shouted in despair, facing what seemed to be certain doom. Little brat, scream louder. Call your damn Saiyan allies. Gula reveled in Gohan's torment, treating his cries like a sweet melody. He tightened his grip around Gohan's neck with his tail while mercilessly assaulting him with his hands and feet. Gohan's screams were heart-wrenching. Damn it! Die. At that moment, An astonishing energy erupted, and a ki blast hurtled toward Gula's tail, striking with a resounding boom and liberating Gohan. What? Who is it? Although Gula's fourth form boasted a power level of 200 million, he could not unleash his full strength in a typical battle. His recent skirmish with Gohan had only yielded a combat power of around 2 million. Now, struck by surprise, he quickly sought the source of the attack. A gust of wind blew, lifting a white cloak, and the injured Gohan looked at the figure that had come to his aid, smiling gratefully. Uncle Piccolo, you're here. Yes, Gohan, you did well. Now, leave the rest to me, Piccolo replied with a reassuring smile. Chapter 40, Piccolo's Moment of Glory. Piccolo placed Gohan in a safe location before removing his battle attire and hat. Over the past 6 months, Piccolo had trained alongside Gohan, but in the last 2 months, he received a message from Namek. The Elder was nearing the end of his days, and Nail and others needed his assistance. The Elder invited Piccolo back to Namek, requesting him to take the most talented child from his clan, Dandy, to live on Earth and to fuse with Nail, as foretold in a prophecy. Nail, grateful for Piccolo and his companions who had resolved the Namek crisis, agreed to the fusion, allowing Piccolo's will to take precedence. Initially reluctant, Piccolo ultimately acquiesced to the Elder and Nail's earnest pleas. In this universe, A1807, Piccolo fused with Nail, and an unseen force began to reshape reality. Shortly after the fusion, the Elder passed away. True to their agreement, Piccolo returned to the Earth's sanctuary with Dandy, recounting the events of Namek to the Supreme Kai. Post-fusion, Piccolo emerged even more powerful than in the original tale. His demeanor softened, and his malevolence diminished. While conversing in the sanctuary, he sensed 2 terrifying presences approaching Earth, prompting him to rush to the battlefield, concealing his own power. Observing Gohan's growth and explosive energy, Piccolo felt a surge of pride. Yet, Gohan was still no match for Gula, and as he sustained grievous injuries, Piccolo could no longer stand by. At that moment, Piccolo's combat power soared to 3 million. Huh? A Namekian? Gula winced as his tail was struck, looking up to see a flamboyant green-skinned figure rescuing the child. He was taken aback to realize that this was the Namekian with extraordinary abilities. All you Frieza clan members deserve to perish, Piccolo declared coldly, empowered by his newfound strength. He knew he must confront this formidable foe. Such arrogance, Gula scoffed, charging towards Piccolo. I also wish to test my new powers. Piccolo unleashed a burst of white energy to collide with Gula. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, unleashing astonishing energy and terrifying pressure. Tap, 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 tap. Piccolo's energy surged, his speed and strength escalating, subtly suppressing Gula. Humph. You are merely slightly stronger than that little brat, but it is still insufficient. Bring forth the true Saiyan who can slay Frieza. Silence. Piccolo felt a sense of foreboding. He had believed his heightened power would render him formidable, yet after trading blows, his bones ached, and he realized his physical resilience was no match for Gula's prowess. As they battled in the skies, their forms blurred, moving at such speed that they became nearly invisible, the only evidence of their clash being the resounding booms and explosive energy bursts. Is this all you've got? Gula derided, his energy continually rising, overtaking Piccolo, and with a swift strike of his tail, he sent Piccolo hurtling away. Cough. Piccolo painfully spat blood. As if a planet had collided with his chest, his ribs cracking under the impact. He crashed to the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying, creating a massive earthquake. Damn it. Piccolo was unwilling to concede defeat. He had believed that after his training and fusion, he would emerge immensely strong. Though he had indeed grown significantly, he was still far from the state achieved by Feng after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Originally, he could not compare to Goku, and now, with Feng, Frieza, Gula, and the ever-watchful King Cold, there were numerous opponents surpassing him. Yet, Piccolo, a proud warrior, could not allow himself to yield to anyone. Struggling to rise, Piccolo erupted with renewed energy. Boom. The massive boulders upon him shattered. Face my move. With a swift motion, Piccolo crossed his arms, assuming a stance that unleashed a formidable aura. Humph. Struggle all you want, Gura sneered, his tail whipping through the air, shattering nearby peaks. No matter what tricks you employ, they are futile in the face of absolute power. Piccolo spread his arms wide, his energy swelling to its utmost. He then concentrated his hands into a yellow energy sphere, launching a barrage of attacks against Gura. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast struck Gura, producing deafening roars. Piccolo employed his royal technique, and instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos, rocks flying and dust swirling. How impressive. Has Piccolo truly grown this strong? Krillin marveled at the sight of Piccolo's barrage overwhelming Gura, emanating such overwhelming energy that it left him astonished. After a moment, as the smoke began to clear, Gura stood unscathed, not a scratch marred his form. "What's wrong, Namekian? Is this your full power?" With a slight smirk, Piccolo concealed his true intentions behind what appeared to be a frenzied attack, knowing it could inflict no real harm on Gura. He had merely sought to divert his attention and obscure his vision, while secretly preparing a cunning counterattack. Surrounding Gura, numerous yellow energy spheres floated ominously. In his training, Piccolo had been devising a new ultimate technique, the magic void encapsulation. Indeed, this move, which originally emerged in the later stages of the original series during his battle with Android 17, had been adapted by Piccolo in this world, albeit much earlier than anticipated. "What?" Gura exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected encirclement. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of energy orbs surged towards Gura, detonating simultaneously. Their power akin to an array of nuclear explosions, far surpassing the previous barrage. Even Gura, caught off guard and without exerting his full strength, was momentarily stunned. After the cacophony of explosions subsided, Gura remained standing, but the calm demeanor on his face had vanished as he noticed the faint scratches adorning his skin. "Damn that Namekian. You will pay dearly for your ignorance." Gura seethed, his perfect physique marred, an affront to the pride of the Frieza race. Gura, truly enraged now, unleashed a tremendous aura. A violet flame engulfing him, scorching the air as energy surged forth, wreaking havoc on the landscape, causing nearby mountains to crumble and the very ground to quake. He raised his energy to an astounding 2 million. In a flash, Gura shot towards Piccolo, delivering a crushing blow to his chest before Piccolo could react. Cough. Piccolo felt several ribs snap, his chest caving in. Gura unleashed a flurry of merciless blows, each strike a lethal assault, leaving Piccolo with no chance to retaliate. In the end, Gura seized Piccolo by the throat and wrenched his right arm. With a horrific tearing sound, Piccolo's arm was brutally ripped apart, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Piccolo cried out in agony, engulfed by regret and despair. "Foul Namekian, I shall tear your body apart," Gura declared cruelly. "Humph." Gritting his teeth, Piccolo unleashed a beam of energy from his eyes, striking Gura's arm, causing him to recoil slightly, granting Piccolo a fleeting chance to escape. "Humph. You are quite resilient. But how does despair look upon your face?" Gura taunted maliciously. "That little brat you so cherish? Let him perish." Gura aimed a blast towards Gohan. Knowing full well that Gohan was Piccolo's Achilles heel, intent on killing him to plunge Piccolo into despair before finishing him off slowly. No. Piccolo watched in horror as the speeding energy blast hurtled towards Gohan, desperate to intercept it. However, his injuries and the loss of an arm left him unable to maintain his balance, condemning him to witness the relentless energy engulf his pupil. Memories of their time together raced through his mind, from Gohan's initial fear to curiosity, admiration, and respect, now culminating in the heart-wrenching realization that his student was about to be lost forever. The despair and sorrow of Piccolo surged within him. Boom. The shell struck the very spot where Gohan stood, producing a merciless roar. "No. Gohan. This cannot be. Cursed fate." Although Krillin and the other Z fighters lay on the ground, they were acutely aware of the unfolding events on the battlefield, and the tragic demise of Gohan filled them with profound grief and rage. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Amidst the collective sorrow and despair, an unexpected voice pierced through the atmosphere. "What?" Gula was astonished, realizing that someone had evaded his perception once more. Who could it possibly be? As the smoke cleared, 3 figures emerged from the place where Gohan had fallen. Feng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta. They have returned. It is Wukong. Wukong and the others have come back. And Feng too. This time, they will surely vanquish those demons. Splendid. Krillin and the others cheered. Piccolo let out a long sigh, realizing that his delay had indeed served a purpose. "Gohan, are you all right?" Wukong embraced Gohan, feeding him the Senzu Bean that Feng had given him earlier. "Father?" Gohan opened his eyes, his consciousness still hazy, as if he could see his father. "Yes, it's me. First, eat the Senzu Bean." "All right." Gohan struggled to chew and swallow. In truth, Gohan was gravely injured. All the bones in his body were broken, and he was barely hanging on. "Father and Uncle Feng, you have finally returned." After consuming the Senzu Bean, all of Gohan's injuries healed. And upon opening his eyes, he realized that his earlier perception was not a dream. His support had truly returned. "Yes, Gohan. You should distribute the Senzu Beans to the others first. We shall handle these vile foes." Wukong handed a bag of Senzu Beans to Gohan, then rose to confront Gula. "All right, father." Gohan took the Senzu Beans and flew towards Piccolo. Li Feng, this time, I shall take care of this wretched foe. Sun Wukong spoke solemnly to Li Feng. All right, I'll leave it to you. This time, I do not intend to intervene in the battle. Li Feng also stepped aside to make way. At that moment, he understood that as a father, witnessing his son and his companions gravely injured would undoubtedly ignite a desire for vengeance. Thus he chose not to overshadow the moment. Humph. Let this Kurdish king be slain by this prince. Vegeta, spotting the Kurdish king in the distance clad in a cloak, also identified his opponent. Li Feng also protected Gohan as he delivered the Senzu Beans to others, preventing Gula and his companions from launching a surprise attack. Piccolo, here are the Senzu Beans. Though I cannot guarantee they will heal your arm, Gohan said, presenting the beans to Piccolo. Thank you, Gohan. Piccolo replied with a smile, consuming the bean. Immediately, he exclaimed as his right arm regenerated, oozing with the fluid of rebirth. I'm fine now. You should go find the others, Piccolo instructed, nodding at Li Feng. Subsequently, Gohan distributed Senzu Beans to the fallen Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Fortunately, although severely injured, none had perished. Upon consuming the beans, they swiftly recovered. Meanwhile, Gula and King Cold shifted their attention to the three who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 42. Goku and Vegeta face Gula and King Cold. At that moment, Gula fixed his gaze on Goku, confronting him with malice. So, you are the Saiyan who killed Frieza? He sneered. It wasn't me. It was Li Feng over there who ended Frieza's life. Vegeta and I are also Saiyans. Why do you seek to harm Gohan and the others? Goku retorted, his anger palpable. Of course, we wanted to lure you filthy monkeys out. Since you didn't kill Frieza, step aside while I deal with Li Feng. And then I'll take care of you. Gula dismissed him contemptuously. You are truly despicable. I will not let you escape. Goku fumed. Enraged not merely by Gula's disdain but by the peril faced by his son and comrades. With a fierce determination, Goku launched the first strike. His form flashing before Gula. The battle between Goku and Gula erupted. Meanwhile, on the other side, King Cold sneered, at last, the loathsome Saiyans have shown themselves. It seems it is time for this vile race to vanish. Are you Frieza's father? You don't seem so formidable. Though I didn't personally defeat Frieza. I could certainly take down his father, Vegeta taunted. You speak with such arrogance. King Cold's expression darkened, his crimson cape billowing with the aura he radiated. Let me show you the fruits of my training. With that, Vegeta charged at King Cold. After over a year of relentless training, Vegeta had elevated his power from a mere 100,000 to 4 million, and this surge in strength had inflated his ego as well. He regarded everyone except Li Feng and Kakarot with disdain. With a clash, their fists collided, producing a resounding boom. Simultaneously, Goku and Gula engaged in a fierce aerial duel. The terrifying four divided into two battlefields, unleashing immense energies that shook the earth, scattering rocks and shattering the forest, as if ancient beasts wreaked havoc upon the land. Their movements were so swift that only fleeting shadows could be seen intertwining. Goku and Gula, Vegeta and King Cold were cautiously testing each other's abilities. Yet the intensity of their combat was extraordinary. Even ordinary Z-fighters like Krillin, if they approached recklessly, would be torn to shreds by the residual forces of their clash. This is the essence of Goku's battle. How powerful! Krillin, having regained his strength, marveled at the ferocity of the two confrontations. It seems that Goku and the others have trained exceedingly well. I must strive to improve myself. Tien expressed his astonishment at their combat prowess. Incredible! Go, Dad! Gohan cheered, his eyes tracking Goku's movements. Has even Vegeta become so strong? Piccolo was astonished by the strength displayed by the fighters, especially Vegeta, who had once again surpassed him. Uncle Li Feng, can Dad and the others transform into Super Saiyans? Gohan inquired of Li Feng. As all eyes turned toward the young man who had been training alongside them, the one most aware of their progress. To be honest, I am uncertain. But it is evident that they are merely a step away. This battle may serve as the catalyst for their transformation. Li Feng inquired. Do you truly believe you can conquer these two terrifying demons? Yamcha asked nervously. Although the battle raged fiercely in the skies, it was utterly indiscernible which side held the advantage. Surely, they are capable of triumphing. Li Feng spoke with unwavering confidence, having engaged with them over the past year. He understood all too well the extraordinary combat potential and instinct of the duo. Were it not for his own formidable strength that decisively surpassed theirs, he would certainly be outmatched by Goku and Vegeta in terms of battle experience. Flowing with Saiyan blood, Li Feng recognized the indomitable spirit of the Saiyan race, whose innate martial fervor and boiling passion enabled them to transcend adversity time and again, ultimately achieving a counterattack. Thus, even though the disparity between them and King Cold was markedly apparent, they could still replicate his own transformation into a Super Saiyan during his battle with Frieza. Should the situation demand it, he would still have a safety net. This endeavor was primarily intended for their training, for otherwise they risked falling too far behind in comparison to the original timeline. Feng has consistently endeavored to nurture the growth of combat prowess among the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe. He is reluctant to seize all opportunities for the main characters to enhance their strength due to his presence, as it would not be ideal for him to intervene at every turn. Feng, of course, excluding my wife. Moreover, this time the system did not issue any tasks. Boom. With two resounding shouts, two figures were sent hurtling from opposite directions, crashing directly into the mountainside. To everyone's astonishment, it was Vegeta and Cooler who were buried amidst the rubble. Vegeta's encounter with King Cold was somewhat understandable, considering that King Cold's form possessed a combat power of 100 million. Although he wasn't exerting his full strength, he was still utilizing a fraction of it, sufficient to overpower Vegeta. On the other hand, it was utterly shocking that Cooler, who was ostensibly more powerful, was sent flying, especially since Goku had yet to employ the Kaioken technique. Damn it, what is going on with Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed, clearing the rubble as he cast his gaze towards Cooler's battlefield, murmuring to himself. In his perception, King Cold was evidently much weaker than Cooler, and his combat power was not significantly different from Kakarot's. Why then had he fallen in the first round? Unwilling to accept defeat, Vegeta once again challenged King Cold. You filthy monkey! How could this be? Cooler exclaimed in disbelief, his voice laced with fury. I have completely discerned your movements, Goku calmly replied. After more than a year of training under Feng's guidance, Goku had become adept at various combat scenarios, particularly in dealing with opponents whose strength far surpassed his own. After several probing encounters, he realized that Cooler's raw power was evidently greater than his own, prompting him to evade rather than engage directly. He skillfully dodged the most formidable attacks with minimal movement, waiting for the opportune moment to exploit the weaknesses in his opponent's defenses. Thus, Goku gained the upper hand in their initial clash. In contrast, Vegeta, with his stubborn pride, mistakenly believed he ranked third in the universe and dismissed King Cold, absorbing every blow head-on until he ultimately realized he couldn't withstand it. After King Cold gathered his energy, he was swiftly sent flying. This starkly illustrated the difference in combat styles between Goku and Vegeta. Feng observed the situation and could not help but smile. He wondered if they would indeed discover the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan, as he had anticipated. Damn wild monkeys, don't get too smug. Gula shattered the rocks with a fierce expression. Chapter 43, Goku, Vegeta defeated, Krillin perishes? Damn wild monkeys, don't get too smug. Gula smashed the stones angrily. It was inconceivable. His energy was evidently stronger than Goku's, yet he found himself at a disadvantage in their recent battle. I will kill you, Gula roared, amplifying his energy and launching himself toward Goku like a cannonball. Goku sensed Gula's terrifying energy and immediately unleashed the Kaioken, unleashing a battle power exceeding 10 million. With a rush, Goku's aura turned crimson as he engaged Gula in a fierce exchange of blows. Boom. Their clash resulted in a stalemate. Is that all you've got? I had expected more from you, Gula scoffed, feeling his energy surge beyond 20 million, while Goku's punches felt feeble in comparison. Conversely, Goku felt a dull pain in his right fist. Despite his enhanced strength, he was still no match for Gula. Die! Gula shouted, delivering a knee strike to Goku's abdomen. Goku quickly raised his arms to block, but was unable to withstand Gula's ferocious power, leaving his arms numb. Even though Goku was aware of Gula's follow-up attack, his body couldn't keep pace, and he was struck violently in the back. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Goku plummeted into the valley, causing the entire mountain to collapse. Yet, soon after, a dark red aura erupted from him like a volcano. Goku shattered the mountain and remained resolute. Triple Kaioken. The dark red flames intensified, and Goku's muscles swelled, veins bulging. He had once again increased his fighting power. Futile. In the face of absolute strength, all efforts are in vain. Gula unleashed his fury, a purple whirlwind erupting as it sent nearby debris flying. The two energies ravaged the earth like a tornado. Hey! Goku lunged at Gula, launching a fierce punch. Gula effortlessly sidestepped, but Goku seemed to anticipate his movement, executing a swift roll to Gula's back, landing a sharp elbow strike. Gula was taken aback by Goku's agility midair, and he was sent flying. As he neared the mountains, Gula quickly adapted to the momentum, stabilizing himself with a powerful kick. The rocks beneath him cracked like a spider's web, unable to withstand his terrifying strength. Just as Gula intended to use the rocks to propel himself toward Goku, he was confronted by a flash of red. Bam! Gula felt a sudden darkness before his vision blurred. His body propelled backward as blood erupted from his broken nose. Goku, striving to increase his speed, continued to amplify his Kaioken, understanding the necessity of defeating Gula before reaching the maximum multiplier. Otherwise, he would surely fall. Gula was astonished that Goku's speed had once again surpassed his own, and while he was still in shock, Goku unleashed a barrage of Kaioken strikes. Tap, 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 tap. The speed of Goku's attacks accelerated, his fists and legs appearing to multiply, striking Gula from all directions. Enough! Gula exploded with rage, sending Goku flying and quickly distancing himself. Huff, ha, huff, ha. Goku gasped for breath, his body growing heavy. Gula wiped the blood from his nose, anger boiling within him as he surveyed his battered form. You bastard, I will tear you to shreds. Gula roared. Unable to comprehend why weaker opponents could overpower him and inflict injury, he felt this was an unforgivable affront to the Ice Demon Clan. Gula was done playing. He was truly enraged. Damn monkeys, you shall all perish. Ha! Gula unleashed his full fury, his monstrous purple energy multiplying exponentially. Whoosh! Goku braced himself, activating a 20-fold Kaioken. Boom! Gula moved with blinding speed, striking Goku from behind with a knee, sending him hurtling away. Gula, fueled by his rage, pursued Goku, ensnaring him with his tail and raining down relentless punches. Ah! Goku's cries echoed through the air. Weren't you just so capable? Try to break free. Gula vented his humiliation through a barrage of blows. With a sweeping motion of his tail, he flung Goku away and kicked him down. Boom! Goku's body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Severely injured and unable to maintain the 20-fold Kaioken, the aftermath of the exertion began to take its toll. Ah! The pain coursing through his body was unbearable, forcing him to cry out in anguish. Standing was a Herculean effort. Damn it! Is this how it ends? Goku felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Over the past year of intense training, he had grown significantly stronger, yet he found himself in such despair against a formidable foe. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Vegeta fared no better. Initially believing his missteps were to blame, he continued to struggle against King Cold, suffering relentless defeats. Fortunately, Vegeta had served as a punching bag for Goku and Feng over the past year, maintaining his vitality, though he often found himself smashed into boulders or the ground. He could not fathom why one enemy after another surpassed him, or why he remained unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Humph, it seems this is the end. You appetizers cannot compare to the Saiyan who killed Frieza. Gula sneered, raising his right hand to unleash a purple death beam. No, father, this is impossible. The Z-Warriors watching were stunned as Goku and Vegeta fell in an instant, with Goku facing imminent death. Just as the death beam pierced Goku's chest, a figure dashed onto the battlefield, pushing Goku aside at the last moment. It was Krillin. Sensing Gula's lethal attack in a moment of crisis, he rushed to save Goku. In a split second, Krillin managed to shove Goku away, but the beam cruelly pierced through his own chest. No. Krillin. Goku watched helplessly as Krillin pushed him aside, only to be struck by the beam, his gaze dissolving into despair before collapsing to the ground. Krillin sacrificed himself to save Goku? Chapter 44. The Transformation. The two great Super Saiyans. Bang. Krillin fell helplessly to the ground. Krillin! Krillin! Goku cried out in anguish, attempting to rouse his friend, but to no avail. Ha ha ha. The feeble bald one dares to obstruct my light? How utterly foolish, Gira mocked. Do not fret. I shall soon send you to join that little bald head. At that moment, tears filled Goku's eyes as he gazed at Gira with a fierce and sorrowful intensity, as if he wished to devour him whole. You have slain Krillin. Miraculously, the once incapacitated Goku staggered to his feet, his heart ablaze with unquenchable fury. As he beheld Krillin's fallen form, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, his first encounter with Krillin, training under Master Roshi, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament together, and battling formidable foes side by side. He had long regarded Krillin as a brother, yet now, he lay dead before him, sacrificed for Goku's protection. A wave of helplessness, guilt, sadness, and grief surged within him, ultimately eclipsed by a potent rage. Ah! The memories of Krillin shattered into oblivion, giving way to an abyss of darkness. In his wrath, Goku erupted. Whoosh! Golden flames ignited around him. Unforgivable! Suddenly, Goku's hair stood on end, transforming into a golden hue before reverting to black. His energy surged exponentially, the golden flames flickering brilliantly. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze, his pupils vanished, replaced by a blinding white. Swish. A fierce wind swept through, unleashing the golden flames in an instant. Goku's hair stood upright, gleaming gold, his pupils turning green, as his entire aura radiated in golden brilliance. Within Goku's green eyes reflected the figure of Gira. How powerful! Father has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan exclaimed with fervor, exhilarated that his father had attained this legendary state. Indeed, old son had reached this pinnacle. Piccolo could not help but marvel. So this is a Super Saiyan? Yamcha, Tien. And Kaiatsu looked on in astonishment at Goku's transformation. Damn it! Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan before me. Vegeta seethed, slamming his fist into the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Krillin. Goku's steely gaze immediately shifted towards that direction. He would not permit his brother's body to suffer any further desecration. Transformed. Goku had become exceptionally cold. Fortunately, there remains a breath of life. Feng let out a long breath, feeling the faint heartbeat of Klin, and quickly took out a magical bean, crushing it before administering it to Klin. Huh? Klin is not dead yet? It was only then that Wukong returned to his normal expression, asking Feng with surprise, "Who told you that Klin was dead?" Feng was at a loss for words. He never anticipated that in this world, it was indeed Krillin's demise that triggered Goku's transformation, such as the capriciousness of fate. However, fortunate for him, he had foreseen this outcome. At the moment when Gohan administered the Senzu Bean to Krillin, he discreetly infused a trace of his own energy into Krillin's heart meridian. This technique, learned from the planet Yardrat, exemplified an exceptionally advanced manipulation of ki. If executed correctly, it could even facilitate resurrection. He approached the situation with a mindset of experimentation, and to his astonishment, it proved effective. In his eyes, every individual within the Dragon Ball universe was genuine, and he could not bear to witness the demise of a comrade. Even with the possibility of resurrection via the Dragon Balls, thanks to the Senzu Bean, Krillin's heartbeat stabilized, and he was brought back to life. Wonderful! Uncle Krillin is safe! Gohan exclaimed with exuberance, his previous sorrow dissipated in an instant. Fantastic! Feng is truly remarkable, Yamcha joyfully shouted. The spectators rejoiced at Krillin's revival. Thank goodness, Krillin. You are unharmed. Goku, having reverted to his normal state, hurried to Krillin's side. Huh? I'm still alive? Krillin, after consuming the Senzu Bean and regaining his strength, touched his body in astonishment. Feng saved you. Goku, with tears welling in his eyes, embraced Krillin. Ah, thank you, Feng, for rescuing us once again. Krillin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. What is going on? At first, those ants seemed similarly doomed, yet after consuming something, they revived completely? What extraordinary power does this Saiyan, who defeated Frieza, possess? Gula pondered in disbelief. Goku, how does it feel to have just transformed into a Super Saiyan? Can you still transform now? Feng smiled as he inquired. In his view, the objective had already been accomplished. I feel an overwhelming rage in my mind. Yet my body is inexplicably infused with strength, Wukong remarked. Your battle is not yet finished. Continue to familiarize yourself with this transformation. With that, he tossed a Senzu Bean to Wukong and departed the battlefield alongside Krillin and Gohan. Thank you so much, Feng. Your great kindness shall not go unacknowledged. This time, I will utterly defeat this scoundrel. Wukong expressed his gratitude to Feng, then furrowed his brow in anger, crunching the Senzu Bean. With a resounding crack, Wukong's previously grievously injured body was completely restored. The power lost after transforming into a Super Saiyan returned, and his bones creaked comfortably. Gula, this time I will not let you escape, he proclaimed. With a mighty cry, energy erupted skyward, a golden whirlwind swirling menacingly around him. Wukong successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan once more, and this time, he was at full strength. The healing properties of the Saiyan physiology after severe injury had further enhanced his capabilities, making his second transformation more potent than the first. The earth trembled, the forest howled, and the fierce winds danced. The golden flames shimmered brilliantly, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war god. You wretched monkey! What absurdity is this Super Saiyan nonsense? Don't let it go to your head. Gula fumed, charging once again at Wukong. On another part of the battlefield. Oh? A Super Saiyan? How intriguing. The King of Kurd sensed the astonishing energy and was taken aback, yet he remained supremely confident in his own strength. What is the matter, Vegeta? Why is it only you, this worthless piece of trash, lying beneath my foot? Can't you transform into that so-called Super Saiyan? The King of Kurd's massive foot pressed down on Vegeta's back in humiliation. How infuriating. I'm the strongest. Vegeta shouted in agony and frustration. Why? Why can they all become Super Saiyans? Why, as the royal Saiyan prince, am I being so laughably trampled? Why are those despicable fiends like Frieza, Gula, and the King of Kurd so powerful? Why can't I possess such formidable strength? Vegeta's mind swirled with self-doubt, evolving from mere resentment to an intense yearning for power, culminating in a furious anger directed at his own weakness, ultimately igniting the switch for his transformation. Ah! Vegeta bellowed in rage. In an instant, flickering flames enveloped him. Remove your filthy foot from me. Vegeta erupted with astonishing power, sending the King of Kurd flying. Then, with a whoosh, a golden cyclone burst forth from Vegeta, his hair standing erect, transforming from black to golden yellow, while his pupils vanished, replaced by vibrant green. Vegeta had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 45, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. The King of Kurd is slain. Vegeta had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? The King of Kurd exclaimed in shock. He never anticipated that his humiliation would catalyze Vegeta's transformation. This power? Vegeta rose, clenching his fists as he felt an unceasing surge of strength emanating from within. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, having finally taken that monumental step, becoming a Super Saiyan. This feeling is exquisite. The power in my grasp makes me feel invincible. Ha 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 ha. At last, I stand on equal footing with Feng and Kakarot. Vegeta declared with pride. Ha ha. Thank you, King of Kurd, for enabling this prince to transform into a Super Saiyan. As a token of my gratitude, I shall send you swiftly to the depths of hell. Vegeta's arrogance was on full display once more. What a Super Saiyan. You think turning golden makes you remarkable? Unlike Frieza, I will not underestimate you. Yet, despite his bravado, the King of Kurd's initials vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. He could sense that Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan, possessed immense power, perhaps even surpassing his own. Perish. Before he could finish his sentence, the golden aura around Vegeta abruptly vanished, and he teleported in front of the King of Kurd, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. With a thunderous crash, the King of Kurd felt darkness envelop him, followed by the sensation of his nose breaking, blood gushing forth. As his consciousness returned, he realized he was being propelled backward, the scenery around him blurring past. What you just did to me, I shall return to you tenfold. Before the King of Kurd could recover, Vegeta's demonic voice echoed in his ear. Ha! The golden flames roared back to life as Vegeta delivered a kick to the King of Kurd's abdomen. Crack! The devastating blow shattered the King of Kurd's armor, the robust purple chest caving in. Pooh! Ah! The King of Kurd coughed up blood, howling in agony. He could hardly comprehend why Vegeta, now transformed, possessed such overwhelming strength. Remarkable! Vegeta has indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment as he sensed Vegeta's newfound energy. Father is the strongest. Though Gohan was equally amazed by Vegeta's transformation, he still believed Wukong to be superior. The Saiyan race is truly formidable, Tenshinhan remarked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Well done, Vegeta. Feng anticipated this scenario. Although the timing of their transformations differs, the circumstances that lead to their metamorphosis are remarkably akin to those in the original narrative. Goku transforms due to the death of Krillin, while Vegeta undergoes a transformation driven by his own dissatisfaction and ambition. Overall, their journeys bear a striking resemblance to the original. Yet both exhibit greater strength than their contemporaneous selves. Regarding Goku's state in the novel, his time on Yardrat has afforded him additional training alongside Vegeta and Feng, resulting in a baseline combat power that surpasses that of the original during the same period, although he does not transform into a Super Saiyan. This progression is indeed intriguing. The experience of growing alongside the main characters is quite gratifying. Feng chuckled, pondering that the arrival of the Kurdish king on Earth is indeed a part of historical accounts. Could it be that the system is so stringent as to offer no reward at all? As he contemplated this, it seemed as though the system had caught wind of his musings, and a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden task completed. Assist Sun Wukong and Vegeta in transforming into Super Saiyans. Task reward. Energy absorption technique. Energy absorption technique? What could that possibly entail? Feng was filled with perplexity. The technique of energy absorption allowed one to convert an opponent's energy attacks into one's own, subsequently enabling a counterstrike. The fundamental level of energy absorption boasted a conversion rate of 10. Should this conversion rate be elevated to 100, it would permit the complete absorption of an adversary's attack, alongside a retaliatory response. But how might one enhance the conversion rate? Through extensive practice, of course. In that moment, The method of energy absorption materialized in Li Feng's mind, and he swiftly mastered the skill of energy absorption. Li Feng felt a surge of joy. His power had advanced once more, and this technique was akin to a bug. Just like the energy absorption of Android 19 and 20, as well as Super Android 17 from Dragon Ball GT, it possessed terrifying capabilities, growing stronger by absorbing the opponent's attacks. Yet, there were exceptions. Despite their superior energy absorption techniques, they ultimately succumbed to more formidable assaults. Li Feng knew he must remain vigilant and not fall into complacency. Meanwhile, the Z warriors anxiously observed the two battlefields, oblivious to Li Feng's peculiar demeanor. With a slight smile, he redirected his focus back to the fights. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as a cumbersome figure crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and crack in various places. Dust and debris filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. King Cold lay on the ground in a pitiful state. His battle armor shattered, his once dashing cape tattered, and his body marred with wounds, broken ribs, and a horn that had been severed. How pathetic, Vegeta scoffed, his strength overwhelming King Cold, who was utterly defenseless. Wait. King Cold, grievously injured, felt as if all his bones had been shattered, struggling even to rise. His life of luxury and the inherent resilience of the ice demons had never prepared him for such severe injuries. In that moment, he truly felt the chilling grip of fear, the threat of death. Vengeance? Conquest? All thoughts were cast aside. King Cold simply wished to survive. Wait, Vegeta. I've changed my mind. I will no longer trouble the Saiyans. Join my legion, and I shall grant you unmatched privileges. No. What I mean is, please spare me, esteemed Vegeta. I vow never to return to Earth. You are the strongest in this world. King Cold abandoned his dignity, pleading desperately. Where has your arrogance gone? Now you can only grovel like a beaten dog? Vegeta remarked, his face betraying no emotion, yet internally reveling in the feeling of invincibility that had returned to him. I was blind. I beg you to overlook my transgressions and let me go. Humph. This is quite dull. You might as well perish. Vegeta disregarded King Cold's pleas, his boredom with the farce evident. Big Bang attack. Vegeta extended his right hand, gathering a terrifying energy. Boom. A golden energy sphere hurtled toward King Cold. No. Cooler. Save me. King Cold screamed in despair, but no savior came. Boom. The fearsome energy sphere struck King Cold with catastrophic force, unleashing a power surpassing that of a nuclear bomb. In an instant, the terrain around King Cold was obliterated, a mushroom cloud rising in its wake. King Cold was no more. Chapter 46. Cooler's ultimate transformation. Vegeta defeated again. As the dust settled, a deep, bottomless crater remained, signifying King Cold's complete extinguishment. Impressive. Vegeta has eliminated King Cold, Gohan exclaimed, elated by their victory. What of the battle on Goku's side? Krillin quickly shifted his attention to Goku's skirmish. Meanwhile, Goku's battle with Cooler had also reached its conclusion. Cooler proved no match for Super Saiyan Goku, who, with relentless attacks, rendered Cooler powerless. Gripped by the tail, Cooler was flung away, only to be met mid-flight by Goku's furious barrage, his exoskeleton shattered and his body battered. Already fatigued, he stood no chance against the rejuvenated Goku. Boom. With another resounding crash, Cooler was sent crashing into the ocean, creating a massive wave. Cooler, leave Earth at once. Frieza and your father are dead. You are forbidden from causing further chaos here. Goku's heart softened. Krillin was unharmed, his energy depleted, and he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Faced with the current Cooler, he chose to show mercy. Boom. The waters boiled, and a figure emerged, struggling from the sea. Son Goku, I concede that you are strong, but this is where it ends. Cooler growled fiercely, extending his right hand and raising a finger. Once. What? I possess one more transformation than that wretched Frieza. Cooler sneered. He glanced at Goku and the onlookers. You should feel honored. You are witnessing my first and last transformation. What? Cooler can still transform? Piccolo, with keen hearing, was taken aback. How can this be? Cooler is already so powerful. If he grows stronger, can Goku still defeat him? Krillin voiced his concerns. Dad will definitely defeat him. Gohan remained steadfast in his faith in his father. Transformation? If Kakarot can't handle him, I'll take them both down. Vegeta crossed his arms, utterly dismissive of Cooler's arrogance. Cooler bellowed, fists clenched as he began to gather energy. Thunder rumbled as the clouds dispersed, and the sea churned violently beneath the weight of his terrifying power. Zzz. The purple aura surrounding Cooler expanded, generating a potent cyclone, the temperature around him soaring. Cooler underwent a dramatic transformation, His muscles swelled, his form grew. Reaching a height of 2.5 meters, white skeletal structures sprouted from his shoulders, sharp bone spikes emerged from his arms, and 4 white horns jutted high from his head. His pupils vanished, replaced by blood-red orbs, his mouth encased in a white bony mask, and all his previous injuries healed. Swoosh. Cooler's aura surged, his presence becoming increasingly menacing and terrifying. What? Cooler has become even stronger after transforming? Krillin felt cold sweat trickle down his back as he beheld Cooler's imposing figure and sensed his overwhelming, ruthless energy. Dad, you must win. Gohan prayed fervently for his father's victory. Swish. Goku was the first to sense the immense power emanating from Cooler's transformation, immediately on high alert, but soon his pupils constricted. Boom. Cooler appeared before Goku in an instant, delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen. Gah. Goku bent over from the impact. Ha. While you're still reeling, take this. Cooler struck Goku's back with an elbow, producing a thunderous crash as Goku's body was propelled into the ground like a cannonball, causing a landslide and a cloud of dust to rise. Cooler unleashed his power in the air, the purple aura erupting once more. Ha, 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 ha. Cooler opened his arms, generating energy blasts, showering Goku's vicinity with relentless fury. Boom, boom, boom. The Chi Gong blast swept across the plains with the rapidity of a machine gun, causing the surrounding terrain to collapse, rocks to shatter, and dust to rise. Scalding energy surged forth like molten lava. After a barrage of cannon fire, thick smoke billowed, and the once lush forests were obliterated. The ground, recently ravaged, had sunk several meters, while the areas struck by artillery were left with deep, bottomless craters. Transformed, Gula's combat prowess soared to 470 million, surpassing the 350 million of Goku at that moment. Haha. Observing the astonishing devastation he had wrought, Gula laughed maniacally. What Saiyan could possibly challenge me? How foolishly proud. Upon witnessing Gula's brazen demeanor, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. A brilliant golden flash surged toward Gula in the sky. Ha! Vegeta struck with fury. The impact echoed as Gula effortlessly blocked Vegeta's punch. Yet their collision generated an invisible shockwave through the air. What? Vegeta was astounded that his furious blow had been intercepted by Gula. Humph! Feeble and powerless. Gula sneered, then delivered a knee strike to Vegeta's chest. Bang! The sound reverberated like thunder. Ah! Vegeta cried out in agony, as if his very organs had been rearranged. With a swift sidestep, Gula kicked Vegeta away, then appeared before him in an instant, launching a relentless flurry of strikes. Bang! 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 Gula rained down blows upon Vegeta as if he were a mere punching bag. The lingering pain from earlier had barely subsided when a new wave of violent impacts coursed through Vegeta's body, leaving him dazed. The Super Saiyan form he had assumed faltered, his golden hair flickering before ultimately reverting to black. Boom. Finally, Gula delivered a powerful blow with both fists, slamming Vegeta into the ground. With a deafening crash, another mountain crumbled, and dust erupted. Vegeta was reduced to his normal state, gravely injured and unconscious. Is this real? Even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form cannot match Gula? Krillin exclaimed in horror, then turned his gaze towards Li Feng. Now our hope rests solely on you. We implore you, Li Feng. Li Feng nodded slightly, preparing to engage in battle. In truth, he had anticipated Gula's transformation into his ultimate form. At this moment, the timeline corresponded to the original narrative where Goku had just returned to Earth, and Vegeta had yet to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. However, due to his own influence, Vegeta had transformed prematurely, significantly augmenting his strength compared to before. Likewise, Goku, upon his return, had not yet reached the power level necessary for his confrontation with Gula, making his impending defeat comprehensible. Thus, it became imperative for him to intervene. Just as Li Feng was about to step into the fray, a golden aura burst forth from the massive crater left by Gula's attack, and a figure ascended slowly with the golden light. It was not over yet, Gula. Chapter 47, Goku's Final Resort. Gula, perish. A golden silhouette continued to rise. Son Goku, though battered and bruised, stood resolutely upright. Humph. What can you possibly do in that state? Gula scoffed. With a whoosh, Gula began to ascend, intent on decisively eliminating Son Goku. Ha! Gula roared, unleashing a purple aura that erupted into the heavens, dispersing the clouds and conjuring a fierce whirlwind. I have had enough of you wild monkeys. Perish. Supernova. With a flourish, Gula pointed his right hand skyward, concentrating his energy in that hand. A golden sphere of energy rapidly expanded, engulfing the sky above them. What? Gula, this demon. Intends to obliterate the Earth? This energy is no joke. Krillin's pupils contracted as he sensed the impending doom emanating from the orb above. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This is bad. Uncle Li Feng, please intervene and stop him. I beg you. Gohan implored. No, Li Feng. This is my battle. Do not interfere, or even you will invoke my wrath, came Goku's voice from above. Truly, as a Saiyan, even in the face of despair, he retained an indomitable fighting spirit. Li Feng admires Wukong. It is no wonder that he had a deep fondness for him in his childhood. Now, after spending time with Wukong, he continuously discovers his captivating charm. We have agreed upon this. You have but one chance. Should you falter again this time, I will undoubtedly intervene. Li Feng made a solemn promise to Wukong. Rest assured, this time I will surely triumph, Wukong replied with a smile. However, his expression soon turned serious as he gazed at the stellar energy sphere suspended in the sky. Being the closest to the battlefield, he was acutely aware of the formidable power it possessed. With his upper garment torn and his body marred with wounds, Wukong still summoned the strength for one last counterattack. He concentrated, placing his hands at his waist as azure energy began to coalesce. The cerulean light grew increasingly radiant, its scattered brilliance obscuring the golden flames of energy. As the energy sphere expanded, Wukong found it increasingly difficult to contain the burgeoning blue Kamehameha wave. With a mighty shout, he thrust his hands skyward. The azure Kamehameha surged upwards, hurtling towards Gula's stellar energy sphere. Descend into oblivion, he exclaimed, as Gula, on the other side, finished gathering his energy. With a decisive downward motion of his right hand, the energy sphere descended like a golden sun, radiating an aura of annihilation towards the earth. The two forces collided instantaneously, generating an astonishing energy cyclone, and for a brief moment, a vacuum formed at the center of the clash. Yet, the standoff lasted less than a second. As Gula's supernova power swiftly overwhelmed the Kamehameha, securing the upper hand. Could it be that even Old Sun is no match? Piccolo lamented, observing Wukong's faltering attack. No. The Saiyans possess boundless potential. I am certain that Wukong will ultimately prevail. Li Feng proclaimed with unwavering confidence, indeed, my father is destined to triumph. Although Wu Fan felt an undercurrent of fear, his admiration for his father instilled an unshakable faith in Goku's victory. Gritting his teeth, Goku unleashed a mighty roar, igniting a surge of formidable energy. His muscles swelled once more, veins bulging as he unleashed an even more potent Kamehameha wave. In an instant, the azure energy beam thickened dramatically, halting the initial decline of the Kamehameha and, with a gradual push, began to counteract the colossal energy sphere of the supernova. Humph. Overestimating yourself. With a disdainful snort, Gula also tapped into his immense energy, thrusting his hands forward to maintain control over the golden sun, stabilizing the situation before pushing the sun back towards Goku. Boom, boom, boom. As Gula exerted his power anew, the supernova bore down upon the earth like a true sun poised for annihilation, evoking a sense of despair. Goku's predicament grew increasingly dire. The terrifying energy sphere bore down relentlessly upon the Kamehameha, causing the ground beneath him to buckle and draw ever closer to obliteration. Should this force impact the earth, annihilation was inevitable. Gritting his teeth, Goku summoned every ounce of strength to resist. The blue Kamehameha appeared as a mere trickle against the overwhelming supernova energy sphere, poised to be extinguished at any moment. Son Wukong, I concede your strength, but I am the true master of the universe. That Li Feng is nothing but a triviality. You shall both perish alongside this planet. Gula, sensing his impending victory, erupted in boisterous laughter, reveling in the certainty of his supremacy. His father and brother were simply too weak to survive against the Saiyans. He alone was the universe's apex. Fool. You have not yet won. At this moment, Li Feng let out a cold snort, aware that the decisive moment was at hand. Gula suddenly realized that his supernova was perilously close to striking the ground, yet a tenacious energy resisted at the last moment. Originally intended to deal with Li Feng, he now found himself compelled to unleash it. Goku, resolute, finally decided to draw upon the fruits of his secret training. To confront me? Li Feng pondered, intrigued by the final trump card that Goku had up his sleeve. King Kai's fist. In an instant, a layer of dark red flames enveloped the golden aura emanating from Goku, amplifying his energy and doubling his combat power. The blue Kamehameha, having undergone an unprecedented enhancement, thickened considerably and forcefully repelled the supernova energy sphere back. What? How could this be? Gula was utterly astonished. His energy sphere had been pushed back. Why had this occurred? Was his son Goku on the brink of defeat? Where had he summoned this energy from? Gula, filled with fury once more, attempted to stabilize his energy sphere, Yet regardless of how he exerted control with his aura, with his hands, or even with his feet, he could not alter the trajectory of his supernova being pushed back. At that moment, Goku's body was operating beyond its limits. The combination of Super Saiyan transformation and King Kai's fist had pushed his physical form far beyond what it could endure, causing excruciating pain that felt as if his body was tearing apart. Nevertheless, he persevered with his last ounce of consciousness and repelled Gula's supernova. No, I cannot lose. Gula's supernova was swiftly pushed back by the Kamehameha, and he was violently slammed by his own attack, hurtling backward at an alarming speed. No matter how hard he tried to exert force or escape, the reality of being blasted away was inescapable. Boom. Gula's figure was completely engulfed by the energy sphere. And with a resounding explosion, both the Kamehameha and the energy sphere detonated in the sky. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended. Gula, annihilated. Thank you to all the esteemed viewers for reading my work. This chapter has just reached 100,000 words. I will continue to write more and better content. And I hope for your generous support. I seek 5-star reviews, requests for updates, bookshelf placements, and donations. Thank you all. I am eternally grateful. Chapter 48. Li Xing in his ultimate form, Gula was defeated by Son Goku. Phew. Sensing that Gula's aura had completely vanished, Goku finally breathed a sigh of relief and reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Hiss. The burden of the Super Saiyan transformation combined with King Kai's fist struck him suddenly, causing excruciating pain that forced him to collapse to the ground. Goku. Daddy. Krillin and the others flew toward Goku, filled with joy yet concern. Li Feng. At that moment, a swifter figure lunged towards Li Feng. Whoa, you wretched one, you have finally returned. Feeling the soft touch and inhaling the fragrant scent that he had not experienced in over a year, Li Feng felt a wave of peace and happiness wash over him. Bulma, he had finally seen her again. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng bestowed upon her a French kiss, leaving Bulma blushing furiously. Ahem, Bulma, there are children present. Voices from Master Roshi and others echoed from behind. Children? Li Feng was taken aback. Where were there any children here? Then, glancing at the infant cradled in the arms of Master Roshi, a wave of familiarity and warmth surged within him. With uncertainty, he looked at Bulma and asked tremulously, "Is this child?" Li Feng longed to hear Bulma's affirmation. "Indeed, he is our child, a boy born 2 months ago, before your return. Thus, I took the liberty of naming him Li Xing, a splendid name." Li Feng cradled the infant in his arms, gazing into the child's round, expressive eyes. An overwhelming sense of responsibility and affection, known as fatherhood, surged within him. This was his child, and he had become a father. He gently extended a finger, which the baby grasped tightly, filling him with profound happiness, and tears of joy welled in his eyes. Embracing the child and Bulma, he said, "Bulma, thank you. This is what I ought to do. I love you." Bulma's previous feelings of dissatisfaction, worry, and tension dissipated with Li Feng's embrace, enveloping the three of them in a cocoon of sweetness and bliss. However, amidst their cherished moment, a voice pierced through the tranquility. "Goku, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" On the other side, Krillin and Gohan looked on with concern, their anxious voices echoing. "You take care of what you need to. We can talk later." Bulma, understanding the urgency of Goku's condition, tenderly held Li Xing and made room. "All right." Li Feng nodded and then soared towards Wukong. Indeed, this humanoid fairy bean repository was about to make its entrance. One must admit, the fairy beans are truly life-saving treasures. Sizzle. However, at that moment, a swifter figure appeared before Wukong. "Well done, Wukong. Your final strike was quite impressive, but given your current condition, it was executed too prematurely." The newcomer was none other than Li Feng, who offered Wukong a fairy bean, saying, "Thank you." Wukong, showing no hesitation, immediately consumed the bean. I'm alive again." In an instant, Wukong felt a refreshing sensation throughout his body. The previous pain and the fractures in his bones were entirely restored, and his breath returned to normal. Li Feng utilized the combat device to assess the currently healed but severely injured Wukong. 15 million. Once again, one cannot help but admire the inherent advantages of the Saiyans. The Kaioken technique, when combined with the Super Saiyan state, appears to instantaneously amplify combat power. However, the strain it places on the body is exceedingly severe. At this moment, you are ill-suited to employ such a technique. Li Feng spoke slowly. "Oh, that transformation took me quite some time to devise. Do you, Li Feng, possess a new transformation?" Wukong inquired with astonishment, eagerly questioning Li Feng. Of course, there are numerous forms of the Saiyan state. At present, I have merely defeated the second form of the Super Saiyan at the first level. Li Feng elucidated, the second form of the first level Super Saiyan? What could that possibly entail? Goku scratched his head, perplexed. Our Saiyan methods of enhancement, aside from the conventional augmentation of our fundamental combat power, also include a second approach, amplifying the multiplier achieved in our transformed state. For instance, your recent Super Saiyan transformation combined with Kaioken resulted in a multiplier of 100. Albeit only sustained for a few seconds and placing immense strain on your body, rendering it inadvisable for frequent use. At that moment, others had gathered to hear Li Feng's discourse. Vegeta, roused from his slumber by the overwhelming energy during Gula and Goku's earlier clash, joined them after consuming a Senzu Bean provided by Li Feng. He was astonished by Kakarot's final transformation, but even more taken aback by Li Feng's words regarding the Saiyan transformation path. So, the proper method for Saiyans to transform would indeed be to achieve Super Saiyan 2. But what exactly is your first level second form? Vegeta could not suppress his curiosity. Having spent over a year with Li Feng, he recognized his formidable and enigmatic nature, despite being unaware of Li Feng's origins. He acknowledged the numerous ways Li Feng had assisted both Goku and Vegeta in their quest for greater strength. My first level Super Saiyan second form, to be precise, is an intermediary state leading to Super Saiyan 2, with a multiplier of 60. Li Feng remarked. There remain other forms yet to be elucidated, but I am certain that the Saiyans possess numerous transformation states. Li Feng, how is it that you possess such profound knowledge? As if you can foresee the events that await us? Just today, while we were still in training, you proclaimed a day in advance your intention to return to Earth, warning us of impending danger, which prompted our hurried return to discern the presence of Gula and his companions. In truth, Li Feng has consistently monitored the energies emanating from Earth, despite the vast distance separating Adrat Star from Earth. He has mastered an advanced version of instantaneous movement during his training, enabling him to detect occurrences on Earth at nearly any moment. As anticipated, the Kurd King and his allies arrived on Earth earlier than depicted in the original narrative, driven by their thirst for vengeance. Fortunately, I had been vigilant regarding their movements. Otherwise, a grave disaster could have ensued, for at times, I experience prophetic dreams that grant me foresight into certain events. Li Feng could only explain in this manner. Oh? Could such things actually happen? Exclaimed Klin, astonished, yet he found it difficult to refute, for Li Feng had indeed assisted them on numerous occasions. In this world, even the most inexplicable events can occur. Just look at that instance, for it stands as a testament to such phenomena. Li Feng dismissed the matter with indifference and then pointed with his hand. The crowd was perplexed, for the direction he indicated seemed devoid of anything tangible. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged in the air, and from the fabric of space emerged a flying vessel resembling a colossal egg. Accompanying this apparition was an overwhelming aura. What could that be? Such a potent energy. Klin sensed the sudden presence and was astonished to realize that this power was on par with that of Goku and the other Saiyans. How infuriating. Could it be yet another foe? Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. The blow had been too great. He had believed that transforming into a Super Saiyan would render him immensely powerful, yet he was still being utterly dominated by Gula. Now, this newfound energy seemed to surpass his own. Why have the once formidable warriors become as common as cabbages? Chapter 49, Trunks with a Hiss. The door of the egg-shaped spaceship opened, and a young man with striking purple hair stepped out. He was handsome, exuding a cool demeanor without sacrificing elegance. Yet the aura surrounding him unmistakably marked him as a formidable individual. Have I successfully traversed time? Indeed, this was Trunks, having journeyed from the future to the present. According to his data, he had returned to the period when Frieza and King Cold had first arrived on Earth, yet he sensed none of their presence. The individuals before him, based on the photographs embedded in his memory, should be Goku and his companions. But who was the dashing young man at the forefront? Gazing at him with an enigmatic smile? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and caution. At that moment, Li Feng broke the silence. You have arrived too late. King Cold and Gula have already been vanquished by Goku and Vegeta. What? Trunks exclaimed, taken aback. According to the intelligence from his future mother, Bulma, Goku was supposed to defeat King Cold and Frieza in the original timeline, and his father, Vegeta, was not yet of sufficient strength. A wave of despair and frustration washed over him. It seemed he had miscalculated his time travel, arriving in a reality far removed from the one he had known. Who are you? Why has this spaceship appeared here? Are you another invader seeking to conquer Earth? Goku inquired sternly, wary after his recent encounter with King Cold. Please, wait. You must be Mr. Goku. May I have a moment of your time? Rest assured. I harbor no ill intentions, Trunks replied earnestly. Hold on. I'll accompany you, said another voice. Li Feng proposed, I apologize, sir, but Mr. Wukong and I indeed have pressing matters to discuss. Although Trunks felt perplexed by the unfamiliar young man before him, he recognized the importance of their business and hoped to avoid any interruptions. It seems that demonstrating strength is the only way to convey the seriousness of the situation. Li Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura erupted, and the powerful cyclone caused those around him to stagger slightly, fortunate that Li Feng had utilized only the minimal amount of power for his transformation. What? Is this the Super Saiyan? Who on earth are you? The most astonished was Trunks. He was intimately familiar with Li Feng's transformation, recognizing it as the Super Saiyan. The aura exuding from this striking figure was far more formidable than his own, even surpassing that of the two demons from the future. But who is he? Why had he never heard of him in the future? Transform as well. Let me witness your power. Li Feng said lightly. What? Are you implying that this lad can also transform into a Super Saiyan? However, the one now taken aback was Vegeta. Trunks, with a serious expression, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You must have many questions, but you will understand after you battle with me. Li Feng's lips curled into a smile. Excellent. Trunks was also ignited with a fighting spirit. Huh? Who? A tempest erupted from Trunks, a golden blaze igniting around him. His purple hair transformed into upright golden locks. His eyebrows shifted to gold, and his pupils turned green, exuding an overwhelming aura that surged forth. What is happening? Why is there yet another unknown Super Saiyan? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Li Feng utilized his combat device to assess Trunks' battle power, 250 million. In contrast, his own first transformation into his Super Saiyan reached an astounding 1 billion. This scoundrel, he has grown even stronger. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. The instant Li Feng transformed, he realized the immense power he wielded. Although Li Feng had occasionally transformed into a Super Saiyan during training, this current transformation far surpassed his previous capabilities. Despite intentionally suppressing his energy, it was evident that Li Feng's true battle power was formidable. What astonished Vegeta even more was the sudden emergence of this young man, who could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, the intensity of his energy was comparable to Vegeta's own battle power post-injury recovery, which had reached 6 million. Well, this battle shall be left to Li Feng, Goku remarked, scratching the back of his head in resignation. After all, he had already relished a fierce fight earlier. If he didn't allow Li Feng to take his turn, he would surely go mad with anticipation. Goku was also eager to see if this enigmatic young man could indeed be a worthy opponent for Li Feng. Let us engage in battle over there. Li Feng pointed towards a desolate expanse. Whoosh. He then soared into the sky, with Trunks following closely behind. The others, aware of the tremendous commotion generated by the two, were eager to witness the spectacular clash between the two mighty Super Saiyans. They trailed at a considerable distance to avoid being caught in the fray. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as two figures, radiating a golden aura, locked their gazes upon one another. Trunks, bracing himself, assumed a combat stance, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Facing Li Feng head-on made him acutely aware of Li Feng's formidable strength. In stark contrast, Li Feng wore a confident smile, exuding a sense of ease. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a small pebble that landed on the ground, instantly sounding the clarion call to battle. Whoosh! In an instant, the two figures vanished, followed by a resounding boom that reverberated through the air, the atmosphere vibrating with astounding energy. Tap, 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 tap. The two engaged in combat at an astonishing speed, their forms indistinguishable in the air, only brilliant golden flashes intermingling. After each strike, they swiftly separated, each collision shattering rocks and trembling the ground beneath. Their combat prowess surpassed that of the earlier Gula by a considerable margin. Piccolo's eyes widened. This battle was far more intense than Gula's encounter with Goku. Li Feng truly was remarkable. It seemed he had not revealed his true strength during their previous sparring. Goku, too, reflected on the situation. Although Li Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan during their earlier skirmish, it had concluded swiftly, as he and Vegeta had not yet mastered their transformations, leaving them at a significant disadvantage. Who are you? How is it that you can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Trunks, increasingly alarmed as their battle progressed, found all his attacks thwarted as if they had vanished into thin air. The opponent's strength and speed were terrifying, and judging by his demeanor, he still had reserves of power. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, I am Li Feng, just like you. I have traversed into this world. Li Feng elucidated. In my world, the presence of all of you is acknowledged, hence I am aware of your origins. My purpose for arriving in this realm is to continually grow stronger and to protect my loved ones, friends, and the earth. By the way, in this world, Bulma is my wife. Li Feng chuckled. What? Trunks, once again taken aback, was momentarily stunned by Li Feng's words, leaving him vulnerable to a powerful punch. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Trunks was sent crashing into the valley, causing boulders to collapse. Chapter 50. The Present and the Future as the rocks tumbled and thick smoke billowed. Krillin expressed his bewilderment. What is happening? How did that mysterious figure get knocked down so suddenly? Despite both being Super Saiyans, a significant disparity in their strength remained apparent. Goku, a seasoned martial artist, quickly discerned the situation. Although it appeared that the two were evenly matched, Li Feng was merely suppressing his true power. The outcome of their clash could be determined in an instant. Meanwhile, the keen-eared Piccolo listened intently. As the dust settled, Trunks lay amidst the rubble, his gaze vacant, utterly stunned by the revelation. Indeed, in your world, your father is Vegeta, the man with the distinctive M-shaped bald head. Li Feng pointed towards the back. However, in this world, Bulma and I are in love. She is living well, and we have even had a child together. Regardless, this world is no longer the universe you are familiar with, so the events of the future will not transpire in this realm. After a considerable amount of time, Trunks finally came to terms with this reality. I am aware of your purpose for coming here. It is to seek confirmation. Li Feng chuckled. When Trunks faced off against him, he was astonished by Li Feng's formidable strength, which undoubtedly surpassed his own. This gave him hope in confronting the future androids. Number 17 and 18. I have come to this world to deliver medicine to Mr. Sun Wukong and to inform you about the impending arrival of the future androids, while also seeking a way to defeat those two vile demons. Trunks succinctly recounted the events of the future, aligning with the original narrative. What? The usually silent Piccolo was once again taken aback by their words, unable to fathom such developments. In the future, that Vegeta actually married Bulma? And they even have a child? He then cast a discreet glance at Vegeta. Humph, Vegeta snorted, dismissing Piccolo's surprise. Wukong, come here for a moment. After Li Feng concluded his conversation with Trunks, he called Goku over. Oh, has it ended so soon? Upon noticing that the two had reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, Goku felt perplexed but approached nonetheless. Then, he heard Trunks speaking of astonishing matters. Goku, whose sole interest lay in combat, was utterly oblivious to the concept of time travel. He only knew that this young man was named Trunks and had come to deliver medicine, warning of even more formidable foes in the future. Familiar with the narrative of the future, Li Feng addressed Goku. Goku, you should take the medicine first. Otherwise, we won't be able to spar later. What? No way. Goku exclaimed like a child, promptly consuming the medicine. Had it not been for Li Feng's insistence, Goku would have certainly refused to take it. Moreover, given Goku's early mastery of the Kaioken technique combined with Super Saiyan form, the strain on his body would intensify, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. It was imperative to address his ailment first. Observing this scene, Trunks struggled to suppress a laugh. Goku, you must train diligently. In 3 years, a mightier adversary will emerge. Li Feng cautioned Wukong. Indeed, I shall grow stronger, and when the time comes, I will surely triumph over you. Wukong replied with enthusiasm. Then Trunks and I shall venture into his world tomorrow. That should pose no issue. However, Trunks expressed his concern. But Mr. Li Feng, might this not affect both worlds? Li Feng reassured him. Did you not come here as well? Fear not, for the future will undoubtedly be resolved. Now, let us explain things to the others and then share a meal together. Li Feng enthusiastically extended an invitation. Although Wukong was somewhat bewildered, he was eager to forge new friendships. With Li Feng's assistance, they concealed Trunks' true identity, yet disclosed everything else. The others were astonished and taken aback but ultimately came to accept this reality. Humph, I cannot concur. Li Feng is one thing, but now another peculiar Saiyan has emerged. And he can transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta scoffed. What is this, Vegeta? Are you afraid? Did you not also learn to become a Super Saiyan? Li Feng jestingly remarked. How could that be possible? To which Vegeta haughtily replied, Tonight, we shall host a grand party at my residence, and everyone is welcome to join. There will be an abundance of delectable treats to celebrate our recent triumph. Li Feng joyfully announced, Hooray! Is there delicious food? Wu Fan exclaimed with excitement. Then I must come. Hiki. At that moment, Wukong reverted to his youthful self. Vegeta, if you choose not to go, I shall gladly consume your share. Wukong continued to banter with Vegeta. You shall not. Kakarot, I will never concede. Observing the carefree, joyful, and blissful expressions of those around him, Trunks found tears welling up in his eyes. Overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Come on, Trunks, this is your welcome party too. Relax, this is not the future. We shall protect everything together. Li Feng addressed Trunks, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Li Feng, Trunks replied with a smile. Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, and others extended their greetings to Trunks, inquiring about many aspects of the future. Thus, the group soared back to Bulma's villa in West City. Naturally, Li Feng and Bulma comfortably occupied the airplane, playfully engaging with their son, Li Xing. During their private moments, Li Feng shared with Bulma the true origins of Trunks. What? How can that be? In the future, I married Vegeta? He is my son? Bulma was taken aback. Regardless, in this world, you are my husband, and Li Xing is our child. Embracing Li Xing, Bulma nestled contentedly against Li Feng. But the future me must be quite unfortunate, having lost family and friends. Bulma felt a wave of sorrow for her future self. You will certainly travel to the future. Won't you? Even though the future is entirely different from the present, I still hope you can assist the future me. Though Li Feng remained silent. The perceptive Bulma had already grasped his intentions and quietly held faith in him from behind. Do not worry, I should return swiftly this time. Li Feng gently embraced Bulma, murmuring sweetly. That evening, the dinner was exceptionally lavish, as the robotic servants meticulously presented an array of culinary delights, astonishing everyone. While the three great eaters who had returned to Earth indulged themselves in a gastronomic feast, Trunks was equally amazed but soon joined in the revelry, fully immersing himself in the atmosphere. As night fell, the long-absent Li Feng and Bulma shared yet another enchanting and passionate evening together. Chapter 51. The Future World the following day. Hiki, Li Feng, I shall diligently train here. When we meet again, I will undoubtedly be stronger. Goku laughed. Li Feng, please be safe. Li Xing and I will await your return, Bulma said tenderly, cradling Li Xing in her arms. Humph, you remain there. I shall surpass Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed. Li Feng bid farewell to his family and friends. All right, I shall return shortly. With that, he embarked on his journey. The exterior of the time machine sealed shut, and it gradually ascended into the air. Soon, the machine became invisible, and after a ripple of energy, it vanished from sight. Li Feng sat within the time machine, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of traversing through time and space. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Detection complete. Departing from Universe A1807. En route to an unknown universe. As he gazed ahead, the scenery faded into an abyss of darkness, as if he were enveloped in chaos. In his thoughts, Li Feng pondered, if the universe I am destined for is A1207, will the previous fragments still hold any significance? They will not be effective. This journey through time and space relies on the power of technology, whereas the fragments utilize direct spatial anomalies for traversal. Therefore, the fragments may be utilized in the next occasion, came the response. And what of the mission? He inquired. Upon arrival in Universe A1207, the mission will indeed be activated. The system elucidated. Ah, so the time machine is yet another glitch in the system. No wonder its use was prohibited in later episodes of Dragon Ball Super, he mused. Li Feng pondered whether his use of fragmentary traversal would attract the attention of the God of Destruction and the angels. If discovered, how would he respond? His current strength was still too feeble. The power of the time fragments was governed by the Lord of Time, and the God of Destruction neither held authority over nor understood how to wield this force. Furthermore, the presence of the time fragments indicated that the universe was experiencing disruptions that required rectification, thereby avoiding the scrutiny of the deities. It seemed that the reason for the discovery of the time machine during the era of Dragon Ball Super was entirely due to Trunks revealing its existence before the God of Destruction. Li Feng let out a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt an intensified yearning to enhance his own strength. The arrogant God of Destruction acted with impunity at the outset. Even Vegeta had no choice but to swallow his pride and feign amicability towards them. Meanwhile, the omnipotent Zeno possessed boundless authority, capable of annihilating entire universes at a whim, instilling such fear in the gods of destruction that they dared not utter a word of defiance. Power, I crave the power to surpass all others. To safeguard my universe from arbitrary devastation and to protect my loved ones from harm, I must become stronger. Li Feng mused to himself, what a destructive deity. One day, they shall be vanquished. Just as Li Feng's fighting spirit ignited, the chaos and darkness ahead dissipated, revealing a brilliant light. Detection in progress. Ding. The current cosmic coordinate is A1207. Mission issued, eliminate android number 17 and android number 18. Reward, the formidable survival capabilities of the Frost Demon Clan. Do you accept? The voice of the system resonated. Indeed. Li Feng felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that the mission would arrive so swiftly. And the reward was indeed remarkable, the survival abilities of the Ice Demon clan. It is well known that Saiyans cannot survive in a vacuum, while members of Frieza's race can, exhibiting extraordinary vitality. In the original narrative, they even managed to survive the explosion of Namek, unperturbed by extreme temperatures, capable of traversing the cosmos. If he were to acquire such abilities, his chances of survival would be significantly enhanced once more. Li Feng was filled with enthusiasm, seemingly delighted that the mission aligned perfectly with his desires. The future artificial beings, exceedingly malevolent, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, are utterly unworthy of existence. It is high time to exact vengeance for the innocent lives in this universe. With a hiss, the outer shell of the time machine gradually opened. What greeted his eyes was not the idyllic mountains or the thriving metropolis, but rather a scene of utter desolation. The once azure sky was shrouded in smoke, rendering the atmosphere dim and gray. On the ground, various dilapidated buildings, scattered corpses, and the pervasive stench of blood narrated a tale of brutal devastation reminiscent of an apocalyptic future. How dreadful! Even West City has fallen victim to such calamity. This is terrible, Mother! Trunks exclaimed in fury, quickly shifting his concern towards Bulma's safety. Calm down, Trunks. Bulma should be all right. Let us first proceed to her hiding place. Li Feng gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, urging him to compose himself. Upon arriving in the universe A1209, Li Feng immediately sensed the familiar essence of his home planet. The first presence he detected was Bulma, followed closely by Master Roshi and the deity. The other Z-fighters were imperceptible to him. It appeared that the number of fallen warriors in the future was far greater than he had anticipated. My apologies for my earlier outburst, Mr. Li Feng. Please, follow me, Trunks said, regaining his composure after a moment of distress. Now calm, he soared towards a dilapidated ruin. With a firm push, Trunks moved a massive stone aside, beginning to explore the area within. Suddenly, he discovered a hidden switch underground, causing a concealed exit to materialize, and without hesitation, he leaped through it. Li Feng also entered. Beep. Scanning in progress. Target. Trunks, classified as part of the human faction. Entry permitted. Beep. Scanning in progress. Target. Unknown. Initiate attack. As Li Feng descended underground, the previously dim ground illuminated, revealing a robot scanning him. Wait. Do not initiate attack. This is Mr. Li Feng, affiliated with the friendly faction. Please register in the database. Acknowledged. The red glow in the robot's eyes faded. Truly impressive is Bulma. Even amidst the chaos of android assaults, she continues to advance technology and secrecy. And under such arduous conditions, she has managed to construct a time machine, which is indeed commendable. Zing. The two traversed the passage and arrived at a spacious area where a woman in the distance was welding metal with machinery. Mom, you're all right. Upon seeing Bulma, Trunks sighed in relief and hurried over. Bulma removed her mask and embraced Trunks. Silly child, you're back safe. Although the frequency of attacks outside is intensifying, this place remains secure, Bulma gently reassured him, stroking Trunks' head. Li Feng gazed at Bulma, whose azure hair remained vibrant, albeit interspersed with strands of white that spoke of the hardships endured over the years. Bulma still exuded charm. Yet the passage of time had etched its stories upon her visage. Who is this? She inquired, releasing Trunks from her grasp. Who is this dashing young man? Why has Trunks brought him here? Mother, this is Mr. Li Feng. He has accompanied me on this temporal journey and possesses the ability to address the issues regarding the androids. Trunks hesitated, his words trailing off. My calculations must be accurate. Why does this individual exist in the past? Why do I not recall him? The astute Bulma found herself perplexed. Greetings, Bulma of this universe. Trunks has indeed arrived from the timeline of Sun Wukong and his companions. However, due to certain circumstances, I too was drawn into that realm, resulting in numerous alterations to the past. I forged friendships with them and became your counterpart in that universe. We found happiness together. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, while Trunks scratched his head in confusion. Given the significant changes to the past, our power now surpasses that of our contemporaries. However, due to the gap between our abilities and those of the androids, I must journey to the future to assist in their eradication. Li Feng explained. Chapter 52. The Detestable Androids. A swift defeat for Android 17. Bulma sighed. She walked back and forth beside Li Feng with keen interest. Indeed. He possesses the type I find appealing. It is no wonder I was attracted to him in the past. Ahem, Mom. Trunks awkwardly interjected. Regardless, thank you for your assistance. Bulma expressed her gratitude to Li Feng before adopting a serious demeanor. Currently, androids 17 and 18 are wreaking havoc in the vicinity of West City, mercilessly targeting many innocent civilians. How detestable. Trunks gritted his teeth. There is no time to lose, Mr. Li Feng. I implore you to lend me your strength to vanquish those two fiends. Trunks beseeched. Certainly, my purpose here is to eradicate those malevolent androids. Please ensure your safety. Bulma cautioned. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures swiftly exited the secret chamber. Li Feng, I hope you can truly perform miracles. Bulma gazed into the sky where Li Feng and the others had departed. Androids lack a detectable aura, making it impossible for Li Feng to locate them through their energy. However, the devastation they left in their wake was painfully evident. Ah, help? No. You fiends. Amidst the chaos, a group of innocent citizens cried out in terror. Ha 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 ha. Scream louder. Android 18, let us compete to see who can capture more prey. The laughter came from a boy adorned with a red scarf. Although he possessed a handsome visage, his heart was far more cruel and wicked than that of a demon. Humph, how boring. Android 17, that area belongs to me. A blonde girl chimed in. Her appearance mirrored that of Android 17, as they were twins. Though undeniably beautiful, she too was a monster cloaked in human skin, perpetrating slaughter wherever she roamed. Mom? Mom? What happened to you? Wah! At that moment, a little girl clutched the hand of a woman lying in a pool of blood. Yet her mother would never respond again. Oh, a small prey has been discovered. Do not worry, little one. You will soon reunite with your mother. Android 17 revealed a sinister smile, unleashing a ki blast directed at the little girl. Unbeknownst to the innocent child, she remained oblivious to the imminent peril, continuing to cry out for her mother. As the little girl faced her impending doombang, the ki blast was deflected, crashing into the nearby ruins with an explosive sound. Wah, mommy. The little girl was scooped up by a tall and handsome man. Brother, what happened to my mom? She will be all right. Won't she? Li Feng gently stroked the little girl's head and softly reassured her. Your mother is merely asleep. She will awaken. Subsequently, he utilized instantaneous movement to place the child beside Bulma. I entrust this child to your care. The battle has commenced. By the time Bulma registered the situation, cradling the child in her arms, Li Feng had vanished without a trace. Humph. You again, Trunks. It appears you have brought reinforcements this time? Remarked Android 17 disdainfully. Oh? That man who vanished just now? Android 18 observed the sudden disappearance of the man who had rescued the girl. How tedious. I suppose I shall have to deal with you. With a steely gaze, Android 17 prepared to launch an attack. Ha! Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. A radiant golden aura erupted around him, enveloping his form as a terrifying energy surged, sending debris flying from the desolate ruins. He understood that Li Feng had gone to rescue someone, and his role was merely to buy time. Die. With a swift motion, Android 17 initiated his assault, but unexpectedly, a shadow emerged before him. Bang! The shadow struck him with a powerful punch, propelling him away. Crash! Android 17 smashed into the crumbling wall, causing it to shatter. What? Android 18 exclaimed, startled. She had not anticipated such a formidable presence on the battlefield, capable of sending Android 17 flying with a single blow. Leave 17 to me. Are you confident in dealing with 18? Li Feng's steady voice proclaimed. Certainly. Trunks responded with a tone of unwavering confidence. In the moment that Li Feng engaged with Android 17, he utilized the system's combat apparatus to assess the future combat capabilities of the androids. Android 17, 350 million. Android 18, 300 million. In truth, both androids possessed combat power slightly exceeding that of Trunks. Nevertheless, Li Feng was confident that in a one-on-one scenario, Saiyan's inherently had the capacity to battle beyond their levels. He aimed to utilize the androids for practical combat training to enhance Trunks' prowess, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. He was prepared to intervene. 17, you are truly weak, scoffed Android 18. You are not permitted to intervene, 18. I shall personally eliminate this scoundrel. Android 17 retorted through gritted teeth. It had been 7 long years since the battle with Son Gohan, and no one had inflicted harm upon him since. This individual must be subjected to torment until his demise. Foolishness. Li Feng spoke coldly. Ha! Then he let out a thunderous roar. Whoosh! Boom! A radiance more dazzling than that of Trunks erupted forth. Rustle! 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 A terrifying aura surged into the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble. Li Feng's hair stood on end, transforming from black to a striking gold. His pupils turned a vivid green, and his expression adopted a chilling coldness. From the very beginning, Li Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan. Initially, his approach to combat was akin to that of Goku, engaging formidable adversaries with a gradual exploration of tactics and savoring the thrill of battle, progressively growing stronger. This was evident even in his confrontation with Frieza. However, when faced with these ruthless fiends, those who inflict cruelty upon innocent girls, he could no longer contain himself. They must be vanquished instantaneously. Allowing them to exist even for a moment longer in this world would be a profound disrespect to the fallen. Li Feng's terrifying energy radiated outward in ripples from his very being. What? Is he truly a Super Saiyan? Who are you? Number 17 was astounded. 7 years prior, Sun Wukong and 17 years ago, Vegeta, were both Super Saiyans, yet none exuded such an overwhelming aura. Someone seeks to end your life. Before he could finish his sentence, that golden figure instantaneously materialized before number 17. Bang! Li Feng forcefully struck his fist into the abdomen of Subject 17. Cough. Subject 17 curled up like a shrimp, expelling bitter liquid. Li Feng executed a flying kick, producing a resounding crash as he sent number 17 soaring through the air. A sharp crack echoed as number 17's ribs shattered, pain surging through him. Yet, the assault was far from over. Li Feng swiftly maneuvered into the air, positioning himself to intercept number 17's descent. He clasped his fists together and struck with tremendous force. A thunderous boom resonated once more, as a dark figure plummeted to the earth like a meteor, causing the ground to tremble and fissure like a spider's web. Number 17, utterly dazed, initially felt the crushing impact to his abdomen, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then came the excruciating pain from his broken ribs. As the world around him blurred into a rush, a sharp agony pierced his back, and darkness engulfed his vision, his body racked with pain. His bewildered gaze turned skyward, struggling to fathom his instantaneous defeat. No, he screamed in despair. The cause lay in the golden, godlike figure that had appeared before him. A shimmering energy sphere coalescing in its right hand, imbued with lethal power. As a flash of golden light enveloped him, number 17's consciousness faded into oblivion. Boom. A deafening blast echoed as number 17 was obliterated into fragments. Chapter 53, Trunks surpasses his limits. Number 18 falls. With a thunderous roar, number 17 was shattered. What? Number 18, engaged in battle with Trunks, was momentarily distracted by the sight of her twin brother's demise. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks, having remained focused on the fight, launched himself at number 18, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! Trunks' fist collided with number 18's face, sending her hurtling backward like a cannonball. With a crash, her body slammed into the ruins, sending shockwaves through the debris. Instantly, walls crumbled, and thick clouds of smoke billowed. How could this be? That number 17, her so-called twin brother, had been slain by that enigmatic Saiyan? Embedded in the wall, number 18 was engulfed by shock, confusion, and a rising panic. If that Saiyan were to join forces with Trunks, her life would surely be forfeit. What to do? Number 18 pondered anxiously. Then, a cruel smile crept across her face. Since those Saiyans were oblivious to her presence, she could exploit this advantage to launch a surprise attack. If she could eliminate Trunks from the shadows and then flee, that Saiyan would be unable to catch her. Thus, she concealed herself amidst the rubble and smoke, akin to a panther lurking in the darkness, poised to strike when her adversary revealed a fatal weakness. Where did she go? Trunks soared to the spot where number 18 had just fallen. Yet her figure was nowhere to be seen. However, his keen battle instincts alerted him to an imminent threat. He scanned the surroundings nervously, seeking number 18 amidst the swirling smoke. Li Feng continued to observe from the side, his arms crossed. He pondered how he would respond to an adversary whose presence he could not sense. He concluded that one should deliberately expose a weakness, awaiting the moment of the opponent's attack to swiftly counter. As time passed, Trunks remained on high alert, sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he dared not relax, for the enemy might strike at any moment. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. In an instant, Trunks unleashed a ki blast, but it merely struck a rock. The true assault was directed at the individual concealed behind it. However, the debris and dust from the shattered stone momentarily hindered Trunks' movements. Boom. This time, it was Android 18's turn to retaliate. She extended her arms, seizing Trunks by the shoulders, then thrust her right knee forward, delivering a powerful blow that bent Trunks' body like a bow. Gasp. The searing pain compelled Trunks to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of bitterness. Android 18 then unleashed a relentless onslaught, her fist flying as she battered Trunks mercilessly. Ultimately, she executed a decisive kick that sent Trunks sprawling, followed by forming her hands into a ki cannon, employing the prince's technique. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The yellow ki blast surged forth with the speed of a Gatling gun, ruthlessly showering Trunks with unrelenting fire. In theory, the androids possessed limitless stamina, allowing Android 18 to bombard Trunks indefinitely. However, after years of existence and prolonged battles without regular maintenance, even the future android's endurance was no longer infinite. Coupled with the excessive energy expended during the fight with Trunks, Android 18 found herself compelled to cease her barrage after more than a minute. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Android 18 laughed with abandon. What Saiyan? She had personally dealt with one, attributing her success solely to Android 17's carelessness. In this scenario, facing off one-on-one against Feng seemed to increase her odds of victory dramatically. Perhaps fleeing was unnecessary. As she sensed Trunks' energy dissipate, the earlier feelings of panic, tension, and despair evaporated, replaced once more by an intoxicating sense of invincibility. Feng gazed intently at the battlefield. When he witnessed Trunks being relentlessly assaulted, he nearly succumbed to the urge to intervene. However, he soon realized that Trunks' energy had not diminished significantly. Rather, in an instant, he had concealed it. Having cultivated his abilities on the planet Yard Rat, Feng possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to energy, and he understood that Trunks was still alive, quietly preparing for a final strike. That so-called Saiyan, Feng? Although you managed to ambush Android 17 and emerge victorious by sheer luck, I am the true strongest. The Trunks who accompanied you has already fallen at my hands. You shall be the next Saiyan to meet your end, Android 18 cackled maniacally. As Feng beheld the malevolent grin of the future Android 18, a chill ran down his spine. Though he harbored a fondness for the original Android 18, whose kindness and charm were reminiscent of his own universe, the entity before him was nothing more than a demon clad in the guise of the android he admired. Feng shook his head. Your battle is far from over. Do you wish to succumb so swiftly? Feng sneered, truly believing that Saions could be easily dispatched. From what he understood, had it not been for Vegeta's careless demeanor and Gohan's protective instinct for Trunks, their demise would not have been so effortless. In a state of vigilance, eliminating a Super Saiyan is no simple feat. What? 18 felt a shiver run down her spine, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. If this were indeed true, Trunks was still alive? Was he, like herself moments ago, lurking in the shadows? She strained to detect his energy, yet found nothing. Sweat beading on her forehead. If that were the case, it could spell trouble. With Feng still present, could she possibly escape? Whoosh! Another sound sliced through the air. 18's ears perked up, and without hesitation, she unleashed a ki blast, taunting, hiding behind the scenes, was my earlier technique too naive for you? Boom. She followed up with several more blasts, obliterating the boulder into smithereens. However, once the dust settled, Trunks was nowhere to be found. What? 18 stood momentarily stunned. He was deviating from the expected. Swish. At that moment, a sound echoed behind her. Acting on instinct, 18 instinctively dodged, but it was too late. Zing. A flash of silver sliced through the air, severing her arm. 18 screamed in agony as blood gushed from the wound. Ha! 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 Trunks, emboldened by his advantage, swung his sword fiercely. Swish! 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 Countless silver flashes danced as a flurry of swordplay ensued, leaving only a scattering of parts and debris in the air. This is retribution for all. Die. Just as in the original tale. Trunks delivered the final blow to the mechanical Frieza. After a whirlwind of swordplay, he unleashed a ki wave from his left hand, obliterating everything in a tremendous explosion. 18 was no more. Trunks had transcended himself. Chapter 54, The Evolution of Life. Ding. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Android 17 and Android 18. Mission reward. Formidable survival capabilities of the Frost Demon race. Claim reward? Yes. Feng responded without hesitation, a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. In that instant, he felt his entire being ablaze with fervor, as a more vigorous and resplendent vitality surged forth from within him. Feng's skeletal structure and physique are undergoing a gradual transformation, with an astonishing increase in density. He now possesses the remarkable ability to withstand the full force of a Super Saiyan's Kamehameha without sustaining any damage, even without employing any skills. His height has risen from 1.8 meters to an impressive 1.85 meters, and his muscles have become remarkably firm, pulsating with extraordinary strength. In addition to the enhancement of his physical power, Feng perceives a qualitative elevation in his senses. His vision has sharpened to that of a telescope, enabling him to see spiders clearly from hundreds of meters away. His hearing rivals that of the Namekians, allowing him to discern voices from a kilometer away. His sense of smell and taste have also become more nuanced, while his sense of touch is increasingly refined. Most exhilarating for Li Feng is the newfound ease of his breathing. It feels as though his lungs have doubled in size, enabling him to inhale oxygen several times more than before. He has come to realize that he can survive in a vacuum, as his body appears to possess an intrinsic respiratory capability, breathing gently from various parts. Roughly estimated, he could endure in a vacuum for several days. This exemplifies the formidable vitality of the Frost Demon race. It is no wonder that Frieza, even without training, possesses a combat power exceeding 100 million. Such prowess is indeed a testament to innate talent. Li Feng was filled with joy. It seemed at this time, the system's reward was indeed perfectly aligned with his desires. He glanced at his current battle power, registering an astonishing 100 million. This was nothing short of a metamorphosis of life itself, a transcendence of the physical form. With his enhanced capabilities, Li Feng's combat prowess had quadrupled, and even more astonishingly, he sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy surging within him, brimming with untapped potential awaiting discovery. At that moment, Trunks knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. Gohan, Father, all my friends, and the countless innocent lives. I have finally vanquished the androids. Your souls can now find peace. Trunks cried out to the heavens, hot tears streaming down his face. After years of battling the androids, of fleeing in despair, the overwhelming emotions of hopelessness, agony, and tension had finally dissipated with the conclusion of this harrowing chapter. He had borne the weight of the world's hopes, never permitted to falter, witnessing the suffering of innocents, his heart bleeding for them, yet feeling utterly powerless. But now he had finally avenged them. The exhilaration and myriad complex emotions surged within him, too profound to articulate, finding release only through his impassioned cries. Meanwhile, Li Feng stood silently by, reflecting on the moment. In his earlier days of watching Dragon Ball, he had always admired the future Trunks, brave yet kind-hearted, merciless to foes while gentle with loved ones. The burdens Trunks carried were indeed heavy. After a considerable time, once Trunks had composed himself, he rose slowly and approached Li Feng, bowing earnestly. Mr. Li Feng, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Without you, we would not have been able to eradicate the androids completely. There's no need for such formalities, Trunks. Ultimately, it was your strength and wisdom that triumphed. You were the one who defeated them. Li Feng smiled at Trunks, exclaiming, I must hurry back to share this wonderful news with my mother. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Trunks replied eagerly, Mr. Li Feng, please accompany me. Today is a day worthy of celebration. With that, the two swiftly soared towards Bulma's hideout. Whoosh. Before long, they arrived. Mother, I did it. The androids have been vanquished. Humanity is saved. Upon seeing Bulma, Trunks leapt into her embrace, resembling a child as he shared his elation. Really? That is splendid. You both are remarkable. Bulma's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile graced her face. Thank you, Li Feng, for rescuing our world. There's no need for gratitude. Trunks too has triumphed over the adversary with his own strength, Li Feng replied. To commemorate our victory, I have decided to host a party today, Bulma declared with a smile. You Saiyans must have quite the appetite, but this doesn't serve as a proper thank you. At least allow me to extend a bit of hospitality. Laughter filled the room. Subsequently, Bulma utilized a robot to relay the good news to the surviving populace. Initially, they were incredulous, but as they realized the absence of the devastation wrought by those two fiends, they erupted in jubilant cheers, reverberating the names of the heroes. Li Feng and Trunks. That evening, Bulma invited the nearby residents to the celebration. Everyone made space and began distributing food, while Li Feng assisted nearby. Bulma grew increasingly curious about the enigmatic and powerful man, inquiring about his encounters with his past self. Upon hearing how proactive his past self had been, he felt a flush of embarrassment but quickly shrugged it off, recognizing that he had aged and now considered those memories mere curiosities, especially since his husband, Vegeta, had passed away many years ago. In truth, the Dragon Balls still existed, allowing everyone to return. After recounting his experiences from the past, Li Feng spoke softly. What? You say the Dragon Balls still exist? Trunks exclaimed in shock, eager to inquire further. The Piccolo of this world and the Guardian were originally one. They lived and died together. Therefore, when Piccolo perished, the Guardian who oversaw Earth's Dragon Balls also died, rendering them ineffective. However, the birthplace of the Dragon Balls is Namek. If the original timeline remains unaltered, then there should be Dragon Balls on Namek as well. Li Feng explained. I can't believe such a thing exists. Trunks was taken aback, then immediately filled with joy. Then in that case, Father and Gohan could wait a moment, Trunks. At that moment, Bulma sighed. We cannot proceed in this manner. They have been gone for quite some time. Even if we could use the dragon's power to bring them back, It would be a profound disrespect to their lives. Let them rest in peace. Bulma, unusually resolute, halted Trunks' request. Li Feng was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Bulma, the very person he wished to resurrect, opposed the suggestion. Bulma, Trunks, and that formidable young man, Li Feng, was it? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. I am Goku. I have been observing Earth from the afterlife all this time. Bulma spoke the truth. They had been dead for quite a while and had grown accustomed to the life beyond. They had no desire to return to the realm of the living. Besides, it seemed that I had caused this world considerable trouble. It's unfortunate for Gohan and Vegeta. Kakarot, I too shall not return. I shall not be outdone in my training here in the afterlife. Vegeta's voice joined the conversation. Trunks, you have grown. I take great comfort in that. Gohan's voice followed. Just as my father and Aunt Bulma stated, we have been gone for so long that resurrecting would strip our existence of meaning. It is better to allow those who remain to confront the future with renewed vigor. Hearing that familiar voice, Trunks could not help but shed tears. Yes, others have also chosen not to return. In truth, we are quite content here. Oh, by the way, Li Feng, you are remarkably strong. Thank you for saving Earth. I would love to spar with you. Make sure to seek me out in the underworld after you pass. Kakarot, after all these years, you still cannot articulate a single coherent thought. Are you cursing others with your words? One does not speak to a benefactor in such a manner. Ah, my apologies. Li Feng, followed by their usual banter. In the end, Trunks found solace and managed to smile. Chapter 55, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Ultimately, Trunks smiled in acceptance. According to Bulma, the time machine required an immense amount of energy for round trips, and replenishing that energy would take a year. Thus, Li Feng had no choice but to remain in the future world. He had contemplated whether to wish for an intellect rivaling Bulma's or the learning capabilities of Majin Buu to engage in invention and creation. But he hesitated to misuse the Dragon Balls. Who could predict if the future of this world might encounter events akin to GT? Therefore, he primarily devoted his time to training. In the initial 2 months, he assisted in post-disaster reconstruction as a Saiyan's strength surpassed that of many, proving to be swifter and more agile than cranes. Gradually, Li Feng integrated into life here, building various infrastructures with his own hands. And a sense of accomplishment welled within him. Beyond training, he savored the beauty of life and the hope that people held for their new existence. With the preliminary construction complete, Bulma's machinery factory commenced operations, alleviating the need for Li Feng to invest extensive time in aiding further developments. Trunks, the future I hail from is far more distant than the one you currently inhabit. There will be even more terrifying and powerful foes ahead, far stronger than Android 17 and others. One day, during a break, Li Feng spoke to Trunks. I understand that it may not be the best time to discuss this right after the android crisis has been resolved, but this world must rely on you alone. Do you wish to grow stronger, Trunks? I want to become even more powerful, just like you, Mr. Li Feng. Please, teach me how to grow stronger. Trunks earnestly implored Li Feng. Li Feng was acutely aware that he had less than 10 months remaining in this world. In addition to striving to enhance his own strength, it was imperative that he also aid Trunks in becoming stronger. His arrival had already altered the course of the future. And if Trunks did not train and improve his abilities, he would be unable to contend even with the first form of Cell, let alone the formidable foes that lay ahead, such as Majin Buu. Very well, I know of a place that is well suited for our training. Li Feng's proposal was to visit the hyperbolic time chamber within the Temple of the Gods. What? The Temple of the Gods? The hyperbolic time chamber? Such wondrous places exist? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I believe that Bobo and the others will not refuse our request. The two of them promptly soared towards the Temple of the Gods. Upon their arrival, a short, dark-skinned man wearing a white headscarf addressed Li Feng and Trunks, saying, Ah, it is you too, Trunks and Li Feng. Welcome. What brings you to the temple today? Hello, Mr. Bobo, we have come to request the use of the hyperbolic time chamber. Li Feng articulated his intentions, expressing his desire to train in preparation for formidable adversaries to come. If the celestial deity were present, he would undoubtedly concur, grateful to you, Li Feng and Trunks, for avenging the celestial deity and many innocent lives. Bobo expressed his gratitude for the contributions made by Li Feng and his companions, granting them permission to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. However, he cautioned that each individual is permitted only 48 hours of training within its confines throughout their lifetime. Otherwise, they would be unable to exit. Bobo advised. Li Feng contemplated that his inability to escape was merely a reflection of his insufficient strength. After all, Even the formidable Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks had once torn through the fabric of time and space with sheer power. Yet, he recognized that he was far from possessing such prowess. Even if he did, he would prefer not to linger in this void for too long, lest it lead to turmoil within his mind. Thus, he resolved that a year spent within this realm would suffice. In the original narrative, Goku and Gohan had trained for a year to master the full power of the Super Saiyan form. He pondered whether he, too, could attain such a state in the present. Li Feng, brimming with enthusiasm, opened the door to the time chamber, revealing a quaint little abode complete with a living room, a hall, a bathroom, a kitchen, and all essential amenities. Beyond this sanctuary lay a vast, desolate expanse. The most immediate sensation was the remarkably thin air, with the oxygen levels plummeting to less than half of what they were, compounded by a gravitational force tenfold that of Earth, and the external temperature soaring beyond 40 degrees Celsius. Gasping for breath, Trunks struggled to adjust to the harsh environment, inhaling deeply. Is this truly the time chamber? He couldn't help but marvel at the emptiness and void of the outside world, as if the entire universe had been reduced to this temporal palace. The enormous hourglass tilted, sand cascading through it, seemingly the only reminder of the relentless passage of time. Li Feng had long since acclimated to the tenfold gravity and the harsh conditions of high temperatures and thin air during his previous training. Living within his evolved physique posed no challenges. His primary focus remained on the unique characteristics of the time chamber. A single day spent within equated to a year in the outside world. Trunks, in this environment, take your time to adapt. I shall train alone for now, and tomorrow I will guide you in becoming stronger. With that, Li Feng propelled himself into the air, soaring into the distance. Observing Li Feng's unwavering composure amidst such intense gravity and scarce atmosphere, a sense of admiration welled up within Trunks. He clenched his fists, preparing to acclimate to this new environment. Although Li Feng had already developed resilience against extreme cold and heat, the thin air remained a challenge, leading to increased physical exertion. After only a brief period of training, Trunks found himself lightly perspiring, yet this was a testament to the evident efficacy of his efforts. Training under such conditions would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Let's test my current abilities. Huh. Boom. Li Feng erupted in fury, and a white cyclone ascended to the heavens, the terrifying energy resonating through the palace and causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Impressive. Mr. Li Feng has grown even stronger, Trunks exclaimed from the side, perplexed as to why Li Feng had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet his aura was comparable to that of their previous confrontation. Excellent. Truly a testament to the evolution of his physique. Li Feng sensed the transformation within his body. After unleashing his energy, the previous negative state dissipated significantly. He commenced his training, Super Saiyan at full power. Here I come. Days later, a thunderous roar echoed as two golden energy blasts collided, producing a sound akin to the heavens themselves. A golden figure was subsequently propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Trunks reverted to his normal state, persistently coughing. Indeed, Trunks, this is the way. You are gradually acclimating to this environment. Li Feng stood to the side with his arms crossed, and to everyone's astonishment, he remained in his usual state, not transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yes, Teacher Li Feng, Trunks exclaimed as he rose once more. It was Trunks who had requested this. Over the past few days, Li Feng had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, not only regarding combat but also about the perception of energy, breathing techniques, and absorption, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. We shall conclude today's training here. We will continue tomorrow. Yes, Teacher Li Feng. Chapter 56. The distinct forms of the first stage of Super Saiyan. A month later. Swish, 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 swish. Two figures radiated a golden aura. Come on, Trunks, Li Feng exclaimed. Ha. Zoom. Trunks transformed into a golden flash of lightning and collided with Li Feng. Boom. The two fists met with a tremendous sound. Subsequently, their figures flickered and danced through the air. After a month of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, both warriors had significantly enhanced their foundational combat abilities. Trunks' power surged from 5 million to an impressive 10 million, while Li Feng's prowess soared from 100 million to 200 million, an astounding doubling of strength. Furthermore, through over a month of acclimatization and training in such harsh conditions, Trunks, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, consistently maintained the upper hand over Li Feng in his base form. Consequently, Li Feng was compelled to respond in his Super Saiyan state. After a brief exchange, Trunks created some distance, and unleashed a series of energy blasts. Li Feng effortlessly evaded, but following the explosion of the energy blast, smoke obscured Trunks' figure. Li Feng raised an eyebrow as Trunks began to apply his energy in a practical context. He remained composed, meticulously attuned to his surroundings. No living entity could evade his perception. There it is. Li Feng turned his head and delivered a punch into the empty air. Bang! Trunks' figure materialized before him. This is the spot. Meanwhile, another Trunks appeared behind Li Feng, just as Li Feng's fist was about to make contact with the first Trunks. That figure began to blur and fade away. The Phantom Fist. This was a technique that Li Feng had taught Trunks, utilizing energy to create an illusion during rapid movement. And today, Trunks had successfully executed it. It's in the bag. Trunks was filled with exhilaration, watching as his punch seemed destined to strike Li Feng, proving that his technique could deceive his master. So Navi. At that moment, Trunks experienced the same sensation Li Feng had just moments before. He felt no impact. Only the sound of Li Feng's voice resonating behind him. Boom. With a resounding strike, Trunks was sent crashing to the ground, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the smooth surface. Cough. 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 Trunks awkwardly rose to his feet. Quite well done, Trunks. You have mastered the application of the Phantom Fist. However, in real combat, the opponent may employ similar techniques, so remember to remain vigilant even when you have not made contact. Li Feng reminded him. I understand, teacher. Trunks straightened his posture, elated by Li Feng's acknowledgement. Your body is now capable of enduring a transformation into a higher multiplier of Super Saiyan. Li Feng inquired. What is a transformation with a higher multiplier? Trunks expressed his bewilderment. That's precisely it. Li Feng let out a mighty roar, and a golden aura enveloped his body, expanding in magnitude. An astonishing and terrifying energy erupted forth. Beyond the change in his aura, Li Feng's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously robust body became even more imposing, with the muscles in his arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, and calves swelling dramatically. He morphed into a veritable muscle-bound titan. The energy radiating from him surged to extraordinary levels, resembling a miniature sun unleashing its brilliance and warmth. This surge of power swiftly subdued Trunks' ordinary Super Saiyan form, causing even his aura to appear diminished. This transformation represents the second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan, colloquially known as Super Saiyan 1. 2 in its muscular form, Li Feng elucidated. Remarkable! Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Li Feng transform into the Super Saiyan 1. 2 form. The aura emanating from Li Feng was vastly superior to his own. In the Super Saiyan 1. 2 state, the multiplier reached 60 times. Yet the energy expenditure was thrice that of the original. Li Feng elucidates the current transformation state. This is the condition you must aspire to attain. Trunks exhibits a look of envy. Is this the state that transcends Super Saiyan? Can I also reach this form? With diligent training, one can indeed achieve this transformation. Naturally, there exists an even further metamorphosis, and it is thus. Drink. Li Feng continued his transformation. With a swift motion, a more intense whirlwind and an even more resplendent golden light erupted from his being. Li Feng's aura enveloped the entire space, as if the world itself existed solely within this golden flame. In comparison, Trunks' golden light appeared as mere fluorescence against the brilliance of the sun, utterly incapable of contending. Trunks found himself once again blinded by the radiance, trembling in fear before such a terrifying power. While he might have managed to engage in a few rounds against Li Feng in his Super Saiyan 1. 2 state, the current form of Li Feng resembled a golden demon, emanating an aura that instilled dread, extinguishing any desire for battle and leaving only profound terror within his heart. At this moment, Li Feng's body underwent a remarkable transformation once again. His height, previously close to 1.90 m, surged to an impressive 2 meters. His muscles expanded, resembling small mountains, and he radiated an aura akin to an erupting volcano, continuously emitting light and heat. This was the third state of the Super Saiyan transformation, referred to as Super Saiyan 1. 3. The power had significantly escalated, with a transformation multiplier of 80. However, this state represented a failure in the initial phase of the Super Saiyan transformation. Why? Trunks was perplexed, for this form was considerably stronger than the Super Saiyan 1. 2. The reason lies in the fact that, although this form offered a substantial increase in power, it also resulted in a significant decrease in speed, falling short even of the standard Super Saiyan velocity. Furthermore, it consumed approximately 5 times the energy, imposing an immense burden on the body and rendering it ill-suited for combat. Li Feng also articulated the shortcomings of this form, guiding Trunks to avoid unnecessary detours. No matter how formidable the power may be, if it cannot strike the enemy, it is ultimately in vain. This form exchanges speed for strength. Is there a form even more potent? Indeed, there exists the ultimate form of the Super Saiyan's first stage. Li Feng has dispelled the Super Saiyan 1-3 form, reverting his physique to its normal state, with the external aura diminishing. That terrifying presence gradually subsided, ultimately resulting in the complete disappearance of the golden aura and a total reduction of Li Feng's energy. At this moment, Li Feng resembled an ordinary Super Saiyan. Isn't this the typical Super Saiyan state? Trunks mused, sensing that the final form was somewhat divergent from his expectations, although it may not be immediately apparent. This indeed represents the ultimate form of the first stage of Super Saiyan, also known as the full power of Super Saiyan. The transformation multiplier is 70 times. Yet both strength and speed are significantly enhanced. The most notable characteristic of this state is its prolonged duration, with energy consumption only increasing by 30%. In contrast to ordinary Super Saiyans, who expend excess energy during transformation, this state efficiently stores the inadvertently wasted energy within the body, allowing for an extended transformation duration. Chapter 57, Trunks Super Saiyan 1-2 form indeed. Li Feng has already mastered the ability to transform into the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan within the hyperbolic time chamber. Li Feng returned to his normal state. Trunks, your primary goal now is to attain the Super Saiyan 1-2 transformation. Yes, Master, Trunks replied enthusiastically, eager to grow stronger in order to protect his world. Days later, another intense battle ensued. During this confrontation, Li Feng observed that Trunks' combat prowess had indeed improved, demonstrating a proficient command of techniques such as the afterimage fist. The two figures flickered in the air, showcasing their mastery of the multi-afterimage fist technique. Their clothing was tattered, and they bore numerous wounds, yet their fighting spirit remained undaunted. With a flash of brilliance, Trunks distanced himself, raising his hands above his head to gather a sphere of energy. Li Feng extended his left hand, manifesting a wave of energy. Magic Flash. Trunks unleashed the technique taught to him by Gohan. Magic Flash. A brilliant beam of yellow energy, radiating intense heat, hurtled toward Li Feng like a meteor. Li Feng, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Trunks' dazzling attack. Boom. In an instant, the entire world dimmed, as if only these two beams of light remained. Subsequently, both figures were propelled by the force of their energies, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Trunks managed to prop himself up, spitting out a mouthful of bitter liquid. Well done, Trunks. Li Feng straightened up and praised Trunks for his rapid progress, noting that he was now able to keep pace with him. After consuming a Senzu Bean, it was time to prepare for the transformation into the 1-2 state. Once warmed up, Li Feng tossed a Senzu Bean to Trunks. Upon consuming it, Trunks instantly felt his strength return, all pain dissipating, and he sensed a subtle enhancement of his energy. Remember what I told you before, he instructed. Concentrate your energy and allow it to flow through all your major muscle groups. Li Feng once again elucidated the pivotal aspects of the transformation into Super Saiyan 1-2. With a resounding exclamation, Trunks transcended into the form of a Super Saiyan, emanating a radiant golden aura. However, beyond that, his energy surged ever higher, the golden cyclone expanding progressively. Thus, the initial step was to elevate the energy, subsequently concentrating the excess vitality within his muscles. As Trunks felt the veins on his forehead bulge, he sensed an overwhelming power coursing chaotically throughout his body. Though formidable, much of it was beyond his grasp. Yet, through Li Feng's guidance, he discerned that the essence of transformation lay in mastering this tumultuous energy. With unwavering determination, he suppressed the erratic force within him, channeling it into the major muscle groups of his physique. With a thunderous impact, Trunks' feet slammed into the ground, creating a deep indentation as the colossal energy erupted forth. He let out a powerful roar, and his entire being radiated with the most brilliant light. The very ground beneath him crumbled, dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a golden and imposing figure emerged from the pit, surrounded by a fiery, intense golden cyclone. Trunks had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. He stood taller, his muscles bulging like small hills, robust and brimming with explosive strength. The transformation into Super Saiyan 1-2 was a resounding success for Trunks. Li Feng glanced at Trunks' current form. Comparing it to his own in the Super Saiyan 1-2 form of the original Vegeta, he found them strikingly similar, devoid of any transformation errors. He nodded in approval. Excellent. This is the state. Remember this sensation and begin to familiarize yourself with your own power. Li Feng reminded him. Trunks felt an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement, yet upon hearing Li Feng's words, he immediately understood that mastering and sustaining this newfound power was of utmost importance. Thus, he subdued his exhilaration and continued to stabilize his energy. After a considerable period, Trunks' aura no longer fluctuated. It remained steady, allowing him to maintain the Super Saiyan 1-2 state without losing control. Li Feng assessed Trunks' current combat power, 900 million. His own base combat power had risen to 210 million. He inquired with the system, discovering that in the original story, Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade boasted a staggering combat power of 100 billion, while Perfect Cell's was merely 60 billion, with his own base power exceeding 200 million. Even transforming into the lowest multiplier of a Super Saiyan would render him comparable to the Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Should he truly exert himself, he could potentially defeat Trunks with a single blow. Li Feng gathered his energy, reducing his combat power to approximately 900 million. Come on, Trunks. Let us engage in battle with your newfound strength. Yes. Trunks, filled with fighting spirit, felt confident that he could defeat Li Feng. Bang, 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 bang. The two resumed their intense confrontation. However, this time, it was evident that Trunks held the upper hand. Bang. Their fists collided once more, but this time, it was clear that Trunks' strength surpassed that of Li Feng, sending him flying. Trunks exclaimed with delight, surging forward and delivering a powerful kick to Li Feng's abdomen. Clang. Li Feng immediately raised a block, yet he felt the overwhelming power of Trunks, as if a mere kick could shatter his bones. His entire arm was numb. Trunks relentlessly pressed the attack, unleashing a barrage of iron fists, treating Li Feng like a mere punching bag. Bang, 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 bang. Trunks had effectively subdued Li Feng. Indeed, this new transformation is formidable, Trunks mused. Whoosh. Li Feng swiftly vanished, reappearing at a distance. Recognizing that engaging in a head-on confrontation with Trunks in his current state was unwise, he opted for a more evasive strategy. However, Trunks' Super Saiyan 1-2 form significantly augmented his combat prowess, enhancing not only his strength but also his speed to a remarkable degree. Whoosh. A golden behemoth charged towards Li Feng. Boom. Li Feng's consciousness caught up. Yet constrained by his physical limitations, he was still sent flying by the impact. Trunks unleashed the prince's fighting technique, wildly condensing energy blasts to bombard Li Feng. Instantly, golden energy spheres descended upon him like a meteor shower, completely engulfing him in an overwhelming torrent. How formidable! This is my Super Saiyan Form 1-2. Trunks, witnessing the results of his transformation, couldn't help but feel immense joy. After a moment of relentless bombardment, clouds of dust rose, obscuring Li Feng's figure. Trunks remained vigilant, as he did not believe that those few attacks alone could vanquish Li Feng. Swish. In an instant, Li Feng teleported before Trunks, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. By the time the lethal threat surged within Trunks, it was too late. He was struck fiercely in the stomach. Even with his defenses significantly heightened in this state, he still coughed up bile from the impact. Thud, thud, thud. Now it was Li Feng's turn to unleash a frenzied assault, employing his teleportation with wild abandon, leaving Trunks in a state of utter disarray. Ultimately, Trunks could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan 1-2 form, leading to his complete defeat. Chapter 58, The Return from Training. This time, Li Feng's relentless onslaught continued, utilizing his teleportation to keep Trunks in a state of extreme distress until he could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan 1-2 power, resulting in utter failure. This exemplifies the greatest weakness of the Super Saiyan 1-2 state, the excessive drain on stamina. Previously, one could sustain the form for at least an hour, but now, it could barely be held for 15 minutes. Li Feng helped Trunks to his feet and spoke. However, this state is essential. It will allow your body to acclimate to the high intensity of energy, paving the way for even more formidable transformations ahead. I shall certainly adapt to this state with diligence. Trunks exclaimed, reverting to his usual demeanor, his joy palpable. It turns out that becoming stronger is such an exhilarating and thrilling experience. As a Saiyan, the blood and essence coursing through him ignited his fighting spirit. Very well. Let us conclude our session for today. Take a moment to observe the surrounding terrain. Li Feng gestured towards the surrounding environment. The energy emanating from the two had transformed the once smooth, mirror-like ground into a series of craters. While the distant terrain had charred to a deep black and sunk several meters, their hearty laughter echoed in the air. In the days that followed, the pair diligently continued their rigorous training, and during their leisure moments, they would engage in discussions about the world they inhabited. Although Li Feng had acquired a preliminary understanding of the future world, it was only through Trunks' words that he grasped the profound darkness and despair that enveloped it. He learned of the hardships endured by Trunks, Bulma, Gohan, and numerous survivors who had been struggling to survive for years, thus gaining a deeper appreciation for the challenges of their current existence. In turn, Li Feng shared tales of his own world within Dragon Ball, revealing how his arrival had altered the course of events. Bulma was no longer his mother. Yet, Trunks felt that the time spent with Li Feng had imparted a sense of mentorship and perhaps a semblance of paternal affection. Time flew by, and soon, a year had elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber. The strength of the two had evolved beyond recognition compared to a year prior. Their current battle powers were as follows. Trunks, normal state 100 million. Li Feng, normal state 500 million. Moreover, Trunks has already mastered the full power transformation of Super Saiyan, capable of sustaining this state for an extended period. There is no need to mention Li Feng any further. Within this extended period, he is already transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Currently, Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 form represents the most fundamental transformations, equating to a 100-fold increase in power. However, according to his system's detection, this level of strength has already reached that of Son Goku during the Majin Buu saga when he became a Super Saiyan 3. Imagine. Super Saiyan 2 now possesses a power level akin to that of Super Saiyan 3. Upon returning to his Dragon Ball universe A1807, he would effortlessly dominate weaker opponents. What of Perfect Cell and Lightning Cell? They would be mere trifles. Nevertheless, he would not allow Android 18 to be absorbed. Yet, what to do when the mission arises? Regardless, with such strength, he would have ample capability to traverse other Dragon Ball universes for an extended period. Unless he encountered a power level exceeding that of a destroyer or the narrative of Dragon Ball GT. Suddenly, after a day in the outside world, Bobo sensed the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opening and promptly went to investigate. Whoosh! Two extraordinarily formidable auras emanated from within the chamber. Could it be Trunks and Li Feng? How powerful! Bobo distinctly felt that these two auras were significantly stronger than before, and what was most alarming was that they had yet to reach their explosive state, seemingly threatening to topple the entire temple. Indeed. The external environment is far more comfortable. Trunks relished the abundant air, the normal gravity and temperature, taking a deep breath, feeling a sense of ease wash over him, as if the oppressive force within him had surged anew. All right, Trunks, please return your aura to a normal state. Otherwise, your mere breath could obliterate the temple. Li Feng jested, feeling an unexpected lightness envelop him as he stepped outside, a sensation of unparalleled comfort washing over him. However, he promptly suppressed his power, returning to a semblance of normalcy. Very well, Trunks swiftly followed suit, reigning in his own aura. Trunks, Li Feng, have you completed your training? Bobo inquired. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. We have successfully concluded our training session, and the prospects of Trunks safeguarding the Earth have been significantly bolstered, Li Feng replied. Enough with the teasing, teacher, Trunks said, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head. Ahem, before anything else, Mr. Bobo, do you have any delectable treats available? Li Feng inquired. Despite the ample provisions within, we had nearly depleted our food supplies over a month in advance, leaving us to cultivate in a state of near hunger thereafter. This is of no concern. Please hold on a moment. Bobo then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Ha ha. Observing the other's disheveled demeanor, both Li Feng and Trunks could not contain their laughter. As their combat prowess grew, so too did their appetites. Thus, they had exhausted the food stock in the hyperbolic time chamber prematurely. By the later stages, they found themselves ravenous. Yet this very condition allowed them to fully exploit the Saiyan physique, enhancing their combat abilities even while battling on an empty stomach. As they beheld the table laden with delectable dishes, they wasted no time and transformed into voracious eaters, devouring the feast with great fervor. Bobo, witnessing the two gorillas in their gluttonous state, was left speechless in astonishment. Afterward, Li Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for providing us with this venue and the exquisite meal. Allow us the opportunity to assist you in return. Li Feng paused for a moment. Currently, there are no deities on Earth, are there? He inquired. Indeed, the gods and beings like Bic were eradicated by androids over a decade ago, Bobo replied, displaying a sorrowful and reminiscent expression. Then we could journey to Namek and request their kin to descend upon Earth as deities, to restore the Dragon Balls. Li Feng suggested. Is it true? Protecting the earth has always been the will of the celestial beings. They would surely be pleased. With the passing of the divine, the Dragon Balls became unusable. Yet, Li Feng believed in their necessity. Even if the likes of Goku were reluctant to be revived, they represented a glimmer of hope should unforeseen events arise in the future. Very well, Trunks, let us return to rest, and set forth to Namek tomorrow. Sure, Mr. Li Feng, Trunks replied joyfully. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures streaked through the air, heading towards West City. As they beheld the newly constructed edifices and the rejuvenated flora that had flourished in the aftermath of the battle, they could not help but feel a sense of comfort. Witnessing the smiles of the people united in their efforts to rebuild their home. Chapter 59, The Journey Home, an Incident? Tap tap. The duo arrived at Bulma's villa. Mom, we're back, Trunks exclaimed with delight. Oh, so soon? Bulma, still wielding her tools, was busy repairing a machine. To her, it seemed they had only been gone for a day. Typically, training outside would take at least 10 days to a fortnight. Observing Trunks' height, she quizzically remarked, You've grown a few centimeters in just over a day? It's because Mr. Li Feng and I were in the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks eagerly recounted his experiences over the past year, resembling a child sharing his joy with his mother. I see. Well, thank you, Li Feng. Bulma expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. Trunks has acquired the strength to protect this world. I merely gave him a little push, he replied modestly. Your clothes are filthy. Hurry and take a bath, Bulma chided playfully. Before this woman, even the mightiest Saiyan had to bow in humility. The two went to freshen up. The following day, Li Feng and Trunks journeyed to Namek, where they found Dandy. After years of growth, upon hearing of the events on Earth, he was the first to agree to assist and wished to contribute to the sacrifice made by Gohan. Together with Dandy, they utilized instant transmission to return to the temple, where Bobo expressed his astonishment upon seeing the other Namekians, and soon, tears of joy filled his eyes. Subsequently, Dandy employed Namekian magic to reactivate the Dragon Balls. Li Feng cautioned them against the unnecessary use of the Dragon Balls, as it could potentially lead to dire consequences in the future. He was uncertain whether events beyond GT would transpire, yet he believed it prudent to refrain from their excessive use. He thought to himself that he had managed to do a good deed. In the days that followed, Trunks focused on the reconstruction of their homeland, momentarily pausing his training with Li Feng. However, a weekly training session remained essential to maintain physical prowess. Li Feng was to remain in the Dragon Ball A1207 universe for approximately 10 months. During this period, in addition to his requisite weekly training, he shifted his focus towards technology. Given the rare opportunity to traverse into the future, he recognized that technological advancements would undoubtedly surpass those of his original universe. Although the original Dragon Ball narrative did not delve deeply into technological matters, the existence of time machines, space folding technology, and space travel indicated a robust progression in scientific development. Li Feng endeavored to master the technologies of this world. In truth, he had been quite the prodigy himself. Yet upon encountering the scientific principles of the Dragon Ball universe, he found himself utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the guidance of an intelligent robot facilitated his learning of numerous theories. At the very least, his practical experience with instantaneous movement enabled him to grasp the intricacies of spatial traversal more effectively. Over the course of the last 10 months, he and Bulma invented a spatial transporter, a device capable of directing living beings to specified locations, covering any distance across the Earth. In essence, this apparatus functioned as a scaled-down version of instantaneous movement, but without the necessity for the user to sense energy. Even an ordinary person could operate it. However, it demanded a significant amount of energy, with the frequency of use diminishing as the distance traveled increased. While this invention offered little personal benefit to Li Feng, it held great significance for someone like Bulma, serving as a vital tool for survival, at least providing a means to buy time. Bulma playfully nudged Li Feng with her elbow, a mischievous grin on her face. It seems you truly cherish the past me. How enviable, she teased. Of course, our bond is quite strong, he replied. Should I reveal to you the preferences of my former self? Really? Is there such a thing as teaching someone to conquer their own past? Li Feng suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited conversation, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In the distant cosmos, both Bulma and Li Feng regarded each other as friends, each harboring a deep admiration for the other's endeavors. It became evident that she had a penchant for such attire. How bold I might have been in the past, he mused. The two old lechers embarked upon a rather indecorous dialogue. After sharing a glance, they erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Trunks listened from behind the door. Initially, witnessing the closeness between his mother and Li Feng made him feel somewhat awkward and uncomfortable. However, as he trained with Li Feng in the hyperbolic time chamber and engaged in various technological pursuits and the construction of their home, his feelings began to shift. He no longer harbored resentment towards Li Feng. Instead, he secretly wished for him to remain in this world. Unbeknownst to him, deep down, he had already come to regard Li Feng as both a mentor and a father figure. Time flew by, and before long, 10 months had elapsed. The energy for the time machine was once again prepared, signifying that Li Feng was about to return to his own universe. After ensuring that there were no malfunctions in the instruments and that the positioning was accurate, Bulma approached Li Feng after thorough checks. Trunks also came to bid farewell. "Thank you, Master. I will never forget the assistance you have provided us and the lessons you have imparted," he expressed earnestly. "Indeed, Li Feng. We are grateful for your rescue of our world," Bulma added with heartfelt appreciation. "No need for thanks. I have learned much during my time here as well," he replied modestly. Li Feng responded, acknowledging that had it not been for this journey into the future, he would have remained unaware of the profound hardships faced by ordinary individuals. He has also come to appreciate the allure of technology, realizing that his intellect and scientific research capabilities qualify him as a scholar. Furthermore, he has successfully invented a spatial transfer device, marking a significant achievement. You must diligently cultivate your skills, Trunks. Approximately a year from now, a formidable green monster will emerge to wreak havoc upon humanity, and it is imperative that we eradicate it. Li Feng cautioned that the first-level Celu would soon make its appearance, hoping that Trunks would not underestimate the situation. "I understand. Teacher Li Feng, I will strive diligently in my training. When we meet next time, I will have grown stronger," Trunks proclaimed loudly. "Bulma, thank you. I must take my leave now." Li Feng bid farewell to Bulma and subsequently entered the time machine, closing the hatch behind him and waving goodbye to the two. Whoosh! The time machine ascended slowly, and with a subtle tremor in the air, it became invisible and vanished from sight. Li Feng and Bulma gazed at the empty sky where the figures had once been, murmuring softly, with a sense of wistfulness and longing enveloping their hearts. As they looked out the window, the scenery once again turned dim, prompting Li Feng to reflect on the marvels of time travel. Beep, beep, beep. However, at that moment, the time machine, now in normal flight, emitted a warning alarm. An unknown energy source has been detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. An unknown energy source has been detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. An unknown energy source has been detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. What? What is happening? Li Feng was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. What unknown energy was this? Hadn't everything been thoroughly examined beforehand? During the traversal, there was nothing, not even a hint of energy, no matter how potent it was. It was futile. If he were to become lost in the chaotic currents of time and space, it would be tantamount to awaiting his demise. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm grew increasingly intense, while the once stable time machine began to sway unpredictably, jolting and shaking violently. Ultimately, it felt as though he had been ensnared in a colossal vortex, tossed about in every direction, causing Li Feng to stagger precariously. Boom. At last, a brilliant white light erupted as the entire time machine detonated. Chapter 60, Dragon Ball Universe A 2007. Boom. Finally, a brilliant white light erupted as the entire time machine detonated. Li Feng was propelled through the air, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, he gradually sat up, inspecting his body. Apart from being covered in dirt and dust from the explosion, he sustained no other injuries. Beep. Detection initiated for the host traversing the universe. Beep. Detection complete. This universe is designated as Universe A 2007. Beep. Mission issued. Eliminate Broly of Universe A 2007, the legendary Super Saiyan form. Mission reward, Temporal Fragment X1. Do you accept? At that moment, the system presented the mission. Yes. Li Feng spoke without hesitation. It turned out that he had traversed into the universe of Broly, and he was soon to confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. He quickly recalled the plot of the original film. Essentially, Broly and his father Paragus had escaped Frieza's devastating attack on their planet and fled to the South Galaxy. Subsequently, Paragus exploited Broly's ferocity to slaughter indiscriminately in the South Galaxy, establishing an empire and exacting revenge on the remaining Saiyans, including Vegeta. Given this situation, it was imperative to locate the main protagonists first. Li Feng sensed the air and discovered several familiar yet potent presences nearby. As he further attuned himself to his surroundings, he realized he was indeed on Earth. Why are they all gathered together? Li Feng expressed his confusion, and in an instant, he teleported to a location. With a swish, a formidable figure emerged amidst a stunning cherry blossom grove. As soon as Li Feng made his appearance, his presence was immediately sensed by the crowd. Who is that? The Z fighters swiftly encircled him. Upon seeing familiar faces, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Among those present were Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, Bulma, Krillin, and nearly all the main characters, with the exception of Goku. Greetings to you all. Li Feng greeted the crowd. Yet his overtures did little to dispel their wariness. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Li Feng, sensing that the aura of this young man was unmistakably concealed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Such an occurrence was inconceivable. Vegeta's heart raced with astonishment. Even in the presence of Kakarot and various formidable foes, he had never felt such an intense sense of oppression, unless this individual possessed strength that far surpassed his own. Thus, Vegeta inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Li Feng, and I too am a Saiyan," came the reply. Li Feng exclaimed, "Impossible." Vegeta refuted. "In this world, the Saiyans, apart from me, Kakarot, Gohan, and Trunks, no longer exist. I am a Saiyan from another timeline." A murmur of confusion arose among the crowd. However, the astute Bulma was present, cradling little Trunks. She stepped forward and inquired, "You come from another timeline? Is it similar to Trunks' situation?" "Bulma, keep your distance from that individual. He seems suspicious," Vegeta interjected protectively. "Be careful." "Mom," the future Trunks added, vigilant. "It's all right. This young man likely speaks the truth," Bulma reassured with a smile. "Trunks, aren't you also from a parallel timeline?" Trunks appeared taken aback. "Oh, I am quite curious about how you arrived in our world. Does your world also have time machines?" Bulma asked with genuine interest. "Indeed. I intended to travel back to my original world using a time machine, but for some unknown reason, during the transition, I encountered an unforeseen disruption, resulting in the destruction of the time machine, and thus I ended up here." Li Feng responded, "I am overwhelmed by the powerful aura in this place, which compelled me to come and take a look. To my surprise, I found you all here." He now realized that the timeline was still at the beginning of that theatrical version, where everyone was enjoying the cherry blossoms before Paragus made his appearance. Krillin, Gohan, and the others also sensed Li Feng's goodwill and extended an invitation for him to join their cherry blossom viewing party, mentioning that they would introduce him to Goku once he arrived. Afterward, the festivities resumed, while Vegeta concealed himself nearby, leaning against a tree in a feigned slumber. Yet his ears remained attuned to the conversation between Li Feng and the others. After Li Feng became acquainted with Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, and others, they began to exchange intelligence. Krillin informed Li Feng about the events unfolding in this universe, which indeed differed from the one he was familiar with. In this world, Cell never attained his perfect form. Although androids did exist, the divergence from the original universe occurred after Cell absorbed Android 17. The pivotal moment of divergence lay with Vegeta. During his battle with the second form of Cell, he did not allow Cell to reach perfection, but instead annihilated him outright. Li Feng remarked, The most iconic scene surprisingly did not occur. Vegeta actually succeeded in his bravado. Consequently, the Cell games never took place, and Goku did not sacrifice himself. Thus, Li Feng unraveled a mystery that had lingered within him since watching the film. Logically, the events of Broly transpired merely 10 days prior to the Cell games. However, with the impending climactic battle, how could they possibly divert their energy to engage with Broly from such a distant location? It turns out they exist in different timelines. Trunks, your father is indeed the savior of this realm. Li Feng chuckled. Even if he were the savior, he still wouldn't be able to sing, Bulma teased. Ha 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 ha. The others erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Bulma, Vegeta exclaimed, his face flushed. Just then, a colossal spaceship descended from the horizon, landing before them. Oh, is the plot unfolding? During their conversation, Li Feng and Klin revealed not a hint of the impending events. Is that person on the ship Gohan? He observed uncertainly. It appears there is a Saiyan aboard. What is happening today? A Saiyan clearance sale? Why is yet another Saiyan appearing? Is that companion of yours, Li Feng? Vegeta scoffed. No, I arrived alone. I am unfamiliar with that ship and the Saiyan aboard it. Li Feng remarked. Indeed, he had never witnessed them with his own eyes. With a sudden hiss, the hatch opened, and a throng of aliens clad in combat armor surged towards them. Vegeta scoffed. dismissing them. Aside from Li Feng, these were mere trifles, and even a collective assault would amount to naught but a flick of his finger. Li Feng utilized the combat power detector from his system, revealing that these foot soldiers numbered merely in the hundreds. What intrigued him most was the combat prowess of the inhabitants of this world. Son Gohan, 80 million, normal state. Vegeta, 70 million, normal state. Trunks, 50 million, normal state. Krillin, 500,000 Tianjinhan. 400,000 Yamcha. 300,000 Master Roshi. 2,000 aside from the Saiyans. The other Z fighters appeared to possess strength comparable to that of his own universe. It seemed Gohan had indeed trained within the hyperbolic time chamber, emerging with mastery over the full power of Super Saiyan Level 1, for otherwise, he would not surpass Vegeta. It appeared that upon his return, he too would need to enhance the combat abilities of his companions. Li Feng had forgotten that the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, 1807, had yet to reach the era of the androids. Yet the collective strength of his companions had already surpassed that of their counterparts from the original narrative. Their prowess had been significantly elevated, propelled by Li Feng, an ardent practitioner of martial arts. Chapter 61. New Planet Vegeta. As the group remained on high alert, the soldiers knelt in unison, reverently proclaiming, "All hail, Prince Vegeta." Who are you?" Vegeta inquired. "Esteemed Prince Vegeta, I have finally located you." At that moment, a one-eyed Saiyan clad in a white cloak, with his tail wrapped around his waist, descended from a spacecraft. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta scoffed. "Indeed, noble Saiyan Prince Vegeta, I am Paragus, here to welcome you as the sovereign of New Planet Vegeta." Paragus knelt on one knee, responding with utmost respect. "New Planet Vegeta?" "Yes. Our former planet Vegeta has been obliterated by Frieza, but I narrowly escaped and discovered a new planet, hoping to re-establish the Saiyan Kingdom. Only with your presence can planet Vegeta reclaim the glory of the Saiyans." Paragus extolled, showering flattery upon Vegeta. "Humph." Vegeta huffed, showing no interest in such matters. The notion of Saiyan honor had long been relinquished after Frieza's demise. He had forged a life of his own and had no desire to establish a new dynasty. Noticing Vegeta's indifference, Paragus quickly devised another strategy. "Prince Vegeta, even if New Planet Vegeta does not pique your interest, what of the legendary Super Saiyan?" "The legendary Super Saiyan?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, recently in the South Galaxy, a legendary Super Saiyan has been wreaking havoc. His power is astonishing. Our new planet Vegeta lies in close proximity to the South Galaxy, and if this continues, the newly established planet may also fall victim to this Saiyan's wrath. Esteemed Prince Vegeta, as the king of the Saiyans, do you not wish to confront this disruptor of our lives?" Paragus intentionally invoked the legendary Super Saiyan to ensnare Vegeta. "The legendary Super Saiyan? Intriguing." As expected, Vegeta was ensnared by the bait. "I shall see for myself just how powerful this legendary Super Saiyan truly is." As Vegeta made his way toward the spacecraft, Trunks stepped in to obstruct him. "Father, do not heed his words. What legendary Super Saiyan is he talking about? Are we not Super Saiyans as well?" "What?" Paragus was taken aback for a moment. Could they truly transform? Trunks proclaimed loudly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Li Feng once again utilized the detector to assess the battle power of Trunks, who had transformed 35 billion. Previously, Trunks' normal battle power was 50 million. It was now evident that they had successfully mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan first stage. "So what? Both my father and I can transform into Super Saiyans. That legendary Super Saiyan is nothing remarkable," Trunks scoffed. This development took Paragus by surprise. He gazed in astonishment at Trunks' transformation and then at Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed. However, he soon regained his composure. "You are indeed Prince Trunks, bearer of the bloodline of Prince Vegeta. Your transformation bears a resemblance to that of the legendary Super Saiyan, yet it still falls significantly short of that of the demon." "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Vegeta inquired. "That Saiyan who obliterated half of the southern galaxy is said to be a super being that appears once in a millennium among our Saiyan race. He is the epitome of slaughter, the embodiment of destruction, according to the accounts of the survivors who encountered his assault. The transformation of that legendary Super Saiyan is distinctly different from that of Prince Trunks. His aura radiates a vibrant green, and his energy is exceedingly ferocious." How intriguing. Such a person exists. Paragus, take me to meet that madman immediately. I wish to witness just how formidable this legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Vegeta's resolve to journey to New Planet Vegeta strengthened, and he strode into the spaceship. "What legendary Super Saiyan?" Is he truly stronger than Cell? After defeating Cell, I have further enhanced my power and now fully command the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. No formidable opponent stands a chance against me. But father, Trunks attempted to dissuade him. Prince Trunks, why not join us? Paragus invited. Trunks hesitated. Trunks, let us go together. I too am intrigued by this legendary Super Saiyan. Li Feng interjected. Mr. Li Feng? Li Feng? Paragus questioned, perplexed. I am also a wandering Saiyan, uncertain of your welcome. Li Feng chuckled. Of course. The new planet Vegeta warmly welcomes every Saiyan, Paragus replied with a smile. Li Feng, the wandering Saiyan, is of no consequence now, for he is but a memory. Subsequently, Trunks, concerned for Vegeta, boarded the spacecraft, while Krillin, Oolong, and Gohan were coaxed aboard by the drunken Master Roshi. Paragus' ship, utilizing extraterrestrial technology, traversed the distance from Earth to the southern galaxy in less than a day. Aboard the vessel, Paragus incessantly showered Vegeta with inquiries of well-being and flattery. Although Vegeta maintained his icy demeanor, the subtle upward curve of his lips betrayed him. Who does not relish the sweet words of praise? In his mind, he was exalted to a status of invincibility, yet again embodying the role of a savior. Meanwhile, Li Feng engaged in conversation with the innocent and unsuspecting Gohan, inquiring about the whereabouts of Goku. Gohan, in comparison to your father, son Goku, how does Vegeta measure up? Gohan pondered. After Cell's defeat, Vegeta had sought the opportunity to spar with his father, yet Goku had consistently declined. I believe my father is still a touch stronger. At least that's the impression I get, Gohan replied. Li Feng chuckled quietly. In truth, the strongest among them should be Gohan, though he himself remains unaware of this fact. However, the absence of the Cell games in this world has prevented Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan 2 from manifesting. Even though Gohan may outwardly appear to possess greater fighting prowess, it is possible that in actual combat, Goku would still surpass him. As the group engaged in conversation, time swiftly passed. Tap, tap. The spacecraft gracefully descended upon the new planet Vegeta. At first glance, the planet seemed desolate, yet it was on the brink of revival, with buildings emerging from the ruins. Numerous diminutive green-skinned aliens busily transported stones to construct palaces. In the distance, a regiment of soldiers stood in formation, welcoming them with great fanfare. While the scene appeared vibrant and welcoming to Prince Vegeta, Li Feng, well versed in the storyline, understood that it was all merely an illusion, and he was curious to see how they would perform their roles. Heartfelt gratitude to all the readers who have accompanied me thus far. I appreciate your support for my work. Although I am aware that the early chapters are somewhat lacking and contain numerous inconsistencies, I am steadily improving as I progress, and the forthcoming content will undoubtedly become more thrilling. I hope that the handsome or beautiful readers who have reached this point might consider urging for updates, adding my work to their reading lists, or perhaps offering a free gift, those that require no monetary expenditure. Thank you. Chapter 62, Broly. Among the throng of minions, Li Feng quickly discerned the standout figure of Broly. True to his memory, Broly was bare-chested, adorned with a large necklace around his head and neck. Though he appeared to be in a lethargic state, his robust musculature and towering physique were undeniable. Esteemed Prince Vegeta, this is my son Broly. I kindly ask for your guidance and support in the future. Paragus ingratiated himself. Greetings, I am Broly, he stated. Vegeta cast a brief glance at Broly, not paying him much heed. In his estimation, Broly's energy was even less formidable than Li Feng's initial presence. Could he possibly be another who concealed his true power? That would be absurd. Super Saiyans were not commonplace. Instantly, Li Feng employed the system's power detection device to assess Broly's latent state. 150 million. The system's combat apparatus revealed the most authentic value of this being in his current condition. Thus, despite Broly being restrained by the energy suppressors around his neck and head, his true combat prowess in a normal state astonishingly reached 150 million. Li Feng was taken aback. Had he not yet trained in the time chamber, he would undoubtedly have been at a disadvantage. However, now he felt confident enough to face him. He pondered the rumored power boost of the legendary Super Saiyan. Surely it could not be so overwhelming as to surpass a third-level transformation, for that would be an exaggeration beyond the original narrative. At that moment, a soldier reported, Commander, the legendary Super Saiyan has been sighted on planet Kato. Is it true? Vegeta exclaimed eagerly. Let us depart at once to confront this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, accompany me. As the two exited the palace and made their way to the spacecraft, Broly brushed past Li Feng. Sensing an immense power emanating from the other, Broly halted. It seemed as though two Saiyan kings were locked in a silent standoff, energy swirling subtly around them. Broly's initially vacant expression began to morph into one of rage. "Who are you?" Broly demanded. "I am Feng, and I too am a Saiyan." "A Saiyan?" The combative instincts within Broly stirred, fueling his excitement and causing his emotions to spiral out of control. "Broly, calm down." Paragus, realizing the precarious situation, swiftly produced an energy suppressor from his possession and began to operate it. As the device on Broly's head and neck began to glow, he gradually regained his composure, ceasing to regard Feng and stabilizing his emotions as he followed after Vegeta. Whoosh! As the spacecraft ascended, Trunks approached. "Mr. Feng, that individual was extremely dangerous." "Indeed. I sensed that he was no mere adversary," Gohan concurred. "Will Vegeta be alright on his own?" Krillin inquired. "He should be fine," was the reassurance given. Feng responded, expressing his confusion as to why Broly had suddenly lost control upon seeing him. Ordinarily, it should have been Goku who triggered such a reaction. "Let us explore this new planet," suggested Krillin. Subsequently, the group soared towards the city. Although it was termed a city, only the recently constructed palace bore any semblance of grandeur, while the rest lay in utter ruin. Why establish the Saiyan Kingdom here? The environment is far too deplorable. Gohan inquired, perplexed. "Look over there," Krillin exclaimed, noticing a construction site outside, where numerous diminutive green-skinned extraterrestrials were being subjected to harsh treatment under the command of Paragus. Feng was acutely aware that these illusions were merely a ruse to prolong Vegeta's stay on this planet for a few more days, after which a celestial body would collide with this world, resulting in the demise of all its inhabitants. "Stop!" The kind-hearted Gohan, unable to tolerate the oppression of the weak, intervened to halt their atrocities. Subsequently, he successfully rescued the Shamo people. At that moment, Goku, who was tracking Broly's energy, instantaneously teleported to their location. "Huh, Dad, Gohan, Krillin, what are you doing here? And who might you be?" Goku inquired, perplexed. "Dad, this is Feng, a Saiyan from another world," Gohan explained to Goku, recounting their adventures that led them to this place. "Oh, I see now," Goku replied, scratching his head. "Hello, Feng. You seem quite formidable as well. Perhaps we could spar together sometime?" "Certainly," Feng responded. Feng chuckled. "It appears that no matter the universe, Sun Wukong is always a martial arts enthusiast." "My apologies." Feng. "Wukong longs to challenge a formidable opponent." "No worries. I too seek a worthy adversary." "Mr. Sun Wukong, are you also in pursuit of the legendary Super Saiyan?" "Indeed, yet that aura vanished upon arrival." At that moment, Paragus approached. "Ah, you've come too, Kakarot. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, Bardock. Why not join me for dinner, Kakarot?" "Certainly." Wukong's eyes gleamed with delight, transforming him into an eager gourmand. Subsequently, everyone indulged in a splendid feast. After the meal, Vegeta and Broly returned. "Well, Vegeta," Wukong greeted. "Humph, Kakarot, are you also here for the fabled Super Saiyan? However, I regret to inform you that should I discover him, I will personally deal with him, leaving you no chance to intervene," Vegeta haughtily retorted. Wukong chuckled, already accustomed to Vegeta's demeanor. Just then, Broly approached Wukong. "Our fated nemesis has finally appeared, Kakarot." Upon sighting Wukong, Broly's agitation surged, stemming from the frustration of their shared birth on planet Vegeta and Wukong's cries that had long irked him. Now, confronted by Wukong, all of his pent-up emotions erupted, causing Broly's aura to swell dramatically. The colossal energy enveloped the surroundings, prompting immediate vigilance among the onlookers. This aura resembles that of the legendary Super Saiyan I have been tracking." Wukong discerned Broly's essence instantly. "This is bad," Paragus exclaimed, activating a control device to pacify Broly. Yet, this time it proved ineffective. Broly's energy only intensified further. "Broly, what are you doing?" Vegeta, drawn by the sudden surge, inquired. "Vegeta, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan." "What?" the king exclaimed. "No, that cannot be. How could Broly possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan?" "Father, Wukong speaks the truth. Paragus is hiding something," Trunks interjected. "He lies. Aside from the palace, this planet is nothing but ruins." Paragus found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the suppression device atop Broly's head shattered under the weight of his burgeoning power. Boom! Broly's energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. "You scoundrel!" Paragus could no longer maintain his facade, his anger unveiled. Vegeta, you foolish wretch, you shall meet your end here today. Is this your scheme? Indeed. The glory of the Saiyans should have been obliterated long ago. I shall never forget the contemptuous visage of your father, who sought to kill Broly and cast me aside. The demise of the Saiyan race is deserved. Now, the remaining Saiyans shall perish. Go forth, Broly, annihilate them all. With that, Broly's aura surged rapidly, his hair transforming into a golden hue as he achieved Super Saiyan status. Kakarot. Like a fearsome beast, Broly trudged toward Kakarot, leaving a trail of craters in his wake. Such a formidable aura. Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Broly's combat power has reached an astounding 75 billion. The legendary Super Saiyan? How laughable. With a fierce determination, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched himself toward Broly, aiming a kick at his neck. Thud. Yet, like a stone sinking into the ocean, Vegeta's attack proved futile. Broly continued to disregard him, advancing toward Goku. Kakarot. With every furious roar, Broly's energy surged dramatically. Remarkable. He can so easily dismiss Vegeta's assault. Goku too was taken aback, adopting a combat stance. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. How dare you ignore me? Prepare to perish. Vegeta erupted in rage, soaring into the air, and then conjured a powerful energy blast aimed at Broly. Boom. The ground beneath Broly was shattered, creating a colossal crater, and clouds of dust billowed forth, shaking even the distant palace with the sheer force of the energy unleashed. Yet, Broly remained utterly unscathed. Broly halted, unleashing a deafening roar toward the heavens. The golden aura surrounding him began to transform into a vibrant green, erupting in successive waves of energy that fractured the ground with deep fissures. Roar! Crackle! Crackle! As if responding to the resonance of energy below, countless bolts of lightning danced in the sky, striking the earth. Broly underwent a breathtaking transformation. The energy suppressor atop his head was obliterated, and a radiant green energy erupted from his entire being, resembling a sun bursting forth. The green energy pulsated outward in concentric waves, tinting the surroundings in emerald hues. Broly's height surged from 2 meters to an imposing 2.8 meters. His muscles swelling into formidable peaks, his pupils turning white, and an awe-inspiring green aura emanating from him. Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. You are finished, Broly declared, having completed his transformation into the fabled Super Saiyan. He would not relent until everything was annihilated. Paragus bellowed. Broly's hair stood on end as a terrifying aura continued to explode forth, his combat power soaring ever higher. Feng was also taken aback by Broly's transformation. 150 billion. Moreover, his combat power continued to rise. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Broly's aura resembled that of an ancient demon, completely suppressing Vegeta's presence, compelling him to revert from his Super Saiyan state, his legs weakening as he knelt upon the ground. Goku's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Broly's strength exceeded his expectations. Dad! Gohan soared in front of Goku, eager to join him in battle. Kakarot, I shall first make you spill blood. Broly revealed a bloodthirsty grin. He then bent forward, charging towards Goku with astonishing speed. Gohan! Goku immediately grasped Gohan and fled. Broly was unstoppable, obliterating the rocks behind him with a single charge. He then turned, clasped his hands together, and gathered a sphere of green energy. Whoosh! The terrifying energy sphere shot towards Goku and his son. Quick, escape! Goku sensed the disparity in power and swiftly took Gohan away from the energy sphere. Boom! The energy sphere detonated, creating a massive crater in the ground. Goku and Gohan, airborne, were also sent tumbling by the force of this dreadful energy. Broly swiftly darted in front of Gohan, a green energy forming at his fingertips. Bang! It sent Gohan hurtling away. Gohan was struck, plummeting into the nearby forest. Meanwhile, in the distance, Mr. Feng, please evacuate with Mr. Krillin and the innocent people as swiftly as possible, Trunks urged, flying towards Broly's direction. Feng agreed and hurriedly worked with Krillin to escort the remaining Shamo people away from the battlefield. According to the narrative, he needed to wait until the last moment to intervene. We are all doomed. That fellow is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta, stripped of his fighting spirit, was drenched in cold sweat and trembling. As the prince of the Saiyans, he felt the oppressive force of the fabled Super Saiyan bloodline coursing through him, extinguishing any desire to fight. Only a purebred Saiyan like you can truly sense Broly's ferocity and power, Paragus remarked. However, it was already too late. Broly had completely slipped from his grasp, and his plan to conquer the universe lay in ruins. Broly would obliterate everything in his path, Earth included. On the battlefield, Broly relentlessly pursued Goku and his son through the forest, intermittently launching energy blasts at them. Goku and his son fled desperately. Broly concentrated energy into a sphere with his right hand and hurled it towards the gathering of Shamo people. Whoosh! The terrifying energy surged towards Li Feng's location. In the original narrative, this group of Shamo people would have perished. Yet, Li Feng was present. He unleashed an energy blast to counter Broly's sphere. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, sending shockwaves through the ground. Fortunately, there were no casualties below. Broly furrowed his brow, sensing that his attack had been obstructed. But he dismissed it and grinned maliciously once more. Ha. If you do not show me your fighting spirit, I shall simply revel in the destruction of this planet. Damn it! Goku's forehead glistened with sweat, but his greater emotion was one of fury at Broly's malevolence. Boom! An astonishing aura erupted from within Goku. Golden light flashing as his hair stood on end. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan and Trunks, who had just arrived, also landed on the ground. Transforming into Super Saiyans. 3 mighty Super Saiyans stood ready to confront the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 64. The Oppression of the Legendary Super Saiyan. Facing the formidable trio, Broly laughed heartily and charged forward like a ferocious beast. Whoosh! A green figure darted past, its energy ripping the ground apart in a series of cracks. Mr. Li Feng, do you think Goku and the others will be alright? Krillin asked, leading the remaining Shamo people along with Master Roshi and Oolong. I do not know. But the most important thing is for you to leave this perilous place, for this planet will soon be annihilated. Li Feng informed Klin and the others of the impending approach of the comet, leaving them aghast. What will Wukong and the others do? Klin expressed his concern. He possesses instant transmission. Your worries should be for yourselves. I will join the battle shortly, he replied. Klin boarded the spaceship last, but, before departing, expressed his gratitude to Li Feng. Thank you, Li Feng. I can no longer intervene in this fight. You must survive. Subsequently, they boarded the ship and departed. Back on the battlefield, Broly engaged in a fierce struggle with Goku and his companions. Goku threw a punch aimed at Broly's face. But Broly swiftly dodged and countered with an elbow strike to Goku's side. He then kicked Gohan away and followed with an uppercut that sent Trunks flying. In the span of mere moments, Goku and his allies were bested, their forms hurtling away in different directions. Broly transformed into an embodiment of destruction, his body radiating with a fierce green energy, unleashing energy spheres that detonated upon impact with the ground. He then traversed the fissures in pursuit of the retreating Goku. Kakarot, your son is quite adorable, Broly taunted cruelly. Gohan, quickly escape. Goku, sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Broly, urged Gohan to flee. Goku and Broly clashed, their hands locked in a contest of strength. Goku felt as if he were mired in quicksand, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. He attempted to strike Broly with his knee, but to his astonishment, Broly withstood the blow unfazed. Broly scoffed, effortlessly lifting Goku into the air and sending him crashing down with a powerful kick. Goku cried out in pain as he crashed into a dilapidated building, debris flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Gohan was desperately fleeing when suddenly a green figure emerged from the rubble. A massive hand, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, seized Gohan's head, forcefully slamming him against a nearby wall. Broly surged forward, relentlessly pressing Gohan against the structure, creating a grotesque fissure in the wall. Ultimately, Gohan was smashed against the wall, leaving behind a network of cracks. Despite Gohan's transformation granting him immense power, he succumbed to Broly's ferocious assault. Reverting from his Super Saiyan state, both Goku and Trunks, witnessing Gohan's defeat, rushed towards him. However, Broly's golden-green aura surged forth, ensnaring both Goku and Trunks in his grasp, just as he had Gohan, propelling them towards the Earth's fissures. Trunks was slammed against the wall, losing consciousness, while Goku managed to evade, heading towards Gohan's direction. Broly appeared before Goku in an instant, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that struck Goku directly. You are truly bothersome, Goku exclaimed, crossing his arms to shield his face while trudging forward with great difficulty. Broly laughed cruelly, resembling a demon. As the final energy blast sent Goku crashing into a pile of rubble, Broly sensed his energy continuing to swell uncontrollably. He ascended, erupting in a blaze of golden-green flames, transforming into a colossal sphere of energy that radiated outward in concentric rings. The unleashed green light morphed into countless energy blasts that scattered chaotically. The ground trembled violently as these energy spheres collided with it, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous sounds and wreaking havoc upon the landscape. As the dust settled, Broly regained control of his energy and noticed Gohan against the wall. He conjured a green energy sphere and hurled it at Gohan. Just in that moment, a yellow energy sphere intercepted Broly's attack, neutralizing it. High above, a white cloak billowed in the wind as Piccolo made his grand entrance. Another fool rushing to their doom, Broly sneered. Piccolo soared towards Gohan, cradling him and administering a Senzu Bean. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed, regaining consciousness with joy. Piccolo replied, before joining Gohan to provide Senzu Beans to Goku and Trunks. Meanwhile, Broly stood atop the high structures, laughing maniacally. "Ah, he's alive," Goku exclaimed after consuming a Senzu Bean. "It seems you have encountered a formidable foe," Piccolo remarked. "Indeed," Goku responded, his expression turning grave. "Let us unite." Goku, Piccolo, Trunks, and Gohan ascended slowly, surrounding Broly. With a sudden burst of energy, the three transformed into Super Saiyans, while Piccolo shed his cloak. If you were to simply accept your fate, there would be no need for such torment. Truly, a commendable trait of the Saiyans, Broly continued his taunts. Goku initiated the assault, launching a flurry of punches and kicks towards Broly, who remained unimpressed, effortlessly evading Goku's strikes while crossing his arms. Observing this, Piccolo joined the fray to assist. Feng glanced at Piccolo, whose combat power had soared to 800 million, presumably due to his fusion with the deity. However, this strength proved utterly ineffective against Broly. With a surge of energy, Broly sent Goku and Piccolo hurtling away. Magic Flash. Trunks and Gohan unleashed their attacks, two beams of energy hurtling towards Broly. Boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, yet it concealed no injuries. Broly remained unscathed. In an instant, Broly darted forward, striking Gohan and Trunks out of the air. Bang! The two fell like kites with severed strings, easily dispatched by Broly's seemingly effortless punch. Then, Broly approached Piccolo, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. Piccolo coughed up blood, crashing against the wall and causing the rocks to shatter. Broly unleashed a ki blast from his right hand, sending Piccolo crashing through the wall, careening away from the battlefield and landing before a despondent Vegeta. "It's pointless. We are doomed." Vegeta had completely lost his fighting spirit, kneeling on the ground. "What nonsense are you spouting? Instead of wasting time talking, we should be fighting," Piccolo roared, gripping Vegeta's hair. "You have no idea of the terror of the legendary Super Saiyan. What kind of Saiyan prince are you?" Piccolo exclaimed angrily, lifting Vegeta into the air. "If we do not eliminate him, we will perish no matter where we flee." "It's useless. None of us stand a chance against him," Vegeta replied weakly. "What kind of Saiyan prince are you, so cowardly?" Piccolo released Vegeta, allowing him to plummet from the sky. Chapter 65. Feng vs. Broly. Bang! Vegeta crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Why must they continue to fight? It is a battle we cannot win. Vegeta's heart was engulfed in fear and confusion. Goku let out a cry of agony as Broly slammed him against the wall once more. Boom, boom. Broly casually conjured several ki blasts with his left hand, ruthlessly hurling them at Goku. Goku was battered and bruised once again, yet no matter the pain, he resolved to rise and continue the fight. Kamehameha. Goku flipped over, unleashing his signature move, the Kamehameha wave. Tat tat tat. Yet, Broly's massive form remained unaffected, steadily advancing step by step. Boom. The blue energy beam struck Broly, creating a tremendous energy surge and sending dust flying. "What are you trying to accomplish?" Through the smoke, Broly's silhouette remained visible, completely unharmed. Broly grasped Goku's head, lifting him effortlessly, then delivered an uppercut with his left hand. Bang! Goku's body was sent flying backward, powerless. Damn it, what a bunch of foolish beings. At that moment, Vegeta regained his composure, observing Goku's struggle. "A lowly warrior fights so fiercely, while I cower." Vegeta's forehead creased with veins. "I am the prince of the Saiyans," Vegeta shouted. With renewed resolve, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh. Golden light surged toward Broly. And Vegeta aimed a punch at Broly's head. Humph. Broly sneered, effortlessly dodging the attack, then countered with a powerful right hook, sending Vegeta flying. Vegeta recovered quickly, regrouping and launching a kick toward Broly's neck. Bang! A heavy impact echoed. The attack had indeed struck Broly, but he merely grinned, clearly unfazed. Ha! 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 Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, the Prince's fighting style. His hands fired ki blasts frantically, sweeping toward Broly like a machine gun. Yet, nothing could halt Broly's advance. He continued, unscathed, toward Vegeta. Dad! Witnessing Vegeta's plight, Trunks rushed to block Broly's path. Get out of the way. Broly delivered an uppercut that sent Trunks flying. You bastard. Upon seeing his son injured, Vegeta charged forward. However, Broly's enormous hand pressed down on his head, pinning him in place. Whoosh. Broly dashed toward the rocky cliffs at breathtaking speed. Vegeta screamed as he was crushed into the massive stone. Countless cracks spread across the surface, engulfing the entire boulder. Vegeta, gripped by Broly, was pressed against the rock, losing consciousness and reverting from his Super Saiyan form. With Vegeta's fall, only Feng remained standing in the arena. Humph. Is this the end? Trash is ultimately just trash. Ha! 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 Broly laughed boisterously, his golden-green aura flaring up again in a display of arrogance. Meanwhile, in the distance, this planet had only hours left to live. Broly, now free from the control device, you are merely an obstacle in my way. Paragus approached his backup spaceship. You will perish along with this planet. Clang. The door of Paragus's ship slowly closed. Humph. Where do you think you're going? Broly's devilish voice echoed. I merely prepared an escape vessel for myself, Paragus stammered, gazing at Broly's fearsome visage outside the window. Humph. Broly raised his hands high, crushing the small spacecraft effortlessly. Bang! The spherical ship crumpled into an oval, and Paragus was crushed like an insect. Ha ha ha! Broly laughed triumphantly once more. Turning, he saw Goku struggling to support his body, desperately trying to rise again. Die! Broly hurled another energy blast. Hiss! Goku gritted his teeth against the pain, yearning to fight once more, but he saw the menacing energy sphere hurtling toward him. In the past, such an attack could have easily been deflected, but now, battered and bruised, he could scarcely muster the strength to stand, let alone fend off the assault. Is this truly the end? Goku clenched his jaw in defiance. Bang! Broly's energy sphere exploded. However, Goku remained unharmed, astonished to see Feng standing in front of him, having appeared out of nowhere. It's you, Feng. Take a moment to rest. I will handle Broly. Feng's confident and resolute voice echoed. You must be cautious. That fellow is exceedingly formidable. Wukong was aware of his own physical limitations and had no choice but to entrust the battle to Feng. Humph. Where did this trash come from? Broly scoffed upon seeing yet another insignificant opponent emerge. Feng responded directly with the transformation of a Super Saiyan. A surge of astonishing energy erupted from his being, illuminating the surroundings with a golden radiance, causing the very earth to tremble. As his transformed aura enveloped the area, the unconscious onlookers were jolted awake. Feng. He can actually transform into a Super Saiyan. And his power far surpasses mine. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it. Why didn't that guy lend a hand earlier? Piccolo grumbled in frustration. Mr. Feng. Trunks exclaimed with delight, sensing a glimmer of hope in this energy to potentially defeat Broly. Uncle Feng, you can do it. Gohan encouraged him fervently. It's futile. We are all doomed. The defeated Vegeta lamented, his fighting spirit extinguished in despair. Humph. Broly scoffed disdainfully. Even if you can transform, you will merely be as worthless as the rest of them. Feng utilized a combat device to assess the current battle prowess of both parties. He was merely in his initial Super Saiyan transformation, boasting a formidable power level of 25 billion. In contrast, Broly, upon initially transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan state, possessed a power level of 15 billion. However, following the skirmish and subsequent surge of energy, his battle strength has now escalated to an impressive 20 billion. Feng's figure, reappearing before Broly, then exerting force in his legs, delivering a powerful kick to Broly's abdomen. Bang! The ferocious impact unleashed a series of shockwaves, the energy astonishing. Broly, exceedingly arrogant, had not even attempted to defend himself. Yet, An incredible force surged through his abdomen, followed by an unexpected twinge of pain. With a thunderous crash, Broly's massive frame was sent flying. Such formidable strength. He truly managed to propel Broly away. Goku was stunned by Li Feng's power. Chapter 66. Intense Battle. Such overwhelming strength. He genuinely sent Broly flying. Goku was astonished by Li Feng's prowess. Meanwhile, Li Feng was equally taken aback by Broly's immense power. At present, his capabilities were theoretically at the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 2, where a typical punch should have penetrated Broly's form. However, upon striking Broly's abdomen, he felt as though his strength was thwarted by an energy barrier, with his power dissipating significantly. Broly, in a fit of rage, could scarcely believe that this seemingly insignificant Saiyan could send him flying. Broly regained his composure midair and once more unleashed a golden-green aura, charging fiercely towards Li Feng. Li Feng, undeterred, launched a powerful punch towards Broly. The collision of their fists produced an immense surge of energy, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air, shattering the surrounding rocks and causing the earth to tremble once more. It was a fierce contest of strength, a visceral clash of flesh against flesh. In an instant, the two combatants engaged in a relentless melee, their movements swift and dynamic. The golden and emerald flames of their auras surged dramatically as they entwined in a fierce struggle, their energies escalating with each exchange. The two figures danced through the battlefield, engaging in dozens of exchanges within the span of a single second. The Saiyan factor within Li Feng surged relentlessly, his fervor reaching a boiling point. It had been a long while since he had unleashed his full power in battle. Broly, too, was stirred by the call of his blood, for he was the legendary Super Saiyan. How could he possibly be vanquished by an ordinary Saiyan? Their clash shook the very earth, leaving devastation in their wake. No blade of grass remained unscathed, rocks shattered, and cracks marred the landscape. Such formidable strength. Piccolo watched in astonishment at their terrifying power, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Who are these individuals? How can they surpass even this prince? Vegeta, regaining his composure, begrudgingly acknowledged that their combat prowess had far exceeded his own limits. Impressive, Li Feng. Goku marveled. There is truly hope now, Trunks exclaimed with excitement. As their battle intensity escalated, their powers continued to rise. Scum! Perish! Broly bellowed in fury, his left hand glowing with emerald light as he hurled an energy sphere towards Li Feng. Humph! Li Feng thought with concealed delight. I've been anticipating your energy. Let us not forget, Li Feng had previously acquired the energy absorption technique, enabling him to siphon his opponent's power. Li Feng raised his hands in a defensive posture, steadfastly absorbing a blow from Broly. Observing Li Feng's refusal to evade, Broly continued to conjure an array of energy spheres, launching them at Li Feng with the ferocity of cannonballs. Bang! Li Feng felt a tingling in his hands but swiftly activated the energy absorption technique, reclaiming 1/10 of Broly's energy blast, thus replenishing the energy he had just expended. It was acceptable. Li Feng was overjoyed, realizing that Broly's assaults posed no threat to him. This was a pivotal moment for him to enhance his combat prowess. The quantity of green energy spheres multiplied, ultimately cascading down like a meteor shower, causing the earth to cave in and rocks to shatter. Uncle Li Feng, Gohan exclaimed anxiously, knowing that even Li Feng could not emerge unscathed from such a terrifying onslaught. Wait, Gohan, it's not that simple for Li Feng, Goku interjected, astonished to find that Li Feng's energy was not diminishing, but rather surging. Broly scoffed, is that all? After a flurry of attacks, the dust settled, yet Li Feng remained resolutely standing, his hands still poised in defense. Thanks to Broly's fierce energy assaults, Li Feng's base combat power surged by 5 million, with his transformation amplifying this by 50 times. His combat power now reached an astonishing 25,250,000,000. With merely a series of royal combat techniques, his strength effortlessly increased by millions. What an incredible gain! Broly roared in fury upon realizing that Li Feng was unharmed. Swish! Broly once again elevated his energy. The legendary Super Saiyan's ever-increasing potential was now fully unleashed. Li Feng detected that Broly's battle power was soaring continuously. 200 billion, 201 billion, 202 billion. In just a few seconds, Broly's battle power surged by several tens of millions. How terrifying this is! Li Feng understood that he could no longer delay. Otherwise, once Broly's strength completely surpassed his own, it would be too late. In an instant, Li Feng teleported behind Broly and delivered a powerful blow with his fists. Bang! Broly was sent crashing into the ground. The tremendous impact shattered the earth and penetrated several layers of buildings. However, Broly's figure swiftly emerged from the rubble, charging directly at Li Feng. It was now Li Feng's turn to unleash a Kamehameha wave. The yellow energy blasts cascaded like meteors, overwhelming Broly with their intensity. Despite his near-invincible physique, Broly felt the pain and had no choice but to block with both hands. Enough! Broly exclaimed in fury, spreading his arms to conjure a deep green energy sphere that enveloped his body, nullifying all of Li Feng's attacks. Broly activated his protective shield. Whoosh! Subsequently, Broly erupted with energy once more, sending a radiant golden-green light hurtling towards Li Feng. Boom! Broly's fist struck Li Feng's abdomen. Pooh! Li Feng instantly expelled a mouthful of bitterness, his body hurtling forth like a cannonball, crashing into the derelict building. Boom! The forsaken skyscraper, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Again, Li Feng was ignited with determination as he soared out from the haze once more, charging towards Broly. With a resounding impact, he retaliated, sending Broly crashing to the ground. The golden and emerald flames erupted continuously as their figures collided again, producing an even more intense roar of energy. What would be the ultimate outcome of this battle? Gohan observed the escalating clash between the two, uncertain of who would emerge victorious. Massive meteor. Broly conjured another green energy sphere, hurling it towards Li Feng. However, this attack was unlike any previous one, as it drew nearer. The initially small energy sphere began to swell like a balloon, expanding to a size reminiscent of Cooler S supernova, yet its power was magnitudes greater. This was perilous. The energy was overwhelmingly vast. Even with his energy absorption technique, it felt exceedingly daunting to contend with. Li Feng immediately recognized the formidable power of the immense meteor shower and swiftly unleashed the Kamehameha wave to counter it. Kamehameha wave. Li Feng's fury ignited as he molded his hands into the Kamehameha wave, launching it towards the colossal meteor that Broly hurled forth. The clash of their immense energies erupted like a nuclear explosion, unleashing shockwaves and energy tremors that obliterated the very terrain beneath them. Both figures were sent hurtling backward, and the entire new Vegeta star trembled. Even the 5 observers at a considerable distance were thrown off their feet by the force of the blast. Chapter 67. Super Saiyan Level 1, Full Power. The terrifying explosion stirred up a cloud of dust. Gohan struggled to push aside the boulders that had pinned him down during the explosion. What is the situation? It's dire. Broly's energy continues to surge. Trunks stood in disbelief, reflecting on the sheer magnitude of energy released from their collision, which had even affected those watching from afar. Yet, Broly's power not only remained unyielding, but escalated. How is this possible? On Li Feng's side, he too showed no signs of diminishing energy. Remarkably, they appeared unscathed. Truly monstrous. Piccolo's expression darkened further. In a battle of this magnitude, even a glancing blow could tear one to shreds. In the distance, Broly roared, "I am the legendary Super Saiyan." In response, a brilliant gold-green aura flared back to life around him. The bloodline of the Saiyans surged once more, and Broly's energy skyrocketed, with flames of green enveloping him. He charged toward Li Feng like a ferocious beast. After being struck by the recent surge of power, Li Feng was propelled several kilometers back, but quickly regained his footing. He noticed that Broly's aura was once again surging, and the frenzied figure was charging towards him. At this moment, Broly's combat strength had reached an astonishing 22 billion. Although Li Feng had utilized energy absorption techniques to draw in some of that power, bringing his own strength to 26 billion. Broly's energy was now alarmingly close to his own. Broly advanced with relentless fury, once more unleashing a colossal fist. Li Feng responded with a ferocious punch. Boom. 2 dazzling beams of light traversed the air once more, unleashing astonishing power. Boom, 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 boom. The battle grew increasingly intense, with each collision causing mountains to crumble. In the relentless exchanges, Li Feng distinctly felt Broly's physique growing stronger. What was once manageable became progressively more challenging, his fists growing numb, and his attacks increasingly futile. Ultimately, Broly's aura surged forward, propelling Li Feng away with an even more formidable physical force. Broly continued to roar, and the golden-green flames erupted once again. Swiftly reaching Li Feng as he was about to be sent flying, his fists brought down with tremendous force. Boom. Li Feng's body crashed into the mountain like a cannonball. the tremendous force shattering the earth, causing rocks to tumble and fissures to form. Ultimately, Li Feng became embedded within the mountain's core. Ha ha! Broly roared with unrestrained laughter, the air around him pulsating with a golden-green aura, as though proclaiming his supremacy as the mightiest being. Thunderous roars echoed. However, Broly's arrogance was short-lived, as the very peak where Li Feng had fallen was instantly obliterated by a surge of golden energy. You are indeed formidable, Broly. But now is the moment to determine the victor. Huh! Li Feng let out a thunderous roar, and an even more astonishing aura erupted from his entire being. Bang! The ground beneath him caved in, and the sand and soil floated in midair, as his immense presence caused the entire mountain to tremble. Huh! A dazzling beam of golden light flashed, and Li Feng's aura surged once more. The golden flames surrounding him expanded significantly, blazing fiercely. This was the full power of a Super Saiyan at its first stage. Li Feng has truly become formidable, with a combat power of 36 per billion. In comparison to the original work, this level of strength has already reached the late stages of Super 2. Whoosh! Li Feng executed a swift teleportation, his figure instantly materializing before Broly. Broly was taken aback by the astonishing speed of Li Feng, caught off guard and unable to react. Bang! A powerful fist struck his face, the impact reverberating through the air with a thunderous noise. Broly finally felt the sting of pain. Bang! 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 Li Feng continued his assault, striking Broly's abdomen with his left elbow, then seizing the opportunity to deliver an uppercut to Broly's chin. Following this, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, executing an astonishingly swift and ferocious attack. After transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, Li Feng experienced a remarkable surge in both strength and speed, rendering Broly unable to keep pace with his rhythm, reduced to a mere punching bag. Incredible! Li Feng is astonishing. Our hope of victory has grown significantly, exclaimed Trunks, his eyes wide with astonishment at Li Feng's prowess. No, this kind of attack has no effect on Broly, Vegeta countered, maintaining a pessimistic outlook. It seemed that Li Feng was devising a plan. Goku appeared to sense Li Feng's intentions. Boom! Li Feng clasped his fists and once again slammed Broly to the ground. Hearing the distant conversation between Goku and the others, he responded, Goku, you must teleport away from here immediately. This planet is on the verge of exploding. What about you? Came the inquiry. I will also teleport away once I have dealt with Broly. Alright. Goku ceased his questioning regarding Li Feng's ability to teleport, understanding that their involvement in the battle was no longer of any assistance. Li Feng was merely stalling for time until their departure. Everyone hold on to me, Goku commanded. Do not order me around. Vegeta retorted with his typical pride, yet he placed his hand on Goku's shoulder nonetheless. Once they were prepared, they immediately teleported away. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, a surge of green flames shot into the sky. Broly's immense form remained standing, akin to an invincible demon, radiating a more terrifying aura. Li Feng's assault was indeed, as Vegeta had remarked, largely ineffective against Broly, merely causing him a momentary sting. Damn Saiyan, I will annihilate you. Broly's rage intensified, unleashing an even more formidable aura. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, raising his left hand, where a flash of verdant light appeared, soon coalescing into a deep green energy sphere. Perish! Broly effortlessly hurled the energy sphere toward Li Feng. Boom! 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 As the sphere drew nearer, its size swelled dramatically, resembling a colossal meteor. Yet this attack was more terrifying than before. The core energy had transformed from green to a deathly blackish purple, radiating a hint of destructive essence. What? Is that the power of destruction? Li Feng was utterly astonished. How could the divine power of destruction, exclusive to the god of destruction, possibly be wielded by Broly? Kamehameha. Li Feng unleashed his aura once more, his hands forming the Kamehameha wave as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Broly. Boom! The clash of their immense energies reverberated, causing the very continent to fracture, as the earth lamented beneath them. It seemed as though the core of the entire planet was being shaken, without the arrival of a comet. The forces wielded by the two might very well rend the world asunder. Surprisingly, what was anticipated to be the overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan 2 Kamehameha wave was being suppressed by an immense meteor shower, consumed by the destructive forces and relentlessly pushed back. Chapter 68, Energy Absorption Technique. Massive Meteor. Kamehameha Wave. Boom. The energies collided once more, unleashing even more terrifying devastation. The second confrontation between Li Feng and Broly unleashed a formidable wave of power. The colossal meteor, with a planetary size reminiscent of a genuine comet colliding with Earth, emanated an aura of annihilation through its intertwining hues of deep green and blackish-purple energy. The terrain lay in ruins, and stones lay shattered. Remarkably, Broly's meteor possessed a trace of destructive energy. Yet, it was this minuscule fragment of devastation that gradually consumed the immense Kamehameha wave. How could such an occurrence be possible? Li Feng was struck with astonishment. Why could Broly harness the energy of a god of destruction? Yet, at that moment, no one could provide an answer to his query, for his Kamehameha wave was being repelled. Its power diminished with each passing moment. Perish. Broly reveled in his offensive, laughing boisterously. To him, Li Feng was merely a slightly stronger monkey, destined to be obliterated under the full force of his assault. Li Feng gritted his teeth, the sinews in his hands bulging as he intensified the output of the Kamehameha wave. Yet, his mind raced with strategies and countermeasures. In Dragon Ball Super, the energy of destruction is capable of obliterating the very heavens and the earth. It seems the only option is to withstand it and unleash an even more formidable attack to shatter it. Akin to the clash between the deep blue Vegeta and the god of destruction, Toppo. However, his own strength was far from the level of a Super Saiyan god. Would his assault even have any effect? Regardless, he too bore the blood of a Saiyan, and Saiyans never expend their full power until their last breath, even if it meant charging recklessly forward. Li Feng let out another thunderous roar, and the golden radiance expanded once more. His aura surged to new heights. He resolved to employ both of his methods. With a crack, akin to the shattering of glass, Li Feng's Kamehameha was utterly obliterated. The colossal meteor destruction sphere subsequently bore down upon him, unleashing cataclysmic energy in an instant. Boom. The lethal energy cascaded mercilessly, and Li Feng, enduring such a terrifying assault, could only lament in despair. Li Feng let out a piercing scream. Even with the formidable physique of a Super Saiyan, capable of surviving in a vacuum, he felt his strength gradually dissipating under the overwhelming energy. It was as if he were trapped in searing magma one moment and plunged into an absolute zero ice chamber the next, only to be consumed by a black hole in the following instant. His bones and muscles cried out in agony, as if on the brink of shattering, the pain tearing at his very heart. Energy absorption technique. Li Feng bellowed. His strategy was to first make physical contact with this force and unleash his energy absorption technique. In an instant, a transparent vortex appeared in his hands, rapidly absorbing the immense energy. Not enough. I need more. Li Feng sensed that the excruciating sensation of his body being torn apart had diminished somewhat, and a renewed strength surged through him. Aware that the energy absorption technique was indeed effective, he fervently intensified the absorption power. However, the diminutive vortex, confronted with the colossal energy of the meteors, could hardly absorb a significant amount. The majority of the energy directly impacted Li Feng's body, leaving behind a multitude of wounds. Grant me support. Absorb. Li Feng exerted himself to the utmost, his hands resembling small black holes, voraciously absorbing Broly's energy. The destructive force effortlessly shredded his garments, revealing his formidable and robust physique. Yet, the dark energy continued to surge in, seeking to annihilate this body completely. However, each time his body was torn apart, just when it seemed it would be utterly obliterated, Li Feng's muscles swiftly regenerated in the next moment. This was a testament to his evolved super physique and the mastery of his energy absorption technique. Were it another, even Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form would have met a bitter end. Li Feng's muscles are perpetually undergoing a cycle of destruction, reformation, damage, and healing, each stage incessantly repeating itself. Moreover, an immense power is being absorbed by the myriad cells within his body, fervently infused into his being. His formidable physique is finally realizing its true potential as the intensity of his body continuously escalates, and his actual combat prowess likewise experiences a steady rise. 3,650,000,000, 3,660,000,000, 3,670,000,000, 3,680,000,000, 3,690,000,000. If Broly were to utilize a battle scanner and witness the meteoric rise of Li Feng's combat power, he would undoubtedly be struck with awe, for he might fear that the individual before him is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan of lore. Li Feng shouted with all his might, striving to harness the destructive energy coursing through his veins, allowing his body to absorb this power frantically like a sponge. His sensations were a juxtaposition of agony and ecstasy. On one hand, the pain wrought by destruction, and on the other, the elation of rebirth stemming from the absorption of energy. As his physical prowess astonishingly surged, his body transformed into a vessel that initially could hold but a single bottle of water, only to be inundated by a deluge, compelling him to shatter this container and forge a larger chalice, basin, or barrel. Now, it had at least metamorphosed into a small boat. Yet, it remained insufficient. As his form still teetered on the precipice of fragile equilibrium, the efficiency of his energy absorption technique surged. It ascended to 11. The efficiency of his energy absorption technique surged. It ascended to 12. The efficiency of his energy absorption technique surged. It ascended to 13. The efficiency of his energy absorption technique surged. It ascended to 15. At this juncture, the system's prompt arrived. At long last, amidst the vast reservoir of energy, the efficiency of his energy absorption technique had risen, enabling him to convert energy at an accelerated pace. Feng was overjoyed, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. For he had not yet emerged from the perilous phase. He still needed to continue absorbing. 1 second, 2 seconds. Feng felt as though time was stretching endlessly. The passage of time in the spiritual sanctuary seemed far less arduous than the current moment he was enduring. In his perception, it felt as though centuries had slipped away, and his consciousness was gradually fading into obscurity. The entire world around him had turned bleak, and both his body and mind seemed on the verge of dissolving into nothingness. Yet, he resolutely bit down on his tongue multiple times, forcing himself to remain awake and finding his existence amidst the agony. Congratulations! The conversion rate of the energy absorption technique has reached 100. Notification: you have acquired the power of destruction. The system's announcement jolted him back to full awareness. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure dissipated, and his body was freed from pain. Instead, he felt as if he were embraced by a gentle spring breeze, akin to being enveloped in a warm spring. His body no longer required conscious effort to absorb energy. It autonomously gathered vitality, flowing through every part of him in a sensation of comfort and exhilaration. What was happening? Feng glanced around. Although the energy sphere still cast a shadow over the land, he found himself at the epicenter of destructive energy without experiencing the slightest pain. It felt as if the energy surrounding him was gently embracing him. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the power of destruction. Now, the energy of destruction has no effect on you. Instead, it regards you as a source, actively harmonizing with you, an achievement even the god of destruction cannot attain. The system explained. Chapter 69, Super Saiyan 2. Defeating Broly. This is indeed a remarkable gift. Feng was filled with ecstatic joy. The power of destruction, ostensibly reserved for the god of destruction, had now been unexpectedly acquired by him. This signified that he would no longer have to fear the power of destruction. In his confrontation with Beerus, he now possessed an additional means of self-preservation. At this moment, Broly's attacks no longer posed a threat. Feng let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the shackles of energy that bound him. Indeed, you are formidable, Broly, an exceptionally powerful adversary. However, your brutality will bring devastation to the beings of this universe. Yet, in gratitude for the gift you have bestowed upon me, I have resolved to send you on your way with all my might. Feng's eyes widened with fury, his fists clenched tightly, unleashing a terrifying aura as his energy surged once more. The earth trembled violently, fissures forming one after another, unfathomably deep, the shockwave penetrating to the core. Rocks tumbled, and massive boulders floated ominously around Feng. Golden flames blazed fiercely, radiating both light and warmth, while distant thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Crack! Boom! It seemed as if the energy emanating from Feng resonated with the storm. Bolts of lightning struck the ground repeatedly, responding to the fiery intensity surrounding him. The once golden flames erupted explosively, akin to a volcanic eruption, spiraling upward as the turbulence in the air gave rise to successive arcs of blue lightning. Feng's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His formerly upright hair now cascaded down in a single strand, and his body grew increasingly robust. Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, having absorbed the power of destruction, Feng's combat prowess in his Super Saiyan 2 form reached an astonishing 500 billion. According to the system's analysis of the original work's combat capabilities, he was now akin to having absorbed Gohan's strength against Majin Buu. The power scale had shattered. Li Feng's power has escalated astonishingly. Boom. Merely the surge of energy from Li Feng, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 utterly obliterated Broly's colossal meteor. Kamehameha. Li Feng unleashed the full force of his Kamehameha wave, directing it straight towards Broly. The cerulean energy beam was broader and more potent than any previous attempt, emanating an aura of cataclysmic destruction. What? Broly exclaimed in shock, hastily summoning an even greater barrage of meteoric energy in a desperate bid to defend himself. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, the once formidable energy spheres shattered against Li Feng's Kamehameha as if they were mere paper. No. Sensing the lethal energy, Broly attempted to withstand it with his own body, but was ultimately engulfed by this overwhelming force. His colossal form could not endure such terrifying energy and was ultimately obliterated. Boom. With a sound reminiscent of a planet's demise, an astonishing explosion of energy erupted in the sky, causing the very planet itself to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ding. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Universe A2007 Broly in legendary Super Saiyan form. Mission reward. Time Fragment 1. Claim it. Yes. Ding. Li Feng's realm has acquired yet another fragment of time and space. Boom. At this moment, the new planet Vegeta, having endured the energy of numerous battles, is on the brink of destruction. Its core shatters, continents begin to fracture, and magma erupts forth. Meanwhile, a comet in the distant sky draws ever nearer, poised to collide with this doomed planet. The fate of the new planet Vegeta has been sealed. Let us depart. Li Feng swiftly pinpointed the Earth of this universe and executed an instantaneous relocation. Boom. Just as Li Feng vanished, a comet collided with new Vegeta, illuminating the planet in a dazzling glow before it was obliterated into cosmic dust. On Earth, the intensity of their auras was overwhelming, even felt in this realm. Gohan, sensing the residual energy from the recent battle on new Vegeta, remarked on its potency. Mr. Li Feng will undoubtedly emerge victorious, Trunks expressed with unwavering conviction. Suddenly, Goku detected an astonishing aura manifesting on Earth. The group promptly hurried to the source. Whoosh! Li Feng's figure emerged in a suburban area. He exhaled deeply, releasing the tension that had enveloped him. It appeared that he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation, but fortunately, he had managed to flee just in time. This place seemed to be Earth in Universe A2007. Whoosh! 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 5 sounds of air being sliced through resonated in the air. Ah, Li Feng, it truly is you, exclaimed Wukong, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Li Feng's return. What about the legendary Super Saiyan? Inquired Vegeta eagerly. I have already vanquished him, and that planet has been obliterated. Impossible. The legendary Super Saiyan, truly? Vegeta was utterly astonished by this revelation, struggling to comprehend that anyone could defeat such a formidable demon. You are truly remarkable, Uncle Li Feng, Gohan remarked with admiration and envy. The group engaged in animated conversation, their astonishment at Li Feng's battle prowess palpable. The other members of the main cast soon arrived, joining in the exchange, ultimately left in awe. Subsequently, the cherry blossom viewing transformed into a grand feast for the Saiyans, with various delectable dishes allowing the voracious eaters to indulge. By the way, Bulma, do you have a new time machine? My previous one has malfunctioned, Li Feng remarked after the feast. Well, I do have one, but I'm not familiar with your universe. Perhaps you should consider residing here instead, Bulma replied. That's all right. I possess the requisite theoretical knowledge, and besides, my family resides in that universe too. Oh, do tell me more. Which girl has captured your heart? No matter the world, Bulma always possessed an inquisitive spirit. Li Feng glanced around, noting that neither Vegeta nor Trunks were present, before he confided in Bulma about his experiences since his arrival in this world. Ah, is that truly the case? Ho ho ho, I am indeed a woman of considerable sin, Bulma exclaimed with laughter upon hearing this. It's no wonder I behaved in such a manner in the past. Had I not encountered Vegeta, I might have found myself intrigued by you. Hey, Bulma, what did you mean by that? Vegeta, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer contain himself upon hearing her words. This led to a playful exchange among them. While the matter of the time machine would require an additional month of waiting, in the ensuing days, the martial arts enthusiast Goku continued to engage Li Feng in sparring sessions. With his power having dramatically increased, Li Feng's base strength had reached an astounding 50 billion, equivalent to Goku's Super Saiyan form. Nevertheless, Both warriors found immense joy in their training together. A few days later, they summoned Vegeta and Trunks to join their practice, fueled by curiosity about Li Feng's transformation at that time. Thus, in the vast expanse of the ocean, Li Feng commenced his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. With a resounding ha! A colossal wave surged forth, accompanied by spiraling tornadoes. The sea boiled as vast quantities of water evaporated, ascending into the heavens. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and streaks of lightning illuminated the sky. Blue arcs of electricity danced around him, enveloped in a golden aura. Li Feng once again transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the entire sea surface to tremble. Chapter 70. Returning Home. This is Super Saiyan 2. It is utterly terrifying. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. What a fearsome presence. No wonder he was able to defeat that Broly. Piccolo's complexion turned an even deeper shade of green. Damn it. I never imagined it to be true. How can this form be so powerful? Vegeta lamented with a sense of frustration. Li Feng transformed for a mere few seconds before reverting to his original state. His strength is now immense, even on an uninhabited sea. The impact he generates plunges deep into the ocean, triggering various natural disasters, such as the terror of a battle power exceeding 50 billion. It is no wonder that when Majin Buu absorbed Gohan, in a state of true rage, even Vegeta had to intervene to prevent him from unleashing his fury, lest reality itself be shattered. This is the form of my Super Saiyan 2. You must strive diligently in your training, for even mightier foes await you in the future. Mightier foes, indeed? Yes, it is the Majin Buu of the future, extraordinarily powerful and nearly immortal. Li Feng provided a brief synopsis of the original storyline to prevent the catastrophic destruction of Earth from recurring. The crowd, filled with curiosity and uncertainty about the future, heeded Li Feng's advice and diligently dedicated themselves to their training. Time flew by, and a month later, the time machine was successfully reconstructed. Li Feng conducted a thorough inspection before returning to his own universe, confident that this time all would proceed without issue. After bidding farewell to his companions, he boarded the newly crafted time machine and departed from this universe. As he traversed through the void, the dim scenery outside the window reignited his anxiety, pondering whether he would inadvertently traverse to another universe once more. Fortunately, this journey appeared to be progressing smoothly, as he heard the reassuring voice of the system announce, "Detection complete, returning to Dragon Ball Universe A1807. Welcome home." The system even added a touch of warmth to its greeting. In a flash, a bird egg-shaped flying vessel materialized in the outskirts of West City. Oh, how comforting it is to be back in his own universe. Li Feng stretched lazily and sighed. It had been over a year since he departed from his own universe. Yet he had spent an entire year in the time chamber, enduring numerous battles. His first course of action was to pay a visit to Bulma. Li Feng, eager to return home, swiftly located Bulma's energy and instantaneously transported himself there. "Xing, what a good child you are. You ran so fast today." In Bulma's grand villa, she was smiling while caring for the child. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure materialized, and Li Xing collided with that figure. Ouch! What a sturdy child. Li Feng's voice resonated as he cradled Li Xing in his arms. "Daddy, is that really you?" Inheriting Bulma's exceptional intelligence, Li Xing recognized that the robust man before him was indeed his father. "Yes, it is. It's Daddy." Li Feng revealed a warm and gentle smile, addressing Bulma tenderly. "Bulma, I have returned after a long wait." Initially, Bulma found it hard to believe her own eyes, but as she embraced that warm and familiar presence, the realization struck her that Li Feng was truly back. In an instant, a torrent of emotions, bittersweet sorrow, longing, and affection, overwhelmed her, spilling forth with her tears. She clung to Li Feng, weeping. "Damn it, why did it take so long? I thought." Li Feng gently comforted Bulma, holding her even closer. His concern for her had been insufficient, yet in his quest to protect his family, he felt compelled to act in this manner. At the very least, he now possessed an additional advantage in the confrontation with the god of destruction, Beerus. Consequently, Li Feng recounted their recent experiences to Bulma, which left her in a state of continual astonishment. It was truly unimaginable that in both worlds, he had fallen in love with the same Vegeta. However, this particular Vegeta had already become a father, naming his child Trunks. What? And who was the mother? Li Feng was taken aback. It was my sister, Tais, who encountered danger during her travels, only to be rescued by Vegeta. Thus, a tale of romance blossomed between them, reminiscent of a melodramatic plot. Vegeta has also settled on Earth, and aside from Bulma being his wife, the storyline remains largely unchanged, with Goku and Vegeta still engaging in friendly sparring from time to time. After their children fell asleep, the two embarked on a night filled with passion and sweetness. Following a fierce battle of 300 rounds, Bulma finally drifted into a drowsy slumber. The next day, Feng sought out Goku and the others to assess their training progress. Tap, tap. Feng swiftly detected the presence of Wukong and the others, teleporting to their location. Excellent, Gohan, just like that. Da-da-da-da-da. Wukong and Gohan were engaged in a sparring session, while Vegeta sat nearby, eyes closed in meditation. Whoosh. Feng's figure emerged, and his formidable aura immediately alerted the three individuals. Who goes there? Long time no see, how do you do? Feng greeted them warmly. Uncle Feng, you have returned, exclaimed Wu Fan with palpable excitement. Since the time of Raditz, this version of Wu Fan had received abundant encouragement and assistance from Feng, who, in his heart, held the stature of a second father, Piccolo. Hee. Feng, it has been quite a while. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. Let us engage in battle, Wukong eagerly declared, eager for an immediate contest with Feng. Humph, Kakarot, allow me to take the lead this time. Feng, prepare to face me. I shall surely bring you to your knees, Vegeta proclaimed, his confidence renewed after rigorous training. With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, exuding power. Receive my strike, he declared, launching the first attack with his right fist hurtling towards Feng's face with lightning speed. Come at me. Feng deftly evaded Vegeta's strike with minimal movement, then thrust his right elbow, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Vegeta was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several mountain peaks. Wow, Uncle Feng is incredible. He doesn't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan's admiration for Feng deepened. How formidable. I had thought that through rigorous training, we could narrow the gap in our fighting abilities, but it seems to have widened instead. With just a single blow, Goku realized that Feng had grown immensely stronger, able to dominate Vegeta without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, while he himself was only slightly stronger than Vegeta. It's not just you who is trained. Come on. Goku, Gohan, let's attack together and see the fruits of your recent training. All right. No sooner had he spoken than the two figures, one large and one small, planted their legs firmly into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and surrounding dust and rocks began to levitate. Then, two beams of golden light flickered. With a rustle, Goku and Gohan simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. At this time, it was still a year after future Trunks' departure in the original timeline, and logically, Gohan had not yet achieved Super Saiyan transformation. However, due to his intense training, Gohan had awakened his latent potential, transforming into a Super Saiyan ahead of schedule. Naturally, Goku had also significantly enhanced his strength, and together they launched a full-scale assault on Feng. Chapter 71, Feng 1 vs 3. Indeed, Goku's power had also seen a substantial increase, and the two of them attacked Feng with all their might. After a year of training, the typical battle powers of the group were as follows. Son Goku, 30,000,000, Son Gohan, 25,000,000, Vegeta, 20,000,000. Even in their transformed states, Goku and Gohan's battle powers soared into the billions. At this level, they should easily be able to handle a first-stage cell, let alone any androids. However, they now faced Feng, who had evolved and harnessed destructive power. This almost overpowered entity boasted a staggering base battle power of 5 billion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures flickered across the wilderness, each collision creating deep craters in the ground. Indeed, you have made significant progress. But in your ordinary Super Saiyan forms, you still cannot unleash your true potential. Feng marveled at the remarkable prowess of the protagonist group, having achieved a higher realm over 2 years in advance. It was time to relinquish any sense of condescension. At that moment, a tempestuous voice erupted from behind him. The radiant figure of Vegeta materialized abruptly. Observing that Feng could contend equally with Goku and Gohan in their Super Saiyan forms without even transforming himself, Vegeta's previously assumed position as the third strongest was once again jeopardized, prompting his proud nature to initiate an attack. Humph, Vegeta, do pick up the pace, Feng mocked. asserting that his treatment of Vegeta was far less gentle than that afforded to Goku and Gohan, remarking that the old Saiyan simply deserved a good beating. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He deftly sidestepped Vegeta's strike, then swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta's left flank. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as Vegeta let out another anguished cry. Feng attempted to unleash a flurry of strikes against Vegeta, but Goku and Gohan intervened just in time, their fists and feet delivering a powerful reprieve. The two golden figures resembled deities of war, their assaults swift and formidable. He once again clashed with the father-son duo. Bang! 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 Feng, undaunted, retaliated with his fists. Thunder echoed across the horizon, a testament to the violent clash of several bodies, an exhibition of raw power. In terms of combat experience, Feng was now quite seasoned, rendering Goku's initial strategy of compensating for the disparity in strength with skill ineffective. Under the overwhelming advantage in fighting prowess, Goku and Gohan found themselves steadily retreating. Feng let out a fierce roar as his right fist struck Wukong's abdomen, while his left foot sent Gohan flying. The two figures soared backward with tremendous force. Bang! Bang! They hurtled off in opposite directions, the sheer impact piercing through several mountain peaks before embedding themselves in a massive boulder. Debris flew in all directions, and dust rose like a tempest. Receive my attack. Ultimate explosion. In the distance, Vegeta witnessed the spectacle and immediately extended his left hand, gathering a vibrant yellow energy wave, directing it towards Feng. Whoosh! This yellow energy wave carried a significant portion of Vegeta's power, representing his most formidable strike in this form. Come on! Feng did not evade, nor did he even attempt to defend himself. He merely crossed his arms to confront the impending assault. Boom! The explosive attack struck Feng directly, unleashing an astonishing force that erupted like a nuclear explosion. A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and the surrounding landscape was reduced to scorched earth, leaving a seemingly bottomless pit in its wake. This is disastrous. I exerted too much force. Vegeta, still seething with anger, suddenly realized that this was merely a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the depths of the earth, and a figure began to materialize alongside the ascending beam. Crack! Crack! Feng stretched his joints and chuckled. Not bad, Vegeta. That last attack was quite commendable. Vegeta gazed at Feng, who bore no injuries whatsoever. Not even a speck of dust on his attire. The flicker of self-reproach that once lingered in his heart vanished completely, replaced by a tumult of emotions: anger, resentment, and astonishment. It was fortunate that this individual was not an adversary. Otherwise, the situation would have been truly terrifying. Vegeta, is this truly the extent of your power? I have traveled to other universes where beings of your kind exist, yet they surpass you in strength. Feng deliberately remarked that Saiyans only unleash their full potential when provoked. Vegeta paused, then his frustration intensified, veins bulging on his forehead. Kakarot, Gohan, did you hear what this scoundrel just uttered? It is time for me to utilize my utmost strength. Bang! Bang! Two golden figures emerged from the rubble, still radiating a brilliant golden glow. Goku and Gohan remained in their Super Saiyan forms, their energy scarcely diminished. Given such words, we too must exert our full power. Gohan, assume that previous form. Yes. Three resounding roars echoed, causing the earth to lament once more. Three golden auras expanded outward, resembling three miniature suns emitting terrifying heat. Rustle, 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 rustle. The golden energy erupted entirely. The trio's power surged even further. How about that? We have successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan first stage you mentioned, Goku declared with confidence. At present, the combat power of the transformed individuals is as follows: Goku, 2. 100, 000, 000 Gohan. 1, 750, 000, 000 Vegeta. 1, 400, 000, 000 indeed. The transformation to full power as a Super Saiyan boasts a multiplier of 70 times. Feng was once again astonished by the remarkable advancement of the three individuals. He never anticipated that they would achieve the full power transformation of Super Saiyan Stage 1 several years ahead of time. It seems that the butterfly effect brought about by his presence has ignited the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans, compelling them to strive for greater strength. It truly surpasses my expectations that you have managed to attain the full power state. Li Feng could not help but express his sentiments. Come now, let us observe the extent of your capabilities. Li Feng was equally filled with unwavering determination. The four individuals once again plunged into a fierce melee. 3 golden auras intertwining with a singular white one. Bang, 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 bang. This time, Li Feng could not remain as composed as before. He had to confront the challenge with utmost seriousness. Transforming into his full power state not only amplified his strength manifold, but also allowed him to maintain this form for an extended duration, rendering him more resilient to attacks. Vegeta was sent flying by Li Feng numerous times, yet he returned with even more astonishing speed. In his ordinary state as a Super Saiyan, one would have long exhausted their energy. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan fought with increasing fervor, disregarding their injuries and sacrificing defense to unleash relentless assaults. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed, intensifying the already fierce and desperate battle. Boom! Li Feng's fury sent 3 individuals soaring through the air. Subsequently, they flew off in different directions, synchronously enhancing their energy and unleashing their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha. Goku gathered a brilliant blue energy beam with both hands, launching a Kamehameha that soared skyward. Magic Flash. Gohan, undeterred, raised his hands above his head, directing a torrent of orange energy toward Li Feng. Final Flash. Vegeta formed a golden energy sphere with his hands clasped at his chest, unleashing a final flash aimed directly at Li Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 energies collided with Li Feng simultaneously, producing a thunderous cacophony. Chapter 72, Super 13? The existence of that being? Boom, boom, boom. The 3 energies struck Li Feng at once, resonating with a sound akin to 3 nuclear explosions. The immense heat from the resulting blasts melted the surrounding rocks, and the astonishing energy engulfed the area, igniting the sky in a fiery crimson hue. The instantaneous shockwave reverberated through the air, propelling the 3 combatants away. Thud, thud, thud. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were all hurled by the shockwave, landing amidst piles of rubble thousands of meters away. Cough, cough, cough. This time, it was serious. Li Feng must be all right. Goku emerged from the debris, gazing anxiously at the billowing clouds of dust. Despite his earlier defiance against Li Feng, he recognized the peril in the trio's full-force assault, especially with Li Feng not transforming into a Super Saiyan at that moment. Dad, Uncle Li Feng's energy is still present. He is fine, but he is truly formidable. Gohan sensed Li Feng's aura. Boom. Like a volcano erupting once more. A golden light burst forth from the crater as a muscular man, bare-chested and robust, emerged. This time, Li Feng had withstood the full force of their combined attack, testing the resilience of his body enhanced by absorbed destructive energy, all without entering Super Saiyan form. The result was merely tattered clothing and minor injuries. He felt quite satisfied with this outcome, considering he had not employed any defensive measures or energy absorption techniques, and had taken the full brunt of 3 Super Saiyans' power without significant harm. Damn it, the disparity is astonishing. Vegeta emerged from the rubble, his right fist pounding the ground in frustration. All present were seasoned warriors, acutely aware of the true strength Li Feng now possessed. Regain your stamina. Li Feng provided the celestial beans to Wukong and the other 2, and he consumed one himself. After a series of satisfying crunches, the vitality of the 4 was restored to its normal state. In truth, you are already remarkably strong, far exceeding my expectations. To be candid, the timeline of your counterparts in other universes is much more advanced than ours, and their prowess during the same period certainly pales in comparison to yours. Li Feng acknowledged the strength of several individuals before shifting the conversation to matters concerning other universes. Upon hearing the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta expressed profound astonishment. Could it be that the legend is indeed true? Does a creature like Broly actually exist? Does this imply that someone named Broly might also exist in our universe? Goku, upon learning of Broly's formidable power, which had initially allowed him to dominate Li Feng, felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps so. Li Feng was uncertain whether this universe's Broly truly existed and which one it might be, as the plot had yet to reach the era of the original work's Super Battle. It was also possible that he emerged only after Dragon Ball Super. Oh my! Li Feng, you are indeed formidable. Even our combined might cannot overcome you, unless Vegeta and I resort to that, Goku remarked, scratching his head in astonishment. Hey, Kakarot. Didn't we agree that that should not be used recklessly? What if the Earth were to be destroyed? Huh? Do you perhaps possess some secret technique? Li Feng was filled with curiosity about which technique he and Vegeta would utilize. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a thought struck him, igniting a surge of excitement, tension, curiosity, and anticipation within him. Could it be that the concept he envisioned was the same as that? Would the enigmatic man, exuding an aura of invincibility, make his appearance? Astonishingly, the two beings of this universe seemed not to reject the notion. Gohan recounted the events that had transpired in this universe over the past year. 6 months prior, they had been training as usual, their battle power hovering around 10 million, yet they had not yet mastered the full power transformation into the first stage of Super Saiyan. However, a grave crisis had befallen Earth, the emergence of androids. The group immediately recalled Li Feng's previous mentions of the androids and, without hesitation, sprang into action to halt their malicious deeds. Unexpectedly, the arrivals were not the one male and one female, or the one stout and one slender android as mentioned by Li Feng or future Trunks, but 3 individuals, numbers 13, 14, and 15. It was unclear why they had appeared ahead of schedule, but they nonetheless proceeded to execute Dr. Gero's directive to eliminate Son Goku. To draw Goku out, the trio unleashed a barrage of energy spheres throughout the city, wreaking havoc. Goku and the Z-Warriors promptly responded, confronting the 3 androids. Unlike the original storyline, future Trunks had already departed from this world, and Gohan had matured earlier, shifting the focus of the battle to Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. The ensuing narrative bore resemblance to the original, with Goku facing off against Android 13, Gohan battling Android 14, and Vegeta contending with Android 15. Initially, they struggled against their adversaries, but upon transforming into Super Saiyans, both Gohan and Vegeta triumphed over their opponents, leaving only Goku to contend with Android 13. After absorbing the core energy of Androids 14 and 15, Android 13 transformed into Super Android 13, easily overpowering Goku. The 3 Super Saiyans were no match for Super Android 13, suffering a swift defeat. Just as Super Android 13 was poised to eliminate Goku, Piccolo made a dramatic entrance. Having fused with the Supreme Kai to become God Piccolo, his power rivaling that of Goku and the others in their Super Saiyan forms. However, Piccolo's impressive display was short-lived. Once he shed his imposing mantle, he too was swiftly overpowered, but his efforts bought Goku and the others precious time. Super Android 13, now completely unhinged, prepared to unleash a planet-destroying attack, placing Earth in imminent peril. With Li Feng absent, the group found themselves at a loss. In this critical moment, Goku recalled a formidable technique he had learned alongside Vegeta on Yardrat. He had no choice but to request Vegeta's assistance, as only through their combined efforts could they truly harness its potential. Initially, Vegeta refused, but having married Bulma and expecting a child, he ultimately relented after Goku appealed to him with heartfelt reasoning. Together, they unleashed the technique, which instantaneously annihilated Super Android 13, leaving Piccolo, Gohan, and the others in astonishment. However, the power of that technique dissipated swiftly, and without Li Feng's presence, Goku and his companions succeeded in repelling the formidable foe, safeguarding the Earth. Li Feng couldn't help but marvel at the revelation that during their time on Yardrat, Goku and Vegeta had been discreetly training in secret, initially thinking they were indulging in some mischief, only to realize they had been striving to grow stronger, truly clever individuals. Yet, he was eager to witness that power, for it belonged to him, and whenever it manifested, it was heralded as one of the mightiest forces of the dimension. Unleash that power. I too wish to behold its true might, he exclaimed. Isn't that right, Gogeta? Chapter 73, Gogeta. What? This. Indeed, upon uttering that name, both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. How do you know of him if you have never encountered him? The existence of such a being could be found in other universes, boasting an extraordinary strength that defied comprehension. Li Feng chuckled. I too eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage in combat with him. He was filled with fervor and determination. The prospect of clashing with one of the 2 formidable kings of the Dragon Ball universe was exhilarating just to contemplate. Is that so? But how powerful are the Vegetas from other universes? Vegeta inquired hastily. Hee, haven't we yet encountered our universe's Vegeta? Don't you wish to test your true strength? Li Feng once again enticed them to fuse. Vegeta, come on, I yearn to experience that power once more, Goku exclaimed. reminiscing about the formidable strength he had personally encountered after transforming into Gogeta. "No way, I simply cannot," Vegeta haughtily declined. "It appears that your Gogeta is indeed lacking. In other universes, your counterparts can fuse effortlessly and possess remarkable strength." Li Feng deliberately provoked others, including himself, recalling the original character of Z's Gogeta he had previously encountered. He wasn't entirely dishonest. "You see," Li Feng stated it so clearly, it would be unreasonable not to transform and deliver him a beating. Goku was also present, attempting to persuade him. "You scoundrel!" Vegeta exclaimed, infuriated. "Am I weak? Is Gogeta weak? If it weren't for controlling my power, the earth would have been obliterated long ago. Since you seek your own demise, come forth, Kakarot. This will truly be the last time we fuse." Ultimately, Vegeta was persuaded. With a swift motion, the two descended from the sky, maintaining a distance before striking a fusion pose. Fusion. As their fingers made contact, an incandescent light enveloped their forms. With a resounding explosion, an immense aura surged forth, piercing the heavens. In a flash of brilliance, a robust and handsome figure materialized. A blue belt billowed in the wind, his upper body clad in a black and orange vest, showcasing a chiseled six-pack and muscular chest that radiated overwhelming power, adorned with an expression of absolute confidence. Gogeta had officially made his entrance. A notification chimed. "Dragon Ball, 1807 Gogeta has prematurely appeared. Task, defeat Gogeta. Task reward, white magic." What? A task was issued to conquer Gogeta? He glanced at Gogeta's combat power, 5 billion. The fusion's combat strength was astonishingly the sum of both individuals' powers multiplied by 100. It was terrifying, and this was merely his base form. No wonder he could obliterate Super Android 13, whose combat power barely reached 4 billion. Li Feng's body thrummed with excitement at the presence of Vegeta's aura, but more than that, it was a fervent battle spirit, a yearning to engage with a formidable opponent. He accepted the challenge. Li Feng mused to himself, "Goodness, while I am somewhat intrigued by the rewards of that elusive white magic, what truly excites me now is the prospect of battling the formidable king of pressures. Humph, Li Feng, this time, I shall utterly vanquish you." The voice of Vegeta, infused with the essence of both individuals, resonated, a smile perpetually gracing his face. "Come forth." Li Feng's spirit surged with unparalleled fervor, the blood of a Saiyan boiling within him. Whoosh! Li Feng clenched his right fist and charged towards Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta similarly balled his fist and met Li Feng's assault head-on. A thunderous sound erupted as their fists collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding rocks. The terrifying force reverberated through the air, causing the very ground to tremble from the impact. "Heh, not bad at all," Vegeta remarked with a grin. "Indeed, quite formidable." Li Feng revealed his pearly whites, and the two began to test each other's strength, both astonished by the formidable power they encountered. "Huh, huh, huh." The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with a series of explosive sounds resonating through the air. "What an impressive display from Uncle Vegeta and Li Feng," Gohan exclaimed from below, captivated by the spectacle. So that overwhelming aura belongs to Vegeta?" At that moment, Piccolo and the other Z fighters arrived, drawn in by the immense energy radiating from the two. "This is a battle for the ages. Both are incredibly powerful," Krillin remarked, his gaze darting about as if searching the air, yet his eyes were fixed on the silhouettes of the combatants, their speed so great that they appeared almost phantom-like. "It is hard to believe such strength can be wielded by mere mortals," Tianjin Han said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Can you see them?" "I can barely catch a glimpse," the only composed Bulma questioned, cradling Li Xing. "What is the situation now?" "I'm not sure yet. They are merely testing the waters. But their power already far exceeds our expectations," Krillin sighed. With a resounding thud, the two exchanged another blow, creating distance between them as they stood atop two separate peaks. Indeed, Vegeta was astonishingly powerful. Even after his evolution, Li Feng felt a lingering pain in his fists from their clash. And this was only the prelude to the Cell era, where the fusion of Goku and Vegeta had already rendered Vegeta so formidable. It is difficult to fathom just how powerful Vegeta would become in the later stages. Li Feng felt a surge of trepidation, accompanied by an exhilarating thrill. Though Goku's outwardly invincible smile remained unchanged, he too was secretly alarmed. Despite not having unleashed his full potential, he could almost effortlessly dispatch opponents like Super 13. Yet now, Li Feng, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, was managing to hold his ground against him? Heh, Li Feng, what's the matter? Still not transforming into a Super Saiyan? Then prepare to be knocked down. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Li Feng, delivering a powerful sidekick aimed at his waist. Upon sensing the imminent danger, Li Feng immediately felt a chilling gust infused with terrifying power approaching his midsection, prompting him to block with his right arm. Boom. His arm endured an impact akin to that of a planet colliding, producing a deafening sound, leaving it numb and incapacitated. Li Feng swiftly thrust his left elbow towards Gogeta's abdomen, initiating a counterattack. Gogeta deftly sidestepped, then executed a seamless aerial somersault, delivering a powerful kick with his right foot that struck Li Feng squarely on the shoulder. Bang! Gogeta's movements were remarkably agile, and this blow effectively sent Li Feng hurtling to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The mountaintop was shattered upon impact, debris scattering in all directions. Whoosh! Li Feng swiftly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, arriving behind Vegeta. Bang! Li Feng delivered a knee strike aimed at the back of Vegeta. However, Vegeta had anticipated this move. He swiftly turned around, blocking with both hands, and seized Li Feng's knee, throwing him downwards. Whoosh! Li Feng was once again sent flying, finding himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the true battle has only just begun. Chapter 74, The Might of Vegeta. The once fervent battlefield is now left with nothing but the howling winds. Li Feng and Vegeta assumed their battle stances once more, poised for the second round of their contest. A small stone, lifted by the wind, fell to the ground, heralding the commencement of their clash. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, their figures vanished, reappearing in midair as they engaged once again. Bang! 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 Li Feng launched his assault once more, his fists swirling like a machine gun, delivering an onslaught of punches at a staggering rate of hundreds per second. Yet, Vegeta was equally undeterred, retaliating with an array of punches that matched Li Feng's ferocity. In that instant, the air resonated with thunderous booms, shockwaves cascading through the surroundings, shattering mountains and indenting the earth. Whoosh! Swish! Concurrently, both combatants employed instantaneous movement and phantom punches, their figures flickering through the air with astonishing speed. As masters of sensing energy, both were adept in its application, utilizing instantaneous movement primarily to anticipate their opponent's trajectory and actions, for victory hinged upon a mere moment. Swish! Bang! Ultimately, it was Li Feng, wielding the advanced technique of instantaneous movement, who gained the upper hand. He deftly repositioned himself to an unoccupied area, conjuring an illusionary doppelganger at his previous location, deceiving Vegeta and delivering a preemptive strike that sent him hurtling away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Vegeta was propelled backward, he gracefully spun several times before firmly planting his feet upon a mountain peak to stabilize himself. That last instantaneous movement felt peculiar. Vegeta keenly discerned the subtle differences between Li Feng's technique and his own. Indeed, proceed. Li Feng's voice echoed beside Vegeta's ear. Without turning his head, Vegeta struck back with an elbow. Whoosh! Li Feng's figure vanished once again, leaving only Vegeta in the air. How intriguing. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled upwards as he realized he couldn't detect Li Feng's energy, nor could he see his silhouette. This was certainly not his own instantaneous movement. How had Li Feng accomplished this? Li Feng has disappeared? Where could he have gone? The spectators also noticed that only Vegeta was present, scanning the surroundings while Li Feng's form had completely vanished. There. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he sensed a ferocious attack approaching from behind. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Indeed, he struck true. Vegeta felt a surge of joy, but it was swiftly followed by a sense of foreboding. Bang! Another attack emerged from behind, sending him hurtling away. Damn, Li Feng is rather formidable after all. Vegeta was propelled through several mountain peaks, embedding himself into the ground. The earth trembled like a volcano erupting, as massive boulders were hurled into the air, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. A white energy erupted from Vegeta as he began to take the battle seriously. Meanwhile, Li Feng also ceased his tricks, unleashing his own energy, and his fighting power began to soar. Swish! 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 Two torrents of white energy erupted like volcanoes, scattering the clouds above. While the distant sea roiled due to the terrifying energy, causing the ground to shake once more. Both warriors were unleashing their true strength without transforming into Super Saiyans. This is bad. They're starting to get serious. We need to leave this place quickly, Krillin shouted, witnessing the nearby rocks crumble. He immediately shielded Bulma and the weaker fighters like Master Roshi, urging them to retreat. What an overwhelming energy. Is this truly the extent of human power? Piccolo's complexion darkened further. He found himself unable to intervene in the battle before him. Huh. The two streams of white energy surged closer. Boom. A terrifying crash echoed through the air as a figure was sent flying. It was Li Feng. Feeling the terrifying force emanating from Vegeta, Li Feng felt as if he had been struck by a star. Logically, his body strength should be able to withstand even a star's impact. But Vegeta's physical density surpassed his own. Vegeta, seizing the advantage, did not relent. After landing a successful blow, he immediately pursued the retreating Li Feng, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Bang, 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 bang. Vegeta targeted Li Feng's face, chest, and abdomen, forcing Li Feng to defend his face with both hands, enduring Vegeta's onslaught. Ultimately, Vegeta clasped his hands into a fist and delivered a devastating blow to Li Feng, driving him into the ground. Boom. Like a cannonball, he struck the earth, creating a web-like fissure upon impact. Cough. Li Feng let out a cry of agony, expelling a mouthful of bitter liquid. He could not deny that Vegeta's assault was indeed ferocious. Combining Goku's agility with Vegeta's relentless determination, the amalgamation of their attacks was truly terrifying. Li Feng summoned energy spheres with both hands, swiftly executing the prince's trick, while the ki blasts surged forth like meteors towards Vegeta. Undaunted, Vegeta advanced rather than retreated, skillfully evading most of the barrage, with some of the blasts that struck him being effortlessly deflected. Vegeta charged forth with the ferocity of a mighty tiger, tearing through all that lay before him, exuding an overwhelming aura as he lunged at Li Feng. Just lie down, Li Feng. Vegeta chuckled, for he recognized Li Feng's impending defeat the moment he employed the prince's trick. After all, when had Vegeta ever succeeded when resorting to such theatrics? Li Feng's lips curled upward as he continued to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, yet he swiftly distanced himself. You are too careless. Do you not see what surrounds you? Upon charging forward, Gogeta realized that the energy blasts that had directly struck him were significantly fewer. He abruptly turned his head, only to discover that the energy blasts which had previously passed him were now suspended in the air behind him, multiplying and encircling him entirely. What? This technique is. In the distance, Piccolo recognized this move all too well. It was indeed one of his own techniques. How could Li Feng have learned it? Magic Sphere Encirclement Blast. Explode. Witnessing Gogeta encircled by his own energy blasts, Li Feng stretched out his hands and instantly detonated them all. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, the energy blasts erupted like a chain reaction of nuclear bombs, resulting in a series of devastating explosions. Li Feng himself was also propelled backward by the sheer force of the energy, having occasionally learned this technique without fully comprehending its magnitude. He had never dared to use it during sparring sessions with Goku and the others, but against Gogeta, he was certain it would suffice. The king of fighters would not be easily vanquished. Cough, cough, cough. The onlookers in the distance were also affected, with dust and debris swirling around, and they waited until the chaos settled before approaching the battlefield. How is it, Gogeta? Li Feng gazed at the deep pit before him, addressing the elusive Vegeta, who remained hidden. I must admit, I underestimated your abilities. However, in your current state, your strength still falls short. The voice of the imposing Wong reverberated from the depths of the pit. Following a flash of white light, Vegeta's figure gradually materialized, his appearance marred by dust and debris. Yet he bore almost no injuries. Vegeta remained unscathed. Chapter 75. The battle intensifies. Li Feng engages in fierce combat with Vegeta. It seems that only by unleashing my true power will I prevail. Li Feng's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched as he began to gather his energy. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled beneath him, distant mountains crumbled, and rocks tumbled chaotically. Crack! Boom! A brilliant flash of golden light surged forth as an immensely powerful aura erupted from Li Feng's being. Li Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, scattering the clouds above. At that moment, Li Feng radiated like a miniature sun, unleashing scorching energy. What? Is this the power Li Feng possesses after his transformation? Krillin was taken aback, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Li Feng, a force so potent it rendered him nearly immobile, let alone able to engage in battle. Who would have thought that Li Feng would become even stronger after just a year? Although Piccolo had made considerable strides in his training over the past year, the chasm between their strengths remained insurmountable. Those with greater combat prowess could acutely perceive Li Feng's terrifying power, and Vegeta, facing Li Feng head-on, was no exception. The confident smile that once adorned Vegeta's face vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. And so it began. Li Feng, now transformed, was the first to strike, darting towards Vegeta with incredible speed. Vegeta's pupils contracted as he saw a flash of golden light hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he evaded the most lethal blow, feeling the rush of air as Li Feng's attack grazed his hair. However, Li Feng's reflexes were astonishingly swift. As Vegeta dodged, Li Feng pivoted and delivered a side kick that connected with Vegeta's waist. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta was sent flying, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally embedding himself in a massive boulder. Indeed, Li Feng was extraordinarily formidable. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Reflecting on the encounter, just from their initial clash, he recognized that Li Feng's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Yet, he also realized that Li Feng's current strength was comparable to his own after transformation, prompting him to shift into Super Saiyan mode to match his opponent. Nonetheless, he was eager to ascertain just how powerful Li Feng had become. In the blink of an eye, Li Feng appeared before Vegeta, moving with a speed that resembled instantaneous teleportation. What's the matter? Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng gazed at the confident smile that once again adorned Vegeta's face, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. If I were to transform, the battle would conclude in an instant, wouldn't it? Yet, I have further transformations at my disposal. What? You have mastered the next stage of transformation? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. And what of it? Based on my calculations, even if you were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, you would still not stand a chance against me in my Super Saiyan form. Vegeta deliberately sought to project an air of superiority, eager to witness the true extent of Li Feng's power. Given their comparable battle strengths, he held a firm conviction that he could triumph over Li Feng. However, Li Feng had yet to unleash his skills. His energy absorption technique and destructive power could significantly augment his true capabilities. Oh really? Then I shall shatter you into oblivion. Li Feng, filled with rage, charged once more towards Vegeta. This time, Vegeta summoned every ounce of his focus, piercing through Li Feng's punch with his gaze. Bang! Li Feng struck with a powerful punch against the forearms that Vegeta had crossed in front of his chest. Haha, Vegeta chuckled. Not bad. Then, Li Feng launched another assault, his fists and legs raining down upon Vegeta like a barrage from a machine gun. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Li Feng exhibited a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. Even though Vegeta anticipated the onslaught, he found himself overwhelmed by Li Feng's formidable force, remaining on the defensive. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta's form was once again driven into the mountainside. Trying to show off, are we? You won't fight me unless you become a Super Saiyan. Li Feng deliberately exerted his prowess to suppress Vegeta, continually gathering energy spheres in his hands, employing the prince's battle strategy to unleash a torrent of energy upon Vegeta. Boom, 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 boom. Golden beams of energy cascaded from the heavens like a meteor shower, relentlessly crashing into the earth. The burden proved too great for the mountains, which crumbled with a thunderous roar, debris scattering and dust rising. Yet, Li Feng's assault showed no signs of abating. His onslaught persisted, not only toppling the original peaks, but also ravaging the ground anew, leaving the terrain resembling a freshly plowed field. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the dust stirred by the energy blasts. Vegeta, do you dare to underestimate me? Prepare to be vanquished. Li Feng spoke deliberately. With a thunderous roar, a white aura surged into the heavens, revealing the disheveled figure of Vegeta. Unlike the original portrayal of the invincible Vegeta, who seldom bore any wounds, this version was markedly different. His once pristine battle attire lay in tatters, exposing his robust musculature, marred by numerous scars. Very well, Li Feng, you wish for me to transform, do you? Just do not perish too easily. With a hearty laugh, Vegeta embraced his transformation. For Li Feng had pushed him too far, leading the proud warrior to fail in his attempt to maintain his facade. As he unleashed a fierce battle cry, Vegeta's energy swelled once more, causing the ground, which had only just regained its stability, to groan and split under the strain. The surrounding mountains crumbled. The plains trembled with shock, and trees began to sway before ultimately snapping. In the sky, clouds dispersed, seemingly drawn together by an invisible force. In an instant, a golden aura erupted from Vegeta, enveloping the earth in radiant light, as a formidable presence swept across the battlefield. The golden flame surged, releasing astonishing energy. Vegeta's muscles expanded further, his golden hair standing on end, a lock falling across his forehead, and his emerald eyes gleamed with an air of dominance and power. Another golden warrior had emerged. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's demeanor and energy were drastically different from before. This was the true embodiment of the proud warrior. His invincible stance was fully revealed. What? Is this the extent of Vegeta's power? This strength is astonishing. Krillin, taken aback, served as the astonished onlooker. How impressive! Gohan could not help but exclaim in awe. How would Li Feng respond to this? Piccolo, too, sensed the magnitude of Vegeta's might, realizing that his energy had evidently matched Li Feng's. Indeed, it was formidable. The pressure was even more intense than that exerted by Broly. Confronted with Vegeta's terrifying energy, Li Feng could not help but feel that this was a force that could not be compared to his previous encounters with Broly. This is the first time Li Feng confronts an opponent whose strength is so closely matched to his own, sending every cell in his body into a state of exhilaration. With his blood boiling. Chapter 76. The Showdown of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Let a single move decide the victor. Li Feng proposed, all right. Vegeta concurred. Continuing to engage in this physical confrontation would merely squander time. With a thud, the two descended from the sky, beginning to gather their energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Two golden whirlwinds soared into the heavens, as their auras swelled once more, and the terrifying energy coalesced anew. Li Feng's muscles tensed. An inexhaustible surge of energy flowing from within him. He was gathering his breath, releasing his ultimate move only when his vitality reached its zenith. Li Feng is about to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Zila. Li Feng's golden aura expanded once more, transforming from a mere flicker into a jet-like state, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption in its intensity. The surrounding flames, due to the violent friction of the energy, emanated a captivating blue arc of light. Li Feng's previously styled bangs stood upright once more, leaving only a single strand hanging down. His muscles swelled slightly, and every cell in his body rejoiced. With his blood boiling, an astonishing surge of energy erupted once again. In an instant, the earth trembled, dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and bolts of lightning descended in response to the terrifying energy emanating from the ground. Li Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Blue lightning flickered incessantly around him, a quintessential symbol of his metamorphosis into this legendary form. In an instant, Li Feng's imposing aura overshadowed Vegeta. So, this is the essence of Super Saiyan 2. As Vegeta beheld Li Feng, it seemed he had come to a profound realization. Come on, Li Feng. Let us engage, Vegeta. The great explosion Kamehameha. Vegeta raised both hands in unison, as the deep blue energy sphere expanded relentlessly. Kamehameha. Li Feng remained steadfast in his mastery of the familiar Turtle School's Kamehameha, his hands positioned firmly at his waist, coalescing into a brilliant azure energy sphere. The two combatants' auras and energies surged to their zenith, unleashing their most formidable assault simultaneously. Boom! Two terrifying and searing beams of blue energy collided with tremendous force, creating a vast crater in the ground. As the intertwining rays formed an immense azure energy sphere, Li Feng's Kamehameha and Vegeta's Big Bang attack were locked in a fierce standoff, their energies effortlessly tearing through the mountain peaks. Is this truly the extent of human capability? Tianjin Han observed from a distance, astonished. The Saiyans are indeed a formidable race. Piccolo, too, was drenched in cold sweat, equally astonished. Will the Earth endure? Krillin feared that the planet might not withstand the terrifying energy clash between the two. At this moment, their power had far surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan 3, and Vegeta's Kamehameha wave was being suppressed. Vegeta let out a mighty roar. breaking through his limits once more, his veins bulging as the shockwave instantly thickened. Li Feng's Kamehameha was gradually pushed back by Vegeta's Big Bang attack, signifying a downturn in momentum. Truly impressive, Vegeta, capable of matching my Super Saiyan 2 Kamehameha wave with his Super Saiyan 1. Li Feng exclaimed, "All right. If that is the case, let me demonstrate my new technique. Energy Absorption Technique, activate." Having reached the pinnacle of the energy absorption technique, it now possessed a novel ability. No longer did he need to passively wait for energy to strike him, for he could absorb and transform energy simply through contact with it. Thus, Li Feng transformed once again into a vortex, fervently absorbing the energy from Gogeta's explosive Kamehameha. Wait, why does my energy seem to have diminished slightly? Gogeta keenly observed that his assault appeared to be somewhat weakened, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Since I can withstand it, I shall amplify my efforts. The muscles in Gogeta's arms bulged with intensity as he increased the output of the Kamehameha. The already formidable wave of energy grew even larger. The pressure mounted once more upon Li Feng. Damn it! Increase my power. Li Feng let out a mighty roar, his hands once again erupting with an even more potent energy. The energy beams grew thicker as he fervently activated his energy absorption technique. In that moment, Li Feng resembled a colossal converter, voraciously devouring the surrounding energy and storing it within his body, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful output from his hands. Though faint, his aura gradually ascended, and the once nearly extinguished Kamehameha began to show signs of resurgence. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. Li Feng's combat prowess continues to soar, increasing by several hundred million in an instant. If Broly were to rise again, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "You are the true legendary Super Saiyan. Can you withstand this? It appears that I must unleash my full power. Don't die on me, Li Feng." Vegeta roared, now truly unleashing his formidable might. In an instant, a golden aura erupted skyward, and the Big Bang attack expanded several-fold, its outer edges interwoven with golden energy beams. Vegeta is exerting his maximum power. His Big Bang attack instantly consumed his own Kamehameha. Indeed, one cannot gauge a Saiyan's prowess by mere combat power. It is the final output that truly matters. As the deep blue, lethal energy threatened to engulf him, Li Feng sensed an imminent peril. "Hold your ground." Li Feng's muscles swelled once more, veins protruding as he unleashed a remarkable surge of energy and resistance. Blue and golden lightning intertwined again. Reflecting on his previous battle with Broly, he found himself in a similar dire predicament, yet ultimately emerged victorious. Saiyans thrive in the face of adversity. Destructive power. Explode. Li Feng ultimately unleashed his ultimate technique, the destructive force. With a resounding boom, a surge of purple-black energy surged along Li Feng's Kamehameha, momentarily obliterating a small segment of the colossal explosion generated by the Kamehameha. However, the essence of the destructive force extended beyond mere offense. Its primary function was to neutralize a portion of the opponent's assault. A mere thread of destructive force shattered the equilibrium. In an instant, Li Feng's Kamehameha wave gained the upper hand, swiftly repelling all of Vegeta's attacks. What? Vegeta was taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Feng possessed such formidable power. Vegeta once again channeled energy, but alas, due to his excessive energy expenditure, the originally sustained 30-minute fusion time was drastically reduced, leading to his disintegration, reverting him back into Goku and Vegeta. Fortunately, this disintegration occurred just in time. Otherwise, Li Feng's enhanced Kamehameha would have struck Vegeta directly at the center. The duo's separation narrowly evaded Li Feng's shockwave, yet they were still wounded by the powerful residual energy. Forcefully sent flying. Boom. Li Feng's turtle school energy wave surged forth relentlessly, piercing through distant forests and streaking across the horizon. The residual force carved deep, charred ravines into the ground. Chapter 77. The Spatial Converter. Ding. Task completed. Defeat Vegeta. Reward. White magic. Would you like to claim it? At last, the system's voice echoed in his ears once more. Claim. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding white magic flooded Li Feng's mind, enlightening him profoundly. So this is the essence of white magic. Li Feng underwent a profound enlightenment through the baptism of knowledge. Although in the realm of Dragon Ball, brute strength often triumphs over cunning, it cannot be denied that the potency of magic is formidable. Theoretically, Majin Buu's magic is omnipotent, capable of wielding both black and white sorcery. In his previous life, he learned that in a certain universe, Bu ascended to the status of a creator god, manifesting countless avatars, rendering him virtually indestructible. White magic, a branch of sorcery, boasts a wide array of applications, predominantly used for restoration and healing. While it cannot completely resurrect the deceased, it proves highly effective in treating severe injuries and those on the brink of death, akin to the miraculous properties of Dandy's humanoid magic beans. If it weren't for Li Feng's penchant for taking risks in dire circumstances, no, rather, engaging in a fierce struggle, he could effortlessly engage in battle with the aid of these magical beans. As long as he avoids being utterly obliterated, he could utilize the beans alongside the Scion's near-death advantage to continuously amplify his combat prowess, albeit with diminishing returns as his potential wanes in the later stages. Now, shall we experiment with this white magic? Li Feng first cast a white magic spell upon himself, and soon felt a refreshing surge throughout his body. All his injuries vanished, and his stamina was restored, albeit with a slight decrease in energy. After all, the use of magic does require energy, and it is quite normal for a weakened version of the healing bean to yield such results. Nevertheless, this reduction in energy was merely relative to his full strength prior to the battle. At present, Li Feng's combat prowess had notably increased compared to before the confrontation. Dad! Goku! In the distance, as the dust of battle settled and the fusion of Gogeta dissipated, the others rushed over. Krillin and Gohan, anxious about Goku's condition, hurried to his side, worried about his injuries. Oh no, that rascal Li Feng. Thankfully, Goku and Vegeta are still alive. Haha, Gogeta was indeed formidable. At this moment, Li Feng also approached them. However, you two are still too weak. You must grow stronger. Li Feng, that last move was rather unfair, wasn't it? What was that? You rogue. Was that the Super Saiyan second stage? Goku and Vegeta expressed their confusion. Haha, take your time. I've recently learned a new technique. Let me heal you first. With that, Li Feng cast white magic on Goku and Vegeta, causing his own energy to diminish further. Wait, my body has recovered? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Humph. What trickery are you up to now? Vegeta, still maintaining his pride, inwardly admired Li Feng despite his outward denial. That last transformation was indeed the Super Saiyan second stage, with a base multiplier of 100 times the normal state. Moreover, the final technique is something I acquired from another universe. It is the power of destruction. The power of destruction? Is that the signature skill of the god of destruction? Vegeta's heart raced at the thought. You mean that god of destruction, Beerus? A cold sweat broke out on Vegeta. In his childhood on planet Vegeta, two figures haunted his nightmares, Frieza and Beerus. While Frieza had been vanquished, the formidable Beerus remained a specter of terror. Even now, as he could transform into a Super Saiyan, the mere recollection of Beerus's dread extinguished any desire to fight. Indeed, he may very well become our enemy in the future. Li Feng once again sounded the alarm. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. What is the fuss about, Vegeta? Is that so-called god of destruction truly formidable? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Kakarot, you fail to comprehend. Beerus is capable of obliterating this entire place with but a flick of his finger. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated. We are all here, after all. Besides, if such a powerful foe truly exists, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Wukong replied with renewed enthusiasm. You are correct. Beerus is indeed powerful. But we still have ample time to train. Li Feng also remarked that, according to the typical timeline, it would still be at least a decade before Beerus makes his appearance. Although Beerus's true strength remains a mystery, with concerted effort, one could undoubtedly bridge this gap. I truly admire you Saiyans, always engaged in relentless battles, Bulma lamented. What does it matter? It is indeed exhilarating. So, tonight, we can forego dinner for Sunjun. No, Bulma, I was mistaken. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. That evening, the formidable gorillas continued to feast heartily, leaving no trace behind. Li Feng recounted his experiences over the past year, traveling through various universes and battling formidable foes. His narration was profoundly captivating, vividly illustrating the intensity of the confrontations, which even captivated the typically disdainful Vegeta. Although this was Bulma's second time hearing the tale, she could not help but feel a surge of tension, especially during the perilous encounter with Broly, gripping Li Feng's hand tightly. The others were similarly moved, particularly when reflecting on their counterparts in other universes. Humph, next time I shall bring you to your knees, Vegeta declared with his characteristic arrogance. Hee hee, then I shall see you again in 2 years. During this time, I will grow even stronger. Goku bid farewell as well. One by one, the others took their leave. Li Feng had also taken precautions, knowing that true androids would emerge in 2 years. Even though the protagonists had surpassed androids in combat prowess, striving for greater strength was always worthwhile, especially considering that the narrative might unfold differently than anticipated. Once everyone departed, only Li Feng and his family remained in the house. He relished the bliss of family life, soothing his son Li Xing to sleep before rekindling intimacy with Bulma, resulting in yet another night of intense activity. The following day, Li Feng engaged in his usual warm-up routine before spending time with his family. Following his battle with Gogeta, Li Feng's combat strength had surged dramatically, reaching a staggering 10 billion. Consequently, ordinary training yielded minimal gains, and given the limited time he had to spend with his family, he allowed himself a brief respite. A balance of work and rest was essential for his physical and mental well-being. In the year that followed, Li Feng dedicated his time to his family, focusing solely on daily exercises. However, his efforts bore fruit. Not only did his familial bonds deepen, but he also acquired substantial technological knowledge from Bulma and Dr. Brief, enhancing his space converter. The 2.0 version of the space converter was upgraded to accommodate 100 individuals, with an increased transmission range that could reach any corner within the solar system. Nevertheless, as the regions beyond the solar system were inhospitable to human life, identifying a suitable second planet for habitation became crucial, particularly to evade formidable adversaries intent on annihilating Earth. Chapter 78, The New Dragon. In West City, Bulma questioned Li Feng. Are you certain you wish to proceed? On the plain lay 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. For the sake of Earth and our future, this course of action is imperative. However, I am uncertain if the dragon can fulfill this function. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. With a flash, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated brilliant golden light and soared into the sky, summoning a majestic azure dragon. State your wishes. I can grant you 3. During the past year, Piccolo had fused with the Supreme Kai ahead of time and traveled to Namek to bring back Dend as the new guardian. The Dragon Balls had also been upgraded, now capable of granting 5 wishes. Dragon, can you create a new space within the room of spirit and time that mirrors the external environment? Li Feng's ambition was to utilize the vast space of the room to establish a second biosphere. Regrettably, I cannot fulfill this wish, but I can bestow upon you the ability to create space. Then grant me the ability to create space. Li Feng was filled with joy. Teaching a man to fish is far more beneficial than merely giving him a fish. With this newfound ability, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. In a flash, the dragon's eyes glimmered, and a crimson light swept by. Your wish has been granted. In Li Feng's mind, knowledge about creating new spaces emerged, though he did not examine it closely. The second wish was to render the Earth more resilient. The poor Earth was tormented by scions and various formidable foes. Without an upgrade, it would hardly withstand the increasingly fierce battles to come. This was a simple task. Once again, a flash of red light illuminated the surroundings, solidifying the ground. You have one more wish, the dragon informed. Grant me the ability to create Dragon Balls. With a swift motion, another burst of red light enveloped him, bestowing new knowledge and capabilities. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell, the dragon proclaimed before transforming into 7 stones and dispersing in all directions. Is it truly necessary to create new spaces for humanity to inhabit? Bulma questioned, still unable to comprehend, believing Li Feng was overreacting. The foes of the future are immensely powerful, and the Earth is perilously at risk. I am merely securing an escape route for everyone. Li Feng replied. Isn't your strength sufficient? Bulma embraced Li Feng from behind, speaking gently. You do not understand. The formidable foes I encountered in other universes will also exist in our future. I am still far from their level. For the safety of everyone, I must take these measures. Li Feng replied solemnly. What kind of destroyer, what Omni-King, can effortlessly obliterate the Earth and annihilate the universe? I refuse to be subordinate to anyone. Since I have arrived in the Dragon Ball world, I shall become the strongest being. No matter what you do, I will stand by your side. Thank you, Bulma. Li Feng embraced Bulma tenderly and bestowed upon her a passionate kiss before returning to the room. The following day, Li Feng arrived alone in the plains, embarking on the creation of Dragon Balls. According to the knowledge residing in his mind, the process of crafting Dragon Balls and the dragon itself was rather straightforward. The true challenge lay in the capabilities of the dragon. The strength of the dragon's abilities was intrinsically linked to the initial powers of its creator. Li Feng was confident that his current abilities surpassed those of the celestial beings of yore, at the very least ensuring that the dragon would not easily succumb to defeat. Thus, he infused the dragon's model with his own power, bestowing it with life and capabilities. The sensation of creation was extraordinary. For a fleeting moment, he felt omnipotent. Yet in the next instant, his energy began to dissipate wildly, as if it were being sealed away. Ultimately, he completed the creation of both the dragon and the Dragon Balls, gaining a comprehensive understanding of his creation. The dragon he fashioned could grant 3 wishes, and its power eclipsed that of the original Namekian dragon. As long as the wishes did not pertain to impractical desires such as being the strongest in the universe, they could generally be fulfilled. Even the resurrection from death was no longer constrained. Most notably, the interval for making wishes was significantly reduced from 1 year to a mere 100 days. Furthermore, the dragon possessed combat capabilities, ready to engage in battle should Earth face a genuine crisis. Its fighting prowess stood at 1% of its creator's strength, equating to 10 billion, ensuring at least a base level of Super Saiyan 2 power, with its strength poised to rise in tandem with Li Feng's own enhancement. In theory, Li Feng could achieve all that the dragon could accomplish. However, it remained uncertain whether his abilities were curtailed by the power of the dragon god, Salama. Thus, he could only manifest his potential through the dragon. Nevertheless, this was a significant improvement. After completing the dragon's creation, he soared once more to the celestial realm, preparing to explore the space within. Dandy and Bobo welcomed Li Feng's use of the hyperbolic time chamber. As the doors to this chamber closed, Li Feng once again experienced the thin air and harsh environment. Excellent. He would first ascertain the true expanse of this place. Upon finishing his words, Li Feng promptly set up the spatial translocator in the hall, initiating the localization process. Whoosh! Li Feng commenced his flight, and even at such an astonishing speed, it took him several minutes to complete a lap. According to his calculations, the space within the hyperbolic time chamber was at least as vast as that of Earth itself. This implies that the combined area for his daily training and living was still less than that of Bulma's residence. Therefore, he felt compelled to make the most of it. Thus, Li Feng began to absorb the knowledge imparted by the dragon concerning the creation of space and familiarizing himself with new spatial abilities. Time swiftly passed, and unbeknownst to him, a month had elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Li Feng had initially grasped the principles governing this extraordinary realm. Essentially, it was another dimension where the flow of time differed. It was merely a portal established by the deities within their sanctuary. Consequently, he too could create another portal, linking it to the external world and thereby enlarging the transitional space, allowing its temporal flow and environment to mirror that of the outside world. With mastery over both energy and spatial abilities, Li Feng had attained a level of expertise in spatial manipulation that could only be described as masterful. Whoosh! Li Feng, filled with fury, caused the earth to tremble and the air to quiver. Stronger, he urged. Li Feng's veins bulged as he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. With a crackling sound, his power surged to an astonishing 10 trillion battle strength, shattering the very fabric of space and conjuring a miniature black hole. Splendid. This is the new gateway to the outside world. Li Feng promptly utilized his spatial abilities to secure the entrance and exit. All right, let's see where this leads, he declared, stepping into the black hole. Tap, tap, beep, beep. Detection confirms the presence of Master Li Feng. Access granted. Upon emerging, he found a patrolling robot. Wasn't this his own backyard? Oh, Li Feng, how did you emerge from here? Weren't you supposed to be in that peculiar mental time chamber? Bulma coincidentally appeared nearby, her curiosity piqued. Li Feng elucidated the recent events. So that is the case. I too wish to witness that marvelous abode. As a scientist, Bulma's spirit of exploration for the novel has been rekindled once more. Chapter 79, Androids number 19 and 20. However, it is not feasible at this moment. That space remains unstable. Although Li Feng himself can disregard spatial limitations, traversing between two realms with ease, such a feat is contingent upon his own physical resilience. An ordinary individual would truly be unaware of the potential mishaps. Nevertheless, I can proceed to measure the parameters there. Li Feng proposed a reasonable suggestion. Thank you for your hard work. Bulma kissed Li Feng affectionately. At this point, Li Feng has become a competent scientist, and the pursuit of technology is indeed quite intriguing. Although in the world of Dragon Ball, energy is almost paramount, the level of technology is remarkably advanced. After all, did not Goku transform into Super Saiyan Blue only to be ambushed by a laser gun? The various androids are also extraordinarily powerful. Enough said. It is time to don the mantle of a worker and continue with the tasks at hand. Clang, clang. Bulma's robots began assembling various devices outside, and the two of them busied themselves with their work. Time flew by, and 2 years passed, yielding significant accomplishments for both. Firstly, their relationship had blossomed into something even sweeter, with more time spent together with their children. Secondly, they had successfully developed a space for the hyperbolic time chamber. Through over 2 years of research and development, Feng had successfully created a space equivalent to West City within, transforming the previously barren area into a livable environment for ordinary people. Harsh climates, extreme temperatures, tenfold gravity, and thin air were all effectively isolated. This achievement was made possible thanks to the advanced technology from Bulma's family and Feng's spatial abilities. More importantly, the subsequent spaces could now autonomously expand gradually, eliminating the need for Feng to intervene personally. In summary, watching a small city gradually rise was a source of immense fulfillment for Feng. Beep, beep, beep. Feng's phone rang. Bulma, what is it? Dear, it seems the androids you mentioned 2 years ago have emerged. Sun Jun and Gohan have already rushed over. Bulma's voice resonated through the receiver. At that moment, she was outside, having received news of the android's appearance, and promptly informed Feng. Their technology has now advanced to the point of enabling interspatial communication. All right, I will head over immediately. Please be cautious. Has it really been 2 years? How time flies. Feng remarked. All right, let us observe the extent of everyone's progress and strength. Whoosh. Feng teleported away in an instant. Indeed, it has been 2 years since everyone last met. Feng has been engrossed in developing his new realm. Feng's average combat power stands at 20 billion, merely doubled. This, in truth, is insufficient for him. System, behave like a human. Do you dare to challenge being sent to the universe of the Destroyer? Feng, I dare not. I was mistaken. I shall continue to be a slacker. Swish. Upon stepping into the outside world, Feng once again sensed the presence of the crowd before employing his instantaneous movement to arrive at his destination. In a certain desert, the Z fighters, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, had gathered, all eyes fixated on 2 individuals before them. Target confirmed, it's Sun Wukong, remarked a portly man clad in light yellow attire. Humph, not only that, but Vegeta and the others have also arrived. What a grand welcome for us, chuckled an elderly man in orange clothing. Go, number 19, make sure to greet them properly, commanded number 20. Understood, number 20, replied number 19. Soaring toward Wukong to confront him. Are you the androids? What do you want with me? Wukong asked with a grave expression. 2 years prior, Feng had warned him that future androids would seek him out, prompting him to remain diligent in his training. Humph, Sun Wukong. Do you remember the Red Ribbon Army you annihilated in your youth? We are the androids created by Dr. Gero, number 19 and number 20. Here to exact revenge on you, Dr. Gero declared. Oh, is that so? Wukong scratched his head, seemingly trying to recollect. Seriously, Wukong? Krillin interjected, exasperated by Wukong's nonchalance. Humph, how arrogant. Don't think you're strong. Soon enough, you'll be begging for mercy in despair, Dr. Gero sneered. Hey, Kakarot, are you going to fight or not? Leave those 2 to me, Vegeta said, arms crossed. Hey, don't be like that, Vegeta. They claim to be here for me, Wukong exclaimed. His excitement ignited at the prospect of battle. Vegeta, let me join in on the fun, he added, and with a smile, Dr. Gero flew to the other side to engage Vegeta in a separate confrontation. Huh, you actually know me? Vegeta questioned, following Dr. Gero to another peak. I not only know you, but I am also familiar with Piccolo, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the rest. Moreover, I have recorded your battle data. You are certainly no match for us, Dr. Gero taunted. So what? I shall witness firsthand just how formidable you androids truly are, Vegeta retorted, though his tone belied a cautious demeanor, knowing that androids possess no detectable energy, rendering their strength indeterminate. Thus, he had diligently trained over the past 2 years to fortify himself. Arrogant, Dr. Gero fumed, vanishing from sight. Vegeta too vanished in an instant. Boom. The battle between Vegeta and number 20 commenced. Meanwhile, Wukong and number 19 also engaged in combat, dividing into two separate battlegrounds where fierce clashes unfolded. Gohan, it's been a while. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. I fear I may no longer be your equal, Piccolo remarked, smiling amiably at Gohan. Not at all, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied excitedly. My father and I have been training hard these past 2 years to prepare for the formidable androids. By the way, what has Li Feng been up to lately? Krillin inquired of Bulma, who stood nearby. He and I have been creating a new world, Bulma explained. A new world? The others echoed, perplexed. Bulma proceeded to elucidate the endeavors of Li Feng over the past 2 years. What? He has actually created a new world within the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo, now fused with the Supreme Kai, was astounded, aware of the chamber's capabilities and the impossibility of utilizing its space. Truly remarkable, Krillin marveled, realizing that Li Feng's accomplishments surpassed his imagination. Uncle Li Feng is so amazing. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Li Feng. The others shared similar sentiments of awe. Does this mean we can also enter that world to train in the future? Tien Shinhan queried. Of course. We are all friends, Bulma replied with a laugh. Haha. I can't wait to see the cities inside. Are there any bars or beautiful women? Yamcha joked mischievously. Bang. Bulma playfully thumped him on the head. What are you thinking? No one is living there just yet. It will open after this battle concludes. That is splendid. The group continued their light-hearted banter. Chapter 80. The Annihilation of Androids number 19 and 20. Whoosh. With a rush of air, a handsome figure materialized. Ah, darling, you've come, Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with a sweet and bashful smile as she rushed into Li Feng's embrace. The two proceeded to shower the others with their affection. It's been a while, everyone. Li Feng greeted everyone. Impressive, Li Feng. You are truly beginning to create a world. Your capabilities are truly astonishing, exclaimed Quen. Much of this still stems from the power of the dragon. My actions merely provide humanity with a contingency plan. Uncle Li Feng, are the enemies of the future truly formidable? The current androids do not seem so terrifying, inquired Gohan. Gohan, can you truly perceive their movements? Questioned Bulma, the only one among them who was a normal human. Indeed, these two androids are no match for my father or Vegeta. I could easily handle them alone, Gohan stated, revealing the truth. What? Are you serious? Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. Although he had been observing the recent battle, he could not confidently assert his ability to triumph over even one of them. Indeed, you all have grown significantly stronger, but these androids are merely an appetizer. Li Feng gently ruffled Gohan's hair, cautioning him not to be complacent, for beyond humanity lies greater strength. Many individuals surpass them by an unfathomable margin. Yes, Uncle Li Feng, Gohan replied. Suddenly, two resounding booms echoed as the four figures separated. I did not expect you to have grown this powerful. It truly surprises me, Dr. Gero chuckled. That was merely a warm-up. Soon, you shall meet your demise. Is that all? You mechanical beings lack breath and are hardly formidable, Vegeta expressed his disappointment. The game is over. He roared, unleashing his power. A fierce aura enveloped the arena, terrifying energy rippling through the air, shaking the earth beneath. While the winds howled and the ground lamented, fissures appearing in its surface. Vegeta's iconic blue battle suit tightened further with his transformation, muscles becoming more defined. His golden hair standing upright, radiating a brilliant golden light. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Goku also transformed into a Super Saiyan, a similarly fearsome golden aura erupting forth, resembling a divine warrior of gold. It was time for Li Feng to gauge their combat prowess. Gohan, 130 million, base form. Goku, 120 million, base form. 840 million, Super Saiyan full power. Vegeta, 100 million, base form. 700 million, Super Saiyan full power. Android 20, 750 million. Android 19, 700 million. Piccolo, 700 million. Two torrents of golden energy surged skyward, the overwhelming power pressing down on the spectators, causing them to struggle for breath. With a swift motion of his right hand, Li Feng conjured a protective shield to safeguard the crowd. Phew. Krillin gasped for air. Is this the fruit of Goku and the others' training? This pressure nearly rendered me breathless, he thought anxiously. Such formidable power. Piccolo was once again astonished. At this moment, his battle prowess had been surpassed by an entirely new echelon. Well done, Gohan. You and your companions have trained remarkably well. Li Feng also expressed his admiration. remarking that you are likely to undergo further transformations. Li Feng was curious whether they would indeed transform into Super Saiyan 2. As for Uncle Vegeta, he remained uncertain. My father had instructed me to keep it a secret from you. Gohan smiled shyly. It seems they are destined to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Upon observing Wu Fan's reaction, Li Feng discerned the implications. It appears that the butterfly effect has indeed altered the course for the protagonist significantly. A sense of concern for Cell began to brew within him. Cell, awakening to confront 4 Super Saiyans. How is one to contend with this? What? Doctor? Gero detected the energy emitted by Vegeta and Goku in their transformed states, and was taken aback. Humph, weren't we told that our battle data was comprehensive? How could they be unaware that we can transform into Super Saiyans? Vegeta scoffed. The data collected by Dr. Gero in this world only encompassed the period prior to Li Feng and his companion's arrival on Namek, resulting in a vast discrepancy. You scoundrel! Dr. Gero, both astonished and fearful, fled immediately. Humph, do you think you can escape? Vegeta crossed his arms and, in a flash, appeared before Dr. Gero as he attempted to flee. Huh! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Dr. Gero's waist. The sound that followed was akin to shattering glass, as the once formidable artificial human's body was cleaved in two, plummeting from the sky. Ah! Dr. Gero screamed in midair. Boom! Meanwhile, Android 19 was sent crashing into a mountain peak by Goku, resulting in a devastating explosion. The resounding blast echoed as Android 19 was utterly obliterated into fragments. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly evident. The transformed Super Saiyans dispatched the androids with effortless swiftness. Why are they so weak? Goku pondered aloud, equally perplexed. Humph, it's simply that we are too powerful. It lacks any challenge, Vegeta remarked, flying over to Goku. Oh ho, Li Feng has arrived. We can finally engage in a thrilling battle. Goku exclaimed, soaring towards Li Feng with palpable excitement. Damn it, Kakarot. Vegeta muttered under his breath, yet his body followed suit. Hello, Li Feng. It has been quite a while. Goku greeted Li Feng warmly. Humph, Li Feng, let us battle. This time it shall not be so simple, Vegeta declared with an air of arrogance. Do not rush. I have a more suitable location for our duel. Li Feng spoke with the two about the concept of the hyperbolic time chamber. What? Such a thing exists. Vegeta was equally astonished. Despite his extensive travels across numerous planets and his knowledge of the diverse cultural and technological advancements within the universe, he had never encountered anything capable of creating a space like this. I may not comprehend all the intricacies, but as long as there is a place for us to battle, that suffices. Goku, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His sole desire was to engage in combat. Come, everyone, let us explore our realm of time and spirit together. Li Feng waved his hand once more, forming a transparent barrier that enveloped everyone. With a snap of his fingers, they collectively vanished, reappearing at the entrance of a new mental time chamber. Li Feng's mastery of spatial manipulation has grown remarkably. He can now teleport individuals instantaneously without physical contact. Tap, tap. The group has entered the realm of the spirit time chamber. Incredible. Is this the world within the spirit time room? How vast. Gohan exclaimed. Indeed. This is the living area. Over there is the training zone, and beyond lies the combat area. Li Feng and Bulma provided a brief introduction to the newly constructed city, eliciting continuous exclamations of awe from the crowd. Enough talk. Where is the battle zone? Vegeta scoffed at everything else, having just transformed. He was still eager for more, and was keen to engage in combat with Li Feng and the others. Chapter 81, Fierce Battle. Li Feng vs. the 3 Great Super Saiyans. This is the place. Li Feng, accompanied by Wukong and his son, as well as Vegeta, traversed a spatial portal. Through his modifications, the space here was remarkably stable, ensuring it would not be easily compromised. On the other side, Bulma and the others were seated in the audience, eagerly observing the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, Li Feng had transformed this arena into a stage reminiscent of the Tournament of Power from Dragon Ball Super, meticulously preparing a suitable battleground for these fervent Saiyans to clash. With a resounding thud, 4 figures descended to the ground. As per tradition, he encouraged them to engage collectively, inquiring about the extent of their progress over the past 2 years of rigorous training. Li Feng continues to put on airs, looking down upon others. Huh. The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged as he launched the first attack. Goku and Gohan followed closely behind. Here they come. Li Feng intercepted Vegeta's right punch with his left hand, successfully thwarting the attack. However, this was a brawl, and soon Goku and Gohan's assaults followed suit. There was no choice. Li Feng was simply too powerful, and only by joining forces could they hope to defeat him. Thud, 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 thud. The three engaged in an intense barrage against Li Feng, with countless strikes coming from all directions. The enhancement of combat prowess transcended mere increases in ki and physical strength. One's consciousness, insight, perception, and other abilities also saw significant elevation. After more than 2 years of dimensional exploration, Li Feng's comprehension of ki had deepened once again, allowing him to unleash his maximum potential almost without expending any ki. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Li Feng was able to discern the trajectory and direction of the attacks with utmost clarity, evading them with minimal movement. Remarkably, none of the three assailants could even graze the hem of his garment. Li Feng deftly blocked Vegeta's punch with his left hand, simultaneously pulling him backward, narrowly evading Gohan's right roundhouse kick from behind. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a spinning kick to Goku's waist. Bang! Bang! Vegeta and Gohan collided with one another. While Goku was sent flying, Li Feng effortlessly dominated the three of them. Show me some of your true strength. This is far from sufficient. Li Feng chuckled. The three of them adjusted their formation, exchanged glances, and then let out a mighty roar. Drink. Swish, 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 swish. In the air, 3 terrifying auras erupted, shimmering with golden light, resembling 3 miniature suns ablaze with intensity. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Vegeta simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyan at full power. Such overwhelming energy. It appeared that Wukong and the others had not yet unleashed their full potential during their recent battle with the androids. From the audience, Krillin exclaimed in shock. Is it possible that Wufan has become so powerful now? The Saiyans truly are a formidable race. Tien Shinhan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, saying, incredible. Li Feng stands his ground against 3 Super Saiyans without faltering. Just how strong is he? Piccolo expressed his astonishment, feeling the gap between himself and them widening. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the transformed trio immediately launched their assault. First, Wukong's figure vanished in an instant, followed by Vegeta and Wufan charging forward with fierce determination. Their combat prowess had now far surpassed that of the original series Cell in his perfect form. Whoosh! Wukong reappeared behind Li Feng, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Li Feng, without glancing back, forcefully elbowed his way through, producing a resounding crash. Subsequently, his right hand and left knee adeptly thwarted the assaults from Vegeta and Gohan. Thud, 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 thud. The onslaught commenced. The furious roars of the Saiyans unleashed a relentless barrage. The transformed trio encircled Li Feng, launching a rapid-fire assault akin to a machine gun. This engagement was entirely distinct from the initial confrontation. The trio, now fully transformed into Super Saiyans, effectively subdued Li Feng. Many of the attacks that he could previously evade with agility were no longer easily dodged, compelling him to desperately block and deflect the blows. Whenever Li Feng aimed to strike one of them, the other 2 would promptly provide cover and support from the most opportune angles, preventing him from gaining any advantage and instead catching him off guard on several occasions. Li Feng, have you 3 actually transformed into Super Saiyans to bully me? System, come on, not transforming into Vegeta is already showing you some respect. Bang! This time, it was Li Feng who was sent flying, and then Goku teleported above him, intending to smash him into the ground. However, as Goku's fist struck Li Feng's head, his figure suddenly blurred and vanished. It was an afterimage technique. By the time Goku realized what had happened, Li Feng had already landed on the ground. The second round concluded, with Li Feng at a disadvantage. Li Feng, it's been 2 years. Have you been neglecting your training? Or have you forgotten how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Seeing Li Feng in such a predicament, Vegeta couldn't help but taunt him again. You have indeed grown significantly stronger, but my progress has surpassed yours. Li Feng clenched his fists tightly, beginning to gather energy. He had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet his aura continued to rise, a white whirlwind soaring into the sky, matching the golden whirlwinds of the 3 others. What? Li Feng can elevate his energy to this level without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, having initially believed that Li Feng would need to transform before engaging them in battle. Yet now, even without changing form, he remains incredibly powerful. How infuriating. Vegeta gritted his teeth, realizing that this individual had become significantly stronger than before. Uncle Li Feng is truly formidable. Li Feng has garnered the recognition of the three mighty Super Saiyans. However, I shall not concede defeat. Gohan's gaze became ever more resolute, his fighting spirit soaring as he charged forward once more. Come. Li Feng charged forward, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Gohan. With a resounding crash, the air reverberated with waves of shock as tendrils of energy radiated outward, causing the once solid ground to fracture imperceptibly. Undoubtedly, Gohan now stood as the strongest among the trio. In this world, Gohan, influenced by Li Feng, possessed a belief and determination to grow that far surpassed his original portrayal. Harnessing his immense potential, his combat prowess eclipsed that of both Goku and Vegeta. Li Feng's current normal state power is 20 billion. Yet he is only utilizing half of his strength while battling alongside Gohan and the others. Although his combat power surpasses that of any individual among them, the actual confrontation remains fiercely balanced, owing to their exceptional teamwork. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The figures of the four vanished in an instant, reappearing 100 meters away in a flurry of rapid movement. The air resonated with a cacophony of thunderous sounds, and the terrifying aftershocks caused the earth to tremble, instilling a sense of dread with their formidable aura. It was utterly terrifying. This was the essence of a Saiyan's battle. Yamcha could no longer discern the movements of the four, and even from the audience stands, enveloped by a segregated environment, he could perceive the overwhelming power emanating from them. What is the situation now? Is Li Feng all right? Bulma's concern for Li Feng lingered. Do not worry. That fellow has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, Krillin remarked, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Chapter 82, Son Gohan. Super Saiyan 2. Bang, 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 bang. The air was still filled with the sounds of terrifying collisions. Even the reinforced ground was shattered by the Saiyan's overwhelming might. In his normal state, Li Feng stood his ground against the three who had transformed into Super Saiyans. Unable to contain himself, Vegeta found little advantage in close combat and quickly distanced himself to unleash his energy blasts. Swish, swish, swish. Here it comes. The classic tactics of the prince have emerged. Vegeta executed his moves with unparalleled flair, spreading his arms wide in the air, swiftly gathering yellow energy blasts, and launching them towards Li Feng. Li Feng, filled with fury, skillfully evaded the attack. However, Goku and Gohan rushed in from both sides, simultaneously gathering their energy to unleash key blasts in pursuit. Thus, the scenario transformed. Vegeta served as a stationary artillery platform in the air, while Goku and Gohan operated as mobile artillery, tracking Li Feng with precision akin to radar, launching a relentless barrage of assaults. Remarkable, isn't it? Li Feng expressed his astonishment, realizing that the prince's combat technique could indeed yield remarkable results when employed by multiple individuals. Hee, where do you think you're running off to, Li Feng? Wukong chuckled. Yet the energy blasts in his hand continued to surge forth relentlessly. Li Feng is no fool. If he can evade, he certainly will not stand his ground. At present, the air is filled with a barrage of energy projectiles, soaring at a speed of at least 1,000 rounds per second. Just a single hit would undoubtedly subject him to a relentless onslaught. Li Feng, in a fit of rage, accelerated his pace, effortlessly leaving behind the Goku father and son who trailed behind him. Whoosh! Goku instantly utilized his instant transmission, appearing right before Li Feng. Li Feng found himself intercepted and, disregarding the situation, unleashed a powerful punch towards Wukong. The collision sent shockwaves that repelled an array of approaching energy blasts. Wukong ensnared Li Feng, preventing any further escape. Vegeta roared, his entire being ignited with a golden aura once more. He raised his right hand, and an energy sphere, shimmering with golden light and crackling blue arcs, materialized, scorching the very air around it. Big Bang Attack. Vegeta executed his signature move, the formidable Big Bang Attack. Boom. The colossal energy sphere surged towards Wukong and Li Feng with lethal intent. The two combatants immediately separated, the energy sphere soaring between them. Boom. The sphere relentlessly advanced, creating a massive crater upon impact. Hey, Vegeta, you scoundrel. Are you trying to take me down as well? Wukong complained to Vegeta. Kakarot. You were obstructing my attack just now. Otherwise, Li Feng would have been bombarded by my countless energy blasts long ago. Vegeta retorted, equally disgruntled with Wukong's earlier interference. What are you talking about, Vegeta? At the onset, you could have easily blocked Li Feng's strike. Why did you evade? Wukong contended. If that's the case, you two hesitated to charge in earlier, didn't you? They bickered amongst themselves, two comical figures embroiled in a petty squabble. Wait, Dad, Uncle Vegeta, stop arguing. It seems we are in trouble. Gohan interjected. What? What? Both men exclaimed simultaneously, turning their gazes toward Gohan. He pointed to their surroundings, where countless white energy spheres hovered ominously, radiating terrifying power, yet remaining dormant. Humph. Such attacks can be easily dodged, Vegeta asserted, intending to utilize instant transmission to escape, only to find himself immobilized. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. What is the meaning of this? Quite simple, an ominous voice responded. I have sealed your spatial movement. Any attempt to teleport is futile. Li Feng chuckled. When did these gas projectiles first appear? Right when you were arguing, came the reply. I won't back down. Vegeta pondered for a moment, then decided to charge forward. You enjoyed the fight just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Li Feng's lips curled into a smile. Void Encapsulation Bomb. Ah, the long-awaited Void Encapsulation Bomb had finally made its appearance. He clasped his hands together, and the previously suspended energy orbs hurtled toward Goku and his companions with relentless force, akin to the chain reaction of an atomic explosion. Once initiated, the detonations continued to proliferate until they reached their inevitable conclusion. Boom, boom, boom. The air and ground reverberated with a cacophony of explosions, transforming the battlefield into a grand spectacle of energy eruptions. Initially, the trio managed to fend off the onslaught, even dispelling some of Li Feng's energy orbs. However, as the number of orbs multiplied and the explosive force intensified, they began to falter, resorting to absorbing the impacts with their bodies. Unable to withstand the barrage, they emitted cries reminiscent of a slaughtered animal. Indeed, this technique proved effective, Li Feng mused. He had previously employed it against Gogeta, but it had been futile due to Gogeta's overwhelming strength. Yet Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were different. They were on par with his current state. Could they possibly emerge unscathed from such a ferocious assault? The bombardment persisted for nearly a minute, ceasing only when the once smooth terrain was transformed into a series of deep craters, leaving behind a lingering aura of searing energy. As the thick smoke dissipated, the silhouettes of the three Super Saiyans emerged, their garments tattered and their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Hey, was that enjoyable? Li Feng chuckled. It seems this battle comes to an end. Tap, tap, tap. The three descended from the sky, panting heavily on the ground. Would they be defeated again? Deprived even of the chance to see Li Feng transform? Vegeta gritted his teeth. No, I must prove to Uncle Li Feng that I have surpassed my limits in these 2 years. Gohan took a step forward, bolstered by unwavering conviction. His aura intensified, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Huh! Gohan roared, an astonishing energy erupting from him once more. Ah! Boom! The golden flames blazed fiercely, radiating intense energy, transforming from a mere burn into a jet-like state, seemingly venting the fury within. Sizzle! Sizzle! The erupting flames generated intense energy friction, producing arcs of blue electricity, an unmistakable sign of successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Gohan's appearance underwent a monumental change. His once golden hair stood upright, save for a single lock that fell gracefully over his forehead. His muscles slightly swelled, yet remained in perfect form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An even more dazzling golden aura erupted, interwoven with blue arcs of electricity. Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. What? Is this Gohan's state? Has he truly transcended Super Saiyan? Piccolo, observing from the audience, immediately recalled the overwhelming power Gohan exhibited 2 years prior during Li Feng's battle with Gogeta. When did Gohan become so formidable? Krillin was equally astonished. Haha, well done, Gohan. I knew you could do it. Goku smiled proudly from behind. Chapter 83, Li Feng vs. Son Gohan. Haha, well done, Gohan. I knew you could do it. Goku beamed with pride from behind. A year ago, Goku and Gohan had trained on the planet Yardrat. The reason for their training location was partly due to the immense destruction their battles had wreaked on Earth. Yardrat, being vast and sparsely populated, provided ample space for their training. Yardration, thank you once again for the meals and the destruction. Goku, no problem. Haven T, I also dealt with numerous space pirates for you. Your hydration, I'll let you off this time. Regardless, the two continued their training on other planets. Gohan furthered his understanding of Ki and learned the basics of instant transmission. Thanks to Goku possessing Gogeta's memories, he had a foundational understanding of the power Li Feng wielded when transforming into Super Saiyan 2 during his battle with Gogeta, allowing him to avoid the aimless fumbling of the original story. Consequently, Goku swiftly mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and Gohan was able to follow suit, albeit with some instability. Returning to the present, unlike the extreme rage-fueled transformation from the original tale, Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 stemmed from a deep desire for recognition from Li Feng and a fervent wish to grow stronger. This young man could actually transform into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, astonished, remarked. After sensing Gohan's aura and comparing it to his own, he was shocked to discover that Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 was even stronger than his. Vegeta, possessing Gogeta's memories and an innate talent for battle, was also capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Now, both Goku and Vegeta tacitly decided to leave the battlefield to Gohan, eager to witness the prowess of this young Saiyan. Excellent, Gohan. You have finally mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. You've grown remarkably strong, and I am truly pleased. Li Feng praised. Come on, unleash your full power. Yes. With a swift motion, Gohan suddenly appeared beside Li Feng. After a long absence, the sensation of imminent danger surged through Li Feng, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end as he instinctively raised his guard. Bang! A thunderous impact echoed as Li Feng's left arm absorbed Gohan's powerful punch. However, in the next instant, Li Feng was sent flying by the terrifying strength of Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, hurtling backwards at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Li Feng found himself outmatched by Gohan. Whoosh! Another flash of golden light erupted as Gohan swiftly positioned himself at the point where Li Feng was sent reeling, delivering a fierce kick that propelled Li Feng further away. With the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, both speed and strength had dramatically increased. Li Feng stood no chance. Boom! Ultimately, Li Feng crashed to the ground, creating a massive indentation in the earth, surrounded by a web of cracks. Incredible! What just transpired? In the audience, Krillin watched in wide-eyed astonishment, having only seen Li Feng being struck down. Gohan is truly formidable. Piccolo displayed a proud, paternal smile. Is Li Feng all right? Gohan's strike seemed excessively forceful. Bulma expressed her concern for Li Feng. Crack! A sudden sound emanated from the massive crater. Boom! A brilliant white light shot into the sky as Li Feng's formidable aura erupted forth. Huh! Li Feng's fury surged once more, elevating his energy to the level of Gohan. Just how formidable is Li Feng in his ordinary state? His aura astonishingly matched that of Gohan. Piccolo's visage turned green again, overwhelmed with astonishment. Once more, Li Feng's battle spirit ignited, signaling the commencement of a thrilling and unrestrained conflict. With a resounding cry, the duo unleashed their energies, a golden and a white force, colliding with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless clash of their fists produced crackling lightning and fiery auras, generating waves of energy that ravaged the surroundings. A fierce wind howled, and the earth quaked, heralding a cataclysmic showdown. The two warriors abandoned all defenses, transforming into berserk fighters. The Saiyan blood within them surged, awakening their combative selves. They grew increasingly formidable, showing no signs of fatigue. Goku and Vegeta were astounded by Gohan's remarkable display. Had they taken the stage, they certainly could not have matched such a spectacular battle. Humph, it seems Gohan is now even stronger than you, Kakarot. Indeed, he has always possessed immense potential, which has finally erupted, Goku remarked. With a resounding crash, the two warriors collided once more, both sent reeling by the overwhelming force. What a thrill! Li Feng felt every cell in his body exulting, yearning for battle. However, upon observing Gohan's breathless demeanor, he realized that his stamina had waned. Continuing the fight would serve no purpose. He could only resort to his old tactics. Gohan, let us settle this with your most formidable strike. All right. Gohan planted his feet firmly on the ground, beginning to gather energy. The earth once again buckled under the weight of his terrifying power. Came. The final move is still the Kamehameha. Li Feng also gathered energy with fervor. The white and golden flames expanded once more, while two azure energy spheres began to swell. With a resounding roar, both Gohan and Li Feng unleashed their fury. The clash of dazzling blue light erupted in opposition. A tremendous explosion ensued, akin to a nuclear detonation, generating a brief vacuum before the two forces intertwined fiercely. Once again, they engaged in a dramatic standoff reminiscent of the Saiyan confrontations. The principle of avoiding direct conflict with the Sun family appeared to falter against Li Feng's formidable prowess. Yet, in this moment, the energy of their Kamehameha waves was equal. Gritting his teeth, Gohan tightened his muscles, veins bulging, as he summoned every ounce of his energy. In an instant, the Kamehameha wave on Gohan's side thickened, shattering the stalemate and pushing back Li Feng's Kamehameha wave. Li Feng, undeterred, augmented the energy of the Kamehameha wave. Boom! Li Feng's Kamehameha was promptly countered. You have grown formidable, Gohan. I take great pride in you. Li Feng could not help but marvel at Gohan's astonishing progress. Yet, it was not sufficient. I must transcend my limits. Huh. Gohan erupted once more, surpassing himself in dire circumstances, his combat power soaring again, instantly eclipsing Li Feng. Boom. Gohan's Kamehameha surged back with ferocity, bearing down directly upon Li Feng. What? Li Feng was taken aback, never anticipating that in the end, Gohan would once again transcend his limits, completely surpassing himself. Boom. Li Feng's Kamehameha was repelled, engulfed directly by a blue Kamehameha wave. The battle barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber was shattered by Gohan's terrifying Kamehameha, causing the entire space to tremble. Bang! An immense explosion ensued. The earth quaked violently, and dust soared into the air. Snap! Gohan also reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 transformation, panting heavily and collapsing weakly. Li Feng, is he alright? This power is utterly terrifying. Bulma clenched her fists, hastily activating the protective barrier of the crumbling spectator stands. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After a moment, as the dust settled, a golden aura was observed quietly burning. Li Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan. It must be said that despite exerting his full strength with the Kamehameha in his normal state, he was still unable to surpass the maximum output of Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan to defend himself. In truth, Gohan emerged victorious in this confrontation. Li Feng, are you alright? Bulma hurriedly approached Li Feng, her voice laced with concern. Li Feng also relinquished his transformation. I am fine, it was merely a friendly spar. The commotion was quite excessive on the other side. Gohan, well done. Your strength has surpassed both mine and Vegeta's. Even Li Feng requires transforming into a Super Saiyan to withstand your assault. Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, smiling with pride. As the crowd exited the spectator area, this battle came to an end. Subsequently, Li Feng and Bulma continued to guide everyone through the city within the hyperbolic time chamber, eventually commencing a sumptuous feast, during which several Saiyans transformed into gluttons and indulged voraciously. Chapter 84. The Despairing Universe, A1507. Meanwhile, in another universe, on Earth, smoke filled the air, and the once thriving city seemed ravaged by war, reduced to ruins and debris. In a suburban area, a middle-aged woman conversed with a young man with purple hair. Trunks, the future hope rests upon your shoulders. I understand, mother. Please return quickly. The dreadful androids will arrive shortly. Stay safe, Trunks. Bulma cautioned before taking refuge in a sewer. Damn androids. This time, I shall return to the past and discover a means to defeat you. Trunks declared fiercely, preparing to enter the time machine. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed behind him. Who goes there? Trunks instinctively guarded himself, focusing on the approaching shadow. Humph, it appears I was correct. You are indeed the Trunks recorded in my database. A figure emerged from the darkness, an exceedingly grotesque creature resembling a large green insect, adorned with numerous dark spots and a long tail tipped with a cold, piercing stinger. Who are you? Trunks felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing the monstrous being exuded an aura of terror. I am Dr. Gero's most perfect creation, the ultimate android, Cell. Cell laughed maniacally. At this moment, Cell was still in his first form, yet his power had already far surpassed that of Trunks. What? Trunks gasped in shock. The androids of this world, number 17 and number 18, were already despairing enough. When did another formidable foe emerge? I care not who you are, Dr. Gero's androids must be annihilated. Huh? Trunks roared, unleashing a golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is this the Super Saiyan depicted in the database? Cell marveled. Huh? Trunks surged forward, golden energy radiating from him. Swish. He swung a punch, but Cell's form inexplicably vanished. What? Trunks was bewildered, unable to perceive how Cell had disappeared. Swish. In an instant, Cell reappeared behind Trunks and delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Ah! Trunks cried out in pain as his back throbbed. Zing! Cell teleported above Trunks, elbowing him down to the ground. Pooh! Trunks, struck violently, felt his bones crack as he spat blood. Boom! He crashed into the earth, creating a human-shaped crater and splintering the ground like a spider's web. Damn it! Trunks shouted in fury, struggling to rise as he unleashed his energy once more. Cell continued to toy with him. Swish! Cell vanished again, reappearing behind Trunks. Huh! This time, Trunks was prepared and swiftly turned to throw a punch at Cell. However, Cell's speed was astonishing. He deftly evaded Trunks' assault and retaliated with a punch to Trunks' abdomen. Trunks suffered another grievous blow, the impact displacing his internal organs as he coughed up blood. Is this truly your limit? I suppose it is time for me to experiment with absorbing the energy of a Super Saiyan. Cell sneered coldly, appearing before Trunks and wrapping his arms around him from behind. What are you doing? Trunks exclaimed in outrage, struggling desperately to break free, but it was futile. Surrender to me and become my sustenance. Cell grinned wickedly, and the tip of his tail pierced Trunks' neck. What? My power? Trunks gasped in horror as he felt his energy dissipate rapidly, reverting from his Super Saiyan state as his consciousness began to fade. Am I to perish? This cannot be the end. Tears of despair filled Trunks' eyes, but he regrettably could not escape Cell's grasp. Crack! In the end, only Trunks' clothing lay on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Trunks of this world faced a tragic fate, directly absorbed by Cell. Cell reveled in his newfound strength after absorbing Trunks' energy. Boom! Merely releasing his energy sent debris and rubble flying in all directions. The golden aura surged skyward, emanating an overwhelming presence. How incredible! Truly, the energy of a Super Saiyan. I am now several times more powerful than before. Cell shouted in exhilaration. Initially, he had intended to stealthily absorb the energy of Earthlings, but unexpectedly discovered Trunks and acquired newfound strength. Number 17, number 18, your time to become my sustenance is drawing near. Swish! Cell immediately soared toward the area engulfed in smoke. At this moment, he had far surpassed both number 17 and number 18, ready to absorb their energies. On the other side, boom. Help! The sounds of explosions and cries filled the air, yet to number 17 and number 18, it was a delightful symphony. Save me. I will reward you. A man trapped beneath a lamp post grasped at the leg of a passing figure. What reward? I will pay you. What kind of monster are you? The man looked up to find a grotesque green creature watching him with amusement. Let your life serve as the reward. With that, Cell again utilized his tail to absorb the man. Who goes there? At that moment, number 17 and number 18 sensed an immensely powerful energy ahead. Number 17 and number 18. I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. What ultimate android? Just a repulsive insect, number 18 retorted disdainfully. Soon you shall become one with me. Stop being disgusting. Number 18 retaliated with a ki blast aimed directly at Cell. Boom. The blast missed its target, demolishing the buildings behind him and causing them to collapse. Swish! Cell remained unperturbed, teleporting in front of number 18 and delivering a punch to her abdomen. Pooh! On the 18th, akin to Trunks, she was struck down and left to suffer. Solar flare. Cell spread his arms beside his head, invoking Krillin's technique. What? A blinding flash of white light surged forth, its brilliance akin to the sun, leaving 18 momentarily blinded. 18 screamed in anguish. Become my nourishment. Seizing the opportunity, Cell's tail expanded into a gaping maw, directly consuming 18. Boom. Following the flash of light, a more potent aura erupted. In the air, golden light flickered as Cell transformed into his second form. What? 17 had yet to comprehend the situation when 18 was already absorbed by Cell. Now it's your turn, 17. Cell grinned. I will never allow you to absorb me. 17 shouted defiantly, instantly self-destructing. He realized that 18 was no match for this monster, and with 18's power now absorbed, his chances of survival were non-existent. Self-destruction was his only option. Boom. Following a nuclear-like explosion, a deep crater formed across a 10-mile radius. Quite decisive, Cell remarked as he emerged effortlessly from the blast. At this moment, His combat power rivaled that of his fully formed self from the original narrative. This was all thanks to Trunks' energy. Oh, something seems to be happening with Trunks? Cell recalled that Trunks had been headed towards a machine, but he had interrupted him earlier. Is this a time machine? Wonderful. I can return to the past. By absorbing the past versions of 17 and 18, I shall become even more perfect. Ha ha ha. Cell cackled and immediately pressed the button to activate the time machine. Whoosh. The time machine ascended and vanished, leaving behind a ravaged world. Note, this universe is A1507, distinct from the A1207 previously traversed by Feng. Chapter 85, The Death of Dr. Gero, The Arrival of Androids. Whoosh. The time machine ascended and vanished, leaving behind a ravaged world. Meanwhile, in the main universe, A1807. Crack. In the recently desolate landscape, a slight movement stirred beneath a massive rock. Cough, cough, cough. Damn science. It appears that activating 17 and 18 is of utmost urgency. The voice belonged to Dr. Gero, who had just been sliced in half by Vegeta. He was still alive. Despite being cleaved at the waist, his transformation into an android had spared his upper body and brain from damage, allowing him to move, albeit with difficulty. Whoosh. He cautiously flew, avoiding Feng and his companions, fearful that they might return to finish him off. At that moment, Feng and the others were still within the hyperbolic time chamber. After a long while, he managed to return to his secret base. Awaken, 17. 18. Go eliminate those detestable Scions. Dr. Gero pressed the activation buttons for 17 and 18's pods. Zing. A chilling gas escaped from the pods of 17 and 18. Tap, tap. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from the pods. The man had a handsome countenance, dressed in a plain t-shirt, adorned with a red scarf. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her fair skin flawless, with shimmering golden hair. 17 and 18 had awakened. 17 surveyed the surroundings and found Dr. Gero, now only a torso, holding a remote control and watching them with excitement. 17. 18. You have finally returned. Dr. Gero exclaimed with fervor. Quickly, deal with those abhorrent Scions. I've just transmitted the latest data to you. Oh, Super Scions. How intriguing, 17 smirked lightly. But I have no interest at the moment. What? Dr. Gero expressed shock, believing that the androids he had created would not defy him. Indeed, I wish to explore this world. 18 crossed her arms, voicing her dissent. Aren't you afraid I will destroy you? Dr. Gero waved the remote control before 17 and 18. Oomph. In a flash, 17 moved with lightning speed, snatching the remote from Dr. Gero's grasp. What? Dr. Gero was taken aback, never anticipating that they would dare to rebel, let alone that 17's speed would be so astonishing. Such things should not exist. Bam! 17 crushed the remote. Dr. Gero was horrified. What do you intend to do? Humph! Dare to threaten us? 17's eyes gleamed with cold fury. Whoosh! A flash of white light swept through, severing Dr. Gero's head, which rolled on the ground for several revolutions. What? How dare you, 17? Dr. Gero exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that 17 had killed him. Dear doctor, to prevent you from posing a threat to us, you should obediently meet your demise. Boom. 17 obliterated Dr. Gero entirely. Huh. We have a 16 nearby? At this moment, 18 noticed a pod labeled 16 not far from them. He should be our companion. Let's open it. 17 also pressed the button to open the pod. Zing. As the hatch opened, a tall man emerged. He stood 2 meters tall, sporting a red mohawk, dressed in a green coat. Scan confirms. Android 17 and Android 18. Created by Dr. Gero, 16 stated in an emotionless tone. Huh. What's going on? Does this guy lack self-awareness? 17 scoffed. No, this is merely the startup mode. 16 began to show signs of emotion. Now that Dr. Gero is dead, where shall we go? Should we seek revenge on those Scions? 18 brushed her golden hair. I don't wish to provoke them. You have their combat data, and we are no match for them. 17 chuckled. Indeed, I am not particularly eager for battle. What about you, 16? My programming dictates that I must eliminate Goku, but I too have no desire for combat. Then where shall we go? 17 inquired. Let us walk along the way, no need for flight. I wish to live like a human, 18 suggested. Good idea. And you, 16, will you leave on your own or accompany us? I have nothing in particular to do. I shall join you. Excellent. Thus, the 3 departed from the base, wandering aimlessly, just as in the original tale. Meanwhile, in a vast plain, whoosh. An egg-shaped spacecraft materialized, landing on the ground. Boom. A green figure burst through the hatch. Ha ha ha. I have succeeded. Is this the scenery of the past? What fresh air. A grotesque green monster with a crimson sausage-like mouth let out a maniacal laugh. It was Cell, who had just traversed to Universe A1807 from A1507. Unlike his original counterpart, he had absorbed Trunks and Android 18 in the future, allowing him to master his body effortlessly, avoiding the forced degeneration depicted in the original story. Now, let me ascertain their whereabouts, he mused, immediately scanning the database in his mind to pinpoint Dr. Gero's laboratory in this world. With a surge of energy, Cell launched himself towards his destination. What is this overwhelming aura? In midair, the cat sage broke into a cold sweat. He sensed the sudden emergence of energy signatures from Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and other Z warriors. Yet they seemed to intertwine. Earth is in peril once more. The cat sage trembled, praying for Feng and the others to return swiftly. Mr. Popo, what is happening? Why does this monster exude the essence of Mr. Goku and the others? In the sacred world of the Kais, denned, drenched in sweat, questioned Mr. Popo. This is terrifying. We must summon them for assistance at once. Mr. Popo, equally alarmed, hurried to the hyperbolic time chamber to relay the news to Feng and his companions. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the ocean's surface, splitting the waves apart. In the blink of an eye, Cell arrived at Dr. Gero's laboratory. With a casual blast, he sent the rubble of the building flying. How did Dr. Gero meet his end? He wondered, spotting fragments of the scientist's clothing nearby. He then noticed the capsules for Android 16, 17, and 18 had been opened. It seems I have arrived too late. They must have slain the doctor and fled. Utilizing the powerful computational capabilities of the chip in his mind, Cell swiftly analyzed the situation. Does that mean my past self was also here? If I were to absorb my former self, to what heights would my power ascend? A sinister grin spread across Cell's face as he dashed towards a concealed laboratory. Chapter 86. Absorption of Android 17. Perfect form Cell. Cell emitted a chilling laugh as he approached the hidden laboratory. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door open. Inside the biological chamber, a green liquid surrounded an embryonic creature. This was the embryo of Cell from this universe, still in development. Ah, my past self. You shall be grateful for your contribution to my future. Fear not, I will harness your power fully. Cell pierced the chamber door with his tail, causing the green liquid to pour out in torrents. With a swift motion, Cell absorbed his past self through his tail. The laboratory shook violently. Having absorbed his former self, Cell's aura surged exponentially. A golden beam of energy erupted from the underground laboratory, tearing through layers of earth and shooting skyward. Mountains crumbled. The ground trembled. Like a Super Saiyan's explosive power, Cell, possessing Saiyan cells, ignited in golden flames. Ha! Is this the extent of my power? He laughed triumphantly in the air, feeling invincible. Having surpassed the perfect form theorized by Dr. Gero, this newly empowered Cell boasted a combat power of 9 billion. In comparison to the original story, he was merely slightly weaker than the resurrected Lightning Cell. Androids 17 and 18 of this world, your demise is imminent. With a surge of energy, Cell set off in search of androids 17 and 18, greedy for their absorption to achieve true perfection. Meanwhile, the three androids were leisurely driving, oblivious to the impending threat. Detecting a massive energy signature approaching, Android 16 alerted. What? Why is there suddenly such a formidable presence? Android 18 sensed the powerful energy Cell had just unleashed. It must be Goku and the others. How amusing that they are heading our way. Let us greet them. Android 17 suggested, feeling nonchalant. Wait, Android 17. This energy is overwhelming. Neither of us stands a chance. We should flee. As Cell's aura drew near, cold sweat trickled down Android 18's forehead, sensing a terrifying entity approaching. Don't panic, Android 18. There are 3 of us, after all. Surely we can handle them. Android 17 dismissed her concerns, leaping from the vehicle towards Cell's direction. Wait. Android 17. Seeing his reckless abandon, Android 18 followed suit. Android 16 remained silent but trailed behind them. As they closed the distance, Cell spotted the trio mid-flight and halted. Ah, Androids 17 and 18. He exclaimed with delight, laughing maniacally. What a fortuitous encounter. You've come to me without effort. Who are you? You're not Goku. Android 17 said, taken aback by the grotesque figure before him. Android 18 expressed her disgust and trepidation. Since you've so kindly inquired, I shall graciously reveal myself. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. I was born to eradicate all science and conquer humanity. You, androids 17 and 18, are the keys to my perfection. Come, allow me to absorb you. Let us unite as one. Ultimate android? With such an ugly appearance, you think you can absorb me? Android 17 retorted, repulsed. Scram while you still can. I'm in a good mood today and don't wish to kill. Haha. It seems you remain unaware of my strength. Without further ado, Cell unleashed his energy. A golden aura erupted, a terrifying presence enveloping the area, akin to a Super Saiyan transformation. What? Android 17 gasped, shocked to discover that Cell's energy surpassed even what he had just sensed. Now, it's your turn to be silent. Before he could finish speaking, Cell vanished and reappeared before Android 17. Bam! Cell's colossal fist slammed into Android 17's abdomen. Gah! Android 17's eyes bulged, his body arching as he spat out bile. With a swift kick, Cell sent Android 17 flying like a cannonball. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Android 17 crashed into the rocks. Cursed fiend! Android 18 shouted, witnessing Android 17's plight, and rushed forward to attack. However, to Cell, her moves appeared agonizingly slow, allowing him to evade her assault with ease. As Sheru identified the flaw in number 18, he swiftly sidestepped and delivered an elbow strike to her back, sending her crashing to the ground. The impact created a massive crater. Furious, number 17 soared into the air and unleashed the prince's technique upon Sheru. Explosive energy blasts, like shooting stars, rained down upon Sheru, causing the surrounding peaks to collapse and shaking the earth once more. Coughing, number 18 emerged from the rubble, anxiously surveying the smoke. Unfortunately, the principle of the prince's technique and the smoke and no-harm theory remained inviolable within the Dragon Ball universe. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, the ominous figure still lay in the crater, unscathed and unharmed. What? Number 17 exclaimed, horrified to discover that this monster was even more formidable than he had imagined. If it's just this, then there's no need to waste time. Let us end this. Sheru sneered. Suddenly, a green figure shot towards Sheru with blinding speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his neck. The force of the impact caused debris to scatter in all directions. Number 16's fist throbbed with pain. Yet he was even more astonished. He had landed a solid blow on Sheru's face, but the creature remained utterly unfazed, gazing at him with contempt. Who are you? A worthless fool I've never heard of. Die? Sheru quickly gathered energy in his right hand, launching a ki blast at number 16. Boom. Poor number 16, just like in the original story, was sent flying, half of his body embedded in the mountainside, revealing the mechanical components within. Thank me for allowing you to die without any sensation, Sheru declared, extending both hands near his temples. Solar punch. With a burst of blinding white light, Sheru radiated brilliance akin to the sun. Numbers 17 and 18 shielded their eyes, temporarily blinded. In a flash, Sheru appeared before number 17, unfurling the tip of his tail into a large absorption device, engulfing him entirely. Boom. Instantly, a more potent aura erupted from Sheru, his golden glow intensifying, and his form began to transform. His previously grotesque visage became smooth and handsome. His dark wings grew more formidable, exuding a perilous aura, while his tail retracted into his back, rendering him alluringly sinister. Haha, this is my perfect form. Sheru laughed maniacally, having surpassed the data of Goku and Gohan entirely. 17. No. Number 18 cried out in despair, unable to fathom that the monster had absorbed 17 in an instant. Don't be anxious. Your turn is next. Sheru gazed at number 18 as if she were a delectable prey. 18 steadied herself, preparing to fight to the death. But then, a whooshing sound echoed in her ears as a tall green figure embraced Sheru. 18. I'll self-destruct to hold him back. You must escape. It was the injured number 16, clinging desperately to Sheru to prevent his movement. 16 you. 18 cast a sorrowful glance at him before gritting her teeth and fleeing. Humph. Number 16? Do you think this hunk of junk can hinder me? Sheru scoffed. Let us die together. Number 16 activated his internal self-destruct mechanism. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated. The ground resembling a nuclear blast site, and an enormous mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The tremendous energy caused the landscape to sink, creating a bottomless pit. In this world, number 16 had not undergone Bulma's modifications, retaining the explosive device within him. Fortunately, they fought on a plane, otherwise, Such a powerful explosion could have obliterated an entire metropolis. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, a green figure stood unwavering at the epicenter of the explosion. Humph. Number 16's explosion had some merit, Cher mused, having deliberately tested his body's resilience. The result was merely a bloodied left hand, chest armor, and left side. Significantly weaker than the injuries sustained from Vegeta's final flash in the original story, a testament to the power of 16th's self-destruction. Had such force been directed at the original perfect form of Sheru, it might have indeed annihilated him. Humph. 18. Where do you think you can run? Having absorbed the power of multiple beings, Sheru's enhancements included not only strength but also speed, body density, stamina recovery, and cognitive processing. He immediately calculated all possible escape routes for number 18 and dashed forth. That vile monster is coming again. How does he know my whereabouts? 18. Nursing injuries on her back, continued to fly low, desperately seeking cover to evade Sheru's pursuit. Meanwhile, on the other side, clack. Dandy hurriedly opened the door to the time chamber, promptly contacting the main characters. Not good, Mr. Li Feng, Mr. Goku, a powerful monster has appeared outside. A green monster? Goku queried, puzzled. Ding. Task completed. Rescue number 18. Eliminate the cosmic A1507 Sheru. Task reward. Time Fragment X1, Sheru's learning ability. Claim reward? Yes. The system issued another task, and without hesitation, Li Feng accepted it, informing the others, we need to return immediately. Click. Li Feng raised his right hand, instantly enveloping everyone with his spatial abilities, and then teleported them to the outside world. What is this aura? Why do I, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo all share this formidable energy? Goku was taken aback by the overwhelming power emanating from the lower realm. Enough chatter, Kakarot. That fellow Li Feng has already taken the lead. What? Goku turned around, only to find that Li Feng had vanished without a trace. As Li Feng transported everyone to safety, he swiftly used instant transmission to rush towards Cell, for Android 18 must not fall prey to Cell's absorption. Meanwhile, on the other side, Android 18, surrender your struggle and merge with me like 17 did. Cell approached Android 18, unfurling his grotesque tail from behind, revealing a repulsive, oozing slime. Having just endured Cell's indiscriminate attack, Android 18 was injured in her back and right leg, unable to fly, and could only retreat hopelessly step by step. Is this truly how my day ends? I have only just awakened. Android 18 cried out in despair, gazing up at the revolting absorber, unwillingly closing her eyes. Die. Cell's vile tail was poised to engulf Android 18. Cell, remove that abhorrent tail at once. Boom. At the critical moment, a yellow energy sphere struck Cell's tail, sending it flying. What? Cell was astonished. How did a human appear before Android 18? As Android 18 awaited her demise, she felt no reaction for a prolonged moment, and upon opening her eyes, she discovered a handsome figure standing protectively in front of her, instilling a profound sense of security within her heart. Who are you? Li Feng turned his head, revealing a confident smile. I am Li Feng, here to rescue you. No. You must flee. You are no match for this monster. Number 18 was determined to prevent more innocent lives from being harmed because of him. 2 companions had already perished today. Fear not. As long as I am here, Sheru shall not lay a finger on you. Li Feng asserted with unwavering conviction. Although she suspected he was boasting, his confident demeanor instilled a subconscious belief in her that his words held truth, stirring an inexplicable emotion within her. This is the fairy bean. After consuming it, one can immediately dash away to a great distance. Li Feng tossed the mystical bean to number 18. With a soft plop, she was taken aback by the extraordinary power of the bean. Unbeknownst to her, there was an enchanting quality in Li Feng's words that made her trust him implicitly. My stamina has completely replenished. My injuries have vanished. Number 18 marveled at the bean's miraculous effects. Be careful, she said, reluctantly retreating while keeping her gaze fixed on Li Feng. Hee. To the contrary, Cell did not harbor any anger towards Li Feng for saving number 18. Instead, he found delight in discovering a new source of amusement. What a fool to come here seeking death. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds pierced the air as 3 figures appeared beside Li Feng. This creature possesses our energy? Vegeta crossed his arms, filled with suspicion. Who is this? Such a formidable presence. Gohan was astonished by the aura emanating from Cell. Li Feng, your speed is astonishing. Goku teased. Oh, it seems 3 Saiyans have come to your aid, Cell observed, swiftly analyzing the three with his internal computer. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, with the sole purpose of annihilating all humanity, he declared with a refined smile. Chapter 88, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. What do you mean, android? I hope you prove to be a tougher opponent this time. Vegeta stepped forward, confronting Cell. Oh dear, Vegeta has once again been outmaneuvered. Goku scratched his head, noting the warrior's eagerness to seize the challenge. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through as Vegeta and Cell vanished simultaneously, engaging in a furious aerial battle. Wait, why is Cell in his perfect form before absorbing number 18 in the Dragon Ball, a 1507 universe? Having been preoccupied with his heroics, he had not scrutinized Cell closely until now and realized something was amiss with his form. Ding! In the A1507 universe, Cell had already absorbed both number 18 and Trunks, while in the primary A1807 universe, he had absorbed number 17. This Cell is impressive, having absorbed Trunks. I expected him to cower at the sight of 4 Super Saiyan 2s, but it appears he can still hold his ground. Li Feng sighed, then utilized the power detector to assess Cell's combat strength. Cell, perfect form 20 billion. Uft. Li Feng spat out a mouthful of water. What's wrong, Uncle Li Feng? Wu Fan inquired with a puzzled expression. I am fine, but it seems that Vegeta is likely to transform into tragic Vegeta once again. Li Feng jested. Is this really the 20 billion of Shalu? Surely, the system must be mistaken. Li Feng fervently inquired within his mind, questioning the system. Could it truly be that absorbing Trunks' combat prowess resulted in such an extraordinary surge? It is worth noting that he had previously consulted the system, which indicated that the original Lightning Cell possessed a power level of merely 10 billion. Beep. Detection engaged. The cell from the A1507 universe had assimilated its counterpart from the main universe, significantly enhancing its capabilities. How could it be so formidable? Li Feng expressed his astonishment. Grateful that this universe harbored him, otherwise, it would be a world dominated by Cell. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from above, as a figure plunged into the mountain peak, causing rocks to tumble. Vegeta, is this truly your strength? Cell mocked, arms crossed. Perhaps we should summon Son Goku instead. My data suggests he surpasses you by a slight margin. With a roar, a blinding white light shot into the heavens, scattering all debris. Vegeta was consumed by rage. Each comparison with Kakarot was a painful reminder of his inadequacies. Cell, you shall perish. He bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan. His golden aura blazed fiercely, enveloping the arena. In an instant, transformed Vegeta wasted no words, appearing behind Cell and delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Cell hurtling away. Cell's body soared like a meteor, crashing through several mountain peaks before being buried beneath the rubble. What are these androids? Merely trifles, Vegeta boasted, surrounded by his golden flames. With a crack and a boom, Cell 2 sent stones flying. Crack, crack. He twisted his joints. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Not a bad warm-up. Cell sneered. What? Vegeta's veins bulged in anger. I shall witness your true capabilities. Vegeta surged towards Cell, a radiant golden streak. In response, Cell casually unleashed a punch. After a deafening collision, it was Vegeta who was propelled backward, a shocking turn of events. Nanny? Vegeta felt a tingling numbness in his right hand as pain coursed through his arm and body, sending him spiraling away. To his disbelief, he was struck back despite being at full power as a Super Saiyan. Before he could regain his composure, a green figure loomed before him, unleashing a barrage of blows. Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta endured relentless strikes to his abdomen, chest, arms, and legs, each hit merciless and rapid, leaving him in agony. Cell delivered a flying kick, slamming Vegeta into the ground. A massive crater formed, spiderweb cracks spreading across the earth. Coughing and sputtering, Vegeta struggled to rise, spitting blood. Damn it. He could not fathom why Cell was so overwhelmingly powerful. Well, who's next? Cell dismissed Vegeta, his complete form and formidable power rendering him uninterested in finishing him off. How dare you ignore me? Vegeta's pride was wounded. Though Kakarot, Li Feng, and even Gohan surpassed him in strength, they were all Saiyans. Now, even a loathsome lizard dared to humiliate him? This was utterly unforgivable. You have enraged the prince. You wretched lizard, you shall regret this. Cell, incensed by being called a stinking lizard, bristled with anger. What did you say? He would not tolerate insults to his perfect form. Stinking lizard, Vegeta roared. Vegeta, You seek death. Cell, equally infuriated, prepared to charge at Vegeta. Huh. But Vegeta unleashed his full aura. The golden flames expanded once more. Vegeta's furious roar intensified, his energy skyrocketing. The earth trembled violently, rocks began to sway and collapse. Finally, a blinding golden light erupted like the sun. Vegeta's form underwent a transformation. His muscular physique, clad in a tight battle suit, grew even more pronounced, while his golden flames erupted into a ferocious blaze, producing blue arcs of electricity from the intense friction with the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta had finally transformed. Humph, ho 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 ho. Ha ha. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, raising his right thumb to point at himself. Behold, it is I, Vegeta. Here I come. Nobody does this classic gesture quite like me. Feng beheld Vegeta's iconic gesture, exhilarated. Die, Cell. With a swift flash of blue electricity, he teleported behind Cell, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Treating Cell as though he were merely a punching bag, delivering double the punishment for the injuries he had just sustained. The ferocity of Vegeta's assault was undeniable. His transformation into Super Saiyan 2 had significantly amplified his strength and speed, completely overpowering Cell in that moment. As the blows rained down, Cell's form was battered and contorted, grotesquely altered. With a resounding crash, Vegeta brought both fists crashing down upon Cell, executing a colossal explosion attack. Yet he did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he swiftly gathered energy in the air, extending his right hand to release a vibrant yellow energy sphere. The ground below was ravaged as if struck by a nuclear bomb, leaving behind an unfathomable pit shrouded in thick, black smoke. Ha! This is me, Super Vegeta. The golden light radiating from Vegeta in the air proclaimed his victory. Why was Vegeta flaunting his triumph while still facing adversity? Let this be his moment of glory, otherwise it would be too tragic. Chapter 89, Lightning Cell. Vegeta faced yet another calamity. This is me, Super Vegeta. The golden light emanating from him continued to assert his dominance. Previously, his fighting prowess had been suppressed by Goku and his son, as well as Feng, leaving him with a simmering resentment that had long gone unexpressed. But now, things had changed. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his power surged, effortlessly defeating the so-called ultimate android, allowing him to finally exhale a breath of relief. The proud and invincible Saiyan Prince had returned. Vegeta's laughter echoed wildly. Yet, from the depths of the crater, Cell began to rise, his body battered, bones broken, and flesh marred with purple streaks of blood. You are finished, android. Vegeta roared once more, gathering his fury, his hands converging as blue and golden spirals intertwined in the air, brimming with terrifying power. Final flash. With a triumphant shout, a golden beam surged towards Cell, scorching the air and carving deep gashes into the ground. No, Cell cried out, seemingly helpless against the onslaught. With a cataclysmic explosion, an overwhelming energy flattened the ground beneath Cell, propelling a mushroom cloud skyward as debris flew. Behold, this is my power. The might of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's laughter rang out once again. Oh, I see. This transformation has indeed enhanced my capabilities, came Cell's icy voice from within the smoke. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped. For Cell should have been obliterated by his ultimate attack. How could he still possess life? If that is the case, I shall engage you earnestly. Cell smirked. With a powerful burst of energy, Cell dispelled the smoke. Impossible. Wasn't he gravely injured just moments ago? How has he fully recovered? Gohan, watching from the sidelines, was astonished. Cell roared, his entire body erupting in golden flames, his aura surging uncontrollably. The winds howled, stirring up clouds of dust and debris as trees and boulders toppled under the force of his burgeoning energy, a golden vortex swirling around him. Cell underwent a radical transformation. Veins bulged, his muscles swelled to their perfect form, and the golden flames that enveloped him transitioned from a burning state to a fierce jet, intertwining with arcs of blue electricity. Cell had morphed into a form reminiscent of Super Saiyan 2, Lightning Cell. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Cell could transform into such a formidable state. This is trouble, he thought. Goku's forehead glistened with perspiration as he regarded Cell with grave concern. Surprised, are you? After all, I am the ultimate android, Cell. Cell smiled elegantly. Allow me to inform you that I possess all of your ki. And thus I also inherit Piccolo's regenerative abilities alongside your Saiyan strengths. I must admit, the potential of the Saiyans is remarkable. Had you not assumed this form, I might not have transformed so soon. Vegeta's previously proud demeanor vanished, replaced by incredulity and horror. Come, Vegeta, the warm-up is over. In an instant, Cell teleported in front of Vegeta. What? Before Vegeta could utter another word, Cell's colossal fist struck him squarely in the face, sending blood spraying. As Vegeta was propelled backward, Cell pursued relentlessly, delivering a barrage of strikes akin to how Vegeta had previously treated him. In mere moments, Vegeta endured hundreds of blows. His vision clouded and body racked with pain. With a final kick to his left arm, Vegeta cried out in agony as his shoulder dislocated. Poor Vegeta. Left hand injured once more. In the original tale, his left arm had been broken by Android 18. And now it was Cell who inflicted the same fate. Fate certainly had a cruel sense of humor. The impact radiated through Vegeta's body, seeming to displace his internal organs as he was sent soaring through the air. Oomph. Cell grunted, teleporting behind Vegeta and delivering a powerful elbow strike. With a resounding crack, Cell shattered Vegeta's spine in an iconic moment. Following Vegeta's earlier gesture of defeat, he now found himself in a state of utter ruin. Vegeta coughed up blood, plummeting to the ground with a thunderous crash, crashing through a mountain peak before embedding himself into the earth, unconscious. His golden hair reverted to black, and he completely relinquished his Super Saiyan 2 form, lying on the ground, oblivious to his fate. Vegeta, Goku, witnessing Vegeta's grave injuries, instantly teleported to his side, followed closely by Gohan and Feng. Vegeta? What happened? Here, take this Senzu Bean. Goku supported Vegeta, attempting to place the bean in his mouth. But the unconscious Saiyan lacked the ability to chew. What should we do? Goku fretted anxiously. Allow me, Feng offered, recalling the white magic he had learned. He extended his right hand, casting a healing beam akin to Buu's restorative light. A soft white light enveloped Vegeta, visibly mending his wounds. At last, Vegeta's arm healed, and the bleeding ceased. Is he all right, Feng? Why isn't he awakened yet? Goku asked, his concern palpable. His body is fine. It seems he has suffered a significant mental shock and has lost consciousness, Feng replied. Feng assessed Vegeta's physical condition and drew a conclusion. Gohan and Vegeta are entrusted to you, he said. Rest assured. With that, Goku soared towards Cell. Oh, is it Son Goku this time? Cell, arms crossed, sneered. Possessing Vegeta's cells, Cell exhibited an audacious demeanor, relishing the prospect of engaging formidable foes without hesitation. Cell, while you have yet to commit any malevolent acts, I advise you to leave Earth. What nonsense are you spouting? You may be strong, but you are far from our match, Goku calmly urged. Even with Gohan and myself joining forces, you would struggle against us, let alone with Feng in the mix. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Cell erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. You Saiyans are truly arrogant. Come, let us see if you are as defiant as Vegeta. Chapter 90, Son Goku vs. Cell. You Saiyans are indeed conceited. Come, let us discover if you are as obstinate as Vegeta. Cell scoffed, arms still crossed. Goku roared, beginning to gather energy. He understood that even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form could not currently match Cell, and without exerting his full strength, Goku knew he would be at a disadvantage. With a thunderous sound, golden light erupted, shaking the earth once more, as a formidable aura surged skyward. As the golden flames around him transformed into a jet-like state, blue lightning crackled around him. Son Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Come on, Son Goku. Cell provocatively beckoned with a finger. Goku bellowed, unleashing a punch imbued with terrifying energy towards Cell. Boom. Cell countered with a punch of his own, the explosive energy causing ripples through the air. Goku entered a furious battle mode, wildly throwing punches at Cell. Yet, Cell maintained a calm demeanor, effortlessly blocking Goku's attacks with punches, elbows, and knees, neutralizing every blow. Goku's combat power stood at 13 billion, while Cell, in his lightning form, possessed a full power of 20 billion, yet was currently exerting only 15 billion, still managing to handle Goku with ease. Bang! After a final exchange of blows, both combatants instinctively retreated to opposite peaks, staring each other down. Cell, you are indeed formidable. It is no wonder Vegeta cannot compete with you, Goku remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth in admiration. Son Goku, you surpass Vegeta slightly. However, This level of power will not suffice to prevent my annihilation of Earth. Goku's gaze sharpened as he unleashed another surge of energy. In an instant, Goku teleported behind Cell, preparing to slam him into the ground with a double-fisted strike. However, just as Goku's fists descended, Cell vanished, and Goku suddenly felt an overwhelming aura enveloping him from behind. Bang! Cell reappeared behind Goku, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing into the ground. Goku's reflexes were lightning fast. As he flew backward, he curled into a ball, spinning to land gracefully on the ground. He looked up only to find Cell's form had vanished once more. Beads of sweat adorned Goku's forehead as he sensed Cell's presence all around him, yet he could not pinpoint his exact location. "Where are you looking?" Cell's voice whispered ominously in Goku's ear, an oppressive force surging toward his mind, promising grave injury if struck. Yet, as Cell's hand made contact, Goku's form gradually flickered away. Cell expressed surprise, bewildered by the turn of events. Goku had employed his afterimage technique, appearing behind Cell. Bang! Goku delivered a powerful kick to Cell's back, sending him soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Goku teleported to intercept Cell's trajectory, his fists raised to strike. Whoosh! But Cell quickly reacted, his figure dissipating once more. What? Goku's pupils narrowed. Had Cell mastered his afterimage technique so swiftly? Bang! Goku was struck down again, his feet crashing into the ground, leaving deep imprints in the earth. Goku steadied himself, panting heavily. The speed with which Cell had learned his afterimage technique was astonishing. Uncle Li Feng, has Cell truly mastered Dad's technique? Gohan, witnessing the spectacle, incredulously inquired of Li Feng. Indeed, Cell has assimilated Goku's afterimage technique. What a remarkable aptitude for learning he possesses. Li Feng could not help but express his admiration. However, the thought of acquiring Cell's extraordinary talent upon completing his mission ignited a surge of excitement within him. With such an unparalleled capacity for learning, mastering any technique would soon be within his grasp, undoubtedly elevating his combat prowess to a new echelon. Son Goku, I must commend you. You are indeed formidable, but this is where it ends. Cell continued to taunt. Goku clenched his fists, radiating golden energy. Goku swiftly gathered energy in his palms, forming a spirit bomb, and began to unleash the prince's fighting technique. An overwhelming cascade of golden shooting stars, interspersed with immense energy, rained down upon Cell. The golden energy blasts bombarded Cell, engulfing him entirely. Enough. As in the original narrative, Cell immediately activated his green protective shield to block Goku's spirit bomb. Goku, reminiscent of the original, ceased his assault, supporting himself on his knees, gasping for air. Yet Cell exhibited no signs of fatigue despite the considerable energy expended to maintain his shield. He merely perspired slightly. This iteration of Cell, augmented by absorbing Trunks and his past self, had grown exponentially stronger. All present, elite fighters, recognized that Goku was no match for Cell. Son Goku. This is where it concludes. Cell's demonic voice echoed as he reappeared before Goku. Bang! Cell's right fist struck Goku's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Cell wasted no time, delivering an uppercut that sent Goku soaring. Goku expelled a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, now lacking the energy for his afterimage technique or instant transmission. Cell, relentless in his assault, seized Goku's foot mid-flight and began to spin, using himself as the axis. Goku felt the world spin violently, his head throbbing, utterly unable to respond. Cell accelerated the rotation, akin to a powerful fan, and then released Goku. Boom, 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 boom. Goku's body, like a cannonball, crashed through several mountain peaks, ultimately embedding himself in a boulder, blood gushing from his mouth. Son Goku. I am the strongest being in this world. Cell cackled wickedly, mercilessly pummeling Goku, whose anguished cries reverberated through the air. He was too exhausted to continue, his golden hair flickering before reverting to black. Goku had been defeated. Father. Swish. Gohan instantaneously appeared beside Goku, furiously launching Cell away. How dare you harm my father? I will never forgive you. Gohan shouted angrily. Chapter 91. Son Gohan breaks through limits. Father and son Kamehameha. How dare you harm my father? I will never forgive you. Gohan yelled fiercely at Cell. Son Gohan. Son of Son Goku? A mere Saiyan child. Cell dismissed Gohan with disdain. having easily vanquished both Goku and Vegeta. What could a child possibly achieve? Huh? Gohan began to roar. Thud, 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 thud. Once again, the transformation of a Saiyan was monumental. A terrifying aura and energy erupted from Gohan, shaking the earth. As Gohan's golden hair stood erect, save for one strand, and golden flames danced with blue lightning. These signs heralded Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. This kid? Cell was astonished to see Gohan could also transform into Super Saiyan 2. Cell, prepare to meet your doom. Whoosh. Gohan surged forth, fueled by rage, charging at Cell. Boom. The two commenced a cataclysmic battle. On the other side, Feng once again assumed the role of caretaker, leading Goku and Vegeta to a place of safety while administering treatment to Goku. Ahem. Goku's condition was notably better than Vegeta's. After receiving Feng's white magic treatment, he regained his strength, though the sensation of pain still lingered. Is it now Gohan battling against Cell? Upon witnessing your injuries, he immediately unleashed his full power. It appears Gohan has finally decided to showcase his true abilities. Goku chuckled merrily. Was Goku's earlier performance intentional? Did he, akin to the original storyline, deliberately succumb to allow Gohan to step in? Did you intentionally lose to Cell? Not quite intentional. It was merely an attempt to provide Gohan with an opportunity. However, as the battle progressed, Cell grew increasingly fierce, and Goku was indeed knocked unconscious. Goku scratched his head and offered an embarrassed smile. Silly, Gohan has long surpassed you. He is now capable of unleashing his full potential at any moment. Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. However, there is no denying the formidable strength of Cell. Goku gazed at the battlefield, his demeanor once again serious. Ultimately, he firmly believed that Gohan would emerge victorious. Goku had unwavering faith in his son. In the air, two figures flickered continuously, unleashing terrifying collisions and sending forth astonishing energy shockwaves. Their silhouettes exchanged blows, golden flames intertwining with azure arcs. The battle was fiercely intense. Although Cell appeared slightly stronger on the surface, Gohan was undeterred, growing increasingly formidable as the fight progressed. At last, Gohan no longer relied on the emotional outbursts of Android 16 or Piccolo. This time, he was fueled by the sheer fury of his father. In contrast, Cell found himself increasingly alarmed. The energy emanating from this young boy surpassed that of Goku and Vegeta from their earlier confrontation, and Gohan's combat prowess steadily escalated. Seizing an opening, Gohan delivered a powerful punch. Thud! His iron fist struck Cell's abdomen with tremendous force, causing a noticeable indentation. Gasp! Cell felt an overwhelming wave of nausea and promptly spewed forth purple blood. Gohan, not one to squander the opportunity, immediately pursued with relentless attacks. Bang! 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 Gohan struck Cell with unyielding ferocity. Under the terrifying might of Super Saiyan 2, Cell found himself overwhelmed, blood spewing forth. This time, Gohan was far from casual as he had been during his sparring sessions with Feng and the others. Each blow was delivered with intent, leaving Cell dazed and bewildered. Enough! Cell, dizzy and humiliated, felt his pride severely wounded and activated his green protective shield, unleashing a surge of energy that sent Gohan flying. You little brat, don't get carried away. With a crackle, Cell's fist struck Gohan's face like a bolt of lightning, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. Yet, Gohan did not retreat. Instead, he met Cell's punch with a steely gaze, seemingly impervious to pain. The Saiyan's fighting spirit ignited, fervor boiling within him. And amidst the fierce clash, Gohan transcended his limits, surpassing Cell. At that moment, Gohan's battle power soared to 16 billion. Damn it! Cell's veins bulged. He could not allow himself to be humiliated by a mere child. Ha! How amusing. But in the next moment, Cell's fury dissipated, replaced by laughter. If that is the case, I shall unleash my full power. With a roar, Cell clenched his fists, erupting with energy once more. His golden aura expanding as his momentum eclipsed Gohan's. The number of blue arcs multiplied, the energy scorching the air, and a fierce wind howled. The energy in the sky rippled like a stone cast into a pond, sending waves that resonated from the heavens to the earth. The mountains trembled, rocks flying, as the terrifying energy penetrated the crust and core of the planet, causing the very ground to quake. This was the true might of Cell. The commotion he created was far more terrifying than that of the fully realized Cell from the original story. What? This energy? Gohan's pupils dilated. Cell's presence was overwhelmingly fearsome, far surpassing his own. No, I cannot delay any longer. I must end this with a single strike. Clever Gohan recognized that continuing to exchange blows would lead to his defeat, so he prepared his ultimate move. Whoosh! Gohan immediately dashed to the ground, gathering his energy. Swish! 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 Gohan's aura erupted once more, his hands moving toward his waist. Came. Is this it? The final showdown? Cell, witnessing Gohan's stance, mirrored him and began to gather energy. Blue light began to flicker from Gohan's palms as astonishing blue energy coalesced. Came. The azure energy sphere in Cell's hands also started to swell. Both the heavens and earth radiated brilliant blue light. Wave. Gohan and Cell unleashed their Kamehameha waves simultaneously. Boom. The two beams of energy collided midair, forming a colossal sphere of energy. Once again, Gohan executed his classic beam struggle. Die. Cell, intensifying his energy, pushed his Kamehameha wave towards Gohan. Gohan gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to resist. Futile. The victor will be me, Cell. With a booming command, Cell escalated his output. You can do it, Gohan. Goku's voice echoed. Kamehameha. In an instant, Goku appeared, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and joined the fray, launching his own Kamehameha at Cell. A classic scene unfolded. The father-son Kamehameha. What set this moment apart was that Goku was alive, providing not just spiritual support but tangible strength. The combined Kamehameha of Gohan and Goku became an even more potent force, instantly pushing back Cell's wave. What? Cell could hardly believe that Goku still had the energy to assist Gohan. Boom. This time, Cell unleashed all his might, his veins pulsating as golden and blue lightning intertwined, amplifying his output even further. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Since this is a classic scene being replicated, is there something missing? Feng suddenly recalled. Of course, a surprise attack. In an instant, Feng appeared behind Cell, unleashing a powerful wave that struck the creature from behind. What? Cell, completely focused on the wave, was astonished to discover an ambush from behind, causing his concentration to falter. Now is our chance. Gohan. Goku seized the moment, shouting to Gohan. In that instant, Gohan transcended his limits once more, doubling the power of the Kamehameha wave in his hands and directing it forcefully towards Cell. No. Cell cried out in despair, as he was instantly engulfed by the terrifying Kamehameha wave. Chapter 92. The Resurrection of Cell? Feng's instantaneous defeat. No. Cell screamed in desperation, consumed by the formidable Kamehameha wave. The colossal blue shockwave mercilessly engulfed Cell, causing his form to gradually disintegrate. Energy surged into the sky, soaring beyond the earth, leaving a long trail in its wake. Phew. Thud. Goku and Gohan reverted to their Super Saiyan forms, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Well done, Gohan. We have finally defeated Cell, Goku said with a smile, ruffling Gohan's hair. Yes, Dad. Gohan beamed with excitement. What is happening? Why hasn't the system notification appeared yet? Could it be that the final blow was not delivered by me? Or could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Feng's pupils contracted. What's wrong, Feng? Why are you still so tense? Cell should have been eliminated. Goku observed Feng's readiness, feeling puzzled. No, it's not that simple. That fiend possesses Piccolo's cells, granting him formidable regenerative abilities. Feng meticulously searched for the presence of Cell. What? Goku was utterly astonished. The very cell that he and Gohan had expended all their strength to annihilate could somehow return? This was beyond absurd. You have performed admirably. Now, allow me to take over. Feng's gaze sharpened, and he immediately utilized instant transmission to depart. Wait. Just as Wukong attempted to rise and employ instant transmission himself, his body, still reeling from recent injuries and the exertion of the Kamehameha, was engulfed in excruciating pain. Father, leave it to Uncle Feng. Gohan, too, felt utterly drained and unable to continue the fight. Ultimately, it would depend on Feng. Indeed, but we shall surely grow stronger in the future. Yes. Whoosh. The colossal Kamehameha wave tore through the sky, piercing the earth and extending until it nearly reached Mercury before finally ceasing. Amidst the vast expanse of darkness, a small mass of white substance floated. Creak, creak. That repugnant white amalgamation began to writhe slowly, gradually taking shape until it transformed into Cell. Puff. Who? Cell gasped for breath, astonished by the revival of his own body. What is this? He marveled at his resurrected form. Hee. Ha ha ha. He then erupted into maniacal laughter. Did you ever imagine, Son Goku, Son Gohan? I am not dead. Moreover, I am far stronger than before. Elated, Cell unleashed his power across the cosmos, shattering the nearby floating asteroids. Just wait. I shall return for vengeance, and soon I will relish the despair etched upon your faces. With a wicked smile, Cell placed a finger to his forehead, preparing to use instant transmission. Huh, why can I not sense their energy? Am I too far from them? He chuckled softly. No matter, I shall reach them shortly. Whoosh. Cell surged with energy, ready to fly directly to Earth. Cell, you truly did not perish. A voice echoed in his mind. What? Impossible. Cell gasped in horror as he saw a formidable figure blocking his path. With your Piccolo cells, you should be able to convey this telepathy as well. Feng crossed his arms. Indeed, sound cannot traverse the vacuum of space, yet telepathy prevails. He had cunningly acquired Piccolo's techniques during their previous sparring sessions. It seems you are not as simple as you appear. You have managed to locate my position. I surmise your interference in my inability to teleport is also your doing. Possessing formidable learning capabilities and Piccolo's cells, Cell swiftly mastered the art of mental communication and responded to Feng. Cell, do not entertain delusions of returning to Earth. You shall perish in the vastness of the universe. Feng coldly retorted. Although my future database lacks your data, your recent ambush suggests that you are not without merit. Cell remarked with a hint of admiration. Unfortunately, before your demise, allow me to share a secret. My power has grown exponentially since my resurrection. Even if Sun Wukong and Gohan were to unleash their previous attacks, they would have no effect on me. After you witness my supreme state, prepare to meet your end. Huh. Cell erupted with fury, his terrifying aura bursting forth in the vastness of the cosmos, akin to a twinkling asteroid, relentlessly expelling his energy. Crackle, crackle. Golden and blue lightning intertwined, the energy radiating through the void, effortlessly shredding drifting meteors and space debris. Ha ha ha. If we were to adhere to your nomenclature for Super Saiyans, my form would indeed be Super Saiyan 3. Cell proudly communicated. What? This is Cell's energy? He truly has not perished. His terrifying aura traveled from outer space to Earth, immediately sensed by Goku. Moreover, Cell's energy is significantly stronger than before. Gohan was taken aback. The outcome now rests upon Feng. Goku, feeling helpless, could only rely on his sense of energy to gauge the situation. Meanwhile, in the outer space of Mercury, Feng utilized the system's combat power detector to assess the transformed cell. Combat power, 40 billion. This is equivalent to Goku's power as a Super Saiyan 3 during the Z era. Cell has forcibly upgraded himself through the Saiyan physique. Should Cell return to Earth at this juncture, the only outcome would be the planet's annihilation. However, with Feng present, I shall not squander any more time. Prepare to perish. Huh. Feng did not hold back this time, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. Although sound cannot travel in a vacuum, an overwhelming aura erupted from Feng, shattering everything in the vicinity. If the recently unleashed Cell resembled a minor asteroid in eruption, then Feng now resembled a blazing supernova, as if a resplendent sun had appeared beside Mercury. In his full power state, Feng's combat strength soared to a staggering 20 trillion. Swish, 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 swish. The formidable aura not only erupted but instantaneously suppressed Cell's energy. What? How could this be possible? Cell's body trembled involuntarily. To him, Feng appeared as an invincible golden war god, instilling fear merely through his ferocious aura. With a combat strength disparity of 50 times, only one outcome remained: instant annihilation. Whoosh. Feng spoke little, and in an instant, he appeared before Cell, unleashing a powerful punch. Zing, zing. Even this seemingly ordinary strike caused the fabric of space to tremble slightly, resulting in delicate fissures. Bang! His fist struck directly against Cell's abdomen, penetrating it with force. Gush! Cell's eyes bulged as he expelled a stream of purple blood, gazing at Feng in utter disbelief. Whoosh! Feng delivered a sidekick directly aimed at Sher's waist. Yet, this seemingly simple kick resembled a spatial cutting blade, cleaving through all solid objects with ease. Sher was bisected as if he were mere butter being sliced. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided. Kamehameha. Feng swiftly unleashed his most powerful Kamehameha wave, utterly obliterating Cell. Ah! Cell opened his mouth in a silent scream. Yet this time, the Kamehameha left him no chance, eradicating him completely. Chapter 93, Strategy for Android 18. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rescue Android 18. Annihilate Universe A1507 Cell. Reward. Time Fragment X1, Cell's learning ability. Will you claim it? Upon hearing the system's melodious notification, Li Feng confirmed that Cell had indeed been vanquished. Yes, Li Feng promptly claimed the rewards for his tasks. What is this sensation? He immediately felt a refreshing coolness enveloping his entire body, his thoughts crystallizing with unparalleled clarity. He could vividly recall the details of every previous battle and instantaneously mastered the techniques of his foes. This was the extraordinary learning ability of Sheru, a memory that retained every detail. Furthermore, he had collected 3 fragments of time and space, but he remained oblivious to what would transpire upon gathering all 7 for fusion. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The system would not remain idle. Whoosh! Li Feng instantly teleported back to Earth. Crack! Bang! Just as he had teleported away from the outer space of Mercury, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the void. The spatial device crafted by Li Feng has suffered damage. His spatial arranger, now deployed within the solar system, serves not only for spatial transportation but also for breath isolation, effectively creating a temporary division of space. Should an immensely powerful aura erupt in the cosmos, it would inevitably attract the attention of either the destroyer god or an angel. Li Feng, wishing to remain concealed, has no choice but to seal off the solar system. However, the isolated space may not withstand forces exceeding level 3. Thus, unlike before, he refrains from engaging with formidable adversaries. Instead, he opts for swift resolutions to absorb energy quickly. Fortunately, his prompt actions prevented the premature rupture of space, which would have undoubtedly alerted the destroyer god to their emanating auras. Upon finally inhaling the fresh air of Earth, Li Feng sighed in relief, returning to his normal state. Was that astonishing aura yours? Goku inquired from the ground. Indeed, it was ours, but I swiftly eliminated it, Li Feng replied. Impressive, Uncle Li Feng. Gohan exclaimed in admiration. These are Senzu Beans. After you recover, do come to my home. Having saved the Earth once more, Bulma's family is hosting a grand feast. Hooray! In an instant, Li Feng teleported back home. Bang! Just as he arrived, a soft sensation brushed against his chest. Li Feng, what brings you back? Initially perplexed, Bulma soon erupted with excitement, clinging to Li Feng like an octopus. Well, the matter has been resolved, and everyone is safe and sound. Li Feng smiled and said, That is wonderful. Bulma's inner tension and worries dissipated once more. Although she had received Li Feng's prior assurances and held immense trust in his capabilities, she invariably felt a profound fear each time she witnessed him in combat. Now, seeing Li Feng return unscathed, Bulma was once again enveloped in joy and happiness. I have invited Goku and the others over for dinner tonight. What do you think? No problem, he replied. Having resolved Earth's crisis once again, it is certainly worthy of celebration. I also intend to invite a new friend. I wonder if you would be amenable to that. Li Feng scratched his face and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, Oh, a new friend? That is quite welcome. I presume this friend is a female. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Fixing her gaze upon Li Feng's eyes, Li Feng struggled for a moment, initially attempting to conceal his feelings for Android 18. However, he believed that early death leads to rebirth. Having made his decision, he resolved not to waver and to act decisively. He firmly turned to Bulma and shared everything concerning Android 18. After a while, Bulma sighed, a wry smile gracing her lips. You really? I don't know how to commend you. As long as you live well and treat me kindly, that is sufficient. Indeed, Bulma accepted this. Through her interactions with Li Feng, she gradually recognized his formidable charm. It was not uncommon for powerful individuals to have many companions, and in the world of Dragon Ball, the concept of monogamy was not strictly upheld. Rather than allowing him to stray, it was better to exhibit the magnanimity befitting a leading lady. Thank you, Bulma. You are a kind-hearted person. You both will surely get along splendidly. Spare me your banter. Following this, Li Feng set out in search of Android 18, while Bulma took charge of contacting their other friends. Meanwhile, in a distant cave, Android 18 sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her mind racing with images from moments past. In her darkest hours of despair and anguish, that unwavering silhouette had emerged. exuding a potent aura that made her blush and quickened her heartbeat, imparting a profound sense of security. The finality with which he had urged her to leave left an indelible mark on her memory. Who was that young man? Why did he protect me so fiercely? What is he like now? Why has Cell's presence vanished? Android 18's thoughts were a tumultuous storm. Come forth, Shenron. Not far away, Li Feng was summoning his dragon. With a whoosh, the 7 orange dragon balls radiated a golden light that shot into the heavens. Daylight transformed into night, and soon a magnificent golden dragon materialized. Li Feng's Shenlong was even larger than the Shenlong of Namek, radiating a dazzling golden light. As Li Feng's combat prowess surged, the dragon's own strength escalated to a staggering 20 billion, its formidable aura enveloping the entire arena. What a terrifying creature! Android 18 was taken aback. She had never encountered Shenlong before. Though fear gripped her heart, it was ultimately eclipsed by an insatiable curiosity. She cautiously approached the dragon, only to discover the unforgettable silhouette she had seen previously standing before it. Just as she was about to rush forward, Li Feng spoke. Shenlong, please resurrect all the innocent beings killed by Cell, including androids 17 and 16. At your command, Creator. Shenlong inclined its head in a gesture of reverence, its eyes flashing with a crimson glow. What? 17? 16 can actually be revived. Android 18 gasped in disbelief from behind the boulder. Your wish has been granted. There remain 2 wishes. Please instruct me, the dragon respectfully stated. My second wish is to restore the Earth and outer space to their state prior to Cell's invasion. That is a simple task. With a swift flash of red light, the recently flattened hills re-emerged, and the charred Earth transformed back into lush green forests. The power of this dragon was indeed real. How could this be possible? Android 18 remained in astonishment, her mouth agape. My third wish is to dismantle the self-destruct devices within androids 16, 17, and 18. Understood. Shenlong summoned its divine power once more. Why? Do I have a self-destruct device within me? Why is it helping us? Android 18 pondered as she touched her body, realizing something indeed felt amiss. All your wishes have been fulfilled. I must take my leave now, esteemed creator. Shenlong humbly remarked before transforming into stone and plummeting to the ground. As the creator of the divine dragon, the rules governing the scattering of the 7 dragon balls no longer held any sway over Li Feng. Why did you do this? 18 could no longer contain her curiosity and leaped from the boulder to question Li Feng. Li Feng feigned surprise, scratching his face as he shyly replied. I believe we can become friends. You saved me from Sheru just now. It is I who should express my gratitude. Number 18, emboldened, stepped forward with a slight blush on her cheeks and said, It's all right. I am quite strong. I have already vanquished Sheru, so you are no longer in danger. Li Feng replied with a smile. What? You actually defeated Shalu? 18 cherry blossom lips were once again taken aback. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I'm leaving now. Li Feng exhibited the acting prowess of an award-winning actor, feigning sorrow as if he were about to depart. However, I believed him. At the moment I witnessed Li Feng turn away on the 18th, it felt as though something within me shattered, a wave of distress washing over my heart. Observing the hesitant demeanor of the 18th, Li Feng secretly reveled in his inner turmoil, yet outwardly maintained a facade of calmness. Would you accompany me to the banquet? It is to celebrate the vanquishing of Shalu. Very well, the 18th replied impulsively, though the reason remained elusive. Chapter 94, Lazuli. Is she the android number 18? Upon arriving at Li Feng's grand villa, Bulma inquired with skepticism. Indeed, but they no longer pose a threat to us or to the Earth. Li Feng responded calmly. But they are artificial beings, aren't they? Yamcha seemed hesitant to continue, but upon noticing the cold glint in Li Feng's eyes, he refrained from further comment. They are normal humans now. I have just made a wish to the dragon and dismantled the self-destruction devices within them. Li Feng recounted to the others the origins of the artificial beings in this world, as well as the tale of Sheru. I see, he said. 18. You truly are unfortunate. Consider this place your home. Upon hearing that 18 had only just awakened to find herself pursued by the terrifying Sheru, Bulma was instantly filled with compassion and sympathy, her feelings of jealousy dissipating as she immediately took 18's hand in comfort. Li Feng also tried to persuade her, hoping she would choose to reside in the West capital. 18, still an innocent girl, could not withstand their entreaties and felt a warmth akin to home in her heart. Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta paid no heed, continuing to devour meat and sweep away the food with fervor. However, When Krillin beheld the golden-haired beauty, his heart initially fluttered. Yet, upon witnessing her bashful, tender gaze directed at Li Feng, it shattered, as if something precious had vanished. Li Feng and Bulma exchanged a knowing glance. As night fell and everyone else departed, only Bulma, Android 18, and Li Feng remained. Bulma situated Android 18 beside their villa before retreating indoors. "Thank you, Bulma. You are my dearest." Li Feng immediately embraced Bulma and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. "Oh, don't start with that. All men are the same," she huffed. Her face flushed. "However, I demand your utmost affection. Ah, my beloved wife, today I intend to reward you splendidly. Wait, I haven't bathed yet." A delightful voice resonated from within the room. At that moment, number 18 was still acclimating to her new residence and was preparing to rest when she was suddenly startled by the audacious sounds emanating from the adjacent room. A flurry of emotions surged within her: excitement, curiosity, shyness, all intertwining as she wrestled with the urge to peek, ultimately enduring a night of blushing embarrassment. The following morning, number 18 emerged with dark circles under her eyes. As Li Feng was about to greet her, he noticed her expression was one of deep melancholy and fatigue. "What is the matter, number 18? Did you not rest well last night?" "Humph, it's nothing," she retorted, refusing to admit that she had eavesdropped on their private concert. "Well, then, accompany me to the city for some shopping today. Bulma mentioned she was too tired yesterday." Li Feng extended an invitation. "Wonderful." Number 18 also wished to spend more time with Li Feng. Meanwhile, within Bulma's own villa, she grumbled to herself, that insufferable Li Feng. Why was his onslaught so fierce yesterday? Today, I am utterly exhausted. I must hastily enlist number 18. Otherwise, I cannot withstand his relentless advances. She continued. "This is paper currency, intended for purchasing goods. Ah, you might want to give this a try." Li Feng diligently imparted knowledge to Android 18. After all, she had only just awakened and was unfamiliar with many things. Her immense power could easily endanger ordinary individuals. Setting aside the prowess of androids, 18 was, at her core, just an ordinary girl, innocent, kind-hearted, pure, and delightful. Fortunately, in this world, Android 18 had not fallen under the control of Dr. Gero. Otherwise, she could have transformed into a merciless demon. "This is so sweet. Li Feng, you should try some." Android 18 cheerfully offered him a piece of cotton candy. Li Feng gazed at the radiant smile of number 18 and couldn't help but smile in return. He leaned in and took a bite of her cotton candy. Their proximity to one another grew closer. "Pop." Li Feng took the opportunity to gently kiss the cheek of number 18. "Why did you suddenly do that?" Number 18 exclaimed in surprise, her face instantly flushing crimson. "Because I like you, number 18. Li Feng expressed his feelings, yet Bulma and Android 18 hesitated. "She too harbored affection for you, desiring for you to become a part of our family." Li Feng received Bulma's acknowledgement and candidly expressed it. "Li Feng, in the world of Dragon Ball, I am the pioneer of harem." "What?" Li Feng struggled to discern the words of number 18. "From now on, call me Lotzi Li." Number 18, or rather Lotzi Li, blushed as she lifted her gaze. "Very well, Lotzi Li." The two drew closer once more, their lips finally meeting. A week later, they officially became a couple. As they walked home hand in hand, Bulma chuckled helplessly, embracing Li Xing and Li Feng. "Welcome home, Li Feng and no. 18. Well, I have now changed my name to Lotzi Li." "Oh, is that so? Then it's Lotzi Li's sister, little Xing," Bulma gently said, cradling little Li Xing. Li Xing has turned 3 this year, displaying a remarkable cleverness with his round, sparkling eyes. Sister Lotzi Li, upon embracing him, felt her heart melt, unsure of how to hold him, until Bulma gently assisted her in cradling Li Xing. Good boy. Witnessing the harmonious scene before him, Li Feng was deeply moved and filled with happiness, and he embraced the 3 of them, softly saying, "Thank you. I will protect you and the earth." All right. Bulma and Lotzi Li exchanged knowing smiles. In the subsequent year, the bond between Li Feng and Lotzi Li blossomed rapidly, with Lotzi Li seamlessly integrating into the family. Li Feng reduced his training sessions, choosing instead to spend time with his loved ones, though occasionally he took Lotzi Li to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. During their serious sparring sessions, Lotzi Li realized that Li Feng had not exaggerated. Even when she unleashed her full strength, not a single thread of his clothing was torn. Li Feng's immense strength is something she comprehensively understands. Furthermore, technological research has made significant advancements. The realm of the spiritual time world has now expanded beyond that of an entire nation, capable of accommodating at least 1 billion inhabitants. Under the promotion of the Bulma family, many individuals have chosen to relocate there, experiencing a refreshing sense of novelty. Li Feng gradually opened the low-gravity training space to more Earthlings, enhancing their combat capabilities. Naturally, any criminal activity was managed by specialized security robots. While Bulma was conducting a physical examination on Lotzi Li, she repaired the ailments that had afflicted her, simultaneously acquiring data on the androids. Consequently, the robots manufactured were formidable, yet lacked the intelligence akin to Lotzi Li, possessing only a combat power in the thousands, sufficient for general law enforcement. At Lotzi Li's request, Li Feng made another wish to transform her back into an ordinary human, free from mechanical components and endowed with genuine flesh and blood. With her newfound humanity, Lotzi Li's emotions flourished, and she recognized the sacrifices made by Li Feng and Bulma on her behalf, truly becoming part of a family. A year later, Lotzi Li gave birth to a daughter, whom Li Feng named Li Yu. Chapter 95, A New Journey. Universe A2207. Time flew by. Following the birth of his daughter, Li Feng spent the majority of the year at home with his family, occasionally venturing into the spirit time world for training and development. During this period, his combat power incrementally rose from 20 billion to 50 billion. However, in the absence of worthy adversaries, his progress remained sluggish. Ding. Unknown energy detected. Scanning in progress. One day, while Li Feng was training, the long-dormant system activated. Is there something new? Suddenly, one of the time-space fragments within his possession began to shimmer, emitting a brilliant white light. Notably, aside from the first time-space fragment, which explicitly indicated its destination to Universe A1207, the other two fragments lacked such clarity. The Broly universe was an involuntary entrapment for Li Feng, achieved without the use of time-space fragments. System, what is happening? Li Feng sought assistance from external tools. This indicates that a significant event has transpired in another universe, causing a resonance of the corresponding fragments of space-time. Can we traverse to that realm? Indeed, we can. Li Feng promptly dialed the phone to Bulma and Lazili, informing them of his impending departure and assuring them that there was no need for concern. They expressed their understanding. Although they were aware of Li Feng's penchant for secrecy, his dedication to safeguarding the Earth and his love for his family were more than sufficient. After reminding him to exercise caution, they ended the call. Very well. This time, I am eager to discover which universe he intends to visit. Li Feng experienced a long-awaited surge of excitement, tension, and anticipation. Whoosh! The fragments of time and space in Li Feng's hand flickered incessantly, ultimately emitting a radiant beam of white light that enveloped him entirely, until he vanished from sight. Ding. Detection in progress. Ding. Notification. Host has arrived at Universe A2207. The experience was utterly distinct from that of operating a time machine or traversing a rift in time and space. It felt akin to instantaneous movement, effortlessly crossing over. Before Li Feng could ponder this phenomenon, the system had already identified the universe in question. What universe is this now? This universe is known as the universe of malevolent thoughts. The universe of malevolent thoughts? Li Feng swiftly recalled the relevant plot in his mind. This belongs to the resurrection of the original work. The storyline of the movie featuring Goku and Vegeta narrates the tale of a blunder made by a staff member in the afterlife, who accidentally toppled a device brimming with malevolent intent. This mishap triggered a cataclysmic eruption of malice throughout the realms of hell, coalescing into a singular entity known as the evil spirit bomb. Consequently, chaos ensued in the underworld, leading to the resurrection of the deceased on Earth. In the netherworld, Goku and his companion were unable to withstand the transformed evil spirit bomb, ultimately culminating in Goku and Vegeta fusing into Gogeta to vanquish this malevolent force. I have always been curious. In this world, both Goku and Vegeta have encountered Majin Buu, yet they were not resurrected, and Earth still exists. How did they manage to defeat Majin Buu? The Gohan of this universe differs from the original, as he transformed into a mysterious version of himself and swiftly eradicated Super Buu. Thus, my long-standing questions have found resolution. According to the original plot's progression, once Gogeta emerges, annihilation would ensue immediately, rendering my intervention unnecessary. Li Feng posed a new question. Ding. Task announcement. Eliminate the super malevolent thought wave. Task reward. Time-space fragment X1. Space-time traversal ability of the malevolent thought wave. Will you accept? This time, the system did not respond to Li Feng's inquiry. Instead, it unexpectedly issued a task. Yes, since the opportunity has arisen, there is no need to consider the circumstances any further. One can simply charge ahead, worst case. Seize the opportunity to claim the head of the Vegeta. Li Feng pondered to himself, contemplating where he currently was and the progression of the narrative. Li Feng immediately sensed his surroundings. He realized he was still on Earth, detecting the presence of Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Krillin, and other Z warriors nearby. The tranquility of the Earth indicated that the conflict had yet to unfold. Thus, he decided to venture into the underworld, for that was where the true battleground lay. Li Feng immediately sensed the position of the Northern Star and departed using advanced teleportation. It seemed that a powerful energy had just manifested on Earth. But now it has vanished. Is it merely my imagination? Gohan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Brother, I believe I sensed it too, replied Goten, standing nearby. It appears that something significant is unfolding. Gohan murmured to himself as he gazed at the ominous clouds above. Goten, you should return home to protect Mother. I will investigate the situation. Yes, brother. The two parted ways. Whose energy is that? It's astonishingly potent. It seems that a major event is imminent. I have a foreboding feeling. Meanwhile, the other Z fighters on Earth each sensed the disturbance. Whoosh. Li Feng directly transported himself to the realm of the North King. The North King, startled by the sudden appearance of this individual, fell to the ground. Who are you? How did you suddenly arrive here? The North King inquired nervously. I beg your pardon, North King. I am Li Feng, hailing from another universe. And I have come with the purpose of assisting you in overcoming this predicament. What predicament? The North King expressed his confusion. Li Feng briefly spoke of the impending emergence of the sinister thought waves, concealing other significant developments. You truly are a fascinating character. A ride in hell? The resurrection of the dead? This is undoubtedly the most amusing cold joke I have ever heard. It seems the king of the realm found something particularly hilarious. Laughing so hard, he clutched his belly and rolled about. This. Li Feng expressed his exasperation, pressing his forehead in disbelief. He nearly forgot that the North Realm King had a rather low threshold for humor and possessed a peculiar fondness for corny jokes. When Wukong sought to train, he had to share such jokes before he would acquiesce. All right, North Realm King, cease your laughter for a moment and kindly direct me on how to reach the underworld. Li Feng, in a state of exasperation, implored, wait a moment, let me finish laughing first. The North Realm King continued to chuckle. What? A riot has erupted in hell? Suddenly, the two antennas on the North Realm King's forehead stirred. He instantly rose, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness, sweat beading upon his brow. What you just mentioned has actually come to pass. Who on earth are you? The king inquired anxiously about Li Feng's origins. I urgently require the precise location of hell. Hurry, or it will be too late. Boom. Li Feng exhibited a slight surge of anger. However, even that minuscule flare caused the entire King of Worlds to tremble, with the ground caving in significantly, nearly fracturing in two. Wait, I understand now. I comprehend. Over there, the North King of Worlds hastily persuaded, revealing Li Feng's precise location. Whoosh. Li Feng wasted no time and immediately soared towards the depths of hell. What a terrifying young man. His aura likely surpasses that of Wukong and the others. After Li Feng departed, the King of the Worlds took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. However, one can only hope this calamity concludes swiftly. The North King anxiously gazed at the earth. Chapter 96, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed relentlessly, as cities across the earth suffered the devastation of war. The long-departed suddenly returned to life, plunging various regions into chaos. I, Frieza, have returned. My minions, conquer the earth for me. Eliminate those detestable Saiyans. Frieza, resurrected from hell, exclaimed with excitement from atop a tall building. With his command, numerous soldiers clad in battle gear surged forth, a dark tide rushing in all directions. Frieza, you should return to hell. A chilling voice interjected. Oh, is there still someone in this world who recognizes me? How delightful. Frieza elegantly gestured in greeting. I fought you when I was a child. Have you forgotten? Gohan removed his sunglasses. You are that Saiyan brat. Frieza recognized Gohan. I never expected that brat to have grown up. Very well. I shall eliminate you and then deal with Sun Wukong. Frieza roared, charging towards Gohan. Huh. Gohan likewise surged forward. With a single punch, Gohan effortlessly pierced through Frieza's abdomen, causing him to vanish in a wisp of malevolence. My father is no longer here. I will protect the Earth, Gohan declared firmly, gazing skyward. Apart from Gohan, chaos reigned worldwide as former foes wreaked havoc. The Z fighters, Piccolo, Krillin, Goten, Trunks, Tien Shinhan, and others, fought valiantly against the onslaught. Meanwhile, in Hell, various colorful orbs floated in the sky, enveloping the underworld in a massive bubble, preventing any connection to the outside world and hindering the elimination of the unwarranted resurrected beings. Haha, I have won. Go, pork rib rice. Free the underworld. I shall battle him. Wukong, having won a game of rock, paper, scissors, eagerly prepared to confront the evil energy wave. As pork rib rice attempted to break the barrier encasing the underworld. Hello, big guy. Look here. Wukong, halo aglow, descended to the ground to greet the evil energy wave. The creature known as the evil energy wave was a towering monster, its massive and rotund form adorned with protruding horns and pointed ears, short limbs, and a large, swaying tail. Most notably, several pitch-black orbs on its shoulders and belly exuded a terrifying aura. Though it appeared to be a plump and adorable creature, it was, in truth, a malevolent and fierce entity. What is your name? Evil energy wave. Come play with me. Wukong seemed to be coaxing a child. The evil energy wave, lacking intelligence, merely repeated its name. With a flip of its palm, it unleashed its magic. Instantly, hundreds of small evil energy waves surged towards Wukong. Huh! With a shout, Wukong lifted his right leg and executed a spinning kick, sending the incoming waves flying. The evil energy wave continued to cast spells, causing the floating orbs to descend around Wukong. Then, with a clap of its hands, the orbs encircled him. The creature then rapidly dispersed the bubbles with its massive form. Oh no! Wukong braced for impact, but was easily sent flying. Huh! Yet, Wukong quickly regrouped and charged at the evil energy wave. Unexpectedly, the enormous creature demonstrated remarkable agility, kicking Wukong away as it fell. As Wukong charged again, a powerful paw sent him hurtling through the air. Wukong spat out a mouthful of bitterness. Yet, the evil energy wave struck the air, causing a tremor that rippled through space. Its hand traversed dimensions, appearing beside Wukong and knocking him away. The creature continued to unleash a barrage of spatial punches, leaving Wukong in disarray. Ultimately, Wukong seized the opportunity. As the evil energy wave's fist descended, he braced against the blow. Huh! Wukong pushed its fist away, the force reverberating back upon the evil energy wave, causing it to lose balance and tumble. Kamehameha. Seizing the moment, Wukong unleashed his signature attack. A blue beam imbued with tremendous power surged towards the evil energy wave. However, the creature remained unfazed, flipping its palm to conjure a duplicate of Wukong, which executed the Kamehameha as well. The counterfeit beam effortlessly neutralized Wukong's attack, redirecting the energy back at him. Wukong, enveloped in smoke, stared incredulously at the evil energy wave. Despite its seemingly foolish demeanor, the creature had gained the upper hand in this battle. With a fierce roar, Wukong unleashed his true power. A formidable aura erupted, golden flames igniting around him. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, the evil energy wave began to gather energy, its black holes pulsating with a torrent of yellow energy blasts. Like a meteor shower, the projectiles rained down upon Wukong. Although transformed into a Super Saiyan, he found no opportunity to attack, forced instead to evade the onslaught. Boom! Explosions erupted as energy spheres obliterated the already chaotic terrain. Wukong teleported away, aware that merely being a Super Saiyan would not suffice against the evil energy wave. Wukong shouted skyward, prepared to unleash his full might. With a rumble, Wukong's energy surged, enveloping the area in an overwhelming presence. Golden flames soared, transitioning from a fiery state to an explosive eruption, as the air crackled with blue arcs of energy from the friction. Moreover, Wukong's physique underwent a significant transformation. His muscles became even more defined. His golden hair lengthened to his thighs, his eyebrows vanished, high cheekbones emerged, and he exuded an aura of cold ruthlessness. With a flourish, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Instantly, the terrifying energy of Super Saiyan 3 engulfed the surroundings, as Wukong coldly fixed his gaze upon the evil energy wave. Clap, clap, clap. The evil energy wave clapped its hands, clearly entertained by the spectacle. This time, Goku did not hold back. In an instant, he teleported before the evil wave. Bang, 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 bang. His iron fists, imbued with terrifying power, struck fiercely against the evil wave, causing its chest to cave in and deform. As it was propelled backward into the air by the tremendous impact. Goku let out another roar, his hands forming large spheres of energy. And he charged once more towards the evil wave. Boom. The violent shock wave directly struck the evil wave, sending its massive body crashing to the ground. Chapter 97, Goku and Vegeta's Defeat. The fierce shock wave hit the evil wave, causing its cumbersome form to topple. Initially, Goku thought that strike would have vanquished the evil wave, but the rotund creature underwent a remarkable transformation. The belly that had been punctured began to writhe, rapidly contracting until it morphed into a human-like shape. The second form of the evil wave was that of a sword-wielding demon, with tangerine skin, pointed ears, and a pair of beastly horns adorning its head, giving it a fierce and malevolent appearance. Its strong, tall physique was complemented by a long, lizard-like tail, while white arm and leg guards emanated an aura of sheer terror. Swish! Transformed, the evil wave charged at Goku with ferocious intent. Bang! However, Goku, now in his Super Saiyan 3 form, had vast combat experience. He sidestepped and swiftly retaliated with a kick, sending the evil wave hurtling away, following up with a barrage of heavy punches. Initially, Goku maintained the upper hand, yet the evil wave possessed uncanny predictive abilities and an extraordinary capacity to learn, quickly deciphering Goku's attack patterns. When Goku attempted to kick the evil wave again, it raised its left hand, successfully blocking the attack this time. Goku was taken aback as the previously dominant situation shifted instantaneously, forcing him to create distance and fire a ki blast at the evil wave. Whoosh! Just as the ki blast was about to collide with the evil wave's face, it spread its hands beside its face, transforming its visage into a small spatial portal. The ki blast zipped right through. Goku was once again astounded, unable to fathom the endless array of tricks the evil wave possessed. But soon, the evil wave launched its counterattack. It conjured another portal with its right hand, the exit positioned beside Goku's left, and then thrust its body forward from the portal, forming a massive purple wave. What? Goku had no time to evade and could only brace himself with both hands, enduring the evil wave's assault. Boom! The horrific energy sphere struck Goku with full force. Hiss! Goku staggered backward, his feet digging into the ground, leaving deep furrows. His attire was shredded, and smoke billowed from his chest. The evil wave casually picked up a stone from the ground, crushing it in its right hand until it transformed into a sword. Whoosh! The evil wave unleashed a tremendous aura and swung the sword forward. The astonishing release of energy manifested as green sword energy that sliced through everything around it like a laser. Goku hastily fled, the sword energy barely grazing his hair, cleaving the terrain and surrounding bubbles in half. Whoosh! 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 The evil wave unleashed a series of sword strikes, the green energy effortlessly carving deep fissures into the ground as Goku continued his frantic retreat. Ultimately, the evil wave raised its sword high, preparing to deliver its most powerful blow. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the green sword energy split into countless green attacks, raining down upon Goku like a meteor shower. Goku was unable to evade the deluge of assaults, ultimately retreating into the depths of a blood-red sea. Gravely injured and incapable of maintaining his Super Saiyan 3 form, he collapsed into the blood pool. The evil wave revealed a more sinister smile, swinging its sword once more. With each strike, the area of the blood sea surrounding Goku diminished, and as the next sword energy descended, Goku was on the verge of being cleaved in two, like the remaining blood pool. But in that critical moment, a blue ki blast surged from the distance, crashing directly into the evil wave. With a booming sound, the sword in the evil wave's hand shattered, reverting back to stone. Upon seeing a new adversary emerge, the evil wave erupted into malicious laughter. Indeed, it was none other than Goku's steadfast ally, Vegeta, who had come to Goku's aid. Vegeta? What brings you here? Goku asked, astonished. Spare me the questions, Kakarot. After the chaos in hell, I awoke to find myself here, Vegeta replied. maintaining his proud demeanor. Huh, Vegeta roared, golden flames erupting around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wait, Vegeta, the evil wave is formidable. Its attacks are unpredictable. You cannot face it alone. Goku urgently warned. Humph, Kakarot, is it not merely that strange spatial trick? Watch how I eliminate him. Vegeta replied, eager and brimming with confidence. Charging forward, cloaked in golden flames, toward the evil wave. Huh. Vegeta unleashed several ki blasts, which the evil wave dodged before launching a flying kick. However, in the split second before the attack connected, the evil wave transformed into blocks and vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta. Anticipating the evil wave's evasion, Vegeta elbowed backward. Yet the evil wave once again shifted into blocks, disappearing to a distance before conjuring another portal with its right hand, preparing to launch another surprise attack on Vegeta. Humph. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled upward, already having anticipated the evil wave's spatial attack. Upon seeing the portal appear nearby, he promptly released a ki blast aimed at the portal. Bang! Vegeta's attack proved highly effective, as the portal rebounded the blast back, hitting the evil wave with its own energy sphere, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. Ha! Vegeta, witnessing his success in suppressing the evil wave, laughed maniacally, charging straight for it in an attempt to obliterate the creature. Yet the evil wave's methods of attack encompassed more than just magic and spatial manipulation. As it saw Vegeta barreling toward it with ferocity, it showed no fear, instead elongating its arm like Piccolo's and seizing Vegeta by the neck. What? Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that such a technique existed. Pooh! His bravado lasted mere seconds as the elongated arm relentlessly slammed him backward, pushing him through bubbles, rocks, and mountains of blades until he finally collapsed, utterly spent, at the foot of the Blade Mountain, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Whoosh! Goku teleported beside Vegeta, helping him to his feet. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I cannot believe that even in death, I still fall short of you. He sensed the immense power Goku had wielded in his Super Saiyan 3 form. It's only natural. I trained with my physical body, Goku explained. Now, we must fuse together to confront him. Fusion? Are you referring to that unsightly dance? Merging with you is preferable to my demise. Vegeta vehemently declined. However, Vegeta, you are already deceased. Goku revealed the truth. Chapter 98. Feng vs. Evil Energy Wave. Infuriating. Vegeta finally grasped that he had indeed perished. Yet he remained unwilling to unite with Goku. Humph. This is the final time. Though Vegeta verbally resisted, his body obediently assumed the fusion stance. Fusion. Goku and Vegeta distanced themselves, positioning their hands correctly, and then commenced the dance of fusion. Ding! Just as their fingers were about to connect, Vegeta misaligned his fingers, rendering the fusion posture incorrect. Beep! A blinding light flashed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. At that moment, the evil energy wave sensed the sudden surge and immediately soared towards them. Haha! Evil energy wave, prepare to be vanquished by my Gogeta. Yet, the speaker was a short, rotund figure clad in a black and orange vest. This was not Gogeta. It was the unsuccessful fusion of Goku and Vegeta, now known as Beikong. The combat prowess of Beikong was inferior to that of their individual forms. At this juncture, the battle powers stood as follows. Evil Energy Wave, second form 60 billion. Son Goku, 120 million. Vegeta, 100 million. Beikong, 50 million. Nevertheless, Beikong mistakenly believed he had successfully fused and audaciously taunted the Evil Energy Wave. In a fit of rage, the Evil Energy Wave launched a punch at Beikong. Given his ability to predict opponents' attacks, the Evil Energy Wave should have easily dispatched Beikong. However, unexpectedly, Beikong's corpulent form charged at the Evil Energy Wave, only to trip on the ground and tumble down. The Evil Energy Wave, caught off guard, was knocked over by Beikong's hefty body, rolling away. Then, the Evil Energy Wave retaliated, throwing a punch at Beikong's rotund face. Yet, Beikong's defense was astonishing. His plump visage absorbed most of the impact, and he let out a resounding flatulence that struck the Evil Energy Wave squarely in the face, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Ha ha ha! Feng had been observing the battle from a distance, suppressing his breath, yet he could not help but chuckle at Beikong's performance. Beikong remarked, I have endured your laughter for quite some time now. Feng, I apologize, We are professionally trained and generally refrain from laughter unless it is truly unavoidable. The malevolent entity, Evil Thought Wave, roared, extending its right hand instantaneously in an attempt to seize Bei Kong. However, in a frantic bid for survival, Bei Kong's rotund form proved advantageous, allowing him to leap away from the perilous grasp, though he did suffer a slight abrasion to his posterior. The ensuing clash, though it scarcely merited the term battle, saw Evil Thought Wave's every prediction and assault comically thwarted by Bei Kong, much to Li Feng's delight as he doubled over in laughter. Bei Kong, in his clumsy retreat, inadvertently stumbled into a wasteland of blades, where he held his breath and puffed out his chest, concealing his ample belly to evade Evil Thought Wave's scrutiny. The malevolent force advanced slowly, step by step, akin to the tolling of a death knell. Suddenly, it grinned widely, deftly plucking a sharp blade to hurl toward a particular location, precisely where Bei Kong was hiding. It became evident that Evil Thought Wave had always been aware of Bei Kong's whereabouts, toying with him. What to do? At this juncture, Bei Kong found himself with no avenue of escape. Moreover, unlike the original timeline, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed, far from the point of dissolution. It appeared that, in reality, Bei Kong could not even manage to delay for 5 minutes, let alone wait for disintegration. This, it seems, was the true purpose of my arrival. Li Feng instantaneously comprehended the divergence of this universe. Swish! In an instant, Li Feng materialized before Bei Kong, deflecting the assault of the malevolent wave. Oh! Both Bei Kong and the malevolent wave were taken aback by Li Feng's sudden appearance. Bei Kong, you should depart from here. I shall handle the malevolent wave. Li Feng spoke calmly. Be careful yourself. Humph, for now, I shall spare you, as a foe of your caliber is no challenge for my younger brother. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Bei Kong regained his arrogance and pride, mockingly gesturing in disdain towards the malevolent wave. Though the malevolent wave was incapable of speech, it recognized Bei Kong's insufferable demeanor and let out a fierce roar, unleashing a formidable aura. Startled, Bei Kong fled without looking back. Humph, quite a commendable presence. You have earned the right to face me. Li Feng's lips curled into a smile, and soon his fists clenched as he began to roar with fury. Boom. A white whirlwind surged into the sky, sending nearby bubbles and debris flying. Li Feng was the first to launch an assault. He had not engaged with his formidable adversary for long, seizing this opportunity to elevate his combat prowess further. The malevolent energy wave sensed the formidable aura emanating from Li Feng, perceiving a profound threat to its dominant position, and retaliated with a punch of its own. Bang! The clash of powers exceeding level 3 reverberated through the air, generating a tremendous explosion that created a substantial crater in the ground. After the exchange of blows, Li Feng discerned that the combat strength of the malevolent energy wave was slightly superior to his own. Undeterred, he struck again, delivering a swift kick with his left leg directly to the face of the malevolent energy wave. Boom! It was as though a planet had collided with its visage, resulting in a significant indentation, and the entity was propelled backward like a cannonball. Whoosh! Li Feng did not relinquish his advantage. Instead, he intensified his assault. In an instant, he teleported behind the retreating Evil Thought Wave and delivered a powerful punch aimed at his back. However, the most notable characteristic of Evil Thought Wave was his mastery of magic. Just as Li Feng's attack was about to strike, his body transformed into cubes and vanished into thin air. Resorting to that trick, Evil Thought Wave intended to employ the same strategy he had used against Vegeta, retreating into the void when faced with defeat. Setting aside the fact that Li Feng's exceptional learning ability had already deciphered this maneuver, he himself was adept at manipulating space. How could he possibly fall for such a tactic? Li Feng feigned ignorance, yet in truth, he had long been ensnared by the malevolent waves of thought, ready to strike the moment they manifested. As anticipated, the waves of malevolence resurfaced, transforming once more into a cube. The space was sealed. Beep! Li Feng unleashed his spatial abilities, his entire being radiating a resplendent blue light. Subsequently, within a 10-meter radius centered around him, a transparent barrier materialized, enveloping the two individuals. This was a newly developed power of Li Feng, known as Spatial Lock, designed to render those within its confines incapable of utilizing any spatial abilities. Consequently, the transformation of the Evil Thought Wave into a disappearing cube, as well as Li Feng's instantaneous movement, became ineffective. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, as if the evil thought wave had been struck by something, abruptly manifesting before Li Feng. Bang! 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 Li Feng's gaze sharpened as he witnessed the emergence of the sandbag. He swiftly launched a fierce assault, a torrential barrage of fists raining down upon the malevolent wave. Chapter 99, Soul Punishment. Bang! 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 Li Feng's strikes were so swift they appeared nearly invisible, reminiscent of the attacks of the original Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of blows that left multiple imprints upon the embodiment of evil thoughts. Alas, the irrational manifestation of malevolence could only wail in agony. It attempted to escape using spatial magic, yet was horrified to discover it was trapped. The embodiment of evil could only roar in fury, unleashing a surge of energy to force Li Feng back. Whoosh! 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 Li Feng seized the moment, wrapping his legs around himself and executing a few graceful spins in midair before landing steadily on the ground. At that precise moment, just as the malevolent wave surged with energy, it broke free from Li Feng's spatial confinement, allowing it to escape unscathed. With a cascading sound reminiscent of tumbling blocks, the malevolent wave transformed back into a cube, retreating from the battlefield. In this initial exchange, Li Feng caught the malevolent wave off guard, momentarily gaining the upper hand. However, the malevolent wave possessed an uncanny ability to predict movements, much like Bu, endowed with a remarkable aptitude for learning. It quickly realized that spatial magic could no longer be employed in close proximity to Li Feng. With a mighty roar, it unleashed its energy. Boom! The ground beneath it instantly caved in under the immense force. The malevolent wave bellowed towards the heavens, directly releasing its energy. A stunning purple whirlwind surged skyward, a terrifying aura enveloping the arena, as powerful tremors once again shook the ground. The malevolent wave had summoned all its strength. Whoosh! A streak of purple light zipped past, directly aimed at Li Feng. Bang! The malevolent wave's fist struck towards Li Feng's chest. Yet, Li Feng reacted with astonishing speed, countering the blow instantaneously. Boom! The air resonated with another explosive sound. This time, surprisingly, it was Li Feng who was sent flying. Hiss! Li Feng secretly winced, realizing that the malevolent surge of power had indeed turned against him, overwhelming him with its might. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that rendered the experience all the more exhilarating. Li Feng's long-dormant fighting spirit surged once more, igniting within him an insatiable desire to battle formidable foes and transcend his own limits. Indeed, Li Feng was poised to display his prowess once again, refusing to transform into a Super Saiyan and instead relying on sheer willpower. The malevolent energy, known as the evil thought wave, emitted a cryptic sound, seemingly mocking Li Feng's capabilities. It lunged towards him with ferocious intent, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. The air was filled with the swift movements of the evil thought wave's fists and legs, delivering hundreds of strikes upon Li Feng. Initially caught off guard by the ferocity of the onslaught, Li Feng could only cross his arms in defense. However, as he acclimated to the speed of the evil thought wave, he began to retaliate, gradually parrying and exchanging blows in a fierce duel. In a mere second, the two engaged in a flurry of attacks, their immense power causing the air to tremble and shatter nearby bubbles. The force of their strikes reverberated against the ground, creating deep craters in their wake. Although Li Feng may appear to possess inferior combat prowess compared to the malevolent wave, he boasts a wealth of combat experience. On several occasions, he has successfully anticipated the malevolent wave's next move, gaining a tactical advantage. Li Feng, are you on the second floor? I am on the fifth. Evil thought wave? Evil thought wave, once again consumed by impotent rage, abandoned the conventional route of mutual attacks and lashed its tail at Li Feng's face. The end of its tail was embedded with sharp spikes, sweeping through the air with an exceedingly perilous aura. Should it make contact, it would undoubtedly inflict grave injuries. However, Li Feng had long been on guard. As the crimson tail of evil thought wave swung towards him, he swiftly seized it. Li Feng erupted in fury, his muscles bulging as he forcefully pulled down the malevolent energy waves hovering in the air with the strength of his tail. Hoo! Li Feng once again grasped the tail of the malevolent wave tightly, and then, with himself as the focal point, began to whirl it around like a windmill. Li Feng, any creature with a tail inevitably faces the consequence of being cast aside. The tail of the malevolent wave grows longer with each swing, swaying precariously in the air, rendering it incapable of any response. Li Feng's swinging frequency accelerated increasingly until he lost grip, sending the malevolent energy wave soaring into the air, where it collided with several floating bubbles. A resounding boom echoed as the malevolent energy wave crashed into the ruins, producing a thunderous sound. Though the combat prowess of the malevolent energy wave appeared formidable, its actual strength fell short of 50 billion. Under normal circumstances, a Super Saiyan Goku would easily triumph over the malevolent energy wave. However, the wave's arcane abilities and spatial manipulation proved excessively troublesome, resulting in a significant depletion of energy and eventual defeat. How utterly uninspiring. It is merely that. Let us bring this to a close. Li Feng let out a quiet sigh, contemplating the conclusion of the battle. How about attempting the King S combo? Li Feng chuckled softly to himself. With a sudden forceful stomp, he crushed the ground beneath him, creating a significant depression. He then surged forward with explosive energy, charging directly at the malevolent wave. Bang! 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 Li Feng arrived before the malevolent wave with a speed akin to instantaneous teleportation, delivering a swift knee strike followed by a spinning kick that sent the malevolent wave flying. He chuckled, remarking on the elegance of that individual's technique. Pondering how his ultimate move ought to be executed, Li Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. This technique was one he had observed during the theatrical version, executed by Gogeta, and he had found it exceedingly impressive. He decided to adopt it for his own use. Ultimately, he would rely on Gogeta's soul punishment. Previously, during his battle against Gogeta in his own universe, Li Feng had sensed the pure, benevolent, and formidable aura emanating from Gogeta. Therefore, employing this move was not a challenge for Li Feng, who possessed the learning abilities akin to those of Cell. Very well, let me test my soul punishment. Li Feng raised his left hand, channeling his own life force. Unlike the simple concentration of ordinary chi waves, this required not only the gathering of energy but also the infusion of a power capable of erasing the very essence of the soul. Li Feng, do not question my capabilities. With the power of the divine dragon and the cells of Cell, is it not within my reach to emulate Vegeta's techniques? Vegeta, you are impressive, stealing my thunder. Buzz. A small white sphere materialized above Li Feng's left hand, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Resembling a tiny celestial body